In the main hall, Qi Fengxing's whispers were crystal clear. Xia Chengqi felt complicated, speechless. He turned his head to look at Qi Fengxing, and called out softly, "Fengxing." Hallmaster Qi Fengxing startled, regaining his senses. "What did you just say?" The disciple said. "The old senior is likely invincible." Qi Fengxing answered honestly. Xia Chengqi angrily said, "Don't spout nonsense. There are experts like clouds in this world. How can anyone be truly invincible? You're just a young'un with limited experience. Remember this, there's always a higher mountain." Disciple understands. Qi Fengxing replied obediently. He came from a poor little village, and it was thanks to Lilami that he got into the sect. His dream was to become a respected swordmaster. For an orphan like him to enter the Heavenly Willow Pavilion was already a blessing from 8 lifetimes. Now that he was being lectured by Hallmaster Xia Chengqi, he willingly listened to the scolding. Xia Chengqi continued. "What's your relationship with those disciples of old Mr.? Consider them friends?" Qi Fengxing blushed immediately after saying this. "They're way up high, while he's just a weed. Saying that is like gilding his own lily. Go back and cultivate properly. If you don't understand something, you can come and ask me," Xia Chengqi said. "Yes." After Qi Fengxing left, Tian Buqi, having arranged the rest chamber, returned to the main hall. Seeing Xia Chengqi pacing back and forth, his face full of worry, Tian Buqi stepped forward and said, "Hall Master, you don't want to go to the Nine Heavens Pavilion?" Xia Chengqi sat down, tiredly saying, "Can I not go? In my opinion, you should go." Tian Buqi looked outside the main hall and continued, "The old senior is definitely a 9-petaled, and a strong one at that." Xia Chengqi raised his head, looking at Tian Buqi in doubt. "Hall Master, the Nine Heavens Pavilion is naturally unreachable, but the old senior is not someone we can mess with. Zhu Xuan has invited Yu Zhenghai to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, proving that even they don't want another enemy. Moreover, the last time Sikong Baichen made a move was over 1,000 years ago. With all due respect, Sikong Baichen might have kicked the bucket long ago. Even if he's still alive, he won't last many more years. If they're smart, they wouldn't make an enemy, but try to rope him in." Xia Chengqi's eyes lit up. "Elder Tian's words have awakened me from my dream." 5 days later, our Heavenly Willow Pavilion must make a grand show of force, preferably one that catches the attention of the Flying Star House. Send someone to prepare the flying chariot. Yes. Inside the room, Lu Zhou prepared to enter a state of comprehending the heavenly book. After fighting Fa Hua, he had consumed a portion of his extraordinary power, needing some time to recover. Perhaps due to the increase in cultivation, the effect of the extraordinary power was not as great as before, or perhaps because his opponents were now much stronger. Recalling the activation of the armor's power before, the extraordinary power could be considered equivalent to a 9-petaled, but now Lu Zhao's opponents were all 9-petaled. Could the extraordinary power be upgraded? Lu Zhao tried to use his hearing supernatural power. After his cultivation improved, the range of his extraordinary power became very large. All kinds of sounds came to Lu Zhao's ears. That new old man this morning sure knows how to put on airs. But he also looks pretty badass. The Hallmaster even respects him 3 parts. No SHT. His disciple is a first-rate swordmaster, capable of contending with Zhu Xuan. How could his master be weak? Lu Zhao used more extraordinary power, the range covering all directions. That old Mr.'s eye for people ain't great at all, unexpectedly wanting to take that idiot Qi Fengxing as a disciple. That guy's talent is trash. This is the first time I've seen Miss Yuwu being disliked like that. It's not as simple as you think. Haven't you seen that there are already 2 girls beside the old mister? The fact that 2 girls can come to the Red Lotus realm proves that they are not simple. Although Yuwu has good talent, I'm afraid she can't compare to them. What you said is right. Blue light enveloped Lu Zhao's ears, the remaining extraordinary power being used up. Boom! The hearing supernatural power momentarily covered the entire Heavenly Willow Pavilion and extended tens of miles further. In some corner 10 miles away from Heavenly Willow Mountain, a voice suddenly came. "Must not be exposed. Wait to report back." The supernatural power stopped. Lu Zhao opened his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, walked to the window, and observed the mountains in the back. There wasn't a single figure there. Someone is monitoring the Heavenly Willow Pavilion. Compared to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, the Heavenly Martial Institute, and the Flying Star House, the Heavenly Willow Pavilion is extremely weak. Who would care about such a small sect? Targeting this old man? Lu Zhao had quite a few trump cards. 2 one-hit kill cards could give him enough confidence to face 2 great experts of the 10 petals without any fear. But the 5 great seats of the Nine Heavens Pavilion are also not weak. All of them are old geezers with many tricks. If he decided to go, he must anticipate the worst-case scenario. And the worst case is that all the experts would besiege him. This is the worst possible outcome, where Lu Zhou's identity as a Golden Lotus alien race is exposed. Lu Zhao opened the system panel to view his merit points. 16.5, 4 points. Should I just buy another card? Gotta restrain myself. It's hard to accumulate merit points now. People here won't worship when they see the Golden Lotus Dharma body. Stellar Lottery, consuming 50 merit points. Luck +1. Thank you, host, for participating in the game. Awesome. Luck has reached 101 points. This old man is about to break the previous record. Stellar Lottery, consuming 50 merit points. Consuming 102 luck points. Obtaining a damage immunity card X1. A reversal card X1. Defying the storm. Obtaining the damage immunity card made Lu Zhou feel extremely worthwhile. Now buying one requires 10 points. The system is just like a blood-sucking demon. Lu Zhou secretly curled his lips. What's the point of needing so many merit points if the system is trash? After the rant, Liu Zhao turned his attention to the newly appeared item card. Wind Calming Charm? The Wind Calming Charm has a chance to grant insight into a new type of sword Dao. Seeing this description, Liu Zhao didn't hesitate, and immediately chanted, "Use Wind Calming Charm!" Crack! The Wind Calming Charm shattered, turning into starlight that enveloped Liu Zhao's entire body. When the starlight disappeared, Liu Zhao tried moving his limbs. Nothing changed. No weird feelings. It only has a chance of insight? Did I just get scammed? Good thing I pulled a damage immunity card this time. Otherwise, Liu Zhou would have raged. After the lottery, Liu Zhou returned to his heavenly book enlightenment state. Within these 5 days, he could fully replenish his extraordinary power. At the same time, in a pavilion of the Ninefold Hall, in a city in Jianandao, Zhu Xuan pointed at the 9 main halls surrounding the city, and softly said, "Are you satisfied with this place?" During this time, Yu Zhenghai was treated well. His daily life was taken care of, except for the fact that someone followed him when he went out for a walk. Everything else was great, no complaints. Yu Zhenghai walked to Zhu Xuan's side, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "If you're serious about talking about cooperation, you should invite your chief elders to meet me. Otherwise, I'll feel bad about freeloading forever." Since arriving at the Ninefold Hall, Yu Zhenghai had never once met the legendary 5 great chief elders. Zhu Xuan smiled and replied, "The Ninefold Hall has enough money for you to spend. Since I've invited you here, I'm naturally sincere about discussing cooperation. The chief elders are very high status, not someone you can meet whenever you want. The great chief elder of Shuanqi Hall just came out of seclusion. I've already reported this matter. Cooperation is possible, but you have to show sincerity." Yu Zhenghai asked, "Your sincerity? After all, you're people from the Golden Lotus domain. If the Heavenly Martial Academy and the Imperial Court find out, the Ninefold Hall will be in trouble. Therefore, the Ninefold Hall needs to know all the information about you and the sects in the Golden Lotus domain," Zhu Xuan said. "They want Yu Zhenghai to expose everything." Yu Zhenghai wasn't surprised at all. How could he, who has been in charge of the underworld sect all year round, not have thought of this? "If I don't agree, then what?" "You'll definitely say, 'It's getting late, rest well, I'll visit again in a month.'" Zhu Xuan turned around and left. A month! Yu Zhenghai didn't leave, but continued to stand on the balcony, clasping his hands behind his back, observing the layout of the Ninefold Hall. The 5 days passed quickly. When Liu Zhao opened his eyes, his extraordinary power had been fully replenished. Seeing his hands looked older, Liu Zhou immediately crushed a reversal card. From the forests around Heavenly Willow Pass, a whirlwind of energy rapidly converged, drawing everyone's attention. Xie Changqiu, sitting in the main hall, quickly stepped outside. Looking up, he saw the energy of life converging in the sky above the courtyard where Liu Zhao resided. Tian Buqi, who had just arrived, was shocked. "Master, what is this?" Xie Changqiu frowned and shook his head. "How can Senior mobilize such a large amount of life energy?" Tian Buqi said, "I've never seen this scene before. Could this be a special ability of cultivators from the Golden Lotus domain?" While the two were discussing, they suddenly saw Yan Er and He Luo holding hands and strolling on the square, not caring about their image. Xie Changqiu hurriedly ran over, smiling ingratiatingly, and asked, "Excuse me? What is Master doing?" Yan Er turned her head to look at her master's room, and replied with a bored expression, "What's so surprising? My master does this all the time." Xie Changqiu was speechless. At the same time, Liu Zhao checked the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 29, 470 days, reversed by 600 days. Liu Zhao could feel that the spiritual qi and life force in the Red Lotus domain were slightly denser than in the Golden Lotus domain. Besides that, there was also an invisible sense of oppression. Perhaps because the people of the Red Lotus domain all loved the color red, everyone cultivated Red Lotus dharmic bodies. Wherever you go, you see red lotuses, red ornaments, red house decorations. Looking at it for a long time makes you feel dizzy and oppressed. But in return, gaining 600 days of lifespan isn't bad. Liu Zhao pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the courtyard, the elders of the Heavenly Willow Pass had been waiting for a long time. Senior, the master has prepared a flying chariot, waiting for you. Good. Lu Zhou clasped his hands and walked down the steps, heading toward the main hall. Yan Er and He Luo also ran over. Master, old senior! Xie Chengqiu and Tian Bushiki simultaneously bowed. All the disciples of the Heavenly Willow Pass were present, standing on both sides, with Qi Fenghang and Yu Wu in the front row. Liu Zhao looked at the flying chariot in the middle of the square. It looked simple and a bit small, but it was better than nothing. Who knows when his mount will arrive? They might even be lost. Master, can we go yet? Your disciples are so impatient. Yan Er and He Luo took the lead and jumped onto the flying chariot. Senior, I will personally drive today. Xie Changqiu respectfully stepped forward and said. Liu Zhao looked at everyone and said as he stepped onto the flying chariot. It's enough for the two of you to lead the way. It's useless for others to go. The elders looked embarrassed. These words really hurt. Yes. Xie Changqiu and Tian Buqi immediately jumped onto the flying chariot. Yu Shangrong also lightly jumped on and stood at the back of the flying chariot. Yan Er said, the eldest senior brother isn't here, otherwise it wouldn't be your turn to drive. Liu Zhao flicked Yan Er's forehead. Don't be rude. Your eldest senior brother is still a sect leader, with tens of thousands of followers. Yan Er scratched her head and replied, Disciple knows she's wrong, but I'm telling the truth. Xie Chengqiu's eyes widened. At first he felt that driving the flying chariot for the other party was already giving them a lot of face. But hearing what this little girl said, he couldn't help but be surprised. If a disciple already has such a high status, what kind of position does this old senior actually have in the Golden Lotus domain? The flying chariot slowly rose into the air, flying towards Jianandao. Along the way, Liu Zhao noticed that the trees and land here were extremely similar to the Great Yan, with dense vegetation. The birds and beasts encountered along the way were all dealt with neatly by Tian Buqi and Xie Chengqiu. More than half a day later, Xie Chengqiu saw a huge circular area, with 9 buildings surrounding a central city, forming a protective grand formation. Senior, that's the 9-fold hall ahead. Even Xie Chengqiu felt extremely nervous. Liu Zhao opened his eyes, walked to the side of the steering wheel, and observed the place with his hands clasped behind his back. The 8 gates formation of the Taoist sect. Senior is indeed knowledgeable. This is indeed the 8 gates formation that has been improved into the 9 gates formation. The 9 main halls are the 9-fold gates, Xie Chengqiu praised. The flying chariot slowly approached. Most sects like to build on mountains, but the 9-fold hall is one of the few sects that built their base in the middle of a plain. Just then, a Juzhong Hall disciple swooped in on his sword, blocking the way. Who's there? Xie Chengqi boomed. Xie Chengqi, head of the Tianliu sect, requests an audience with Elder Zhu, the disciple replied. Elder Zhu is currently in seclusion. Please return in a month. Xie Chengqiu, a sect leader, ain't no pushover. Tell him it's urgent. Elder Zhu will want to see me. A simple message won't kill ya. But if you don't, you'll be screwed when Elder Zhu finds out. Xie Chengqi flicked out a shiny object, which landed in the disciple's hand. He grinned, pocketing the item. One moment. But as he turned to leave, Lu Zhao casually spoke. Hold up! Something else? The disciple asked, puzzled. The elder ain't worthy of my attention. Tell Zhu Xuan to have Xikong Baichen meet me. Lu Zhao's tone was calm and casual. Xie Chengqi and Tian Buqi were wide-eyed, hearts sinking. This was the worst-case scenario. Xikong Baichen would probably send a subordinate to deal with them. But now the disciple raised an eyebrow. Not even the head of the Tianliu sect gets to see the hall master. Go home! Lu Zhao expected as much, and waved his sleeve. Yu Shangrong, understanding his master, flew forward, coldly saying, If you knew my master, you'd know how stupid that sounds. Just then, a flute's melody rang out. Hai Luo was playing the Lan Tian Jade flute. Everyone turned to look. Xie Chengqi and Tian Buqi were stunned. They hadn't noticed this girl at all. Hai Luo now controlled the sound law with ease, words becoming reality. The sound intertwined, stirring the beasts all around. A horde of fierce beasts suddenly appeared, flying toward the city gate crowd. Someone rushed over, shocked at the Honggang gathering in the sky, shouting, Elder orders, let them in! A talent like Hai Luo, who cultivates sound law, is rare in this world. The enchanting melody stopped, its echo lingering. The Honggang dissipated, and the flying beasts retreated, leaving only a few wanting to approach Juzhong Hall, shot down by the towers, crossbows. Tian Buqi and Xie Chengqi were puzzled. Weren't these guys from the Golden Lotus domain? Why was there a Red Lotus cultivator here? And a sound law genius at that. Yu Shangrong smiled. My little junior sister's move is extraordinary. Thank you, second senior brother. Hai Luo happily replied. Yu Shangrong flew back to the flying chariot, glanced at Xie Chengqi, and softly called, Sect leader Xia. Xia Chengqi snapped awake, his eyes complex as he looked at Hai Luo, awkwardly saying, "The flute was too beautiful, I was lost in thought. My apologies." With that, he steered the flying chariot into the city, unable to resist asking, "May I ask, are these all your esteemed disciples, senior?" "This is my little junior sister," Yuan here giggled. "Little junior sister? 10th junior sister?" Xia Chengqi was dumbfounded. 10th junior sister? So this senior has 10 ridiculously talented disciples? Xia Chengqi had met 4. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong could hold their own against 9 leaf experts, the youngest could control fierce beasts, so what about the others? Xia Chengqi trembled. The flying chariot lurched. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, looking at him. "If you're scared, you can leave now. With you here, senior, how could I be afraid? It's just been a while since I drove a flying chariot, so I'm a little rusty. Please forgive me." Xia Chengqi quickly explained. "If senior brother was driving, it wouldn't be this troublesome." Yuan Fear said, "This girl seemed to love saying stabbing remarks." Xia Chengqi said no more. The flying chariot entered Zhuzhong Hall's domain and descended. Everyone looked around, secretly amazed. This city could almost be considered a human city, larger than imagined, with countless magnificent buildings that left people breathless. The flying chariot slowly landed. 2 cultivators flew over, bowing before the chariot. Elder Kong invites Elder Xia Chengqi. Xia Chengqi jumped off the chariot. "Senior wants to see Elder Zhu, not Elder Kong," Yu Shangrong corrected him. "Sorry, my master wants to see Si Kongbaichen, not an elder." The Zhuzhong Hall disciples were stunned. Xia Chengqi and Tian Bushi frowned. The 2 sword-wielding disciples immediately gripped their swords. "Who gave you the guts to call the hallmaster by his name?" Just as they were about to strike, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a wooden wheelchair being pushed forward, clearly injured. The 2 disciples bowed. "Elder Kong." Kong Lu looked up at the people on the flying chariot. "Tianliu Sect's Xia Chengqi?" "Yes. The one who played the flute was your disciple?" Kong Lu asked. Xia Chengqi stepped aside. "The girl who uses sound to control fierce beasts is this one. She is this senior's esteemed disciple." Kong Lu, sitting in his wheelchair, looked at the innocent Hai Luo, a look of satisfaction on his face. Then he turned to the old man who looked like a Taoist. "Old sir, I think this girl has good talent. How about you give her to me?" "Name your price." Just as Yuan Quer was about to get angry, Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop her. Lu Zhou didn't intend to pay attention to Kong Lu, but since he said that, he had to reply. "You want to take my disciple? You want me to agree?" Kong Lu said seriously. "I appreciate this girl's talent. That's why I had you brought here." Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers gathering energy. Kong Lu was shocked. A strong suction appeared, pulling Kong Lu towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhao's palm struck out. Bang! Kong Lu got sent back to his wheelchair, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Ninefold Hall disciples immediately drew their swords. Xia Chengqi and Tian Buqi were shocked. This old geezer just straight up attacked without giving a damn. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said coolly, "You can't even withstand one of my palm strikes. What makes you think you're qualified to be someone else's master?" "You." Kong Liu coughed, clutching his chest, spewing out even more blood. "Elder Kong." Lu Zhou shook his head. "Looks like he's gonna need some tricks up his sleeve to meet Si Kongbaichen today. This is the SHT you get with major sects." Kong Yu got slapped, his face flushed, and a dozen disciples around him drew their bows and swords, their energy humming. "Kong Liu, you're heavily injured. Why are you still acting tough?" Si Fengji floated over from behind. The disciples bowed in unison. "Grand Elder!" Si Fengji instantly grew larger, smashing towards the flying Lian. Xia Chengqi hurriedly said, "Elder, please have mercy." "I'll show you mercy my ass. How dare you come here to show off at Ninefold Hall's doorstep?" Zhu Xuan wasn't going to back down, even though he didn't particularly like Kong Liu. As Si Fengji flew over, Yu Shangrong lightly tapped his toes, appearing above Si Fengji and stomping down hard. Bang! Si Fengji crashed into the marble floor like a sturdy kite. Yu Shangrong still stood with his arms crossed, saying calmly, "Zhu Xuan, long time no see." "It's you!" Zhu Xuan recognized Yu Shangrong. The anger in his heart subsided a bit. "Have you thought it over?" Yu Shangrong shook his head. "Sorry, nope." Zhu Xuan, "Then what are you doing at Ninefold Hall?" "2 things. First, I'm here to pick up my senior brother. Second, my master has arrived in person. Si Kongbaichen should come out and meet him." Calling our hall master by his given name, Kong Liu, enduring the pain, shouted, "You! Yu Zhenghai is a foreign race scum who ambushed me and is now in Ninefold Hall's custody, and you want to save him?" When Yu Zhenghai first arrived in the Scarlet Lotus domain, he heavily injured Kong Liu. Kong Liu had been plotting revenge,
but Zhu Xuan kept stopping him. Zhu Xuan needed to protect Yu Zhenghai to secure his spot as one of the 9 great seats, and Kong Liu was an obstacle.
Shut your trap! Zhu Xuan turned and glared at Kong Liu, who sullenly retreated. Zhu Xuan forced a smile and said to Yu Shangrong, "Have you forgotten your promise from that day?
Your senior brother has agreed to stay. On his behalf, we won't hold you accountable. Please leave."
Yu Shangrong wasn't surprised. A phantom flashed, and a second later, he appeared in front of Zhu Xuan. Sword energy filled the sky, immediately unleashing one of the strongest moves of the returning Origin swordplay. 10,000 things returned to Origin.
Zhu Xuan scoffed, "I'm a 9-leaf now. You think I'll be as weak as before?"
Si Fengji suddenly retreated, striking Yu Shangrong's back. Golden energy bloomed, and sword energy from all directions converged, swirling around Yu Shangrong. Clang! 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 Si Fengji struck the sword energy, and beams of energy fired at Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan flew backward, Si Fengji shrinking to block in front of him.
All the sword energy converged and slashed at Si Fengji, but it was all deflected, creating deafening sounds of impact. Zhu Xuan and Si Fengji remained motionless. Zhu Xuan smirking, "Is this the difference between a 9-leaf and an 8-leaf?
It's not over yet."
A few final sword beams suddenly slammed into Si Fengji, their power clearly stronger than before.
Si Fengji recoiled, and Zhu Xuan, raising his arm to block, was also pushed back several dozen meters. How could this be?
As an 8-leaf and a half, Zhu Xuan could take on 2 opponents at once. Now that he's a 9-leaf, why is he at a disadvantage fighting Yu Shangrong alone? You're Zhu Xuan? Lu Zhou looked at Si Fengji in Zhu Xuan's hand with interest.
Yu Shangrong stopped his attack, lowered himself, and stepped aside. Zhu Xuan glanced at Lu Zhou, then turned to ask Yu Shangrong, "Did Master make a move?"
"Deal with it yourself," Yu Shangrong replied. Zhu Xuan was shocked. The other guy is the master of 2 experts, so he's definitely a 9-leaf.
Without a word, Zhu Xuan unleashed a double palm strike. Si Fengji flew up, expanding into a cube several dozen meters long, hovering over Lu Zhao's head. Lu Zhao looked up at the rotating Si Fengji, stroking his beard. "Desolate grade treasure. This is a desolate grade weapon." Si Fengji, "Old senior, be careful," Xia Chengqi said anxiously. Zhu Xuan mobilized his vital energy, a phantom flashed, and he appeared above Si Fengji, stomping down hard. Bang! Lu Zhao stroked his beard with one hand and raised the other to block Si Fengji. An extraordinary force appeared in the palm of his hand, the devil-subduing handprint. Si Fengji not only failed to suppress Lu Zhao, but was also pushed back up.
Ha! Zhu Xuan stomped down again. Lu Zhou used 1/4 of his extraordinary power. Shoo!
Si Fengji suddenly shrank, falling into Lu Zhou's hand. Zhu Xuan's foot continued to stomp down, but hellfire emanated from Lu Zhou's hand.
Zhu Xuan was shocked. How can it be hellfire? Bang! His whole body was blasted away, his feet burned by the hellfire. He screamed miserably. The 2 moves happened in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Is a 9-leaf this weak?
Only now did Xia Chengqiu suddenly remember Ji Fengheng's words. This man is truly invincible.
At the same time, the 5 great chief seats in the Peace Palace, Benevolence Palace, Weiyang Palace, Dragon Imprisoning Palace, and Mysterious Qi Palace sensed a hint of danger and suddenly opened their eyes. The 5 old men simultaneously used great divine power techniques, flashing into existence.
Who dares to cause trouble at Ninefold Hall? Xia Chengqi took a step back and exclaimed, "The 5 great chief seats!" Zhu Xuan was caught by a few disciples as he landed. Lu Zhou didn't bother with them. Apart from Si Kongbeichen, no one else could do anything to him.
Lu Zhao lowered his head to look at Si Fengji in the palm of his hand.
Si Fengji, desolate grade weapon, owner Zhu Xuan, can only be recognized and used after refining.
Lu Zhao put Si Fengji away. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xuan's face was filled with horror. The left foot felt a burning pain. It really was hellfire. The disciples of the 9 Serenities Hall were in an uproar. It's karmic fire. Xia Chengqi and Tian Buqi were shocked by the discussion. The exchange just happened in a flash, too fast they didn't see any karmic fire at all.
Before long, the 5 chief disciples floated mid-air, observing Lu Zhao below. Bearing the pain, Zhu Xuan bowed and said, "Zhu Xuan greets the chief disciples. Are you all right?"
Zhu Xuan's expression was awful, but he couldn't admit the pain. As a 9-leaf and a future chief disciple, he couldn't lose face, so he replied, "I'm fine." Lu Zhao looked at the 5 chief disciples, secretly calculating. Fighting 5 at once is kinda sus, but if I use a one-hit kill card I can take out 2. As for the other 3, my extraordinary strength and karmic fire should be able to seriously injure them. But these 5 are old monsters who've lived for ages. How could they be so blind? They could see that this old man wasn't simple. Able to defeat Zhu Xuan and a desolate grade weapon, how could he be weak? The chief disciples of Peaceful Serenity Hall, Yao Qingquan, Benevolent Harmony Hall, Zhao Jianghe. Weiyang Hall, Sun Wenshuang.
Imprisoned Dragon Hall, Wang Yudao, and Profound Mystery Hall, Zhang Xiaokang, announced their names in turn.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The 5 of you are much smarter than Zhu Xuan and Kong Lu. Communicating with smart people is indeed more comfortable. Although he had a plan, Lu Zhou always adhered to the principle. To win a war, first capture the king.
Where is Xikong Baichen? Lu Zhou asked, with his hands behind his back. Xie Changqiu and Tian Buchiki were dumbfounded.
At first, they thought the old senior was just putting on an act. Anyone can act tough behind someone's back, but to directly call out Xikong Baichen's name in front of the 5 chief disciples, it really made their jaws drop.
The chief disciple of Profound Mystery Hall, Zhang Xiaokang, said,
Senior's cultivation is extraordinary. If you're here as a friend, the 9 Serenities Hall welcomes you. However, the hall master is unwell and must recuperate year-round, so he cannot meet Senior. Lu Zhou slowly said, I thought you were smart. What is Senior's purpose in coming to the 9 Serenities Hall? Over the years, the 9 Serenities Hall has been declining, and the Heavenly Martial Academy and the Imperial Court have been constantly encroaching. The 9 Serenities Hall must be vigilant. Just then, Zhu Xuan suddenly bowed and said, Chief Zhang, Yu Zhenghai is this Senior's disciple.
Hearing this, the 5 chief disciples frowned instantly. They had all heard about Yu Zhenghai, but this matter had been left to Zhu Xuan.
They didn't know the details, only that Yu Zhenghai came from the Golden Lotus domain. Senior comes from the Golden Lotus domain? Zhang Xiaokang asked. This was extremely important. They had to ask clearly. Lu Zhou shook his head without answering, and said, The 9 Serenities Hall is so big, but there isn't a single smart person. After speaking, Lu Zhou made a surprising action.
With one foot on the ground, Li Yongxiao leaps into the air, flying towards the 5 elders. Xie Changqiu and Tian Buqi's eyes pop.
Zhu Xuan and Kong Liu's expressions are equally priceless. Everyone is shocked looking at Li Yongxiao. He's batshit crazy. The 5 elders form a horizontal line. Taking a step forward, Yao Qingquan, Zhao Jianghe, and Sun Wencheng summon their dharma bodies. 3 15 Zhang tall dharma bodies illuminating the entire city. Wang Yudao and Zhang Xiaokang use their divine powers, their figures flickering behind Li Yongxiao, forming an encirclement. Li Yongxiao seems to have anticipated this. Immediately uses the power of the law. The blue lotus under his feet blooms. Li Yongxiao uses 1/10 of his 2 extraordinary powers. Blue lotus! Xie Changqi and Tian Buqi shout in unison. The 9 Serenities Palace disciples also stare wide-eyed. They all thought he was from the Golden Lotus domain. Unexpectedly, he's using a blue lotus. No one has ever seen or heard of it.
Before Yu Shangrong came to the Red Lotus domain, he, like other Great Yan cultivators, thought the master's blue lotus drew its power from within the barrier, like Mon Chan's black dharma body.
Now, Yu Shangrong realizes that this is the source of Master's power. From beginning to end, Master has been stronger than those from the Golden and Red Lotus domains. Hai Luo hugs Yanher's arm tightly, whispering, Senior sister, it's so beautiful. It's the first time I've seen it. Yanher says, I'm tired of seeing it, but every time Master uses this move, it's extremely beautiful. When the blue lotus blooms, the power washes over like a tide. Zhu Xuan staggers and kneels down, his face covered in cold sweat. A blue lotus, and karmic fire too. The 5 elders are also shocked by the sight of the blue lotus blooming. They have never seen such a strange fighting style. Clang, 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 bang, bang. The 5 people's dharma bodies and protective energies are all blasted away by the blue lotus. They cry out in pain, blood stagnating in their throats, almost spitting it out. Zhang Xiaokang has the lowest cultivation, unable to resist this astonishing power, and vomits a mouthful of blood. The blue lotus dissipates. Liang Xiao floats in the air, looking at the 5 people. It's been a while since he used this move. The entire scene is dead silent. The 5 elders' expressions are extremely grave. After what feels like forever, Zhang Xiaokang finally orders, Someone, disciples, quickly invite the palace master here. Yes. The disciple hurriedly flies away on his sword. The 5 elders are completely defeated. But just at this moment, something unexpected happens. A city guard disciple flies over from outside, reporting, It's bad! The general who guards the north has arrived. Upon hearing this title, the 5 elders' faces immediately change. The general who guards the north? Li Yongxiao slowly turns around. Sounds like someone from the imperial court. Li Yongxiao suddenly remembers, when he used his divine hearing at Heavenly Willow Pass, he overheard a sneaky conversation. At this moment, from the most magnificent building in the east, a dignified voice comes. Everyone, come in. The 5 elders immediately respectfully bow. Yes. The owner of this voice is the 10-leaf Xikong Baichen. Xie Changqi is the first to lose his footing. He staggers and almost falls. Luckily, Tian Buqi catches him in time. Elder Tian, am I dreaming? Two 2 10-leaves today, we're so screwed.
Xia Changqiu and Tian Buqi originally thought that Sikong Baichen wouldn't appear. At most, the old senior would only exchange 2 moves with the 5 elders to probe their situation.
With the current state of the 9 Serenities Palace, they should want to maintain friendly relations and wouldn't needlessly make another strong enemy. But now, what a joke. The appearance of 2 10-leaves at the same time is completely beyond Xia Chengqi's expectations, and also beyond the expectations of the 9 Serenities Palace. The general who guards the north of Chen Beizhen. Why is he here? At this moment, Xia Chengqi swallows a mouthful of saliva, secretly looks at the old senior, and breathes a sigh of relief when he sees that the other party is still calmly looking outside the city. The old senior must still have a trick up his sleeve. Li Yongxiao waits in the air for the general who guards the north to appear.
Yan Shi and Hai Luo run to hide behind Yu Shangrong, looking back and forth between their master and second senior brother.
Yu Shangrong doesn't lose his eldest brother demeanor, turns to look at the 2 of them, smiling warmly. Don't be afraid. Your senior brother is here. Senior brother will protect you both.
Hearing this, Li Yongxiao feels more at ease. He doesn't need to be distracted by taking care of Yan Ge and Hai Luo.
From the distant northern sky, a winged warhorse pulls a flying chariot, slowly approaching. In front of the flying chariot, 2 generals wearing armor stand on either side, extremely imposing. Here they come! The 5 elders fly up high. The Shuangqi Palace elder Zhang Shaokang says in surprise.
Kong Liu,
still injured, tries to shake himself up, says, I'll go greet them. The 9 Serenities Palace disciples think, you're so injured, how are you going to greet them?
The Taihuo Palace elder Yao Qingquan says, the palace master has invited you, take them there first, I'll go greet the general. The remaining 4 elders nod. Yao Qingquan leads 100 disciples, flying on their swords towards the north. The formation is quite ostentatious.
Zhang Shaokang turns to look at Li Yongxiao, thinking back to that move just now. He's still afraid, and sighs, if you want to meet the palace master, please follow me. The other 3 palace elders also lean forward. Please. Li Yongxiao glances towards the north. No need to rush to meet this general who guards the north. We'll meet in the main hall later anyway. Li Yongxiao waves to Yu Shangrong and the others. Come with me. Yes. Xia Chengqi and Tian Buqi nervously fly behind. Yu Shangrong and his 2 junior sisters also fly up at the same time. The central area of the 9 Serenities Palace is the main hall and a tall tower. But Sikong Baichen doesn't stay in the main hall, but lives in seclusion in the 9 Serenities Sacred Palace year-round. The detached courtyard in the east is a 9-story building. The other 8 halls are all built 1 floor lower. At the 9th floor of the 9 Serenities Sacred Palace, Zhao Jianghe, Sun Wencheng, Wang Yudao, and Zhang Shaokang land in front of the Sacred Palace Hall. Senior, please. Li Yongxiao strolls in the air, stroking his beard while observing the surroundings. When he sees the vast and magnificent 9 Serenities Sacred Palace and the detached courtyard, he can't help but sigh. The crowd has arrived. A graceful woman steps out, walks to the front of everyone, and bows.
The palace master is waiting in the 9 Serenities Sacred Palace. Please come in. Yao Qingquan didn't step in, letting Lu Zhou enter first. Once Lu Zhou was inside, the 4 chief disciples followed.
When it was Nyu Shangrong's group's turn, that woman gracefully raised her hand to stop them. Those without business may not enter, please excuse us. Nyu Shangrong lowered his head, glancing at the woman. Those without business? Let them in. A majestic and deep voice came from within the holy palace. Yes. The long, wide corridor and the rows of pillars made it hard to imagine this was the 9th floor of a tower.
Even the imperial palace wasn't this big.
Finally, Lu Zhou saw an old man with snow-white hair like his own, a haggard face, sitting cross-legged on the main seat. The old man looked weary, one hand supporting his forehead, the other resting on the table.
Lu Zhou stopped.
Since he transmigrated, this was the first time he'd met someone older than him. The ancients weren't wrong. Birds of a feather flock together, and the old man only meets other old geezers.
Just then, a powerful voice echoed from outside the main hall. Great General Zhenbei has arrived. Everyone turned to look outside. Sikong Baichen finally lowered his hand, sat up straight, and looked down at the main hall, but he wasn't looking at Lu Zhou. He was looking outside.
A middle-aged man in armor and a black cloak slowly walked in, his eyes bright and full of spirit, his face square, born with an extraordinary aura.
Chen Beizhen guarded the northern border year-round, his war merits countless. Later, the court summoned him back, and he became a big shot in the palace, whom no one dared to underestimate.
Chief disciple of Ping'an Hall, Yao Qingquan, and he entered the holy palace together, the other chief disciples also saluting at the same time. Great General.
Chen Beizhen glanced at the 4 chief disciples, not answering, but raised his head to look at Sikong Baichen, then quietly looked to the left and right. Brother Baichen, it's been a while. Sikong Baichen shook his head, saying, A great general like you, why aren't you guarding the border but coming to the Nine Heavens Hall, carrying out orders?
Chen Beizhen wasn't polite, directly walking to a chair on the left and sitting down. This general is under the emperor's orders to hunt down the foreign tribes. Foreign tribes? The 5 chief disciples' expressions changed. It had been so long since Sikong Baishan cared about the affairs of the Nine Heavens Hall that he didn't understand his words.
Sikong Baishan sighed, replying,
I have a guest today, come back another day. This big Nine Heavens Hall, only Sikong Baishan dared to talk to Chen Beizhen like that. A guest. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the old man with a cold expression, stroking his beard.
Sikong Baishan nodded slightly, waving his hand, saying, This friend, please have a seat. Lu Zhou didn't move, but calmly looked at Sikong Baishan. Finally paying attention to this old man?
Sitting is unnecessary. This old man is here to take my disciple away. Lu Zhou faced 2 10-leaf experts and remained as steady as Mount Tai. The 5 chief disciples couldn't help but be surprised. How does this old geezer have such an aura?
To maintain such a calm and unhurried demeanor, unmoving as a mountain under the pressure of the hallmaster and Chen Beizhen, this aura definitely wasn't built up in just a day or two.
At this moment, the crowd noticed the aura on the old man's body, seemingly similar to the hallmaster's, even making people feel more vague and mysterious.
Xia Chengqi and Tian Buqi's worldviews were constantly being updated. At Heavenly Willow Pass, they could be high and mighty, but in this place, the two were just trembling ants. The holy palace was eerily silent.
Sikong Baishan's deep eyes stared straight at Lu Zhou, hoping to see through the old man's true strength. Their eyes met, as if staring into the deepest vortex in the endless sea, and he was secretly shocked.
Sikong Baishan had roamed the world for many years, but had never met an old geezer like this. Chen Beizhen leisurely enjoyed the cup of tea brought by the maidservant, as if everything was in his palm, with no need to rush. Sikong Baishan said softly, A friend who single-handedly drove back the 5 chief disciples?
Lu Zhou didn't answer him, but only said, This old man doesn't like beating around the bush, hand over Yu Zhenghai. The crowd exchanged glances. Yu Zhenghai? Sikong Baishan asked in confusion. Chief disciple of Shuangqi Hall?
Zhang Shaokang hurriedly walked over, leaned into Sikong Baishan's ear, and whispered the details.
Clang! Chen Beizhen suddenly placed the teacup on the table, creating a crisp sound. That Yu Zhenghai is also the person this general wants to capture.
Sikong Baishan now understood the situation, and replied,
General Chen, these friends are honored guests of the Nine Heavens Hall, not the foreign tribes you speak of. Please return. The 5 chief disciples were shocked, immediately understanding the hallmaster's meaning. Sikong Baishan was indeed a person with supreme power. The vision and decisions made in an instant.
Lu Zhou also understood that if he wasn't careful,
he would become the cream in an Oreo, squeezed by both sides.
The relationship between the Nine Heavens Hall and the court was very delicate. Chen Beizhen smiled coldly, saying, Many people saw the battle at Heavenly Willow Pass. Zhu Zhuan fought 2 Golden Lotus experts.
Could it be that Brother Baishan wants to protect the foreign tribes? Sikong Baishan replied indifferently. This seat didn't see it with my own eyes. Chen Beizhen looked towards Lu Zhou. Brother Baishan didn't see it, I can understand. The 5 chief disciples had just fought with this person. They knew the clearest in their hearts.
The 5 chief disciples immediately bowed, saying in unison, We have never seen any foreign tribes. Xia Chengqi, Tian Buqi stared blankly.
They're all straight up lying without batting an eye.
Damn. The clash between the 2 major powers had reached this point. Chen Beizhen looked at the 5 chief disciples, shaking his head, saying, Good, very good.
Seeing is believing. Summon your Dharma body for me to see. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard, not even looking at him. You think I'll just summon it because you tell me to?
Chief disciple of Ping'an Hall Yao Qingquan also spoke up. General Chen, this is the 9 Heavens Holy Palace, not the court, and even less so the northern border.
No one is allowed to cause trouble here. If you want to see the Dharma body, wait until you get outside and see it yourselves.
Chen Beizhen laughed loudly, lifting the teacup and drinking it all in one gulp, then slamming it down on the table. Shatter! The teacup turned into fine powder. He clapped his hands, leading 2 soldiers to bring a person into the holy palace.
Zhang Shaokang said doubtfully, Huinzheng? Lu Zhou glanced at the newcomer, then shook his head slightly. Fa Hua, still too soft-hearted after all. Despite being severely injured by Huinzheng, he could still speak normally. He knelt down and said, I testify. I saw with my own eyes that this old man is from the Golden Lotus realm. Huizhu and Huisheng were both killed by him, and the abbot was also injured by him. He is a 9-leaf Golden Lotus cultivator. General Chen, please arrest this man and seek justice for the Blood Sun Temple.
Chen Beizhen nodded in satisfaction and said to Sikong Baishan, Brother Baishan,
Don't keep stopping me from arresting him, or even you won't be able to protect the 9th Serenity Palace. To capture heretics, the imperial court will never show mercy. Since ancient times, which general hasn't climbed to their position by stepping on piles of white bones? They only wish they could take this opportunity to flatten the 9 Serenity Palace.
Sikong Baichen frowned. The 5 chief elders remained silent. When great powers clash, the people around them are just pawns.
At this moment, Kong Lu suddenly knelt down and said, I also witnessed the Golden Lotus Avatar. That Wu Zhenghai is from the Golden Lotus realm. Palace Master, don't be fooled by this old man. The crowd was shocked. Chen Beizhen laughed loudly. You don't believe that Huin Zheng is from your Blood Sun Temple, but Kong Lu is from the 9 Serenity Palace. You wouldn't dare say you don't believe him, would you?
Sikong Baichen's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and the 5 chief elders glared at Kong Lu.
Although Zhu Xuan wasn't far-sighted, he didn't expect that the one stabbing the 9 Serenity Palace in the back would be from his own side. Bei Nunu kicked Kong Lu and cursed loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? Kong Lu roared with red eyes. I'm not talking nonsense. They are heretics, cultivators from the Golden Lotus realm. If you have the ability, summon your avatar. I'm not a liar, and I won't lie. Buddhist disciples don't lie even more. If the 9th Serenity Palace won't seek justice for me, then I invite General Chen to do so.
During this period, Kong Lu had always been trying to kill Wu Zhenghai, but Zhu Xuan had stopped him. He was resentful and dissatisfied.
Not only did the 5 chief elders not think for him, but they also wanted to help Zhu Xuan protect Wu Zhenghai. How could he not be angry?
Chen Beizhen looked at Kong Lu with satisfaction and said, with this general here, you don't need to be afraid.
Thank you, General Chen. A look of triumph flashed in Kong Lu's eyes as he moved closer to Chen Beizhen.
Sikong Baichen said coldly, drag him out of the hall and beat him to death.
Kong Lu flinched, his whole body stiffening. Chen Beizhen raised his hand to stop him. Brother Baichen, are you trying to silence him?
In principle, Kong Lu is from the 9 Serenity Palace, and this general has no right to interfere with his life or death.
But if you silence him, can you silence the Blood Sun Temple? Even if no one testifies? Can you guarantee that these people will never summon their avatars?
After speaking, he glanced at Lu Zhou and added,
Brother Baichen, aren't you afraid of leading a wolf into your house? How could Chen Beizhen not know that the 9 Serenity Palace wanted to use these people's strength?
Sikong Baichen fell into thought, his fingers gently tapping the table, calculating the gains and losses. No one cared about Lu Zhao's feelings and thoughts. Sikong Baichen was still hesitant.
But at this moment, Lu Zhao had made a decision. Lu Zhao only had 2 fatal strike cards. Once they were used up, he would offend both forces. The 5 chief elders and those 2 soldiers would also fight him to the death. And his identity as a heretic would be besieged by the entire Red Lotus realm. This was the worst option.
But Lu Zhao had another best option. Lu Zhao slowly turned around and said indifferently to Chen Beizhen, you want to arrest this old man? Chen Beizhen indeed didn't take Lu Zhou seriously, and casually replied, this general is acting under orders. Out of respect for Brother Baichen, this general won't make things too ugly for you.
Lu Zhao ignored the rules of the holy shrine and suddenly raised his hand. The disguise card in his hand shattered, and a small, red avatar appeared. Below the red lotus, 9 pieces of lotus leaves shone brightly. The 5 chief elders stared wide-eyed. Isn't it Blue Lotus? Why has it turned into Red Lotus now?
Xie Changqi and Tian Buqi shared the same feeling as them at this moment.
Lu Zhao had summoned both Blue Lotus and Red Lotus just now. Were they seeing things?
The 2 raised their hands and rubbed their eyes, then looked again. It was still Red Lotus.
No way! There's no way it could be like this. I clearly saw a fake Golden Lotus. This is a fake!
Huin Zhang struggled to stand up, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Beizhen jumped up from his seat, looking at the Red Lotus avatar with disbelief. The reason he brought Huin Zhang here was to use this excuse to silence Sikong Baichen and take the opportunity to suppress the 9 Serenity Palace.
All his intelligence said that the old man who came to Heavenly Willow Pass was a Golden Lotus cultivator. How did it turn out like this now? A look of surprise flashed in Chen Beizhen's eyes. Then he regained his composure. At least one thing has been confirmed. This person is a 9-leaf and possesses karma fire.
Sikong Baichen looked at the 9-leaf Red Lotus
and nodded in satisfaction. If he was from the Red Lotus realm, the 9 Serenity Palace would naturally have to win him over, let alone a talent who possessed karma fire. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. He forgot everything the 5 chief elders had said before. General Chen, the truth is clear. Do you have anything else to say? Sikong Baichen asked calmly, but his tone was clearly imposing. In his position, face was more important than anything else. Chen Beizhen raised his hand, and a red sword essence appeared between his fingers, like an ice arrow shooting out. Bang! The sharp sword essence pierced through Huin Zhang's chest. Huin Zhang was shocked but had no power to resist.
He pointed at Chen Beizhen, then at Lu Zhou, and finally looked at Sikong Baichen, Reputation, world, renowned, he muttered. People, exit, no, speak, lies, then. He fell to the ground, dying in an instant.
Taking a life. This was the method of a 10-leaf. A few seconds passed, and the red avatar in Lu Zhao's hand disappeared. In his heart, Lu Zhou was secretly calculating the consequences of killing Chen Beizheng.
Chen Beizheng didn't stir up any waves, but Xikong Baichen's attitude was key. You could tell Xikong Baichen was totally against Chen Beizheng.
After offing the dude, Chen Beizheng scoffed. Huinzheng is a liar, deceiving this general. North Star bro won't be mad, right? Punishing liars is normal.
Xikong Baichen replied.
Offended you today, I'll apologize another time.
Chen Beizheng sighed,
turned and said, farewell. His face showed gloom, clearly not happy. He'd barely taken a few steps when Lu Zhou suddenly spoke up.
Hold up! Chen Beizheng stopped, turning back to ask, something up?
If it was just some regular 9-leaf dude, he wouldn't even bat an eye. But this guy had karmic fire, and could become a rival later, so he'll let it slide for now, and think of ways to off him later. Did this old master allow you to leave? Lu Zhou turned to look at him, eyes calm as hell.
The atmosphere in the holy palace became tense. Even Xikong Baichen didn't dare provoke Chen Beizheng like that. Xikong Baichen frowned hard. Chen Beizheng instantly turned cold, murderously saying, North Star bro hasn't said anything yet. What makes you think you can stop this general?
This old master has faced countless strong enemies, and not a single one dared to act wild or show off in front of this old master.
Lu Zhou replied.
This general needs to care about your feelings when doing things? Chen Beizheng already had killing intent. Young man doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today this old master will let you know just how high the sky is.
Lu Zhou lifted his hand.
The invisible prop card shattered, and a vortex of energy spun counterclockwise. Lu Zhou swung his palm, everyone staring with wide eyes to see what the old geezer was going to do. The 5 chief seats, Xia Chongqi, Tian Buqi, Yan He, Hai Luo, and Yu Shangrong, were all confused why a 9-leaf would even try to make a move on a 10-leaf. The seal changed according to Lu Zhao's thoughts. The great fearless seal appeared, and the red palm print illuminated the entire holy palace before flying towards Chen Beizheng.
Chen Beizheng coldly laughed. Just some 9-leaf with karmic fire thinks he can fly?
He lifted his hand to meet the great fearless seal. Boom! Chen Beizheng thought he'd dissolve this palm print in an instant, but instead, it sent him flying backwards.
Huh?
He instantly increased his palm power, still nothing. Increased it again. Nope, something's wrong.
He retreated fast, the red palm print getting bigger and bigger, soon as tall as a person.
A 9-leaf, forcing back a 10-leaf. Everyone in the holy palace was shocked. But it didn't stop there. The palm print kept on coming, and a sense of danger rushed to Chen Beizheng's head. Boom! He summoned his avatar. The towering 20-foot avatar appeared, shattering the holy palace's doors. The palm print still flew forward without stopping. Chen Beizheng kept retreating, out of the holy palace, flying high into the sky. The 20-foot avatar was fully exposed before everyone's eyes, all of them rushing out to get a clear view.
Xikong Baichen's phantom flickered, passing through the crowd and arriving at the palace entrance.
Even the 10-leaf powerhouse famous throughout the land was stunned by this scene. Chen Beizheng's face turned red to his ears. Boom! His arm broke in an instant. The great fearless seal had grown to 200 feet tall.
You strong, it's stronger.
The 20-foot red lotus avatar was hit by the great fearless seal, and a cracking sound rang out. A feeling of despair arrived, and disbelief was written all over Chen Beizheng's face. This guy is clearly a 9-leaf. How does he have this heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power?
Boom! The red lotus avatar finally exploded like fireworks in the sky, then shattered into starlight, slowly dissipated. Everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. This was clearly a very normal palm print, clearly only 9-leaf cultivation, yet it forced a 10-leaf into a corner. They finally understood what the old senior said earlier. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When the red lotus avatar appeared in the sky, all the 9 heavens pavilion disciples, no matter what they were busy with, looked up to observe with envious expressions. This was the goal of all cultivators. One of the most beautiful works of art in the world. Too bad, the avatar appeared too briefly, shining brightly for only a moment, then exploding into fireworks and dissipating at the horizon. In a pavilion to the north, Yu Zhenghai suppressed his trembling emotions as he observed the 20-foot avatar, remaining dazed for a long time. He knew the 9 heavens pavilion was strong, but he never expected it to be this strong. A young disciple with a shocked expression entered the room to clean up. Yu Zhenghai suddenly asked, "Was that just now a 10-leaf avatar?" "Yes, senior. Do you recognize whose avatar it was? To this junior only knows that a general came to visit the pavilion master."
The young disciple swallowed. Then whose palm print was that just now?
Even though Yu Zhenghai was also very shaken, his emotional control was far better than these young disciples. It
It must be the pavilion master, who else? The young disciple only knew that the person with the highest status in the Nine Heavens Pavilion was Sikong Baishan. But he had never seen Sikong Baishan make a move, and couldn't accurately judge. Yu Zhanghai frowned, thinking to himself, if that's really the case, then it'll be very difficult for him to leave this place this time.
He clenched his fist, constantly recalling the scene just now in his mind, muttering, even stronger than my master.
Ding! Killed a target, gained 5,500 merit points, and received an additional 1,500 points for the realm. The ninefold sacred hall was silent AF. Everyone stared at the sky, lost in thought. The azure sky was clear. Not a trace of General Zhenbei Chen Beizheng remained.
He's gone.
Everyone inhaled quietly. You could practically hear a pin drop.
Even the high and mighty hallmaster Sikong Beichen and the 5 chief seats were hella embarrassed, recalling their single exchange with that old geezer. They were acting like total clowns. Xie Chengqi and Tian Buqi's expressions were priceless. They finally understood why that old senior exuded such dominance. Ji Fengheng was right all along. That old dude is straight up invincible. As for Lu Zhou's 3 disciples, they got a whole new level of respect for their master. Lu Zhou's image in their hearts just went super saiyan. A pungent smell snapped Yao Qingquan back to reality. His nose twitched, he glanced aside, and saw Kong Lu slumped on the ground, his pants soaked. Oof. A dignified elder of the ninefold hall just pissed himself out of fear. Sikong Baichen spoke up. Drag him out and beat him to death. Yes, sir. Spare me! Spare me! Please have mercy. Kong Lu babbled incoherently, trembling like a leaf. Zhu Xuan's forehead was drenched in sweat, head bowed, silent. Kong Lu was dragged out of the hall, and soon after, heart-wrenching screams echoed. Chen Beizheng's 2 lieutenants finally snapped out of their stupor, glaring furiously at the crowd. Sikong Baichen said indifferently, "Kill! Yes, sir!" The 4 chief seats moved in unison, quickly taking the 2 men outside. Not a single dissenter remained in the sacred hall. At this moment, Sikong Baichen finally looked at the white-haired old man, who was basically his twin, sighed softly, and gestured an invitation. Lu Zhou glanced at him, then walked to the seat and slowly sat down. Sikong Baichen knew that when Lu Zhou first entered the sacred hall, he hadn't taken him seriously at all, and had even been cold to the guest. Therefore, Sikong Baichen didn't take the main seat but sat in the seat opposite Lu Zhou, the rest of the people standing on both sides, not daring to speak. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, coldly looking at Sikong Baichen. You are the master of the ninefold hall. Sikong Baichen nodded and said, Old Mr.'s skills are truly amazing. They've opened my eyes. Just some parlor tricks. Sikong Baichen sighed softly. Old Mr. killed him. I fear the court will not let this matter rest. That is the ninefold hall's problem. This man came here with an agenda. Didn't you want to eliminate him? Wanting to is one thing, acting is another. The ninefold hall is not what it once was. We don't want to create too many enemies. Sikong Baichen replied. So you chose to flex on this old man's turf? Sikong Baichen frowned. Chen Beizheng's death will bring great trouble, but the ninefold hall cannot afford to offend you either, a powerhouse of this caliber. Just then, Zhu Xuan, standing beside him, suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Hallmaster, forgive me. Old Senior, forgive me. I didn't know fellow Taoist Yu was Old Senior's top disciple. That day, I fought with them, and we became acquainted through battle. Because we shared the same goals, I invited him to the ninefold hall as a guest. During this time, I treated fellow Taoist Yu with utmost hospitality, without the slightest negligence. Please, Hallmaster, forgive me. Please, Old Senior, have mercy. Thump, thump, thump! Zhu Xuan banged his head hard against the floor. Sikong Baichen grasped the key point, and immediately said in a deep voice, Hurry and release Old Senior's prized disciple. Yes, 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 I'll go right away, right away. Zhu Xuan shakily stood up and left the main hall. Sikong Baichen cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhou, I was negligent earlier. I hope Old Senior will generously forgive me. Seeing his sincere attitude, Lu Zhou also felt satisfied, and said, This old man is not so petty. The old face of Sikong Baichen broke into a smile, recalling the scene just now, and asked, Old Senior's skills are astonishing, defeating Chen Beizheng with a single move. May I ask if you have unlocked your fate? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Lu Zhao's face remained indifferent, as if nothing was out of the ordinary, in order to avoid revealing his ignorance. Looks like the previous palm strike made Sikong Baichen think that Lu Zhao's cultivation was far beyond his own. The fate glyph must be some kind of ability of the 10-leaf, like the 9-leaf's karma fire. Lu Zhao didn't nod or shake his head. Sikong Baichen thought Lu Zhao's silence meant acknowledgement, so he continued, I didn't expect to meet someone who has unlocked the fate glyph while I'm still alive. No one has succeeded in over 2,000 years. Doubts arose in Lu Zhao's mind. Sikong Baichen continued, Over the years, the Nine Heavens Palace has always made many people wary. The Imperial Court and the Heavenly Martial Academy have been looking for every opportunity to level the Nine Heavens Palace. Today, if it weren't for old Mr. Chen Beijian, they would have used some excuse to come and cause trouble. Lu Zhou calmly replied, "With your cultivation, it's not difficult to defeat Chen Beijian, so why didn't you take action?"
"There are two reasons," Sikong Baishan replied. "One is that I'm old and can't fight for too long. Chen Beijian is only over 1,000 years old, much younger and healthier than me. Two, this is the Nine Heavens Palace. If we really fight, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace will suffer."
You really think things through carefully. Lu Zhou didn't dare to underestimate this person. How could someone who could sit firmly in the position of Palace Master of the Nine Heavens Palace be superficial and useless? If Lu Zhou didn't have Ji Tiandao's 1,000-year memories, he would have had a hard time suppressing the situation just now.
"May I ask how to address you, old mister?" Sikong Baichan intended to pull him in. Lu Zhou raised his head, stroked his beard, and replied, "This old man's surname is Lu. Yu Shangrong, Yan Cheng, and Hai Luo weren't stupid either, and immediately understood that Master was using a fake name to work when abroad."
Master is indeed Master, so thoughtful. Sikong Baichan meticulously recalled, but didn't remember any 10-leaf cultivator with the surname Lu, so he gained nothing.
But then again, the world is so big, it's normal to have hidden masters.
He had lived to this age, and was no longer a young frog at the bottom of a well.
Brother Lu summoned the Red Lotus 9-leaf avatar to deliberately suppress his realm?
Sikong Baichan realized he was talking nonsense after asking. Being able to obliterate Chen Beijian with a palm strike obviously meant that the person was deliberately hiding his strength.
Lu Zhou didn't answer this question because the answer was obvious. "Are you satisfied with asking this old man so many questions?"
Sikong Baichan was shocked, and only then did he realize that he had been a bit too eager. Constantly interrogating someone was very impolite. "Please forgive me, Brother Lu. I apologize." Perhaps because he had been an old man for too long, Lu Zhou didn't feel uncomfortable hearing someone older than him call him brother. If they were willing to call him that, then he'd accept it, no problem.
The world says Sikong Baichan is a cultivation genius who single-handedly repelled 30,000 alien troops 1,000 years ago, making his name known throughout the world.
"You've asked this old man so many questions.
You should summon your avatar for this old man to admire,"
Lu Zhou said. How could Sikong Baichan not understand the meaning? Lu Zhou wanted to cooperate, so they naturally had to be on equal footing.
He smiled faintly and nodded. "The world exaggerates. It's simple for Brother Lu to see my avatar." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Sikong Baichan. When would they normally have the opportunity to see a 10-leaf avatar?
Just as Sikong Baichan was about to summon his avatar, Zhu Xuan led Yu Zhenghai into the main hall. "Palace Master,
he has arrived." After speaking, Zhu Xuan immediately knelt down. On the way, Yu Zhenghai was very puzzled, not understanding why Zhu Xuan's expression was so ugly, and why he was walking so hurriedly. As soon as he entered the hall, he raised his head and looked. He couldn't help but be shocked. Who else could be sitting upright in the chair but his master? What the hell?
Yu Zhenghai's whole body trembled, his eyes widened, and he quickly stepped forward to Lu Zhou, kneeling down and kowtowing. "Disciple Yu Zhenghai greets Master." Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, so much has changed. If they had reunited in Great Yan, Yu Zhenghai wouldn't have felt so emotional. When he jumped into the bottomless abyss, he had mentally prepared himself for death. When he saw the 20-foot-tall avatar, he also thought that he would never be able to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion to see his master again in this life. "I didn't expect Master to have arrived." Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said calmly, "It's good that you're alive. Stand up." "Eldest senior brother! Eldest senior brother!" Yan Cheng and Hai Luo both greeted him. Yu Zhenghai stood up excitedly and smiled. "Greetings, two junior sisters." Sikong Baichan didn't continue summoning his avatar but said, "So Zhu Xuan really took in Brother Lu Pala's outstanding disciple." Yu Zhenghai was dumbfounded when he heard that. What was this Brother Lu thing? Why did this old man speak so politely? Zhu Xuan is so powerful. Why is he now cowering and kneeling on the ground? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Lu. Zhu Xuan crawled from the palace gate to in front of Lu Zhou, kowtowing heavily to the ground. Sikong Baichan nodded and turned to Lu Zhou. "Brother Lu, Zhu Xuan is still young after all and doesn't know what's important. Can you spare his life for my sake?" "Senior, Zhu Xuan knows his crime. Please spare Zhu Xuan's life." Zhu Xuan's whole body trembled, and Yu Zhenghai looked on in shock, unable to say a word.
Lu Zhou said indifferently, "For Sikong Baichan's sake, this old man can spare your life, but this old man will take your 4-direction seal as punishment. Are you willing?" Zhu Xuan's mind went blank. The 4-direction seal was a treasure that had been with him for many years. He regarded it as his life, and it had helped him defeat countless opponents. Thanks to the 4-direction seal, he successfully advanced to the 9-leaf stage, and in the future he would become one of the 9 great seats, with a brilliant future.
This was also the reason why Si Kongbaichen tried so hard to protect him. Without the 4 directions seal, how could he bear it?
Although the 4 directions seal is a wild grade treasure, with incredible defensive power, its attack power is insufficient.
If Brother Lu likes it,
then please accept it as a gift, Si Kongbaichen said, secretly wondering. Brother Lu has such high cultivation, what does he need a crappy weapon like the 4 directions seal for?
Perhaps the other party really just wanted to punish Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuan's eyes were blank and dazed.
Lu Zhou's face remained calm, but inwardly he cursed. This old man wouldn't want such a punching bag toy.
Si Kongbaichen then said,
"Hurry and thank Brother Lu." "Thank you, Senior, thank you, Brother Lu." "Oops, thanking the Senior slipped out, my bad." Zhu Xuan hurriedly slapped himself a few times. He was too nervous to speak fluently.
The crowd stood there dumbfounded.
"Back off!" Si Kongbaichen barked. "Yes, yes, yes."
Zhu Xuan respectfully retreated, his image as a top expert completely shattered in Yu Zhenghai's eyes.
At this moment, Yu Zhenghai suddenly realized something. Recalling the astonishing scene he had witnessed earlier, he asked, "Master, just now I saw a palm imprint that was 2 zang tall. Was that eldest brother?"
Who else in this world but Master could have such powerful palm strength?
Yantair giggled. "It really is Master's palm imprint." Si Kongbaichen nodded. "Brother Lu possesses a mandate. It's no wonder he has such palm power." Yu Zhenghai asked doubtfully, "What's a mandate?"
Lu Zhou was annoyed that he couldn't ask this question himself. Hearing his disciple ask it for him, he was secretly pleased. This trip wasn't a waste after all.
Everyone is curious. Lu Zhou originally intended to find Jie Chengqi and ask for clarification after leaving this place. But he didn't expect Yu Zhenghai to help him untie this knot.
"You wouldn't refuse my disciple, would you?"
Si Kongbaichen really didn't refuse, and even eagerly explained. Why wouldn't he want the opportunity to exchange insights with an expert who has unlocked their mandate?
Since humanity began cultivation, they have been walking the path against the heavens, breaking through obstacles to gain strength and harvest lifespan. Birth, old age, sickness and death are common occurrences for humans. But powerful cultivators can stay away from disease and delay aging, so the path of cultivation is also called the path of longevity. He paused slightly, cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhou, "If there is anything wrong, I hope Brother Lu will give me some guidance."
Lu Zhou nodded, signaling him to continue. From body tempering realm to divine court realm, one will get 500 years of life. After entering the nascent soul realm, each leaf opened will give 100 years of life. From 8 leaves to 9 leaves, one will get 200 years. Before the nascent soul realm, the golden lotus is similar to the red lotus. After the nascent soul realm, each leaf opened in the golden lotus world adds 50 years of life. When reaching 9 leaves, 50 years will be returned for each leaf. So it's about the same as the red lotus world. From 9 leaves to 10 leaves, life is increased by 500 years. Yu Zhenghai asked, puzzled. Then why did Zhu Xuan say that cultivators can reach 30,000 years of life? Calculating carefully, even when reaching 10 leaves, one would only achieve a maximum of 20,000 years of life?
Si Kongbaichen glanced at him and replied, "Perhaps this is a peculiarity arranged by the heavens. The remaining 3,000 years can be obtained by supplementing the heart of life, so 3,000 years is the ultimate limit of human lifespan."
What does this have to do with the mandate? Lu Zhou asked. Young man, have you ever thought that cultivation is inherently against the heavens? So why is the final point in human life 3,000 years? Yu Zhenghai shook his head. After unlocking the mandate, you can break the limits of life.
2,000 years ago, a sage successfully unlocked his mandate, but unfortunately, this person's whereabouts are unknown afterwards. Since then, no one has unlocked their mandate again.
He paused for a moment and said, "Supplementing the mandate is the basis for condensing the celestial avatar." Everyone nodded as if they understood. I didn't speak thoroughly enough. I hope Brother Luke will give me some guidance.
Lu Zhao's expression remained the same, not answering him. This old fox probably buried a lot of traps in his words. As long as Lu Zhou didn't open his mouth, he wouldn't make a mistake.
Yu Zhenghai clicked his tongue. No wonder everyone says there is no celestial avatar here.
Si Kongbaichen asked doubtfully, "Why did Brother Lu take in 2 golden lotus cultivators as disciples?" He didn't doubt Lu Zhou's identity because he had personally seen the red lotus dharma body. No matter how much evidence others provided, it would be difficult to shake his judgment. Great cultivators, especially those who have reached cultivation levels like Si Kongbaichen, are usually very domineering.
They have followed this old man since they were young, and their talent is extremely high, so I took them as disciples.
Before that, this old man cultivated Buddhist Zen. The Buddhist school teaches that all living beings are equal. All people should be treated equally. There is no difference between golden lotus and red lotus.
This old man not only takes in golden lotus disciples, but also red lotus disciples.
Hai Lu Vo. Lu Zhou waved his hand.
Hai Luo happily ran over. From beginning to end, Sikong Baichen didn't pay attention to Lu Zhao's disciples. For him, the most important thing was the attitude of this old man. When Hai Luo stood in front of him, his eyes lit up. Her eyes were as clear as the bright blue sea, and a cultivation aura radiated from her body. She was clearly a rare cultivation genius. "Summon your Dharma body," Lu Zhou said. "Yes." Hai Luo mobilized her vital energy and summoned a small Dharma body. A two-leaf red lotus Dharma body appeared before everyone's eyes. The 5 chief seats who had completed their mission returned, and upon entering the holy palace, they saw Hai Luo summoning her Dharma body. Sikong Baichen observed the Lan Tian jade flute at her waist, listened to her clear laughter, and even the resonant sound of vital energy from the Dharma body sounded pleasant. He knew that this must be a musical genius, and couldn't help but praise. "So young, yet already at the two-leaf stage. Your future is limitless." Unexpectedly, Hai Luo replied unhappily. "Compared to 9th senior sister, I'm far behind. 9th senior sister is about to advance to 8 leaves." Everyone's eyes quickly shifted from Hai Luo to Yanrer. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "These 4 are all disciples of this old man." Zhu Xuan had always been curious who could be worthy of being the master of 2 experts like Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai. Now, seeing this old man, everything became clear. Lu Zhao then said, "You said earlier that people can't condense the celestial avatar? Have you ever tried?" Sikong Baichen nodded. "I have tried countless times but never succeeded. If I could see the appearance of the celestial avatar in my lifetime, I would have no regrets, even if I died." The chief seats immediately knelt on one knee and shouted, "Palace Master, may you live as long as the heavens. No one in this world can live forever. The path of longevity may also have an end, but no one knows where that end is," Sikong Baichen said. This reminded Lu Zhao of the words Jiang Wengshu had carved on the red coffin. No one can live forever. Speaking of this, Sikong Baichen cupped his hands to Lu Zhu and raised one hand. A small Dharma body appeared. "Please give me some guidance." Dharma bodies are basically the same. Except for foreign races, people from Dayan and Dantong condense human-shaped Dharma bodies. The 5 chief seats looked at the palace master in surprise. They knew that the palace master had never summoned his Dharma body for others to see. Such an unparalleled figure was like a student asking for guidance in front of that old man. This is the first time Lu Zhao gets to witness a real 10-leaf golden lotus. The crimson lotus under his feet carried fragments of lotus leaves that spun non-stop. The narrow, elongated lotus leaves looked like sharp blades, and the center of the crimson lotus was as red as blood. The holy palace fell silent. Everyone respectfully watched the 2 big shots research and discuss the Tao of cultivation. If you're smart, you might glean some enlightenment from their convo. "Can opening a destiny chart break the 3,000-year limit?" Yu Zhenghai asked, his crimson lotus form hovering. Sikong Baichen nodded, replying, "I've heard that opening a destiny chart grants 500 years of life. Is there a limit to the number of destiny charts?" Yu Zhenghai was stunned. "You'll have to ask our master about that. I've cultivated for many years but still don't fully understand destiny charts. My knowledge is like showing off with an axe in front of a master," Sikong Baichen said seriously. The reason he answered Yu Zhenghai's questions was to expand on the topic, hoping to get some info from Lu Zhao's mouth. Up until now, Sikong Baichen hadn't heard Lu Zhao say anything about destiny charts, but he understood that the issue of destiny charts was of great importance, so how could he casually give pointers to others? Yu Zhenghai turned his head to ask, "Master, is there a limit to the number of destiny charts?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard while looking at Yu Zhenghai, saying, "Cultivation. Everyone has different talents. Some people can't open a destiny chart their whole lives. Some people accidentally open a destiny chart. It's like opening leaves. Some people use all their strength and can only open 3 leaves, 5 leaves, but some people open 8 leaves, 9 leaves. Just spouting some random, useless BS for now." Then Lu Zhao turned his head to look at Sikong Baichen. "Do you know why no one has been able to open a destiny chart for the past 2,000 years? Sikong Baichen said doubtfully. "Heaven and Earth's restrictions. The Heavenly Martial Court has been researching the restrictions of heaven and earth for so many years, yet they still haven't found an answer. Now the Heavenly Martial Court is constantly invading the Golden Lotus domain. Is it for selfish reasons or to find a method to break the restrictions?" Lu Zhao asked indifferently. "Everyone has greed. It's just that the 9 Heavens Pavilion's ideals are different from the Heavenly Martial Court and the Flying Star House. In recent years, the Heavenly Martial Court and the Flying Star House have risen sharply and have the Imperial Court as their backing, so the 9 Heavens Pavilion can't control them." Sikong Baichen sighed softly. "In fact, it's already good that the 9 Heavens Pavilion has survived until now. Why dream of controlling the Heavenly Martial Court and the Flying Star House?" Saying this, Sikong Baichen's hand clenched, and the 10-leaf golden lotus disappeared. "If possible, The Nine Heavens Pavilion is willing to form an alliance with Brother Lu, Sikong Baishan said directly. Insights on destiny charts are probably hard to come by, so might as well give up and aim for a collaboration first. The 5 chief disciples looked towards Lu Zhou, and the disciples also looked at their master. Lu Zhou's expression remained as calm as usual. Forming an alliance with Brother Luch's cultivation naturally doesn't need other people's help, but Brother Luch's top disciples are still a little weak. In the Crimson Lotus domain, the Golden Lotus will be seen as a heterodox group. As long as they are here, the Nine Heavens Pavilion will do everything to protect them. Yan Zhen and Hai Luo didn't mind, but Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong felt somewhat unhappy hearing these words. Yu Shangrong was the first to speak up. I've always preferred to go solo. I've encountered countless powerful enemies and haven't needed other people's help. Yu Zhenghai chimed in. I'm the leader of a sect with tens of thousands of followers. Why would I need other people's help? Yan Zhen then came to her senses and added, Hai Luo and I have always followed Master. At this time, Chief Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly said to Yu Shangrong,
I heard from Zhu Xuan that this friend has extremely high swordsmanship. I'd like to learn from him.
How could Lu Zhou not understand their intentions? This was to show off the strength of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In fact, the Nine Heavens Pavilion was already strong enough with Sikong Baichan, but someone standing so high up couldn't manage the trivial matters below. The backbone force within a great sect was always very important.
Yu Shangrong was also itching for a fight, immediately saying, Please. Sikong Baichan smiled and said, The younger generation wants to spar and determine a winner. Stop immediately if something happens. Brother Lu, please watch.
Lu Zhou calmly replied, All right. Everyone went outside the main hall. The space outside was spacious and open, as if everyone had forgotten the scene of Chen Beizheng being killed.
Yu Shangrong and Zhang Xiaoyan flew into the sky, the two cupping their hands in greeting.
Zhang Xiaoyan said, You are an 8-leaf, so I will only use 8-leaf cultivation. No need for that. I'm afraid you'll lose even if you use 9-leaf cultivation.
Yu Shangrong was still very confident.
Please. As soon as he finished speaking, the two simultaneously drew their swords, the phantoms flashing by in an instant, already intersecting.
Boom! The first move passed. Without flowery sword moves and sword beams filling the sky, the two still faced each other in mid-air, only probing each other's strength. Yu Zhenghai sized up Sikong Baichan, asking doubtfully, You also understand swordsmanship?
I don't understand swordsmanship. I'm proficient in saber techniques. In my eyes, the Tao of the sword is not unrestrained enough, and not as domineering as the Tao of the saber.
Men should be a bit more domineering, Yu Zhenghai said.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and explained, This disciple of mine is always so arrogant. You'll get used to it.
Sikong Baichan only regarded Yu Zhenghai as a young junior, a greenhorn eager to prove himself, so he didn't bother arguing.
But his master actually said you'll get used to it. What kind of master-disciple relationship is this?
Yu Shangrong and Zhang Xiaoyan drew their swords again, golden gangqi and crimson sword beams clashing.
Lu Zhou noticed that the everlasting sword of Yu Shangrong no longer emitted a faint red light.
Several hundred sword beams collided, and the two flew backward. This is the sword intent of no trace,
Yu Zhenghai commented. If I were to face this move from my junior brother, I would definitely use the Boundless Sea, using saber force as swift as thunder to suppress it. Yan Zhen and Hai Luo looked at Yu Zhenghai with strange expressions, their eyes seeming to say, Eldest brother, are you a double agent sent by the enemy?
Ugh, Yu Zhenghai, feeling an unbearable itch in his heart, said with a blush. In this world, if Yu Zhenghai claims to be the second person who understands Yu Shangrong, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Sikong Baichan said, Sword intent is hard to grasp. Using a large number of saber attacks to suppress it is indeed the most correct choice. Hearing the palace master's approval, the 4 chief disciples were all surprised. Zhu Xuan raised his head, disbelief written all over his face. He could sense that Yu Shangrong was much stronger than before. So was Zhang Xiaokang. Zhu Ye couldn't defeat Ba Ye in a short time. Even if he won later, it wouldn't be glorious.
So he raised his voice and said, Be careful. This one move will decide the winner. He raised the sword with both hands, and the primordial chi gradually condensed, forming a sword chi more than 10 meters long. A red lotus appeared under his feet, and the 9 lotus petals spun rapidly. The crimson sword chi shone with dazzling light.
Zhang Xiaokang used all his strength to respond. Yu Shangrong raised his head, holding the longevity sword, standing still. Yu Zhenghai looked at his junior brother in confusion, recalling the scene of second brother's great battle with Ma Luping in Yu province, and quickly made a judgment. Second brother will win. Although he didn't know how second brother would win, he could see the look of victory on Yu Shangrong's face. Sikong Baichan, a 10-leaf expert, couldn't see any chance for Yu Shangrong to win, so he asked, Little Yu is so sure? Second brother's swordplay can turn the impossible into possible, and turn decay into magic, of course. It's still a little inferior to my saber technique.
Yu Zhenghai didn't forget to brag a bit. The chief disciples stared blankly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and uttered a few words. Just get used to it. Sikong Baishan's eyes widened again. This is indeed an expert who has unlocked his fate. At the same time, in the sky, Zhang Shaokang held his sword, trying to put on an act. It's useless, you can't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword chi struck. Yu Shangrong smiled, loosened his right hand, and the longevity sword flew out. The avatar appeared. Boom! A non-golden lotus avatar appeared, raising its hands and suddenly clasping them together, clamping the 10+ meter sword chi. Yu Shangrong jumped up, grabbed the longevity sword, and the sharp golden leaves stabbed forward. No way! Zhang Shaokang's expression changed, and he forcibly withdrew the sword chi, but it was too late. He had to use his sword to block in front of him.
Yu Shangrong stopped his sword a short distance from Zhang Shaokang. You lost. The 8 golden leaves surrounding Zhang Shaokang flew back to Yu Shangrong's body, and the last golden leaf split into 2 and disappeared into his body, vanishing without a trace. The battle wasn't as intense as everyone had imagined. The victory was decided in just a few simple moves.
The golden leaves surrounded Zhang Shaokang. Getting even half an inch closer would cause injury. Zhang Shaokang found it hard to accept this result. He didn't understand why this person's avatar didn't have a golden lotus, and he was even more unwilling for a Ju Ye to be defeated by a Ba Ye. This was a great humiliation that no one could endure. So he said in a deep voice, "One more time." The longevity sword flew into its sheath. Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. "I'm not good at sparring. If it were a real battle, you would already be a ghost under my sword. What's the point of fighting again?" "You," I said one more time, means one more time. The sword in Zhang Shaokang's hand vibrated. Yu Shangrong ignored him and flew back. The victory, or defeat, has been decided. Continuing to fight would be boring.
His indifferent attitude angered Zhang Shaokang, and the sword in his hand emitted thousands of sword chi, flying towards Yu Shangrong.
Preposterous! Sikong Baichin waved his sleeve lightly, and a gust of wind swept away the sword chi, while also blowing Zhang Shaokang backward, causing him to spin several times in the air before barely stabilizing his figure. Zhang Shaokang's face turned pale.
The palace master's action made him regain his senses. Thinking back to the scene just now, he realized how narrow-minded and foolish he was. How could a Ju Ye make such a stupid mistake?
"Palace master, please forgive me. I... Zhang Shaokang knelt down, his face flushed, unable to speak. It would be nothing to admit defeat gracefully. But now he had lost the sparring match and his composure. The chief disciple's face was completely lost.
Although these people were old, they were still considered young in front of Lu Zhou and Sikong Baichen.
Confined for a month. Meditate on your mistakes.
Sikong Baichen's tone was calm but majestic. Lu Zhou also opened his mouth and said, "Victory and defeat are common occurrences. It's good for young people to be competitive, as it can spur progress. But don't let competitiveness blind you." Sikong Baichen nodded. "Hurry up and thank Brother Lu." "Thank you, Senior Lu. Senior is magnanimous and tolerant. I am truly ashamed."
Zhang Shaokang was extremely ashamed and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yu Shangrong looked at him indifferently and said, "Swords are divided into 4 classes. Commoner swords that everyone in the world can use, vassal swords that use martial valor to compete, son of heaven swords that save the vassals and have the world submit to all things, and swords that are no swords but also swords. Your sword, even if its power is strong, is too emphasized, underestimating the opponent. There is too much strength, but not enough practical combat. If I'm not mistaken, you've rarely experienced life and death battles." Without waiting for Zhang Shaokang to reply, Yu Shangrong continued, "Your sword lacks an understanding of life and death, lacks killing intent. Only experts who often walk on the edge of a blade understand that every move and stance is about survival and opportunity." Zhang Shaokang had a sudden realization upon hearing this, and clasped his hands and bowed to Yu Shangrong. "I have been taught." He had indeed not experienced life and death training, which was why he ranked last among the chief disciples of the 9 halls. Hearing this explanation, Sikong Baishan found it very interesting and said, "I am also a practitioner of the sword, and this is the first time I have heard of swordsmanship divided into 4 classes. Young man, what class is your swordsmanship?" Yu Shangrong replied, "My swordsmanship is only 2nd class. I like to use martial valor to compete, but I have my own constraints, so it may be difficult to break through." Lu Zhou looked at him, his old face unchanged, but many thoughts ran through his mind. That story was just something I made up on the spot, and now I can only continue to pretend. Sikong Baichen said, "Your swordsmanship has surpassed Zhang Shaokang, but it's only considered 2nd class? What the hell?" Yu Shangrong nodded slightly. The way of the sword has no end. At this time, the sun was setting, and the night wind blew. Sikong Baichen suddenly lightly tapped his feet and flew into the sky. A 10-leaf golden lotus appeared, and the avatar disappeared as soon as it appeared. The ferocious beasts in the sky suddenly rushed over madly, as if they had just seen the delicacies of the world, so many that they covered the sky.
Sikong Baichen raised his hand, condensing a sword chi between his fingers, then waved his hand, and the sword chi fell from the sky like snow, piercing through the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Lu Zhou was shocked to feel that Sikong Baichen's sword chi was like a slow-motion replay. The flying speed and the timing of the sword chi falling were completely synchronized, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. The crowd watched in stunned amazement.
Yu Shangrong was also impressed. This is the swordsmanship of a 10-leaf. Chad, move right there. So how many levels would you rate my swordplay? Sikong Baichen asked.
Yu Shangrong didn't hold back his praise. Emperor tier sword. Not many people in this world can earn my admiration. Sikong Baichen merely raised his hand without using any weapon, condensing sword energy with his bare hands, and gathering surrounding essence into form. This kind of feat is enough to make the world submit. Sikong Baichen asked in confusion. Isn't it the myriad object sword? As the palace lord of 9 Serenities Palace, he's always been regarded as peerless. His swordplay should be top tier, yet Yu Shangrong only rates him 3rd class. What the hell? The wind grew stronger, whistling past their ears. Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. Everything can be a sword, but no sword can triumph over having a sword.
The 5 fingers also count as things. Creating sword energy without using a weapon is already very difficult, but not allowing anything to be used makes it even harder. Sikong Baichen nodded slightly, feeling his words made sense. Taoist cultivation requires essence to enter the body, condensing essence into form. Essence is also considered a thing. If that's the case, then I'm afraid no one in this world can achieve the swordless Dabia. Brother Lu. He looked towards Lu Zhou, seeing Lu Zhou's eyes shining brightly, staring straight at some empty space.
The 5 chief disciples, Xia Changqi and Dianbu Jiki, also turned to look at Lu Xiao. At this moment, Lu Zhou wasn't stroking his beard, but had one hand behind his back and the other in front, looking stiff. Master. Yanar felt strange, so she went to his side, gently tugging at the corner of his robe. But Lu Zhou still didn't react. Only Yanar dared to do such a bold thing here. She went in front of her master, and because of her short height, she had to jump up and shout, "Master!" In the sky, the flock of savage beasts chirped non-stop. Qi Yao Qingshuan said, "I'll go activate the formation." The raging wind wreaked havoc, provoking the savage beasts in the sky. Sikong Baichen nodded slightly in agreement, slowly descending. Brother Lu, he frowned and called out, "Ding! The host has comprehended a new sword technique, calming the winds." As the savage beasts approached, the raging wind above the 9 Serenities Holy Palace suddenly transformed into sword winds, a sky full of swords, chilling to the bone, tearing the savage beasts apart. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked up. The hell's going on? Before Yao Qingquan could even leave, she saw the ferocious beasts in the sky being slaughtered by the wind blades, raining down like crazy. The Kyokyo gale never stopped, and the wind blades surged like a tide, completely suppressing the ferocious beasts. Others might not understand, but how could Sikong Baichen not realize what's up? He frowned, looking toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was emitting a faint aura, remotely controlling the gale in the sky. The more experienced you are, the more you understand the difficulty. All things are swords, the swordless Tao. Sikong Baichen bowed to Lu Zhou. I've been taught. The 5 chief seats finally understood. So it was the old senior who made the move. Yu Shangrong knew his master's swordsmanship was extremely high, but this level still shocked him even more. Even someone who didn't understand swordsmanship like Yu Zhanghai could see the awesomeness. The real deal. Eventually, the ferocious beasts in the sky got too scared and hurriedly fled the area around the 9 Heavens Palace. The sky returned to silence. At this moment, Lu Zhou also regained his composure. This was the newly learned swordsmanship, the Din Feng Bi. Lu Zhou didn't know why he'd entered such a trance-like state. This state allowed him to quickly comprehend the wonders of swordsmanship. When the mind is hazy, all things seem to become one. The wind is both the origin energy and a weapon. Brother Lu's swordless Tao has reached the peak, Sikong Baichen said. There won't be a second person in the world who can comprehend such a wondrous swordsmanship. Lu Zhou had completely regained his senses, secretly warning himself that in the future, if he encountered a similar situation, he must ensure his own safety first. Just a small trick, nothing worth mentioning. Lu Zhou replied. Brother Lu, we share the same goals. Why not stay at the 9 Heavens Sacred Palace? We can drink and discuss swordsmanship every day, wouldn't that be great? Lu Zhou shook his head.
This old man has important matters to attend to. We can talk about swordsmanship later.
Si Kongbaichen looked disappointed.
In that case, I won't force you to stay, but it's getting dark. There are many ferocious beasts outside. Why don't you leave tomorrow? Tonight, we'll light lamps and chat all night. What do you think?
Is this old man a perv?
Lu Zhou shook his head again. The Nine Heavens Palace is certainly good, but this old man still prefers to stay at Heavenly Willow Pass. What can ferocious beasts do to me?
Si Kongbaichen was even more disappointed. Don't even mention those flying ferocious beasts. Even if giant beasts came, open heaven cultivators can still defeat them easily.
What a pity. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, saying, "From now on, this old man will reside at Heavenly Willow Pass. Farewell."
Si Kongbaichen clasped his hands. If Brother Lu needs anything, just send a flying note, and I will personally receive it. Lu Zhou didn't say anything more, stepping into the air and flying out of the sacred palace. The others bowed to Si Kongbaichen, and then followed Lu Zhou, flying toward the flying chariot. The 5 chief seats also flew out, sending them off with ceremony. After the group left, Zhu Xuan staggered and collapsed to the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat. Si Kongbaichen knew that Zhu Xuan didn't follow because he was too scared, so he looked at him with eyes that showed he was disappointed. A 4-directional gear in exchange for your life. You should feel lucky.
I won't blame you for what happened today. If this happened to anyone else, they would do the same as you.
Zhu Xuan hurriedly kowtowed, saying,
"Thank you, Palace Master, for your grace. Thank you, Palace Master, for your grace.
Retreat.
Choose another weapon to use." Yes. Zhu Xuan respectfully left the Nine Heavens Sacred Palace.
Si Kongbaichen watched Zhu Xuan leave, sighing inwardly. The Nine Heavens Palace has no successor, which made him feel very helpless.
Si Kongbaichen sat quietly on the chief seat, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, he murmured, "Is it really possible to open the open heaven?" On Blood Sun Mountain, in the main hall of the Blood Sun Temple, Abbot Fahua was sitting and knocking on a wooden fish, suddenly stopping his actions. A stone placed on a nearby table suddenly became dim and then shattered.
Amitabha.
Fahua sighed and then continued to knock on the wooden fish. At the same time, in the royal palace's main hall, "Your Majesty, General Zhenbei Chen Beijing encountered misfortune on his expedition and has died," a eunuch standing outside the screen respectfully said. After a long while, a voice came from behind the screen. "Leave this matter to the Heavenly Feather Institute."
The patrol flying chariot flew toward Heavenly Willow Pass. Lu Zhou stood by the rudder, observing the earth. Xia Changqi steered the chariot, flattering. "I didn't expect that the old senior could kill Chen Beijing with a single palm."
Lu Zhou was immune to this kind of mindless flattery, his heart unmoved.
"Let me drive."
Yu Zhenghai came over and said. Xia Changqi was a little hesitant. "You fly so slowly. How long will it take to get back to Heavenly Willow Pass? Our master fought hard against the 10 disciples and secretly competed with Si Kongbaichen. He must be very tired, and there's no time to waste on this."
Xia Changqi awkwardly stepped aside. As soon as Yu Zhenghai took the helm, the speed of the flying chariot increased several times over.
Yaner immediately smiled brightly. "I told you, with my eldest senior brother here, you wouldn't have a chance to steer. My eldest senior brother is good at many things, but driving the flying chariot is his forte."
Yu Zhenghai turned his head to look at Yaner. If anyone else said that, I would have flared up long ago. But with Yaner, on the contrary, he laughed heartily, saying, "Ninth junior sister, your eldest senior brother knows a lot of things. Driving the flying chariot is just one of them.
Watch. I'll make it fly even faster."
Yu Zhenghai released origin energy like a tide, covering the entire flying chariot. The origin energy condensed into astral energy, and the flying chariot seemed to be placed in a crystal ball, its entire body glowing, and immediately after, it burst forth with a speed like a bullet shooting forward. Xia Changqi's eyes widened. Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Zhenghai, saying softly, "During this time at the Nine Heavens Palace, your cultivation has improved quite a bit."
Yu Zhenghai nodded, saying, "This period of time at the Nine Heavens Palace was extremely boring for this disciple. I didn't know what to do, so I could only constantly cultivate. I could have broken through to the 9 leaves, but I was afraid of being disrupted halfway by them, so I only advanced to 8.5 leaves.
Xia Changqi was speechless. "You did the right thing," Lu Zhou said. "Although the Nine Heavens Palace has cooperated with your master, in the end, it's all for their own benefit.
While Si Kongbaichen doesn't fully understand your master's methods, if you were to break through to the 9 leaves in the Nine Heavens Palace, you would very likely be interrupted, not to mention killed to silence you, and eradicated completely."
The group nodded. "Master is absolutely right. Break through to the 9 leaves after returning."
It's very difficult to break through to the 9 leaves with the Golden Lotus. You must be mentally prepared.
Lu Zhou gave instructions. "Your disciple obeys, master. Yu Shangrong didn't feel slighted but rather felt superior.
Only weaklings need help. He's gonna ascend to 9 leaves through his own sheer willpower. Chad move. He stood to the side, arms crossed, eyes fixed forward. He ain't got time for sightseeing. He's replaying Masters All Things Are a Sword concept and the swordless Dao in his head. Even if he can't master it, he's gotta at least understand it. But that technique had Yu Shangrong questioning his entire existence. 'Cause he just didn't get it. All things are a sword is understandable. Whether it's the longevity sword, a wooden sword, or even a twig, if you know how to use it, it can kill a second-class swordsman. Just gotta master the primal chi to the max. A third-class sword needs vision, perspective, ambition, and a broad mind to seek truth in the heavens and earth, and to help the world and its people. Deep. But the fourth-class sword is where Yu Shangrong's brain short-circuits. Primal chi is the fundamental power of humans, like the ocean. When cultivators mobilize primal chi, they're basically swimming in the sea so they can control the seawater.
How the hell can you control primal chi from a distance?
The flying chariot was zooming hella fast, turning the outside into a raging windstorm. Yu Shangrong couldn't resist, and closed his eyes, wanting to try mobilizing the primal chi outside. Nada. It's like it's completely cut off. He tried again. Besides the surrounding primal chi, the stuff further away just felt gloomy and untouchable. Failure. Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Shangrong, stroking his beard. Your sword Dao is only at the Zhusheng sword level. Think you can jump straight to God tier?
Skip the Son of Heaven sword? Yu Shangrong snapped out of his reverie, a look of embarrassment on his face. He was too obsessed with the sword Dao, forgetting he was on the flying chariot.
Yu Zhanghai chimed in. It's understandable that second junior brother is obsessed with the sword Dao. Lu Zhou said coolly. If I'm not mistaken, you're already a 9-leaf?
Yu Shangrong didn't deny it. Everyone else was secretly shocked.
Not really. Xia Chengqi and Tian Buqi exchanged glances and nodded. They'd been traumatized by Lu Zhou so much that they were zen AF now. Finally understood why Yu Shangrong could beat Zhang Shaoqing. Yu Zhanghai was also surprised and spoke up. If I hadn't gone to the 9 hall, I'd be a 9-leaf by now. Nobody paid him any mind. Lu Zhou continued. You're bound by the longevity sword. If you want to improve your sword Dabo, you need to ditch these shackles. You're miles away from the swordless Dabo realm. Stop daydreaming.
Practice the Son of Heaven sword properly. Yu Shangrong looked at the longevity sword in his hand. This is what's kept me alive until now. Honest folks like me are usually short-lived. How do I get past this hurdle?
Son of Heaven sword, Yu Shangrong murmured. Lu Zhou had originally planned to use the glitterstone on the longevity sword, but seeing Yu Shangrong's reliance on it, he abandoned the idea. Maybe I should take back the longevity sword and have him use a wooden sword. That trash. Master's here. Yu Zhanghai pointed towards the Heavenly Willow Mountain. Xia Changqi and Tian Buqi were amazed at how quickly they'd returned to Heavenly Willow Hall, admiring Yu Zhanghai. Didn't expect Yu Xiang's flying chariot skills to be so awesome. Respect. Respect. Xia Changqi changed his address. Yu Zhanghai replied casually. Just a trivial skill. As the flying chariot entered the formation zone, Lu Zhou could clearly feel that the Heavenly Willow Hall's formation was far inferior to the 9 halls. The disciples of Heavenly Willow Hall came out to welcome them. Xia Chengqi instructed. Treat the guests well. No slip-ups. They rejected the 9 halls' hospitality and chose to stay at Heavenly Willow Hall. That's giving Heavenly Willow Hall huge face.
Yun Wu and Ji Finghang came to greet them. Seeing that Yu Shangrong seemed troubled, they didn't stay long.
As night fell, Lu Zhou checked the system interface. Virtue points. 23. 440. Killing Chen Beizhen only got him 7,000 virtue points. What a ripoff. 2 one-hit kill cards and a disguise card cost a whopping 25,000. Good thing he had the extraordinary power of the Heavenly Book. Otherwise, facing those 5 seat holders would have been a pain in the ass. Lu Zhou then checked the item interface. As expected, the Heavenly Shrine Sand, despite being listed at 500,000 points, was grayed out. Can't buy it. Lu Zhou frowned. This is infuriating. So what if this old man is poor? Does being poor mean I can't even dream of good stuff?
Lu Zhou then remembered what Sikong Baichen said. Fate. Maybe you only get this at 10 leaves.
According to the cultivation sequence, condensing the Heavenly Shrine Sand at 10 leaves officially enters the Mystic Heaven realm. Asking Xia Chengqi would probably be useless. He wouldn't know about fate. Even someone as high-ranking as Sikong Baichen wasn't clear about it, so probably few people in the entire Red Lotus domain knew about it. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou shook his head slightly.
The path of cultivation can't be rushed. Haste makes waste. The next morning, Lu Zhou sensed that the Heavenly Book's comprehension speed had increased.
By noon, the extraordinary power had recovered 1/3. Plus, he hadn't used it all up before, so Lu Zhou was now half full.
He didn't continue comprehending but left the courtyard. Inside, The disciples of Heavenly Willow Hall were busily going back and forth, cleaning the rooms.
"Greetings, old senior. No need for formalities." Lu Zhou asked about Yu Zhanghai's location. Just as he was about to head over, the disciple suddenly said, "Let me lead the way, old senior. This way." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded coolly, walking to the corridor. The disciple carefully said, "Old senior, are you still short of people?"
Lu Zhou was puzzled. Ji Fenghang's refusal to join the old senior sect had become a legend.
Although he refused, many others wished they could join. I want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, simp," the disciple said timidly. Lu Zhou glanced at him. "With your qualifications, you're far from good enough." The disciple couldn't help but feel disappointed. On the way, he kept scratching his head, wondering, what the hell makes me inferior to that Ji Fenghang? When Lu Zhou arrived at Yu Zhanghai's courtyard, Yan Care and Hai Luo were also there. "Master, you've come at the right time. Eldest senior brother is trying to open his 9th leaf." Yanger immediately reported, then added, "Eldest senior brother is really something, insisting he can do it himself."
Xia Changqi and Tian Buqi, along with the elders, flew over from the main hall.
In the sky, the other courtyard started to show fluctuations of primordial qi. Li Zha looked up and said, "Prepare to defend against the ferocious beasts."
Xia Changqi nodded.
"All the elders of the Heavenly Willow Pavilion, follow me, yes."
Xia Changqi and the elders flew in all directions, defending strictly. Li Zhao entered the other courtyard
and saw Yu Zhanghai sitting upright inside, with a golden Dharma body slowly rotating in front of him. He didn't have time to observe. Master teaches the world, can he successfully break through the 9 leaves? "Master, why not let junior sister Hai Luo drive those ferocious beasts away?" Yan Care asked. Li Zhao shook his head to explain. Although Hai Luo can control countless ferocious beasts, those that want to devour humans are different. They are difficult to control, and Hai Luo's cultivation is not enough to deal with them. To deal with giant beasts, you must at least have the 9 leaves cultivation base. Even the Man Diao, Qiang Qi, or Qi Yao are beyond the reach of cultivators below the 8th leaves.
Yes.
Yan Ser turned to Hai Luo and said, "Junior sister, you must work hard." Hai Luo nodded in response. "Yes, 9th senior sister. I unlocked 3 leaves last night." Lin Zhao paused, looked at Hai Luo, then turned back to Yu Zhanghai. At this moment, Li Zhao suddenly thought of a very important question. Yu Zhanghai has used half a piece of Qi Yao's heart and Hong Yu's heart, gaining 700 years of life, plus the remaining half of Qi Yao's heart, totaling only 1,300 years. If he, like Li Zhao, had more lifespan absorbed by the Golden Lotus than this number, wouldn't he die?
Qi Yao's heart, Li Zhao reminded. Yu Zhanghai nodded secretly and took out the Qi Yao's heart to consume it. The rotation speed of the Golden Lotus became more and more terrifying. "Xia Changqi!" Li Zhao called out in a deep voice. Xia Changqi immediately flew down, knowing that the situation was urgent, and hurriedly said, "Please command me, senior."
"Do you have a heart of life in your possession?" Xia Changqi hesitated slightly. "This old man will not treat you unfairly." Li Zhao reached out his hand in anticipation. Xia Changqi pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Please wait a moment, senior." The Golden Lotus absorbed life essence arbitrarily. Li Zhao needed an additional heart of life as a precaution, because the advancement to 9 leaves could not be taken lightly.
Not long after, Xia Changqi returned, respectfully presenting a brocade box. This item is called the Ao Yu's heart.
100 years ago, the Heavenly Willow Pavilion followed the Flying Star House and the Heavenly Martial Academy into the Blackwater Mysterious Cave, and were fortunate enough to obtain it.
During that period, strange sounds were constantly coming from the Blackwater Mysterious Cave, and there were Luthian birds guarding the outside, so no one dared to approach. At that time, I was just an inner disciple, and no one paid attention to me. I risked my life to enter the Blackwater Mysterious Cave, but didn't dare to go too far. My master picked up this treasure and passed it on to me.
You're indeed lucky. Many 8th and 9th leaves cultivators haven't encountered such an opportunity. Li Zhao accepted the Ao Yu's heart, silently waiting for Yu Zhanghai's transformation.
At the same time, in the Golden Lotus domain, inside the southern pavilion, Si Wuya had many kinds of materials and classics displayed in front of him. Sitting and drawing maps for a long time and overthinking had made him look like a caveman, with a shaggy beard and unkempt clothes.
"Why are you working so hard? With me here, nothing will happen."
Ming Xinyan stroked the Bigao deserted grade, saying confidently,
"I must prevent trouble from happening. 4th senior brother's strength is outstanding. Dealing with ordinary ferocious beasts is not a problem. But what if giant beasts like Qiang Qi, or cultivators who control karmic fire like Feka Kong appear again?"
Sing Wuya said. "Master has come to the Red Lotus domain. With the old man here to suppress them, wouldn't that prevent such things from happening?"
If the Red Lotus domain were really that easy to deal with, Master would have returned long ago.
Si Wuya picked up a calligraphy painting,
rotated it 180 degrees, and said, I have a new discovery.
Ming Shiyin really wasn't interested in these things, but out of respect for Si Wuya, he couldn't help but glance at it, then murmured, Hai Shang Sheng Ming Yu, Tian Ya Gong Qi Shi. The 9 characters in this poem are one character from the names of our disciples, Si Wuya explained. Ming Shiyin touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then nodded. That's really true.
I didn't expect Master to be such a cultured person, even choosing disciples in this way. Then there's still one character missing, Xia.
There isn't this character in junior sister Hai Luo's name. Seeing Wuya picked up another piece of paper. On it was written, Luo Shiyin.
Ming Shiyin said in shock. What a coincidence. Are you saying that little junior sister Hai Luo is Luo Shiyin?
Si Wuya replied. It's not yet confirmed, but from the notes left by Luo Shiyin, I believe that Luo Shiyin and Luo Xuan are not the same person, but all the notes were written by one person, making it difficult to fake.
More than 300 years have passed. If Hai Luo is Luo Shiyin, then she would be a middle-aged woman by now. Junior sister Hai Luo is proficient in music, and in a short time of cultivation, she has entered the primordial spirit realm, but she is really only 16 years old. Could it be a revival like eldest senior brother's Wookiee race? Ming Shiyin asked. No. I have been with eldest senior brother for many years and am very clear about the characteristics of the Wookiee race.
Si Wuya shook his head. Then is she a monster? There are 3 possible explanations. 1. Hai Luo is indeed a rare genius. 2.
Luo Shiyin is a descendant of Luo Xuan and has received Luo Xuan's inheritance.
There is a crucial point in the notes. More than 10 years ago, Luo Xuan returned to the Red Lotus domain. Coincidentally, in the last 10 years of the notes, she used the name Luo Xuan. 3. Hai Luo is a spy sent by the Red Lotus domain. Ming Shiyin felt a little dizzy. I believe in the second one, but the third one is clearly not true. People's hearts are unpredictable. Si Wuya looked directly at Ming Shiyin. Whatever, you may be smart, but you are always self-righteous. I'm going out for some air. Ming Shiyin turned around and left, closing the door. Si Wuya sighed, shook his head, and looked at the poem for a long time, then said in a low voice, In fact, there is another explanation. Junior sister Hai Luo comes from an even more terrifying place. Luo Xingyin may have never existed. On the map, there are not only the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain, but also another pattern, which has been covered in black ink and cannot be seen clearly. Heavenly Willow Pavilion. In the other courtyard, Yu Zhenghai's process of advancing to 9 leaves has reached the most critical moment. Master, eldest senior brother's hair has turned white, Yancher exclaimed. Qi Yao's heart, Li Zhao reminded. Yu Zhenghai nodded and immediately consumed the remaining half of Qi Yao's heart. Lu Zhao opened the brocade box in his hand and tossed the Aoyu's heart to Yu Zhenghai. Use it. Yes. The absorption rate of life essence by the Golden Lotus is getting faster and faster. Thanks to the 2 hearts of life, Yu Zhenghai's hair turned black again. At this moment, Tian Buqi suddenly shouted, Old senior, the hallmaster is here. It's the ferocious beast Zhong Diao. Xia Changqi yelled, Let me deal with it. He jumped up, and the elders of Tianliu Guan followed. Zhong Diao is a man-eating monster, looks like a bird, but isn't. It has long horns on its head, and its cry sounds like a baby crying. Super annoying. Psychic attack. The baby's cry echoed throughout Tianliu Mountain, disturbing everyone. Xia Changqiu and the elders could handle it, but this cry was super irritating. Xia Changqi waved his horsetail whisk. The gang energy scattered the ordinary ferocious beasts in the sky, and then attacked Zhong Diao. Clang! 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 Zhong Diao immediately flapped its wings and flew in another direction, then continued to wail. You beast! Xia Changqi cast a great divine power technique. Dao seals burst out from his entire body. A sky full of elder seal Dao patterns attacked Zhong Diao, and the baby's cry became louder and louder. At this moment, Yu Shangrong, standing on the roof, suddenly looked up and said indifferently, Leave it to me. Zhong Diao seemed to understand everything. It easily dodged Xia Changqi's elder seals and changed direction. Something's not right. This beast has been tamed. Xia Changqi deduced. Yu Shangrong flying through the air? Tamed? After being tamed, giant beasts will obey their master's orders and know how to advance and retreat like humans. This beast is difficult to deal with. Yu Shangrong smiled intriguingly. Whoosh! The longevity sword shot out of its sheath. Yu Shangrong's afterimage disappeared on the spot. His first move was Gi Kuai Lei Ji. Entering the 3 souls, the Dharma body appeared. A 15 zang tall golden lotus Dharma body flew over. Its 2 hands, like hooks, reached out to grab Zhong Diao. Yu Shangrong's 3 figures merged and appeared in front of it. A cold light flashed, and the longevity sword pierced through Zhong Diao. Xia Changqi's eyes widened. At the same time, not far from Tianliu Guan, a man stood on a mountain peak. his hand trembling, and he hurriedly spread his arms.
9 leaves! The man with the mustache revealed a murderous aura in his eyes. Dares to kill my Zhang Diao? I'll make you pay with your life.
After speaking, he jumped down the mountain. Bizarre black and purple halos emanated from his body. Then, he looked up at Tianliu Guan, and his figure flickered and disappeared. Stabbed by Yu Shangrong's fatal blow, Zhang Diao wailed heart-wrenchingly, echoing throughout Tianliu Guan. The golden Dharma body waved its sword gang fiercely, tearing Zhang Diao apart in mid-air. Yu Shangrong's afterimages appeared everywhere, starting to trample it. Zhang Diao grew weaker and weaker. It was so scared that it no longer had any thoughts of escaping, and its cry gradually stopped. Finally, Tianliu Guan returned to silence, and the small ferocious beasts had been killed by the elders. An elder stared wide-eyed at Yu Shangrong and muttered to himself, "He's already this strong? What's so surprising?" Tian Buqi turned his head and said, "Elder Tian, aren't you surprised?" Tian Buqi replied calmly, "That's because you didn't come with us to the 9 halls." The elders were puzzled and confused. In fact, Tian Buqi's meaning was very clear. Having gotten used to seeing big waves, they naturally no longer felt any tremors when encountering a little drizzle. The sword gang dissipated, and Zhang Diao fell straight to the ground from the sky. Successfully killed Zhang Diao, gained 3,000 merit points.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Although second is a bit arrogant, always making his master worry, but now he's very capable.
Lu Zhou didn't need to waste effort dealing with these trivial matters. Xia Changqiu and the others descended and surrounded Zhang Diao's corpse.
Yu Shangrong withdrew his Dharma body and asked softly, "Does this beast have a heart of life?"
Xia Changqi shook his head and said, "This kind of giant beast doesn't have one. How did you know?"
Yu Shangrong asked curiously. Giant beasts can condense their life force into a core, usually species that can absorb the surrounding vital energy, and when they attack, they will cause fluctuations in the surrounding vital energy. Although giant beasts have intelligence, they are of course far inferior to humans. Most of them don't know how to hide their cultivation.
Xia Changqi explained.
Yu Shangrong nodded. "Then what are you going to do with it?
Since it doesn't have a heart of life, why are we surrounding it?"
Xia Changqi replied. "The bones and fur of giant beasts can be used as raw materials, and we can exchange them for some resources." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that Yu Shangrong was the one who killed it, so he hurriedly asked, You don't mind, do you?
Please,
be my guest." Yu Shangrong didn't care about external resources, but Tianliu Guan and the Evil Sky Pavilion were different. They have many people and need a lot of resources to support the entire sect. The rotation speed of the Golden Lotus gradually slowed down, and a powerful life force spread out.
Xia Changqi couldn't help but said in surprise, "Is it so difficult for the Golden Lotus to advance to 9 leaves?
With such a long time and speed, it would be enough for a Red Lotus cultivator to advance several leaves."
Shh. Yanner turned her head to signal everyone to be quiet. "Invert the energy cycle within the Golden Lotus,"
Lu Zhou instructed. Hearing this, Yu Shangrong smiled softly, expressing, "As expected." Yu Zhenghai immediately reversed the energy cycle, and the halo flew back up to the Dharma body. A piece of lotus leaf rose accordingly. The Golden Lotus grew a little larger, and the growing lotus leaf emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, Lu Zhou nodded lightly. "Keep going. Soon the Golden Lotus will overflow with life force." Yu Zhenghai nodded. Xia Chengqiu was dumbfounded. Normally, when a leaf blooms, energy must be gathered into the red lotus. When the red lotus absorbs enough energy, the leaf will bloom naturally. Why did the Golden Lotus reverse the energy cycle? Is this some kind of new cultivation method? He must try this someday.
"Congrats, you bro."
"Congrats, senior."
"Congrats, big bro." Yu Zhenghai nodded happily. Feeling the immense power inside his dantian, he looked up at Yu Shangrong, proudly asking, "What do you think?" Yu Shangrong scoffed, smiled coldly, raised his right hand, palm down. 1 lotus leaf, 2 lotus leaves, 3 lotus leaves, down. 9 lotus leaves neatly fell to the ground, sparkling with golden light. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 lotus leaves flew back in order, then disappeared without a trace. Yu Shangrong didn't say a word, his whole body light as a feather, flying away. Everyone stared blankly. Hai Luo innocently clapped her hands. "Second senior brother! So amazing!" Yanner was much smarter now, she quickly added. "Big senior brother is also amazing." Xia Chengqiu was older than them. Of course he understood this subtle point, and said with a smile, "Both are equally amazing." Lu Zhou didn't stay, but returned to his room, continuing to study the heavenly book. Yu Zhenghai has entered the 9-leaf stage. No need for Lu Zhou to continue protecting him. As for whether he can grasp karma or not, it depends on his luck. Now that Lu Zhou has found the next 2 disciples, should he just yeet back to the Golden Lotus domain? The only thing that worried Lu Zhou was that he didn't know the current situation of the Golden Lotus domain. But the things in the Red Lotus domain haven't been finished yet,
It would be a pity to return like this. Half of the memory crystal ball hasn't been retrieved, and Hailukeo's background hasn't been investigated. According to Jiang Wenshu's last words, the remaining crystal ball is in the hands of Fei Jingzha. This sect can make the Nine Heavens Pavilion wary. Definitely not weak. Ye Zhen, Lu Zhou murmured the name. The crystal ball is in this guy's hands? On the 10,000 Jiangtu mountain in Jiangdong, the headquarters of Fei Jingzhai is said to be the highest mountain in Dateng, so those who are not strong enough are not qualified to enter Fei Jingzhai, and can only cultivate at the foot of the mountain. Every year, many Fan Hai and 8 Meridians cultivators want to fly to Fei Jingzhai's mountain gate but fall to their deaths. Elder Meng Chengdong bowed and said,
Congratulations, Elder Yi, for fully recovering from your injuries, and congratulations for obtaining the Luan Niao heart.
Standing in front of him was Ye Zhen, as famous as the sun at noon.
Ye Zhen wore a simple Confucian robe, calm but elegant, dignified, tall and slender, with a youthful face like a scholar, full of poetry and books, with a gentle and amiable attitude, not at all like the cold old man in the rumors.
Elder Meng. No need to be so polite, please sit, Ye Zhen said cross-legged. Elder Meng would not come to me without something, and you are so happy today. Have you solved the matter about the crystal ball? Meng Chengdong sighed softly. The half of the crystal ball sent back by Jiang Wenshu is too weird. I have tried all kinds of methods, such as astronomy, geography, medicine, and physiognomy, but I can't decipher it.
Yi Zhen waved his hand slightly, and the teapot on the table automatically poured water. I believe in Elder Meng's knowledge. Sooner or later you will solve it.
Elder Ye, I have a question, may I ask?
Jiang Wenshu was just a traitor from the Flying Star Lodge, hiding the existence of the Golden Lotus Realm for centuries all by his lonely self.
According to the Heavenly Feather Institute's investigation, the Golden Lotus Realm ain't that strong.
Wait, hold up.
Why do you value this crystal ball so much? Yi Zhen smiled gently. Elder Meng is examining it. I wouldn't dare. I sincerely want to ask for guidance. Who in this Flying Star Lodge doesn't know that Elder Ye is exceptionally talented, using the grand righteous heavenly might and self-imprint to kill the Luthian bird? Ye Zhen said. Killing the Luthian bird was the achievement of the entire Flying Star Lodge. Meng Chengdong nodded. Yi Zhen put down the teacup in his hand. Who do you think can kill Jiang Wenshu? He's been dominating the Golden Lotus Realm for over 300 years. How could he not have some self-preservation methods? This crystal ball definitely hides the secret of the person who killed him. This person will be a strong enemy of the Scarlet Lotus Realm. True that, but why would this person seal their memories into the crystal ball? Meng Chengdong asked strangely. People all have weaknesses. They'll try every possible way to seal away the things they don't want to face. If the crystal ball hides the weakness of that Golden Lotus Realm powerhouse, then unlocking it is a must. Meng Chengdong nodded calmly. Yi Zhen glanced at him and asked, Does Elder Meng have any other questions? The people sent by the Heavenly Feather Institute were all killed, and the invasion plan using the Skylinking airship has been temporarily shelved. F.A. Kong, who wields the Karma Fire of the Blood Sun Temple, was also killed. The Golden Lotus Realm isn't as weak as we thought, Meng Chengdong said. Ye Zhen said nothing, just flicked his hand slightly, and the teapot on the table automatically poured water. After pouring the tea, Ye Zhen said calmly, The affairs of the Golden Lotus Realm are being handled by the Heavenly Feather Institute. Elder Meng doesn't need to bother himself with it. Elder Meng should focus on unlocking the secrets of the crystal ball. Meng Chengdong's heart stirred, and he didn't continue the previous topic. Ever since he proposed the conservative plan, the Lodge Master of the Flying Star Lodge hasn't allowed him to interfere in this matter anymore. Currently, the Lodge Master of the Flying Star Lodge is in seclusion year-round, and Ye Zhen is monopolizing the management of all affairs. Even though Meng Chengdong is an elder, his position is far inferior to Ye Zhen, and his strength is also considerably lower. After pondering for a moment, Meng Chengdong took a piece of paper out of his sleeve, placed it on the table, and said, Please take a look, Elder Yi. Ye Zhen opened the piece of paper and looked at it. It was full of strange, random symbols, completely unrecognizable. Even though Ye Zhen is a learned man, well-read in poetry, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, he still furrowed his brows. No clue. The security puzzle in this crystal ball is too difficult to understand. I've been analyzing it for months, and still haven't found any clues. I've tried every method, but I still can't unlock it, Meng Chengdong said. If even Ye Zhen can't solve this puzzle, then the entire Flying Star Lodge has no hope of solving it. Ye Zhen looked at the pile of symbols on the paper and was silent for a long time. Meng Chengdong said, The crystal ball has been cut in half, so these symbols are also only half there. Ye Zhen put down the paper, saying regretfully, If Luo Xuan were still here, she might be able to solve it. The person who sealed the crystal ball must have used a code that only they know. Unless we find this person. Meng Chengdong nodded. It's a pity that Luo Xuan was expelled from the Heavenly Feather Institute. I'm afraid she died in the endless sea long ago. Yi Zhen sighed. The line between genius and madness is a thin one. It's a pity that the Heavenly Feather Institute didn't believe in her. Forget it, let's not mention her anymore. How is the matter of the Heavenly Willow Temple being handled? Lu Song and Xuan Ming Taoist priest are dead. I originally planned to go to Heavenly Willow Temple myself to demand justice. Who knew? Who knew what? It seems that a Golden Lotus Realm cultivator has appeared in Heavenly Willow Temple. In order to protect themselves, they and the Golden Lotus Realm cultivator have joined the Ninefold Palace. In addition, I also received a secret report. Meng Changdong lowered his voice, glancing outside. This is Ye Zhen's Taoist sanctum. There are no ears of others here. Say whatever you want. Ye Zhen sat up straight. The great general who guards the north, Chen Beizhen, is dead, Meng Changdong said. Even someone as calm as Ye Zhen trembled at this moment, causing the teacup to spill. But in just a moment, as the tea fell, the original energy vibrated, the air solidified, and the tea flew back into the teacup from mid-air. Is the news accurate? Extremely accurate. The Imperial Court has repeatedly blocked this news, but the Imperial Court entrusted this matter to the Heavenly Feather Institute, and the Heavenly Feather Institute has a good relationship with our Flying Star Lodge, so they told me about it. Meng Changdong replied. Yi Zhen slowly calmed down and said suspiciously, Sikong Baichen is so daring to oppose the Imperial Court? What the hell? With Sikong Baichen's methods, killing Chen Beizhen would definitely not be simple. But this happened in the Ninefold Palace. It is very likely that Sikong Baichen killed Chen Beizhen himself. I will report this to the Lodge Master. Got it. After saying that, Meng Changdong stood up and sighed softly. I will continue to think of a way for the crystal ball. Farewell. See the guest out. A scholar stepped forward to lead Meng Changdong to fly out of the mountain. 7 days later, in the Golden Lotus Realm, before the East Pavilion Hall, Si Wuyai paced back and forth. Nan Gongwei of the Cloud Sect has successfully advanced to 9 leaves, gathering the power of the 3 sects to kill a giant beast. The giant beast was seriously injured and fled. An unknown 8 leaves cultivator in Yizhao successfully advanced to 9 leaves. Unfortunately, no one protected him, so he was chased and seriously injured by a ferocious beast, and his whereabouts are unknown to this day. The headmaster of the Northern Dipper Academy, Zhu Yongkai, failed to advance to 9 leaves. 5th senior sister commanded the Shendu cultivators to drive away the ferocious beasts. 2nd seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, personally charged to 9 leaves after advancing to 8 leaves, consuming 300 years of his lifespan. Bai Yu King has issued a strict order prohibiting everyone from recklessly charging to 9 leaves. Simps, Lu Liang of the Thousand Venoms Sect, failed his 9-leaf promotion. Madame Zhang of the Floral Branch also biffed her 9-leaf attempt. Other cultivators trying for 9 leaves are keeping quiet. Sounds like it ended real bad. 7th bro owes me. They can't pull off anything big. Should I go lend a hand? After reading the flying note, Ming Shiyin crossed his arms. Si Wuya replied, as long as the formation holds, the savage beasts are no biggie. 5th sis has the Empress Dowager backing her, so the divine capital is chill. Just gotta defend. Can't blame those who failed their 9-leaf breakthrough. 4th bro shouldn't just up and leave. Life's so boring. I'm a 9-leaf, but got nowhere to flex. 7th bro, ditch the map drawing tonight and spar with me. No sooner did Ming Shiyin say that, than a voice came from outside. 4th sir, help, help! Zhu Tianyuan gasped. Help with what? Spill it. I guarantee I'll handle it quick. Ming Shiyin puffed out his chest. Hand raised. The separation hook appeared. Zhu Tianyuan, breathless, pleaded. Please go practice swordsmanship with 3rd senior, and use me. Whoosh! A gust of wind. Zhu Tianyuan looked up, astonished. Huh? Where'd he go? 4th sir? Si Wuya was speechless, secretly dissing him as naive. Then, hands behind his back, he went back to his room to continue his research on the maps. In the Red Lotus domain, the sun was setting. The extraordinary power in his body was full. Lu Zhou stopped comprehending the heavenly book, and instead performed breathing exercises to improve his cultivation, preparing for the process of breaking through to 10 leaves. Maybe it's because the vitality is denser in the Red Lotus domain, so cultivation is a bit faster than in the Golden Lotus domain. Just then, a voice came from outside. Xia Changqi requests an important audience. What is it? The Nine Heavens Hall sent a flying note reporting that the fasting master of the Flying Star Hall will personally come to the Nine Heavens Hall in 3 days. Hall Master Sikong Baishan wants to invite you over. If it was something else, Lu Zhou could have dispatched Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong to handle it, but now that both of them are 9 leaves, their strength is still insufficient to have a discussion with Sikong Baishan. What's the strength of the Flying Star Hall's fasting master? Unknown. Yi Zhen should have strength comparable to Fakong. If it was just a one-on-one fight, Lu Zhou would have enough confidence to deal with the Flying Star Hall, But the problem is that they probably wouldn't fight alone. At this time, the weakness of the one-hit kill card appeared again. Extraordinary power helps Lu Zhou defeat people of the same rank. But it would be very difficult to win against a 10-leaf by overleaping the rank. And he also had to consider the situation that the extraordinary power was used up. How many 9 leaves and how many 10 leaves are there in the Red Lotus domain? The most important thing is the position of the 9 Heavens Hall. People's hearts are unpredictable. And the Demon Heaven Pavilion has been besieged several times, so this kind of situation may also occur in the Red Lotus domain.
Sikong Baichen is so arrogant, Lu Zhou said flatly. Xia Changqi was a little doubtful, but quickly understood Lu Zhou's intention and replied, Senior Lu is so right.
They should have come to see you themselves. There is no reason for people of high status to run to see people of low status. Sikong Baichen has been used to being in the highest position and seeing others come to see him, so he has forgotten this detail.
Lu Zhou suddenly remembered something, so he got up and pushed the door open, looking at Xia Changqi, who was standing respectfully in the courtyard. What is the strength of the Flying Star Hall? If they are weak, they can take the opportunity to attack them, and then retrieve the crystal ball of memory. Xia Changqi replied. At present, the strongest people in the Flying Star Hall are Elder Ye Zhen and Hallmaster Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao usually rarely asks about politics, and 10 leaves are not easy to attack others. But unfortunately, many things are not the usual situation. In this way, the overall strength of the Flying Star Hall is not as strong as the 9 Heavens Hall. Why are you so confident to come there in person? Lu Zhou was suspicious. Hallmaster Sikong Baichen is old, and his body is not as healthy as before. And most things are left to the 9 chief seats to handle. Later, only 5 of the 9 chief seats remained, and the strength of the 9 Heavens Hall was greatly reduced. In fact, the 9 Heavens Hall is not stronger than the Flying Star Hall now. That Ye Zhen is known as the peerless genius of the Red Lotus realm. He entered the 9 leaves in less than 800 years, and mastered Karma Fire. He is the most likely person to be promoted to 10 leaves at present. Moreover, this person reads all kinds of poetry and books, has profound knowledge, and is extremely talented. Lu Zhou could bear the first few words Xia Changqi said to flatter him. But Lu Zhou really couldn't listen to the last sentence anymore. Step back. By the way, send a flying note to Sikong Baichen, saying that this old man is not free. After speaking, Lu Zhou turned around and walked back to his room. Xia Changqi bowed. On the myriad Zhang Tuo mountain, the headquarters of the Flying Star Hall, Ye Zhen stood outside the courtyard, observing the rolling mountains. Meng Changdong stood beside him and said, Is the Hallmaster's intention to go to the 9 Heavens Hall Elder Yi's idea? Ye Zhen did not look at him, but said calmly, Do you have any objections? Meng Zhengdong said, I have no objection to going to the 9 Heavens Hall. But is the siege of Tianliuguan a bit too much? Ye Zhen said calmly, The siege of Tianliuguan has been approved by Tianwu Academy. If Tianliuguan is not taken down, the reputation of the Flying Star Hall accumulated over the years will be destroyed in an instant. If Tianliuguan is not taken down, wouldn't Lu Song, Xuan Mingliang, Zidao and other disciples have died in vain? How can the Flying Star Hall continue to recruit disciples in the future? Elder Ye personally leads the team? Meng Changdong asked suspiciously. Yi Zhen shook his head. I and the Hallmaster will go to the 9 Heavens Hall. It is said that there are hidden Golden Lotus powerhouses in Tianliuguan, and now they are colluding with the 9 Heavens Hall. If Elder Ye and the Hallmaster do not lead the team, how can they besiege? Let you lead the team. Meng Changdong was shocked. Elder Meng doesn't want to go? Yi Zhen turned his head and stared at Meng Changdong with probing eyes. I am an elder of the Flying Star Hall. Of course I will lead the team. Please rest assured, Elder Yi. Good. Yi Zhen looked straight ahead again and said coldly, With the Hallmaster and I restraining the 9 Heavens Hall, you can rest assured. Moreover, Tianwu Institute and the 12 Yunshan sects have formed an alliance, sending over 1,000 cultivators at the Divine Court realm or higher to help, and Xie Xuan, a master of the 12 Yunshan sects, will also lend you a hand. Thank you, Elder Ye. He said the words, but a hint of annoyance appeared between Meng Changdong's eyebrows. What's the use of the Divine Court realm? Xie Xuan is passable. Ye Zhen slowly turned around and walked towards the formation, saying softly, Elder Meng, don't forget, set off in 3 days. I'll go back and prepare, Meng Changdong said. After Meng Changdong left, a scholar came to Ye Zhen's side and bowed. Elder Ye, do we need to continue watching him? Ye Zhen smiled coldly. No need. He knows Meng Changdong is being negative AF. Why do you want him to lead the team to encircle Tianliuguan? There are 2 possible outcomes to encircling Tianliuguan. One is success, which is only beneficial to Fei Jing House, and the other is failure, and the housemaster will not let him off the hook. Elder Yi is wise. Yi Zhen pointed to the small piece of paper.
You give this paper to Tianwu Institute, and let them study it together. Yes, the scholar bowed, then raised his head and said, Tianwu Institute has successfully researched how to create void shuttle to cross the endless sea, shortening the travel time by more than half. Are we sending people to the Golden Lotus Realm? The Golden Lotus Realm has already begun to invade the Red Lotus Realm, so we don't need to interfere with going to the Golden Lotus Realm, Ye Zhen instructed. Yes, I'll do it right away. The scholar took the small piece of paper in his hand, glanced at the strange symbols inside, and after looking at it for a while, he still couldn't understand it. So he put it in his chest pocket and flew away. Early in the morning, 3 days later, a small flying ship, pulled by a red bird, left Wanzhongtuo Mountain and disappeared into the mist. At the same time, in another tower on the mountain, Meng Chengdong and more than 1,000 cultivators flew towards Tianliuguan. Half a day later, at the Nine Heavens Hall, Fei Jinghouse's great elder Ye Zhen has arrived. A disciple bowed and reported. Zhu Xuan frowned and said, What is Ye Zhen doing here? The Nine Heavens Hall and Fei Jinghouse have never been on good terms. Tell him the 5 seat holders are in seclusion and we'll meet him some other time. But the housemaster of Fei Jinghouse is also here, Chen Tiandu. Zhu Xuan was shocked. Quickly informed the 5 seat holders. Yes. Just as the disciple ran away, a deep voice suddenly came from the distant horizon. Fei Jinghouse's Yi Zhen requests to see Senior Sikong. The voice was thick and powerful, carrying a strong sound skill, passing through mountains and forests.
Zhang Xiaokong was under house arrest and could not go out. Only Yao Qingquan heard it most clearly. Yao Qingquan opened her eyes and flew out, seeing the flying ship pulled by the Red Bird. In the Red Lotus Realm, only the housemaster of Fei Jinghouse uses the Red Bird to pull the flying ship. Chen Tiandu's flying ship? Yao Qingquan frowned. Chen Beizhen is easier to deal with. The people of the court will follow the rules, but Fei Jinghouse doesn't have so many rules. Especially in recent years, Fei Jinghouse has destroyed many small sects and killed the Lutian bird in the Blackwater Xuan Cave. Its reputation has spread far and wide.
These old geezers don't usually give a damn. Why is he here now?
The other 3 seat holders also flew over, gathering together.
Fei Jinghouse's Yi Zhen requests to see Senior Sikong. Another greeting came. The hidden power inside even stronger than before.
Seat holder Zhao Jianghe said angrily.
This Yi Zhen dares to show off his power here. Should we just ignore him like before? Why hasn't Senior Lu Kai arrived yet? Challenging with sound skills is a provocation, implying disrespect for the opponent. Senior Lu has sent a flying letter, which the maid brought to the Holy Palace. We don't know what the letter says. We only hope that Senior Lu can come early to suppress the aura of the people from Fei Jinghouse. The 4 looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, at Tianliuguan, Lu Zhou was cultivating when a voice suddenly came from outside the door.
Senior Lu, Hallmaster Sikong replied, saying that he will come to visit you another day. Xia Changqi reported. Understood. Senior Lu Ye Zhen of Fei Jinghouse has come to the Nine Heavens Hall. I'm afraid he has plans to cause trouble. Are you really not going? The 2 sides have reached a cooperation. If Lu Zhou doesn't go, will it still be considered an ally? If even Fei Jinghouse can't be dealt with, then Sikong Baichen is not worthy of cooperating with this old man.
Lu Zhao's tone was still calm and indifferent.
Xia Changqi nodded and said, This junior understands.
After speaking, Xia Changqi turned around and left. Outside the villa, the disciples of Tianliuguan all sighed. An elder stepped forward and said, Sect Master, let me handle the flying letter transmission for you.
Sect Master, my ass. Xia Changqi directly interrupted him. Do you think the flying letter transmission is a trivial matter?
This matter is related to the life and death of our Tianliuguan. We cannot be careless. What level of people does Senior Luke associate with? If there is a mistake in the transmission, can you take responsibility?
The people who were scolded were all silent, not daring to say a word. Xia Changqi cupped his hands and left.
In the room, Lu Zhou was closing his eyes and thinking, how to retrieve the memory crystal ball from Fei Jinghouse? Or should he go to the Nine Heavens Hall now and take the opportunity to take down Ye Zhen or Housemaster Chen Tiandu in exchange? This is a good opportunity in front of him. Lu Zhou slowly stood up, just as he was about to prepare to go to the Nine Heavens Hall. Xia Changqi suddenly returned to the villa, looking flustered, and bowed. Senior Lu, this is not good. What's the matter that you're so flustered about? Lu Zhou asked in confusion. Meng Chengdong is leading more than 1,000 cultivators flying towards Tianliuguan, and will arrive in 2 hours. Xia Changqi can help Tianliuguan survive. To this day, he naturally has many methods. Of course, he could have known about the other party's fanfare long ago.
Lu Zhou frowned. It seems that this old man has underestimated Fei Jinghouse. Are they really trying to test my patience? Do they think I have clone jujitsu or something?
The Nine Heavens Hall has Sikong Baishan, plus 5 seat holders and a protective formation, so there shouldn't be too much chaos. Tian Liu Guan is different. The Fei Jing house is doing this, obviously wanting to suppress and destroy Tian Liu Guan. Yi Zhen really has a lot of tricks. Senior Lu, what do we do now? Don't worry, just leave this matter to my 2 disciples. Please follow Senior Lu Kai's instructions.
Xia Chengqiu quickly turned around and left, ordering people to defend. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged on the futon, his face indifferent. Since that's the case, then let's fight head-on. Over at the Nine Heavens Palace, after 2 attempts at using sound transmission and still no one came out to greet them, Yi Zhen bowed and said to the person in the airship, "As I expected, these 5 won't show their faces."
An old, deep voice echoed from within the airship. "Keep calling."
"Yes!"
Yi Zhen shouted even louder. Flying Star Pavilion's Yi Zhen requests an audience with Senior Sikong. The voice was twice as loud as a thunderclap, and many Dakyo patterns in the sky above the Nine Heavens Palace trembled slightly. Finally, Yao Qingxuan appeared. He glared at Yi Zhen. "Yi Zhen, what the hell do you think you're doing? Is the Nine Heavens Palace a place for you to show off your might?" Yi Zhen clasped his hands and said, "Sorry for the disturbance."
No one knew what he was thinking. Yao Qingxuan was the leader of the 5 chief seats, and even he was shocked to see Ye Zhen. He would have been much happier if Ye Zhen had cursed and scolded him. That would have shown Ye Zhen's shallow mind. But this guy could adapt to any situation. Definitely a difficult opponent. "The palace master invites you in." After all, they had made an appointment 3 days ago. They couldn't ignore him for too long. An old man flew out of the airship, wearing a white robe and a turban on his head. The old man didn't even glance at Yao Qingxuan. His figure flashed like lightning towards the holy palace. This was the pavilion master of Flying Star Pavilion, Chen Tiandao. Before long, Chen Tiandao and Ye Zhen arrived in front of the Nine Heavens Holy Palace. Female servants stood in 2 rows, bowing. Chen Tiandao entered the main hall. Whoosh!
A cup of wine flew over. "Let me!" Yi Zhen stepped forward, his hand reaching out, his slender fingers making a sweeping gesture like a palm leaf fan. The cup of wine stopped in midair. Crack! Some of the wine spilled out, and the droplets instantly froze into ice shards, shooting forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The ice shards disappeared halfway, as if they had hit an invisible wall. "You must be the peerless genius Yi Zhen, very famous recently?" A steady and dignified voice sounded.
Yi Zhen bowed. Yi Zhen greets Senior Sikong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice shards suddenly looped back and shot back. Yi Zhen was furious, just about to raise his hand to block, when Chen Tiandao casually said, "Enough!" A wave of moist heat swept over, instantly drying the ice shards. Chen Tiandao slowly walked into the main hall. There was a tea table, 2 futons, 4 maids, simple yet elegant. Sikong Baichen sat cross-legged opposite the tea table, gesturing to invite him. Chen Tiandao's figure flickered and appeared before Sikong Baichen. He took off his cloak and sat down. Yi Zhen hurriedly stepped forward to hold his cloak for him. Both men had snow-white hair and haggard faces. Chen Tiandao picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then looked up and said, "I heard that Chen Beizhen died at your hands, so I came to see." Sikong Baichen was not surprised, and smiled, shaking his head. "You overestimate me." "Oh? Chen Beizhen is only over 1,000 years old. We are all old geezers nearing our doom. How could we kill him?" Sikong Baichen said. Chen Tiandao's eyes lit up. "Are you so quick to deny responsibility because you're afraid the imperial court will come to investigate?" Sikong Baichen shook his head. "Chen Tiandao, if I really killed him, wouldn't you be seeking death by coming here? Should I be happy or what?" Yi Zhen darted forward, but Chen Tiandao raised his hand to stop him. The 5 chief seats immediately appeared outside the palace gate, ready to rush in as soon as Sikong Baichen gave the order. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yi Zhen smiled and said, "Since the pavilion master dared to come, he is naturally fully prepared." Sikong Baichen glanced at Ye Zhen, then looked at Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao smiled, his tone very light. "If you didn't kill Chen Beizhen, then who else could it be?" Finally getting to the point, Sikong Baichen looked awed. "This senior's surname is Lu." Lu? Chen Tiandao and Ye Zhen racked their brains to think if there was any powerhouse with the surname Lu in the cultivation world, but couldn't think of one. "Senior Lu is the one who opened my destiny." Sikong Baichen dropped a bomb. Chen Tiandao had prepared many plans before coming here. His most capable general, Ye Zhen, had made thorough plans, but when he heard the words destiny, his expression clearly stiffened, both surprised and disbelieving. "We've been fighting each other for so many years, I've never seen you lie," Sikong Baichen said. "My eyes haven't failed me yet." Chen Tiandao took a small sip of tea. Sikong Baichen coldly replied, "As you said, have I never lied in so many years? Now you think I'm not telling the truth?" Chen Tiandao was startled. Yi Zhen suddenly bowed and said, "May I say something, Junior?" "Speak. You said that Senior Lupa opened your destiny. Is there any witness to this?" Yi Zhen asked. All the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace can testify. The 4 chief seats simultaneously bowed to show their attitude.
Chen Tiandao raised his wrinkled hand and gently placed it on the table, his origin energy vibrating, and the teacup slowly floated up.
You and I both know how difficult it is to open destiny. Why bother deceiving ourselves?
Chen Tiandu's teacup flew in front of Sikong Baichen. Sikong Baichen also put his hand on the tea table. You have the right not to believe it, Chen Tiandao. If you came to my place just to verify this, then I'm afraid it's meaningless.
The teacup flew back in front of Chen Tiandao, only half an inch from his face.
Chen Tiandao measured him. The buzzing sound vibrated even more violently than before.
Let's assume what you said is true. Then your Nine Heavens Palace can't escape being involved in Chen Beijian's death.
The water in the teacup splashed out, condensing into ice shards. Each ice shard was as thin and long as a strand of hair, extremely sharp and delicate. Ye Zhen was slightly surprised to see this scene. By the 7th god level, cultivators with his talent didn't need a teacher to teach them. They could comprehend the essence after observing a few times. Icy shards, fine as hair, shot towards Sikong Baichen.
Sikong Baichen raised an eyebrow, 4 fingers on the tea table twitching. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If you want to find the culprit, go look for Old Man Lu. But the court hasn't even spoken yet. Why are you Flying Star Hall guys in such a rush?
Boom. The ice shards dissolved into tea, but before they could hit the table, they reformed and stabbed straight down.
Chen Tiandu's face remained calm, his palm pressed flat against the table.
Flying Star Hall always follows the rules. If the culprit is someone else, then Ninefold Palace, hand them over. In the skies above Holy Central Palace, primordial energy vibrated. Crimson air currents swirling, condensing into sword essences.
Sikong Baichen exerted a little force with his 4 fingers, and the sword essence in the sky clashed. Clang, clang, clang. Old Man Lu is a big shot. How could Ninefold Palace control him?
If you're in such a hurry, go to Heavenly Willow Stronghold and arrest him, Sikong Baichen said. The ice shards on the tea table lowered again, ready to pierce through the back of Chen Tiandu's hand at any moment. The sword essence in the sky was locked in a stalemate. Sparks flying across Holy Central Palace like fireworks, drawing Ninefold Palace disciples who craned their necks to watch.
Tens of thousands of Ninefold Palace disciples standing together? That's a force to be reckoned with.
Chen Tiandao felt a large number of cultivators approaching, and his 4 fingers pressed down harder, digging into the table, faintly forming a hand seal. Sikong Baichen, I'm afraid your plan will fail. Elder Meng has already rushed to Heavenly Willow Stronghold. It won't exist in an hour.
The ice shards, sharp as silver needles, were now pressing against the back of Sikong Baichen's hand. Sikong Baichen also pressed down hard with his 4 fingers, his face showing a mix of surprise and mockery. You're besieging Old Man Lu?
Chen Tiandao frowned. What are you laughing at? Sikong Baichen. I'm laughing that the Hall Master of Flying Star Hall is doing something so stupid. Seems like you've been in seclusion for too long.
How about we make a bet? Sikong Baichen said excitedly. Not at all like the usual listless old man, more like a final blaze of glory. But what?
Chen Tiandao asked. Did Meng Changdong go? At this time, Ye Zhen standing beside him also clasped his hands and said, I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. Elder Meng has the help of Zhi Xuan from the 12 Cloud Mountain sects, and more than 1,000 disciples from Heavenly Martial Institute and Flying Star Hall.
Sorry, Senior Sikong. Heavenly Willow Stronghold has repeatedly slaughtered our Flying Star Hall disciples. It's time to end that.
The sword essence in the sky grew thicker and thicker, gradually tending to descend. Once they really stabbed down, Holy Central Ninefold Palace would be leveled. Stupidity comes at a great price.
Sikong Baichen pressed down hard with his 4 fingers again, forming a palm print, and then suddenly withdrew his hand.
At the same time, Chen Tiandao also retracted his hand, retreating backward. I'll bet with you whoever loses will cripple their own cultivation. Deal?
Sikong Baichen happily agreed. As the 2 hands retracted, the sword essence on the left side of Holy Central Ninefold Palace gradually dissipated, while the sword essence on the right side grew thicker and thicker. The ice shards on the tea table were still hovering, suddenly shooting forward.
Chen Tiandao frowned, crying out, Impossible! It was too late when he reached out again, the ice shards piercing straight into Chen Tiandao's chest.
As he summoned protective ki, Sikong Baichen also erupted with ki. Chen Tiandao flew backward, still in a cross-legged position, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The fresh blood shot out, flying forward in mid-air. A red light appeared in Ye Zhen's palm, guiding the essence blood, and struck forward.
The 4 Ninefold Palace seat holders cried out in alarm, rushing towards the Palace Lord at the same time. As Chen Tiandao fell to the ground, his palms struck down, forming a key barrier to block the 4 people. Dong raised his head. You're just at the 9th leaf stage, yet you dare to act so recklessly.
Several streaks of sword essence stabbed out from behind Ye Zhen.
Ye Zhen smiled. Li Yongxiao blasted fire, combining Chen Tiandao's blood with karmic flames into a fireball.
Boom! The fireball slammed into Sikong Baichen's chest, sending him flying backward with his prayer mat, crashing into the wall and coughing up blood.
Li Yongxiao landed and smirked. Senior Sikong's swordsmanship is off the charts, truly astonishing.
Sikong Baichen stared daggers at Li Yongxiao.
This is the foolproof plan you cooked up? We just want to protect ourselves, Li Yongxiao said with a bow. Sikong
Baichen waved, signaling the 4 head seats to back off. They exchanged confused glances, unsure what the hallmaster was up to. Chen Tiandao retracted his protective ki, suppressing the chaotic inner energy in his dantian, gradually recovering. Sikong Baichen said, I underestimated you after all. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe you'd grasped a new kind of swordsmanship. Chen Tiandao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I only know a little, far inferior to Senior Lu.
All things are swords, the swordless path. Sigh, sadly I only achieved the first half.
Sikong Baichen sighed in response.
Chen Tiandu's eyebrows furrowed at that. Li Yongxiao decisively clasped his hands. We've disturbed you enough today, farewell. With that, he turned to help Chen Tiandao up, and flew out of the 9-fold sacred palace.
Yao Qingxuan, Zhao Jianghe, Sun Wenshuang and Wang Yudao were about to chase after them when Sikong Baichen said, Don't pursue a cornered enemy.
Hallmaster, why not chase after the Flying Star Hall? It's outrageous, daring to climb all over us,
Yao Qingxuan said angrily.
Sikong Baichen shook his head. Chen Tiandao looks fine, but he's actually heavily injured. Then we should take this chance to chase and kill them.
Yao Qingxuan was even more confused. Sikong Baichen looked outside, coughed, and said with annoyance, Li Yongxiao is too cunning. Li Yongxiao carried Chen Tiandao out of the 9-fold hall. Chen Tiandao covered his chest with one hand, questioning, Why didn't you seize the chance to kill him?
I sensed a master there. The two landed on the flying shuttle. Li Yongxiao waved his hand, and Hong Yao turned the shuttle to fly in another direction. Then he looked down at the forest. Get to Tianliu. Pass ASAP. Order Elder Meng to retreat, and hurry.
As you command.
Hong Yao pulled the flying shuttle and quickly hid in the clouds, flying towards the Flying Star Hall. Li Yongxiao turned his head to look at the 9-fold hall. Chen Tiandao coughed again. Sikong Old Thief's swordsmanship is indeed a new kind, never heard of.
Li Yongxiao calmly looked at the sea of clouds before him. This new swordsmanship is extremely eerie.
So, Senior Lu that Sikong Old Thief mentioned is real? Chen Tiandao asked. And Li Yongxiao only nodded without saying more. Hong Yao also sped up on the way back. At Tianliu Pass, Xie Changqi stood under a big tree, looking up at Yu Shangrong sitting on a branch. People from the Flying Star Hall are here. Yu Shangrong lightly jumped down, looking into the distance. I know. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure of Yu Zhanghai suddenly flashed and appeared beside Yu Shangrong.
Another duel?
Just what I wanted. With that, the two flew down the mountain at the same time. Xie Changqi shook his head. They're still dueling at a time like this?
Tian Buki led a group of Wu Vu and Shi Fenghang elders from the central hall, rushing over. Pass master! We're going down the mountain to meet the enemy.
Yan He and Hailuo also flew down. Before long, everyone gathered near Liang Pavilion, where the view was clear and most of Tianliu Mountain could be seen. Wu Vu said, Senior brother, who do you think is stronger between the two of them?
Shi Fenghang laughed. Of course it's Big Bro Yu. Look at his stance. Every move is full of confidence to win.
He's a true swordsmanship master. Seeing Yan He and Hailuo flying over, Chi Fenghang added, Big Bro Vu is also awesome. Look at the saber on his waist. Anyone else would look like trashy nouveau riche holding it, but in Big Bro Vu's hands, it's totally badass. Wu Vu glared at him and turned to ask Yan Ye. Yan Ye, big sis, who's stronger between the two of them? This question really stumped Yan Shi. She scratched her head, waving her hands back and forth between the two senior brothers. Big senior brother? Second senior brother. Big senior brother, second senior brother. Shi Fenghang's eyes widened as a crowd of cultivators appeared in the distance, while Yang Ye was still hesitating on who to choose.
Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, No need to open Dharma bodies unless in danger. No need to use ki. What do you think?
With such a good idea, my Dharma body won't overwhelm you, Yu Zhanghai said as he rushed out. Then my wild grade weapon won't overwhelm you. Zhanghai also charged forward. Meng Changdong and Xi Xuan led more than 1,000 cultivators flying low across the sky.
Because these people came from different sects, they didn't ride the flying shuttle together, and everyone wanted to conserve their strength, so their flying speed wasn't fast. Seeing Tianliu Mountain ahead, Meng Changdong called out, Stop! Xie Xuan said disdainfully, It's just a small Tianliu pass. Why are you so cautious?
Even the 8.5 powerhouses, Sen Zuo Wuyu and Liang Zidao, were killed by Tianliu Pass, so we can't underestimate it. Although there are more than 1,000 cultivators, most of them are in the Brahma Sea realm, and divine court realm. Xie Xuan shook his head. You're a 9-leaf cultivator and you're afraid? This isn't fear, it's caution. Meng Changdong knew that his ideas were different from Xie Xuan's. He understood that Li Yongxiao deliberately found this person to restrain him, so he didn't say a word along the way.
Xie Xuan raised his head and replied, "If you're afraid, you can leave. I'll tell Elder Li Yongxiao about it."
Xie Xuan spoke very loudly, causing more than 1,000 cultivators behind him to laugh heartily. What's that? Someone suddenly pointed towards Tianliu Mountain. It looks like cultivators are flying this way. Xie Xuan said quietly, "Kill!" Dozens of cultivators immediately flew forward to meet them.
But what Xie Xuan didn't expect was that there were only 2 opponents, one wielding a saber and one wielding a sword.
Bro just flew in and started mass murdering. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, this junior brother is too slow. Yu Zhenghai whipped out his jade green blade, and bodies dropped wherever its shadow grazed.
Yu Shangrong moved like lightning, beheading 5 dudes with 1 strike, not even looking back as he said, "Eldest brother, you're lagging." Meng Chengdong raised an eyebrow. Xie Xuan frowned and yelled, "Who the hell are you? State your names." Yu Shangrong ignored him, continuing the slaughter, and so did Yu Zhenghai. The 2 went ham on both sides, non-stop chopping.
Don't panic. Attack.
Hundreds of disciples behind Meng Changdong and Xie Xuan unleashed a barrage of qi imprints. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong wielded their blades to block the qi imprints, not even bothering to use their own qi.
Clang, clang, clang. The qi imprints shattered. Without using qi? Xie Xuan wondered. Meng Changdong urgently said, "Xie bro, order a retreat. These 2 are not to be trifled with. Undermining our morale. No wonder Yi Zhen always looked down on you."
Xie Xuan sneered. The situation was dire. Meng Changdong didn't bother to get angry, but looked over at the 2 of them. He noticed that every move of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong was clean, fluid, and simple to the extreme, both effective and without wasting a single ounce of energy. Someone who hasn't experienced life and death, who hasn't lived on the edge of a blade, can never possess such killing skills. Meng Changdong said again, "Xie bro, retreat." Xie Xuan not only didn't listen but jumped up, gripping the hilt of his oversized blade tightly. "Watch closely." He jumped up tens of meters high, causing the crowd to look up in admiration. Whoom! A dharma body appeared, a lotus platform carrying 9 lotus leaves rotating and rushing forward. Blade cleaves mountains and rivers. An enormous blade qi suddenly appeared, slashing towards the 2. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged glances, almost simultaneously understanding each other's intentions. The blade qi of the jade green blade appeared, and the sword qi of the everlasting sword also appeared. One side was the great Xuan Heaven Zhongshuan Heaven Starburst, the other was Yi Qua Lai Ji. Enters the 3 souls. Golden qi was from a foreign race. The remaining cultivators exclaimed in panic. The 9-leaf red lotus dharma body. It was immediately shattered by the blade qi and sword qi. Yu Zhenghai used a great divine power technique to appear in front of Xie Xuan, kicking him flying. "Second brother, I'm still faster." Yu Shangrong's figure flickered and appeared above Xie Xuan's head, stomping straight into his chest. "Eldest brother, it's because you didn't see clearly. This is my second kick." Bam! Puke! Xie Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his mood ice cold, as if sinking into the abyss. He trembled and said, So strong." Just then, someone suddenly flew out from the dense forest and shouted loudly, "Elder Yi orders! Everyone retreat immediately! Do not linger!" The remaining cultivators, who were already frozen in fear, immediately went crazy and fled in all directions. Yu Zhenghai shook his head regretfully. "Second brother, did you see? I haven't even used my full strength and they've already collapsed." Yu Shangrong didn't look at Yu Zhenghai, but suspiciously said, "Are they running? Could it be that I'm showing too much battle power? Or are the people of the Red Lotus realm just naturally cowardly?" Xie Xuan was seriously injured, his internal organs shattered. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell straight down and slammed into the ground. Eldest brother, watch him, chase after those people." Yu Shangrong flew forward. "Second brother, watch him, I'll chase after them." Yu Zhenghai summoned his dharma body. A 15-zang dharma body, stepping on a 9-leaf golden lotus, each lotus leaf radiant, full of vitality. After breaking through to 9 leaves, Yu Zhenghai was given back 600 years of life, so his current lifespan is 1,100 years. This was a bit cruel to a gentleman of the state like Yu Shangrong, who had a short lifespan. "Eldest brother, watch him." Yu Shangrong didn't look at Yu Zhenghai again, but his figure flickered and disappeared in a flash. Yu Zhenghai looked back at his dharma body. Although he felt that the second brother's cutting first and reporting later was a bit too much, he could only sigh. "Oh well, but it's my first time." Yu Zhenghai turned to observe Xie Xuan lying in the deep pit.
A destroyed Dharma body is equivalent to being seriously injured.
Shi Xuan glared at Yu Zhenghai and the golden lotus Dharma body in the sky.
The 9 lotus leaves were buzzing above his head, ready to swoop down and chop off his head at any moment.
Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said,
"Is that all you got?" Maybe those words had too much killing power.
Shi Xuan cried out in pain and continued to spit blood. His whole body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 9-leaf golden lotus, Yi Zhen screwed me over. Shi Xuan slammed his hand on the ground, launching himself up, striking straight towards Yu Zhenghai. He burned his qi si, his whole body immersed in a blazing red flame. Yu Zhenghai shook his head again and said, "Futile." The jade-green blade flew into his palm. Ji Xuan clasped his hands together. A barrage of qi imprints rained down. His eyes were bloodshot. He had no chance of winning against 2. But Ji Xuan didn't believe he couldn't win against 1. Qi imprint after qi imprint, stretching into a long dragon. This scene reminded Yu Zhenghai of the golden dragon seal. He didn't expect anyone in the Red Lotus realm to use these techniques. The jade-green blade in his hand swirled out, flying to the top of Shi Xuan's head. A king, overlooking the world! The waterfall-like blade qi crashed down, instantly shattering Shi Xuan's red qi imprints. Desolate grade weapon. Precision kill on 1 target. Reward: 0 merit points. Precision kill on 1 target. Reward: 0 merit points. Precision kill on 1 target, gained 4,000 merit points. Earth Realm bonus of 1,000 points. A large number of merit points surprised Lu Zhou. He muttered, "Damn it, merit points 50,094, over 50,000 points. Unfortunately, there are no more golden lotus leaves to promote to 10 leaves, need to replenish item cards." Lu Zhou opened the card interface, then stared blankly at the price that had risen another level. 20,000 points? What the hell? Why don't you just rob me? I'm your only customer, I'm not buying it. I'll wait for you to close down. Lu Zhou rage-quitted the system interface and went back to cultivation, recalling the times he used the deadly strike card, first to off Zuo Jinchan, rank 3 on the blacklist, then a few more times during the Battle of Dutian River. Lu Zhou even popped FIV of those bad boys after hitting 9 leaves. Clearly, item card prices were skyrocketing like crazy. If Lu Zhou hadn't splurged on those deadly strike cards and focused on leveling up, wouldn't he be invincible with that stash right now? Lu Zhou opened his eyes, sighed, and chanted, "Buy essence. Consume 20,000 merit points. Acquire 1 deadly strike card." Lu Zhou stared at the card, then checked the price again. Yep, prices had jumped again. 21,000 points. Good thing the increase wasn't too steep. Looks like it's buy, cause Lu Zhou was relying too much on those item cards. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, the system's target eliminated notifications still echoing in his ears. A thought sparked in his mind, and a faint blue light appeared around his ears. Every sound from every nook and cranny of Tianliu Temple flowed into his ears. Turns out both of Old Man Lu's disciples are 9 leaves. The whole Flying Star House ain't worth that. Seeing those 2 cute but fierce girls are almost 8 leaves already. And that airhead with the flute is already 3 leaves. Heard she's the youngest disciple, ranked 10th. Besides these 4, Old Man Lu has 6 more disciples who haven't shown up yet. Spooky. I'm starting to feel sorry for Ji Fengheng. He actually rejected the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou cranked up the power. The extraordinary divine power of the celestial book now blanketed the entire Tianliu mountain. The sound of wind, birds, and flowing water were all blocked out by Lu Zhou. The range of his divine hearing expanded greatly, and it was easier to use than before, not as draining as it used to be. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat in a dense forest in the back mountains of Tianliu Temple. Someone was gasping for air. After recovering, that person muttered, "The most dangerous place is the safest place." Who knew Xie Chengqi had such powerful backup? But these youngsters are still pretty green. Even Ye Zhen couldn't do anything to me. Hearing this, Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. His feet moved slightly. His figure ghosted away. A divine power flickered. A second later, Lu Zhou was standing in the back mountain forest. He stood still, scanning his surroundings. Blue light reappeared around his ears. Meng Chengdong was leaning against a tree, concealing his aura. He was able to become an elder of the Flying Star House, and survive to this day, because of his outstanding escape skills. To Ye Zhen, someone like Meng Chengdong was weak and pathetic. But the Flying Star House needed people, especially since he was a 9 leaves, so he was always forgiven and valued. This encirclement fell apart before he could even attack. He didn't dare to go head-to-head with Yu Shangrong. All along the way, he was just trying to hide and evade the pursuit of that scary swordsman. Meng Chengdong suddenly remembered the person who came to deliver Ye Zhen's orders, and suspicion arose in his heart. With Ye Zhen and the Housemaster's style, how could they abandon the attack on Tianliu Temple? Colluding with the Golden Lotus aliens is a fact. Isn't that the excuse the Flying Star House has been waiting for? He shook his head slightly. Maybe it's time to retire.
As soon as he finished his sigh, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Retire, where?" Meng Changdong's hair stood on end. He jumped up in surprise, turning around. Before him was an old man with snow-white hair, wearing a long robe, stroking his beard as he looked at him. Meng Changdong, not being a complete idiot, and being able to stay in the position of elder even though Ye Zhen hated him, proved his capabilities. He wouldn't make the low-level mistake of underestimating others. He realized the old man in front of him had unfathomable cultivation, even though he wasn't mobilizing any yuan qi. He just stood there looking at him. But that elder's aura, that dignified gaze, couldn't be cultivated overnight. Meng Changdong suppressed his fear and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou shook his head slightly, replying in an indifferent tone.
"This old man is asking you. Everyone asks this old man's name, thinking this old man doesn't know it. Annoying."
"You're asking me?" Meng Changdong asked doubtfully. "Who are you?" "I'm just a commoner, just passing by and stopping to rest here. I'll leave soon." Meng Changdong replied. "Commoner? A commoner wearing a scholar's robe, with clean feet unstained by mud, standing in the back mountains of Tianlu Temple? The back mountains are steep, with cliffs on the other side. Do you think this old man is a moron?" Lu Zhou silently looked at Meng Changdong. Meng Changdong also knew the excuse he had just made was too clumsy, so he instinctively took a step back. "Old sir, I'll leave now."
Meng Changdong turned to leave.
"Where are you going?" Lu Zhou struck out with a palm print flashing with golden light flying towards Meng Changdong.
Meng Changdong's figure flickered, dodging the palm print that pierced through several trees, and continued to strike directly at Meng Changdong's chest. Meng Changdong looked at Lu Zhou in horror.
Golden Lotus alien, able to withstand a 9 leaves, palm strike? This guy is also a great cultivator. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and began to walk over. "You probably don't know what you're facing. This old man suggests you obediently surrender, to avoid the pain."
Meng Changdong didn't expect there to be a cultivator in Tianlu Temple as strong as him.
Those 2 young 9 leaves had already made him run for his life. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Now he's delivering himself into the tiger's mouth.
Meng Changdong put his hands together, chanting some incantation, and then Gang Qi swirled around, creating a mist.
His figure flickered, and when the mist dissipated, his figure had disappeared without a trace. Escapism? Lu Zhou clasped his hands and stepped forward, looking around. Even great divine power techniques can't disappear into thin air like that.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard, and blue light reappeared around his ears, the sound of a heartbeat thumping into his ears.
Lu Zhou indifferently struck out with a palm, the palm print striking the big tree on his left, 50 meters away.
Boom! The big tree was broken. Meng Changdong flew out of the tree, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood.
How is this possible? Meng Changdong frowned, trying to suppress the pain all over his body, and again put his hands together to form a magic seal. A red light appeared, and he disappeared.
Lu Zhou listened to the sound of the heartbeat again, his 5 fingers pressed down, and the palm print slammed into the ground.
Boom! A groan came from the ground. Eating this palm strike, I wonder what he's feeling.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said coolly,
"Ain't no one in this whole damn world can escape from yours truly." This sentence scared Meng Changdong shitless. He jumped out due to the ground and ran like a headless chicken, smashing through dozens of trees.
Lu Zhao's chi shield blocked all the mud, and he used his great divine power to chase after him. Lu Zhao realized that Meng Changdong's speed and escape skills were way above average. The third palm strike landed on Meng Changdong's back, making him cough up blood and fall forward. A second later, Lu Zhao was standing right in front of him. Meng Changdong exclaimed, "You! How the hell did you do that? What's your name? If you dare to run again, I'll take your life." The golden lotus appeared under Lu Zhao's feet, and the golden flame slowly rose and disappeared. Ji golden karma? Meng Changdong's eyes widened, and his last mental defense crumbled. He shrank back, his face pale. Meng Changdong coughed. He had only been running away, never daring to think about confronting, or even resisting, this old man. But when he saw the karma, his desire to escape vanished. Flying Star Hall, Meng Changdong replied honestly. "Are you the one who led the cultivators to besiege Heavenly Willow Temple?" "Yes." Lu Zhao asked. "Sikong Boshen of Nine Heavens Pavilion sent a letter to me, saying that Hallmaster Chen Tiandao of Flying Star Hall and Elder Ye Zhen went to Nine Heavens Pavilion. Is this true?" "Is it true?" Lu Zhao asked. "Yes, it's true." "What is the strength of Chen Tiandao and Ye Zhen?" "Hallmaster is a 10-leaf. Ye Zhen, should be a 9-leaf. Meng Changdong lowered his head and said. Lu Zhao raised his voice, his eyes deep. "I hate liars." Meng Changdong heard a trace of killing intent and quickly added, "Every word I said is true. Only Ye Zhen's cultivation is something I'm not clear about. Ye Zhen is the great elder of Flying Star Hall, careful and extremely scheming,
always hiding his cultivation. To the outside world, he shows 9-leaf cultivation, but no one knows his true strength, Meng Changdong said. I heard that Ye Zhen led hundreds of cultivators to barely kill the Lucian bird. Is this true? Lu Zhou asked. However, it is very likely that Ye Zhen deliberately concealed his strength, and he has mastered karma fire for a long time. If he could kill the Lucian bird with his own strength, why bother to enter the Blackwater mysterious cave at a great cost, causing so many Flying Star Hall disciples to die? Meng Changdong said. Lu Zhou heard this and asked, It seems that you are very dissatisfied with Ye Zhen. Ye Zhen's style of work has never been in line with me. Ye Zhen once wanted to get rid of me, but he didn't expect that I would never leave 10,000-foot Mount.
So you used the opposite method, hiding in Heavenly Willow Mountain without returning to Flying Star Hall, but, in the end, you still have to go back, Lu Zhou said. After this is over, I will retire. Meng Changdong pleaded. I have said everything you wanted to know. Please, old immortal, spare me a way to live. I promise to keep my mouth shut about today's events. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Meng Changdong, silent for a moment before opening his mouth. If you want to keep your life, answer my questions honestly. Meng Changdong hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Okay. Do you know Jiang Wenshu? Jiang Wenshu was originally an elder of Flying Star Hall. More than 300 years ago, he participated in the research of Heavenly Feather Institute, and then disappeared in the Blackwater mysterious cave. Seeing Lu Zhou raising his eyebrows, Meng Changdong quickly added, A few months ago, Jiang Wenshu's lifestone went out, that's all.
Lu Zhou asked suspiciously. Yes? What I mean is the matter of the crystal ball, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Meng Changdong's whole body went limp, his mind blank. There are only 3 people in the world who know about the crystal ball memory. One is the owner of the crystal ball, the second is Jiang Wengshu who obtained it, and the third is the one who has studied it for a long time. Meng Changdong. Jiang Wengshu's lifestone has gone out, so who is this old Golden Lotus cultivator in front of me? Old Immortal comes from the Golden Lotus realm? Meng Changdong didn't want to mention the crystal ball. This was his only life-saving trump card, Lu Zhou said coldly. Before his death, Jiang Wenshu brought my crystal ball back to the Red Lotus realm. I traveled thousands of miles, across the endless sea, just to retrieve the crystal ball. What's wrong with me taking back my own things? Meng Changdong's spirit was greatly shaken, and he said excitedly, You are the owner of the crystal ball?
Lu Zhou looked at him deeply.
Where is my crystal ball?
Meng Changdong swallowed, with an unbelievable look in his eyes, but still replied, Ye Zhen knows that the crystal ball is very important, so every time I want to unlock it, he sends people to say they are assisting me, but in fact, they are controlling my every move, so I have no chance to take the crystal ball out. It is still in my room on 10,000-foot Mount. Hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded slightly. It seemed that this trip to Flying Star Hall was inevitable. Meng Changdong lowered his head and asked cautiously, I have answered all of Old Immortal's questions honestly. Old Immortal, can you let me go now? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I will let you go after I retrieve the crystal ball. Before I get it, how can I be sure whether you are telling the truth or lying? Then, Lu Zhou continued to ask for the specific location of 10,000-foot mountain, and then lifted his hand with 5 fingers like hooks, waving out several qi imprints, directly sealing Meng Changdong's cultivation and qi sea of Dantian. Lu Zhou waved his sleeves, and his hand grabbed Meng Changdong, lifting him into the air like a hawk catching a chick. After solving Shi Xuan, Yu Zhanghai returned to Heavenly Willow Temple and met Yu Shangrong. Everyone gathered to talk. How's the situation? Yu Shangrong shook his head and replied, I let about 200 people escape. The leader has a lot of 4th Apprentice Brothers style, extremely cunning. Yu Zhanghai didn't mock Yu Shangrong because of this. Although the two often competed, Yu Zhanghai was not as good as his 2nd apprentice brother in terms of pursuit. He knew that if his 2nd apprentice brother couldn't catch him, then he would be even less able to. Yaner muttered, dissatisfied. If Master was here, he definitely wouldn't escape. Yu Zhanghai shook his head. Junior sister can't say that. Master is old. If he has to do everything himself, what are we here for? Yes. Xia Changqi came over and cupped his hands and said to the 4, You don't know something. The leader's name is Meng Changdong, the 2nd elder of Flying Star Hall. This person is extremely knowledgeable about formations and escape techniques. He has mastered the methods of the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Unless Senior Luque takes action himself, it is no wonder that others cannot catch him. Yu Shangrong turned his head and asked, 2nd elder of the Flying Star Platoon? That's right. Good, then I'll make a trip to the Flying Star Platoon to bring him back. Yu Shangshong said calmly and confidently. Xia Changqi hurriedly dissuaded. Brother Yu, don't do that.
The Flying Star Platoon is not a small sect. 10,000 Jiangtu Mountain is high and hidden in the clouds. It is an excellent place to defend. There are over 10,000 disciples at the foot of 10,000 Jiangtu Mountain, and the expert Ye Zhen guards it. Going there is no different than, unless Senior Lu personally takes action. You didn't dare to say the 5 words, throwing yourself into the net. At this moment, Yaner suddenly exclaimed,
Master!
She pointed towards the back mountain. The group looked up and saw Lu Zhou leading a person flying over.
Xie Chengqi was first shocked, then calmed down, his expression becoming indifferent. Elder Meng Chengdong,
you are indeed cunning, daring to hide in the back mountain of the Heavenly Willow Temple?
The disciples of the Heavenly Willow Temple bowed in unison to Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai and the others also looked over, carefully scrutinizing Meng Chengdong. This is the elder who is good at escaping? Lu Zhou stepped down into the square in front of the main hall and threw Meng Chengdong to the ground. Yan Gare softly said,
What? Good at escaping? Wasn't he caught by Master?
Her words made Meng Chengdong extremely embarrassed. Xie Chengqi bowed and said, I understand. As long as Senior Lu takes action, he can't escape, even if he grows wings.
Seeing Xie Chengqi's submissive and respectful attitude towards Lu Zhou, Meng Chengdong was shocked.
Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai bowed and greeted. Master! Master! Meng Chengdong recalled the 2 men's awe-inspiring appearance. This old man is actually the master of 2 9-leaf experts.
How did Master catch him? Hai Luo asked gently. Lu Zhou replied casually. Just a 9-leaf. Catching him is as easy as flipping his hand. Meng Chengdong's face flushed red upon hearing this. This old man has sealed his cultivation. Take him down. Don't reveal his whereabouts to the outside world. I want to go to the Flying Star Platoon to retrieve an item, Lu Zhou said. Hearing this, Meng Chengdong, sitting slumped on the ground, sighed softly and shook his head. Old immortal, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to go to 10,000 Jiangtu Mountain. Oh? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Meng Chengdong. 10,000 Jiangtuo Mountain is a one-way trip? Words are useless. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, You underestimate me? Xie Chengqi recalled the scene in the 9 halls, thinking to himself, could it be that the old senior wants to repeat the old trick? I am willing to follow Senior Lu Ken to the Flying Star Platoon. Tian Buqi also echoed, I am also willing. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong said in unison. Disciple is willing to go with Master to level the Flying Star Platoon. Meng Chengdong was surprised by Xie Chengqi's submissive attitude, but quickly calmed down. It's a waste of effort.
Xie Chengqi raised an eyebrow. Shut your mouth. Zhen Bei's and Sikong Beichin also didn't dare to act rashly in front of Senior Lu. Meng Chengdong was shocked. Thinking about Chen Beizhen's death, and Ye Zhen's emergency message telling everyone to retreat, he connected the dots and his hair stood on end. Cold sweat drenched his back. Take him down! Let the elders guard him personally.
Yes. 2 elders of Tianliu Guan immediately escorted Meng Chengdong away. Lu Zhou nodded and said, It's enough for me to go alone. The others stay at Tianliu Guan. Master, you're going alone? Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were a little worried. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
With that, Lu Zhou tapped his toes, his figure like the wind as he darted out of Tianliu Mountain. The group bowed and shouted in unison. Farewell, Senior Lu. Farewell, Master.
In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhao's figure disappeared. Senior Lu Zhou is going there alone. Will he be in danger?
Qi Fengheng was still a little worried. Before Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Yan He could speak, Xie Chengqi said first, Don't worry. With Senior Lu taking action himself, there won't be any problems.
But I heard that Ye Zhen is extremely cunning. Qi Fengheng hesitated. Ginger is always spicier the older it gets. You're still young. You'll understand later. Xie Chengqi finished speaking, cupped his hands to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, and then turned and left.
After leaving Tianliu Mountain,
Lu Zhou landed on the ground, sighing inwardly. Without a mount, a day feels like a year. Lu Zhou opened the system interface and saw that the mounts were still on their way to the Red Lotus domain.
Then, he took out a disguise card and crushed it. Meng Chengdong's figure appeared in his mind. In a split second, Lu Zhao's features twisted and turned into Meng Chengdong.
Without lingering, Lu Zhou continued to fly towards Wanzhongtuo Mountain. Wanzhongtuo Mountain consists of 5 towering peaks, resembling the 5 fingers of the Buddha. The 2 highest peaks in the middle are where Ye Zhen and the Zaizu reside, while the remaining 3 peaks are where the elders and core disciples live. Lu Zhou appeared in the vicinity, looking up at Wanzhongtuo Mountain. Just then, someone flew over, saying, Elder Meng, it's great that you're okay. Elder Ye ordered people to search everywhere for you. Lu Zhou looked at the disciple, his expression as calm as usual, but in his heart he was hesitating, unsure of how to act. What if he was exposed? Wouldn't he be surrounded by the entire Fei Jingzhai? Lu Zhou looked at the 5 towering peaks, even more treacherous than the 9 heavens palace, and replied softly, "I'm fine." The disciple scratched his head, not thinking much, and casually said, "Elder Meng, you should go see Elder Yi quickly." "What's the rush?" "I don't know, you'll have to ask him yourself when you get there. After all, he's just an ordinary disciple. How could he know about Ye Zhen's affairs?"
Lu Zhou thought of Si Kongbaichun's flying message. Ye Zhen and Chen Tiandao had both returned to Fei Xingjai, proving that Si Kongbaichun didn't gain any advantage.
"Lead the way." Lead the way? The disciple scratched his head blankly again.
Forget it. Lu Zhou leaped into the air, flying towards Wanzhong Tuo Mountain.
At the foot of the mountain, the Fei Xingjai disciples all looked up. "It's Elder Meng!"
Elder Meng is indeed fine after this siege of Tianliu Guan.
Elder Meng's escape technique is extremely skilled.
Elder Ye Zhen once said that even if he took action himself, he wouldn't be sure of capturing Elder Meng.
So awesome. Do you guys feel like me? It seems like Elder Meng's flying posture has become more imposing than before. Lu Zhou currently has 2 fatal strike cards. If the Zhaizu and Ye Zhen's strength are really only what the rumors say, then Lu Zhou can come and go freely. Of course, avoiding being surrounded is still better. At most, after killing Ye Zhen, he can leave Wanzhong Tuo Mountain with ease.
Indeed, very high.
On the way, Lu Zhou could feel the airflow changing around him, with Daorites appearing and disappearing. This Daorite is much stronger than ordinary formations. Lu Zhou was looking up at Shiji Peak when a voice suddenly came from his ear. "Elder Meng, this way!" A scholar was treading the air, floating in front of Lu Zhou, bowing. Lu Zhou flew towards him. The scholar pointed to the red opening in front of Shiji Peak and said softly, "Elder Meng, it's good that you're safe. It's the area of Dafiorites. Please be careful." Lu Zhou didn't answer him but asked, "What's the matter? Elder Yi ordered me to wait here for you. Once you return, please come see Elder Yi,"
the scholar said. This scholar used polite language on the surface, but his tone and eyebrows revealed arrogance.
Lu Zhou remembered what Meng Changdong said, that his relationship with Ye Zhen wasn't very good, and sighed softly.
Meng Changdong is an elder of Fei Xingjai, yet he's not even as good as a disciple. This scholar's arrogant attitude made Lu Zhou feel like he was a dog, relying on his master's power. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently.
"I've been traveling all this way. I need to go back and change my clothes." The scholar felt strange that Meng Changdong referred to himself as I, but quickly said calmly, "This disciple will wait here."
Lu Zhou flew towards Shiji Peak, entering the luxurious villa on the top of the mountain. The disciples around him bowed when they saw him, but Lu Zhou didn't say a word. After Lu Zhou entered the room, a disciple whispered, "Don't disturb Elder Meng. He must be in a bad mood after today's failed siege." The disciples looked at each other and nodded. Lu Zhou entered the room and went to the bookshelf, seeing an old box placed on the top row, in the left corner. As Meng Changdong said, the most dangerous place is the safest place. This box doesn't look valuable at all, and it's casually placed in such an open place. No one would think it hides a mysterious treasure. Lu Zhou opened the box, took out half a crystal ball, and a familiar chilling sensation rushed into his brain. Confirming that this was the memory crystal ball, Lu Zhou put it in his sleeve. "Elder Meng!" Just then, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Someone was watching. Meng Changdong once said that whenever he researches the crystal ball, there would be disciples observing him, with ears everywhere. Lu Zhou glanced around. A blue light appeared in his ears as he activated his divine hearing. Old fart Meng Changdong actually survived that beatdown? Lucky bastard. He's a 9-leaf, but useless AF. All thanks to Elder Yi. Elder Yi alone could wipe the floor with 10 9-leafs. Dude's got some serious power. Spread out. Get closer to Middle Finger Peak. Elder Ye. Meng Changdong is back. He's in his room, and will come see you later. Understood. Lu Zhou deactivated his ability, looked outside, and saw that scholar dude was still knocking. Elder Meng. Lu Zhou opened the door and looked at him. The scholar smiled and said, "I thought Elder Meng had forgotten about official business. Come on in." Lu Zhao's expression remained indifferent, and he raised his hand for a slap. Smack! The scholar didn't expect Lu Zhou to suddenly attack. A hand slapped him straight in the face, leaving 5 blood-red finger marks. The burning pain stunned him. "Elder Meng!" The scholar's eyes widened as he clutched his cheek and angrily shouted. The disciples in Shizhi Peak quickly gathered, all staring at this scene in disbelief. They had never seen Meng Changdong hit anyone, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't hit this guy. This scholar was Yi Zhen's prized disciple, Jiang Xiaosheng. Lu Zhou glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "You're just a disciple, yet you dare to act tough in front of this elder." Meng Changdong's tone, attitude, and aura today were completely different from before. The other disciples looked at Lu Zhou in shock. Has Elder Meng finally gotten stronger? But how are we going to explain this to Elder Ye?
No one dared to speak, and no one dared to criticize that scholar. But the scholar seemed to have inherited Ye Zhen's nature. He endured it, quickly calmed down, and bowed with his hands clasped. Disciple knows his mistake. Elder Yi invites you over.
The scholar's tone was more humble and polite this time, without the arrogant air from before.
Lead the way, Lu Zhou said. Jiang Shaosheng turned around and flew away, his face revealing a gloomy expression for a brief moment before it disappeared. Not long after, the two flew to a dojo near a villa on Middle Finger Peak. Lu Zhou looked at the cherry blossom tree planted outside the dojo and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Wanzang Mountain is winter all year round. How can cherry blossoms grow here? The architecture of the dojo reminded Lu Zhou of the style of a certain country on earth. The wooden door opened. Elder Meng, please! Lu Zhou stepped into the dojo. Underneath his feet was a light yellow wooden floor, with a transparent skylight overhead allowing sunlight in. The building materials were all high-quality wood, and landscape paintings hung everywhere. In the middle of the main hall hung a calligraphy painting, and sitting upright below was the all-powerful Grand Elder Yi Zhen. It was hard to imagine that the refined-looking young man in front of him was the Grand Elder of Flying Star House. Master Mao, Elder Meng has arrived. When the scholar saluted, he deliberately showed a painful expression. Ye Zhen opened his eyes and asked softly, "What happened to your face?" Disciple was punished justly? Disciple accidentally bumped into Elder Meng.
Jiang Shaosheng knelt down and said. Ye Zhen looked at Meng Changdong, his eyes deep and expressive. In the moment their eyes met, Lu Zhou saw many things. Calmness, killing, intent, surprise, composure.
Please, have a seat. Yi Zhen gestured. Lu Zhou was thinking, what if he used a lethal strike card to take this guy out right now? But he didn't rush to do so, and coldly walked over, sitting cross-legged opposite Ye Zhen. Ye Zhen showed an apologetic expression. I apologize. On behalf of Jiang Shaosheng, a disciple must do his duty. How can he be disrespectful to an elder? Lu Zhu nodded in satisfaction and said something shocking. It is the father's fault if he doesn't raise them, and the teacher's fault if they aren't strict. Every teacher should understand the principle of being a good role model first. The surprise only flashed across Ye Zhen's eyes for a moment. Then he politely replied, Elder Meng is right. Jiang Shaosheng, what mistake have you made? Jiang Shaosheng originally thought that his master would vent his anger for him. But now he knelt on the ground blankly and said, Disciple trespassed into Elder Meng's villa, offending Elder Meng. As a prized disciple, the crime is even more severe. Elder Ye, don't you think so?
Lu Zhou said calmly. Do as Elder Meng says, drag him out and give him 30 strokes of the truncheon, and confine him for a month. Ye Zhen waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew Jiang Shaosheng out of the dojo. Master, forgive me. Master, forgive me. A smile appeared on Yi Zhen's face. Is Elder Meng satisfied now? Why would this elder bother with trivial matters with juniors? It's just that the order of seniority and hierarchy, big and small, must be in order since ancient times. Whether it is the common people or the emperor, they must rely on rules to work. Jiang Shaosheng has repeatedly violated the rules of Flying Star House and deserves punishment. Elder Ye sacrifices his loved ones for the greater good. Truly admirable. Lu Zhou had no intention of imitating Meng Changdong from the start. That wouldn't fit his consistent style, even if his features had changed now. Ye Zhen still maintained a calm smile on his face. Elder Meng is right. Within a sect, even fathers, sons, and brothers must have order and seniority. Otherwise, the house will be in chaos. It's like that normally, let alone Flying Star House with tens of thousands of disciples like us. Ye Zhen was an extremely cunning person, always acting so understanding. Even when he heard Lu Zhou call himself this elder, he remained so calm. Lu Zhou asked, Elder Ye, what do you want from me? Ye Zhen replied, Today, Elder Meng led thousands of cultivators to surround Heavenly Willow Hall. Shi Xuan, a master of the 12 Cloud Mountain sects, was killed by a Golden Lotus cultivator. Where was Elder Meng when it happened? His tone was slow and gentle. Although the content was questioning, no hint of accusation could be heard. Heavenly Willow Hall has powerful protectors. Even Shi Xuan lost his life. Naturally, this elder chose to retreat. There's nothing shameful about that. From Meng Changdong's perspective, his choice to hide was not a problem. If Yu Shengzhuang had caught up, death would have awaited him. It's just that he had calculated everything but didn't expect to meet me. But from these words, it could also be heard that there were many of Ye Zhen's spies in Meng Changdong's team. Ye Zhen knew everything like the back of his hand. Now that Xie Xuan is dead, the 12 Cloud Mountain sects will definitely hold us accountable. Does Elder Meng have any explanation? Elder Ye already knows this matter very well, knowing that Heavenly Willow Hall is related to the Nine Serenities Palace. What is Elder Ye's purpose in insisting on sending people to surround them? Hearing this, Ye Zhen was still not angry but replied gently, You're wrong. When the sect master and I went to the Nine Serenities Palace,
We were confident that we would capture Sikongbo. Surrounding Heavenly Willow Hall was just something we did along the way.
His way of addressing Meng Changdong changed. Just going with the flow? Lu Zhou said with a smile. Lu Songyang, Zi Dao, and Taoist Xuanming were capable generals of the Flying Star House. Now they died without understanding why, and you call that going with the flow? Ye Zhen heard Lu Zhou's rebuttal, but his expression remained unchanged, and he continued to laugh. Those three acted recklessly and went to Sky Willow Temple without my permission. They deserve to die. Today, among the more than 1,000 cultivators besieging Sky Willow Temple, 300 were from Sky Martial Academy, 500 were from the 12 Peaks of Cloud Mountain, and only 50 freelance cultivators were disciples of the Flying Star House. After the order to retreat, all 50 of them successfully escaped without losing a single one. If you asked Lu Zhou what kind of aura he saw on Ye Zhen, Lu Zhou would say it was the ability to control.
On the surface, the leader of this siege was Meng Changdong, but the one behind the scenes was Ye Zhen, extremely cunning.
Ye Zhen continued,
I'm just a little curious, how did Elder Meng escape? This elder is proficient in escaping techniques. Escaping is not a problem, Lu Zhou replied.
Ye Zhen nodded.
Didn't Elder Meng ask what happened to me and the housemaster at the Nine Heavens Hall?
Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly.
He always felt that Ye Zhen's eyes had seen through something.
This guy doesn't play by the rules, making it hard to figure him out. Elder Ye, if you have something to say, this old man is all ears.
Ye Zhen raised his hand, and the wooden doors on both sides of the Taoist temple automatically closed. You're afraid of eavesdroppers? Lu Zhou asked. This is a private courtyard on Middle Finger Peak, Ye Zhen's Taoist temple. Who would dare to come here to eavesdrop?
Ye Zhen replied.
Things are different now. He slowly stood up, his Confucian robe falling down, his back straight, his tall and slender figure casting a long shadow on the wooden floor. The housemaster and I went to the Nine Heavens Hall to verify the situation of Sikong Baichen and the truth about Chen Beizhen's death.
Oh?
Lu Zhou looked doubtful.
Sikong Baichen mastered a new kind of swordsmanship, but he still doesn't have the ability or guts to kill Chen Beizhen, because that would be equivalent to offending the imperial court.
The Nine Heavens Hall is declining day by day, and not one of the 5 chief seats possesses karma fire, so the murderer who killed Chen Beizhen is another expert. Ye Zhen put his hands behind his back, pacing as he spoke. That makes sense. Lu Zhou responded. Sikong Baichen said that the person's surname is Lu, has the ability to kill Chen Beizhen, and is likely residing at Sky Willow Temple.
Ye Zhen paused for a moment and continued. The disciples who besieged Sky Willow Temple reported seeing 2 9-leaf golden lotus cultivators. Did Elder Meng see it with your own eyes?
There was such a thing.
Good.
Ye Zhen nodded, returned to his original position, and sat cross-legged. Then, please help me with 2 things, Elder Meng. Lu Zhou silently watched to see what tricks he was up to. First, the Flying Star House doesn't want to waste talent. If there's nothing important, don't go out during this time.
Second, the memory crystal ball is very important. I've discussed with the Sky Martial Academy to hand over the crystal ball to them for research.
Elder Meng doesn't need to worry about this thing anymore. What does Elder Meng think? After speaking, he quietly looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for a response. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and said, You just want this old man to hand over the crystal ball.
What Lu Zhou found strange was that Ye Zhen originally disliked Meng Changdong, so why didn't he eliminate him but carefully protect him instead?
Ye Zhen smiled, slowly extending his hand in front of Lu Zhou. Then, please trouble Elder Meng.
Lu Zhou looked at his hand and said indifferently,
You really want this thing? A profound smile appeared on Ye Zhen's face. Actually, the crystal ball doesn't mean much to me. The Sky Martial Academy wants it, so I'm just helping them out. Of course. If you want it, I'll reconsider.
What do you say, friend?
The 2 words friend were very light and very slow, implying that Ye Zhen knew that Lu Zhou was not Meng Changdong.
He looked directly at Lu Zhou's face, wanting to see an expression of surprise and confusion, but Lu Zhou remained unusually calm. Having obtained the crystal ball, Lu Zhou didn't care about these small matters. Ever since meeting Ye Zhen, Lu Zhou knew that this person was very difficult to deal with.
You really have good eyes. Ye Zhen replied with a smile. From the moment you stepped into the Taoist temple, I knew you weren't Meng Changdong. This made Lu Zhou a little surprised. A smart person can recognize the other person's identity through conversation. But to recognize it at first sight, Ye Zhen really has some ability.
Elder Meng has only just entered the 9-leaf stage.
His aura wouldn't be as calm as yours.
Your cultivation far exceeds Elder Meng,
Ye Zhen explained. No wonder Ye Zhen wasn't angry at all.
Ye Zhen continued.
There are many people in this world who possess disguise techniques. Although you are disguised, your words and actions don't want to change at all. It can be seen that you are not afraid of your identity being exposed, only wanting to take the crystal ball away.
Lu Zhou nodded.
Smart people all have a weakness, which is that they are always self-righteous. You are no exception. Ye Zhen didn't deny it, but nodded, then gently waved his hand. The landscape paintings hanging on the 4 walls of the Taoist temple suddenly appeared with bright red lines. The Nine Heavens Hall is no longer what it used to be. Why do you need to follow them? Currently, the Flying Star House is like the rising sun, and will surely become the #1 sect in the Great Tang in the future. Why don't you join forces with me? Join forces with you? Lu Zhou looked at Ye Zhen with a probing look. You can keep the crystal ball. It's my sincerity, Ye Zhen said frankly, his hands resting gently on his legs. After returning, please convey my regards to Senior Lu, that I am willing to befriend him, and hope that he will think carefully before deciding. Lu Zhou originally thought that Ye Zhen was just a person with unfathomable cultivation and insidious cunning. Now, after talking with him, Lu Zhou understood that this person had an extremely strong ambition to dominate. Meng Changdong has been taken prisoner, and the Flying Star House only has the housemaster and you left. The overall strength is far inferior to the Nine Heavens Hall. How can we join forces? Lu Zhou said. Having me is enough, Ye Zhen replied confidently. After he finished speaking, the landscape paintings on all sides shook like flowing water, and a faint primordial energy filled the air, the Tao patterns flowing, Ye Zhen's hands clasped behind his back. A small golden lotus dharma body suddenly appeared from Lu Zhou, supremely righteous, the lotus petals slowly blooming. Lu Zhou turned his head to look, then carefully examined the landscape paintings around the Taoist temple. He's using the 4 landscape paintings hanging on the 4 walls to create a magical formation area. Entering the Taoist temple, all illusions must reveal their true nature. Ye Zhen let go of his hands, and the Tao patterns slowly dissipated. In my Taoist temple, I am the master. Lu Zhou turned to look at Ye Zhen. Very clearly, Ye Zhen was showing off his abilities and calling it sincerity for cooperation. Lord? Li Zhen said coldly. The heart is the Tao is heaven. Understanding the heart is understanding the heavenly Tao. Your Dharma body is showing. Lu Zhou has a similar treasure called the Mirror of Emptiness. Didn't expect Li Zhen to pull this off with Tao patterns and domains, but the golden lotus projected ain't showing karma. No wonder Li Zhen's so sure. Lu Zhou ain't the OG Lu Senior. Lu Zhou said flatly. I don't need your permission to take the crystal ball. Ain't nobody stopping me. And teaming up? What if I say no? Li Zhen shook his head. A wise man knows when to yield. Stubbornness is for dummies. You traveled 10,000 miles, crossed endless seas to get here. Why make another enemy? You got no reason to refuse. Gotta admit, Li Zhen's got a point. Under normal circumstances, teaming up with him is a good play. You're wrong, Lu Zhou said coolly. Huh? Li Zhen looked surprised. You calculated everything, except one thing. Lu Zhou paused slightly. You're annoying as hell. The smile vanished from Li Zhen's face. That's the reason? Good enough reason for me, Lu Zhou replied. Li Zhen clasped his hands. Dabio patterns flowed like water, buzzing all around. The villa in the sky hummed. The Dabio patterns seemed to resonate, becoming even stronger. I won't lie, I studied that crystal ball. Sadly, I used a bit too much force and damaged it, Li Zhen said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. If Li Zhen's previous actions were just annoying, this crossed the line. Right then and there, Lu Zhou decided, this guy's future trouble? Gotta nip him in the butt. Although your answer is disappointing, I still want to hear the OG Lu Qi Senior's answer. Leave the crystal ball, and you can leave. Li Zhen's voice was calm as usual, not a hint of disappointment. From the start, Li Zhen never intended to let the dude take the crystal ball. It was all a test. The real showdown's just started. Lu Zhou stared at Li Zhen, then slowly stood up. End it here, right now. The landscape paintings shot out red Davao patterns. A bizarre scene unfolded. The red Davao patterns connected at lightning speed, forming a unique formation. Leave the crystal ball to leave, Li Zhen said coldly. Lu Zhou unleashed a palm strike, golden palm print hurtling towards Li Zhen. Li Zhen's figure flickered, dodging. Strike missed. In this Tao domain, I'm the Lord. Within the absolute heaven formation, the stronger you are, the stronger I become. Meeting strength with strength. Interesting. Lu Zhou nodded. Too bad. I ain't leaving the crystal ball for you. Li Zhen slowly shook his head. You know nothing about me. From the 4 landscape paintings flew hundreds of blood-red runes and sigils. Lu Zhou immediately summoned the binding seal. A golden circle lit up, blocking all the sigils and runes from all directions. Li Zhen's figures appeared everywhere. Illusion? The guy talking to me wasn't the real Li Zhen, but an illusion? But Lu Zhou wasn't worried. He had all the power to leave. Dharma body. When the 9-leaf Dharma body appeared, its height and size were restricted, only as tall as a normal person. Even the karma fire was gone. Another effect of the Absolute Heaven formation. This formation is way better than the 10 Absolute formation, that one cuts off all Genki in the formation, even restricts the master. But the Absolute Heaven formation ain't like that. It weakens the opponent while boosting the master's strength.
Li Zhen appeared before Lu Zhou, only half a meter away. Lu Zhou didn't panic, throwing a palm strike.
Red formation patterns appeared around Li Zhen, absorbing the entire golden palm print, his aura growing stronger. Li Zhen coldly clasped his hands behind his back, saying, "I told you, you know nothing about me."
Lu Zhou finally understood, withdrew his Dharma body and binding seal.
The surrounding Yuan Qi disappeared, his Dantian Qi Si completely retracted, and his 8 extraordinary meridians were locked.
Huh?
Li Zhen couldn't help clapping. "You're the first to see through my Absolute Heaven formation's escape method. Too bad you'll become helpless." The red lines, red light, and sigils in the Dao domain slowly disappeared. Lu Zhou remained silent, calmly walking towards Li Zhen like a normal person, reaching out and pushing a palm forward. Li Zhen stood still, not moving his Yuan Qi, his hands behind his back. In his eyes, Lu Zhou was just a mortal, but the moment Lu Zhou reached out, extraordinary power erupted.
Li Zhen felt like his chest was struck by a sledgehammer, his pupils constricted. But it was too late.
Boom! Li Zhen was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through the wall hanging a calligraphy painting, then slamming into the cherry tree in the courtyard. Li Zhen was horrified, his eyes wide open, staring at the human-shaped hole he created in the wall.
Lu Zhou walked calmly. A phantom flashed. A second later he appeared before him, throwing another palm. Li Zhen couldn't understand why the Absolute Heaven formation lost its effect. He clearly saw Lu Zhou seal his Dantian Qi Si and 8 extraordinary meridians, so why was he still so strong?
He was so caught off guard. Li Zhen clapped his hands, the Dharma body appeared, the 15 Zhang red lotus Dharma body illuminating the entire 10,000 Zhangda sun, causing thousands of disciples to look up. Karma fire appeared. The sky was dyed blood red.
Li Zhen clasped his hands.
Countless Confucian sigils appeared from all directions. Thousands of sigils rushed forward.
"Too bad, you're standing before him," suddenly said. "You're the one who knows nothing."
The fatal strike card in Lu Zhao's hand shattered. 5 fingers pressed down, golden light shooting out between the fingers. 9 words, true incantation hand seals. Great Chongshu treasure seal, outer circle mysterious seal, inner 8 characters seal, no restraint seal, 10,000 god seal, 8 trigram seal, treasure gourd seal, sun and moon seal descending in order.
Boom! Each palm print smashed through the red lotus Dharma body, then slammed into Li Zhen's chest.
Clash! Clang! Clang! Bang! The final Dao palm print struck the ground. Ding! Killed a target. Rewarded 4,500 merit points. Reward from the Earth Realm. Lu Zhou was puzzled? Thought, could it be that Li Zhen isn't from the Red Lotus Realm? But now isn't the time to think. Lu Zhou unlocked his 8 extraordinary meridians and Dantian Qi Si. His cultivation immediately returned. Although using the fatal strike card is a huge loss, Li Zhen will definitely become a big problem later.
Strangle him before he can stir up trouble. That's the right move.
The Flying Star House disciples were drawn to the 9-syllable true word Great Hand Seal, including Housemaster Chen Tiandao, who initiated the formation. Chen Tiandao initiates the formation. Chen Tiandao roared like thunder, echoing throughout 10,000 Jiangtu Mountain, with resonant energy sounds continuously ringing out. From the 5-finger peak, several 10 zang tall red lotus Dharma bodies hurriedly rushed over, while on the middle finger peak, the energy aura of a 10-leaf expert vibrated. Lu Zhou only had 1 deadly strike card left. A bloody battle was possible. But the formation on 5-finger peak seemed strange, so it was best not to stay at 10,000 Zangtu Mountain. But looking at the mobile merit points constantly arriving, Lu Zhou felt a pang in his heart. Buzz, buzz. The Taoist inscription formation was about to be completed, but his extraordinary power was running low. Forget it. For safety's sake, he should leave first. Lu Zhou cast the instant arrival divine power, using extraordinary power to imitate the great divine power technique, constantly flickering and teleporting to the north.
Several 8-leaf Dharma bodies only managed to see a streak of blue light rapidly departing, and shouted, "An intruder! Chase him!"
About 5 8-leaf Dharma bodies used the great divine power technique to chase after Lu Zhou, while those with lower cultivation could only fly behind. The remaining disciples rushed towards the place where Ye Zhen had fallen earlier. What the hell happened? Although the commotion was huge, when everyone arrived, they only saw a figure and a red lotus Dharma body flash across the sky, followed by continuous palm prints striking down.
The remaining disciples rushed towards the place where Ye Zhen had fallen.
What the hell just happened? Even though the commotion was huge, when everyone arrived, they only saw a figure flashing in the sky and the red lotus Dharma body, followed by Chief Seal slamming down repeatedly. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like a 9-leaf was killed. Could it be Elder Yi? No way! Elder Yi has only ever killed others. The formation on 10,000 feet mount had formed, covering all directions, and the Tao patterns in the sky flowed continuously. At this moment, a disciple who had finished observing shouted, "There's no one in the pit!" In the deep hand-shaped pit, there was only a small, human-shaped hole, and nothing else. There's blood in the small, human-shaped hole. How is that possible? I clearly saw a red lotus cultivator fall, and a 9-leaf at that. A disciple shouted loudly. The others didn't understand why, so they jumped into the deep pit one after another to search. But in the end, they found nothing. How strange. Where are you? That person flew out from Zhongji Peak. Could it really be Elder Ye? Everyone's face turned pale. The nascent divinity cultivators hurriedly flew towards Zhongji Peak and landed at Ye Zhen's villa, seeing the human-shaped hole in the wall and the cherry blossom tree. The disciples then went to the entrance of the Taoist temple and bowed, saying, "Disciples pay respects to Elder Ye." The Taoist temple was completely silent, making everyone extremely doubtful. Such a big thing happened, there's no way Elder Yi wouldn't have seen it. They mustered up their courage and approached the Taoist temple. The rule of Zhongji Peak is that without Ye Zhen's permission, no one is allowed to approach the Taoist temple, except for his personal disciple. Therefore, the Flying Star Lodge disciples were extremely cautious. When they approached, the personal disciple, Zhang Xiaosheng, suddenly pulled the door open and shouted, "Scram!" The disciples were stunned, and no one dared to question anything, so they quickly bowed and left. "I'm warning you, if anyone dares to break into Master's Taoist temple again, I will punish you severely." A fierce light appeared in Zhang Xiaosheng's eyes, and the disciples trembled and fled. Zhang Xiaosheng then closed the wooden door, his face covered in sweat. He patted his chest and said solemnly, "How could Meng Jiangdong kill Master?" In a mountainous area north of 10,000 feet mount, the setting sun filtered through the trees, and the sky gradually darkened. Under a large tree, Li Yongxiao supported himself on the ground with one hand and spat out a mouthful of blood. He panted and slumped down, leaning against the tree, looking up at the 8-leaf disciples chasing after him. "Lu Zhou, who the hell are you?" Yi Zhen gradually recovered. He flicked away the dust on his Confucian robe and straightened his collar. Even so, there was still a lot of blood on his collar. For some reason, when he saw this blood, Ye Zhen suddenly felt annoyed and irritated, angrily tore off the Confucian robe and threw it forward. Poof! Karma fire appeared, burning the Confucian robe, and in the blink of an eye, it turned to ashes. Ye Zhen was only left with a white robe. Ye Zhen tidied up his robe, and his mood gradually calmed down. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to breathe and meditate. At the same time, Lu Zhou flew out of the 10,000 feet mount formation area and entered another forest in the north. Lu Zhou didn't continue flying, but stopped in mid-air, standing still. Not long after, 5 8-leaf cultivators from Flying Star Lodge had caught up. "Who dares to trespass into Flying Star Lodge?" Lu Zhou slowly turned around. The 5 were immediately shocked. "Elder Meng! You're chasing after this old man?" Lu Zhou asked back, his aura, tone of voice, and eyes completely different from Meng Jiangdong. "Meng Jiangdong, what kind of trouble did you cause that made such a big commotion? How are you going to explain this to Elder Ye?" "Elder Meng, was that red lotus dharma body on Zhongji Peak yours? Why did you do that?" The 5 took turns questioning, but Lu Zhao's face remained indifferent. "Just 8 leaves? And you dare provoke this old man?" Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the chief's seal shone with golden light as it flew out, and beneath his feet appeared the 9-leaf golden lotus, with golden flames blazing fiercely. The 5 were immediately shocked. "Golden lotus karma force! Crap, scatter and run! Someone is offering themselves up. How could Lu Zhou not accept?" These 5 still thought they were chasing after someone seriously injured by Ye Zhen. The 5 scattered in 5 directions, and the chief's seal hit one person, causing him to fall to the ground. He lay on his back on the ground, his face horrified, seeing a scene he would never forget in his life. Behind Lu Zhou appeared a 15 Zhang Dharma body, with golden flames burning fiercely. In Lu Zhao's hand appeared an exquisite bow. 5 fingers pulled the bowstring taut, and 4 arrows of essence radiated brilliant blue light, rushing out, carrying flames that were constantly burning, shooting towards the 4 people running in 4 different directions. Lu Zhou didn't look at these 4 people. The 4 arrows just now not only consumed half of his extraordinary power, but also used golden flames and the power of the 9 leaves. If these 4 people were still alive, that would be inexplicable. The Dharma body disappeared. The unnamed bow disappeared. The golden flames and blue light on his hand dissipated, and Lu Zhao's appearance slowly returned to its original state. The 8-leaf cultivator lying on the ground 100 meters away from Lu Zhou looked at the old man walking towards him step by step, with a fear that could not be conceived. 4 consecutive notifications rang in Lu Zhao's ears. Ding! Killing a target? gaining 1,500 merit points. Additional 1,000 points for region. Gaining 10,000 points in the blink of an eye. How could Lu Zhou not be happy? Lu Zhou stared at the only surviving 8-leaf, stroked his beard, and shook his head, saying, "You like chasing this old man so much?" The man had no dignity left at this point, kowtowing repeatedly on the ground, constantly begging, "Elder Meng, please spare my life." "Wait, hold up. Spare me, senior. Spare me. Just who the hell is this Yi Zhen guy?" Lu Zhou recalled the reward announcement after Ye Zhen died and felt things were sus AF. Clearly a Red Lotus avatar, but no territory reward? WTF? Killing those 4 8-leaf dudes with the arrow earlier got rewarded, so why not Yi Zhen? Elder Yi is the Grand Elder of the Flying Star House, the dude stammered. Old geezer hates liars the most. Lu Zhou raised his hand, light shining between his fingers.
Dude frantically waved his hands. I really don't know. I only know he has unfathomable cultivation. Even the housemaster has to give him face.
Flying Star House reaching its current status is all thanks to Elder Ye Zhen carrying the team. Lu Zhou continued. If Meng Changdong is a thorn in his side, why hasn't he eliminated him yet? How the hell would I know that? Elder Ye's thoughts have always been beyond comprehension. His actions defy logic. Dude was straight up clueless. What's the point of keeping you alive if you know nothing? The palm seal came crashing down. The dude's pupils shrank, and his whole body stiffened. He instinctively resisted, unleashing his entire origin chi.
Boom! The palm seal, engulfed in blue light, slammed down, burying him deep into the ground.
Ding! Killed a target, gained 1,500 merit points. Territory reward plus 1,000 points.
The power from the dude's self-detonation caused all the surrounding trees to break. Dust filled the sky, and the area within 100 meters became flat ground.
When the dust settled, Lu Zhou retracted his blue light shield and slowly turned around, unfazed, flying away into the silent forest. Ye Zhen was meditating, his forehead drenched in sweat, but the trauma had gradually subsided. His eyes gradually regained their calm, and a familiar, elegant smile appeared on his face. Ye Zhen, just like Lu Zhou, was wondering who the hell the other party was.
Even though he acted calm, having one life taken by Lu Zhou filled him with suppressed rage.
Ye Zhen slowly raised his hand, and a bizarre Red Lotus avatar, with 5 heads raised high, appeared in his palm. Each head looked like a head. The outermost one on the left had a broken neck, headless, and the remaining 3 heads drooped, dim, without vitality or red light. Zhu Ying had 9 lives connected to the same body, but now the 9-headed avatar only had 8 heads left. No matter who the hell you are, daring to take one of my lives, Yi Zhen remembers this debt. His eyes became sharp, and the avatar gradually transformed into a human form, looking exactly like before, only with a much dimmer light. One of the 9 lotus leaves was snapped in half. He clenched his fist, and the avatar disappeared. Ye Zhen's phantom flickered, flying towards Zhongji, intentionally circling around the place where he had just died before returning to his other courtyard. There was no one around. Yi Zhen's expression was as calm as ever. He brushed away the dust from his body, straightened his collar, and opened the wooden door. "Master! You're finally back!" Jiang Shaosheng hurriedly ran out, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Disciple has chased away all the disciples who dared to barge into the courtyard, and waited here for your return." Ye Zhen glanced at him indifferently and said, "Get me a robe." "Yes." Stepping into the courtyard, Ye Zhen frowned when he saw the Confucian calligraphy painting on the wall had been shattered. Jiang Shaosheng brought out the robe. Ye Zhen didn't turn around but spread his arms wide, coldly saying, "Dress me." Yes. No one in this world understood his master's temperament better than Jiang Shaosheng. He carefully put the robe on Ye Zhen, making sure there wasn't even a single wrinkle. While smoothing the sleeves, he used a little too much force due to nervousness, causing the left sleeve to become misaligned. Ye Zhen immediately raised his hand and slapped Jiang Shaosheng hard across the face. Smack! Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple knows his mistake.
Jiang Shaosheng repeatedly apologized, hurriedly adjusting the sleeve to make it even.
The Confucian robe draped down, and Ye Zhen looked exactly the same as before. If Lu Zhou saw him now, he would be shocked AF. "Shaosheng, clean up the courtyard and restore it to its previous state," Ye Zhen calmly said. "Yes, disciple will do it immediately." Having been slapped twice today, Jiang Shaosheng was extremely nervous. Disciple awaits master's instructions. Jiang Shaosheng's whole body trembled. "The reason I hit you is so that you'll remember it for a long time. You must remember one thing. Under this heaven, only I am allowed to hit you. If Meng Changdong hits you, I will help you vent your anger and take his life," Ye Zhen said.
Jiang Shaosheng knelt on the ground in joy and said, "Disciple, thanks, master." After bowing, he mustered his courage and asked, "Meng Changdong doesn't know his place, daring to attack, master. Why didn't you eliminate him from the beginning?"
The reason I kept him alive until now is because I needed him for something, but I didn't expect him to betray me. Flying Star House has been betrayed. Inform the disciples that Meng Changdong has betrayed Flying Star House, and also inform the Heavenly Feather Institute, the Imperial Court, and the sects in the cultivation world. If anyone captures Meng Changdong, this elder will reward them handsomely. Alive or dead, disciple will do it immediately. As night fell, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Lu Zhou flew back to Heavenly Willow Mountain, sighing. What the hell are his two mounts doing?
So slow. Did they drown in the endless sea or something? Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, and his flying speed was acceptable. However, after the confrontation with Ye Zhen, less than a third of the extraordinary power in Lu Zhao's body remained, so he felt quite tired when landing at the other courtyard. Lu Zhou used his clairaudience divine power. It was quiet, all around, without a single person. Truly good-for-nothing disciples of mine, not a single one is worried about my safety, a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Entering the room, Lu Zhou didn't immediately rest but lit a candle and took out the memory crystal ball, placing it under the light. The light shone through the crystal ball. Just as Ye Zhen had said, there was a damaged spot in the left corner of the crystal ball. Hopefully it doesn't affect any important memories. Lu Zhou didn't rush to unlock the memories, but stood up and went to the window to enjoy the night breeze, feeling much better. The events of today still felt very strange to him. Just who the hell is Ye Zhen? The cherry blossoms on 10,000 Zhang Mountain bloom all year round, probably because of the power of the Tao runes. The Taoist temple hanging up calligraphy paintings in the style of Confucianism also made Ye Zhen seem mysterious AF. Lu Zhou didn't regret using the one-hit kill card. In that situation, Ye Zhen clearly still had a lot of deadly moves. It was the most logical method, but Lu Zhou always felt something was off. This world doesn't lack weirdness. First, there's Emperor Liu Qua with his immortal body, then the fake Emperor Liu Shang, who's a member of the Wuqi tribe. Even his eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, is sus. With a scheming dude like Ye Zhen, how could he not have life-saving tricks up his sleeve? Looks like that one-hit kill card was a waste of points. Gotta double-check if Ye Zhen's really dead tomorrow before making any plans. Lu Zhou closed the window and returned to the table, his old hand reaching out to cover the crystal ball. Buzz. A resonant sound rang out. Lu Zhou felt his mind become hazy, his body seemingly entering a pure white world, just like the last time he unlocked half of the crystal ball. Lu Zhou moved forward, and soon saw a stone wall with squares of 26 Latin letters arranged out of order. Lu Zhou sighed. Maybe he's the only one in this world who can unlock the secrets of the crystal ball. Lu Zhou rearranged the positions of the alphabet, but, since they were all chopped up, with only half remaining, he had to do it multiple times to succeed. After that, Lu Zhou pressed the transcribed letters of the two verses, Hai Sheng Sheng Ming Yu, Tianyagong Qi Shi. The stone wall immediately dissipated. Mid-air. First memory fragment. The location designated by the system isn't wrong, but this place is too damn dangerous. I need to find a way to leave here quickly. May cultivation is still too low. If I could, I'd rather have never come to this place. What a ripoff. The surrounding images fast forward. Finally managed to get fum pills. Maybe I'm seeing things, but a black lotus fell from the sky. Is that a demonic silkworm? Some blurry, distorted images. Must be because I'm too tired and just seeing things. Ji Tiandao, leave the dangerous area quickly. A strong energy resonance and constant collision sounds came from beside him. There were terrifying beasts lurking all around. I used all my strength to overcome the dangers and the giant beasts chasing me on this road. It feels so good to be alive. Keep running! Who knows when I'll be able to return to Great Yan. After that, there was a long period of flying to the desert, which was like mental torture. Second memory fragment. Met an extremely intelligent little girl. Her name is Luo Xuan. She's very polite, understands the terrain here, is proficient in music, and understands sign language. The two traveled together on the road. Luo Xuan asked many questions. Because I was alert, I didn't say much. She told me that the place I had just left was called Tai Shu. I looked down on Luo Xuan and even said that she was lost and couldn't find her way home, asking me to take her back to Great Yan. I didn't agree, but she kept following. The road back to Great Yan is extremely difficult. I feel that my cultivation is too weak. Luo Xuan used her talent for understanding animal language to help us avoid many dangerous beasts. Luo Xuan asked what I had gained in Taishu. I didn't tell her. Luo Xuan's curiosity and determination to explore far exceeded ordinary people. In order to make her admire me, I raised many problems that the world couldn't imagine. She was completely immersed in them, but couldn't solve any of them. Third memory fragment. I sorted out the things I harvested in Taishu, including several cultivation methods and 10 pills. Luo Xuan looked curious and wanted to take a look, but she didn't seem to know what these pills were.
just curiously looking at the cultivation methods. To thank her for her help, I gave her a few cultivation methods. Luo Xuan seemed very happy. To return to Great Yan, you need to go through an endless forest. Ji Tiandao's cultivation is low, so he has to be cautious, which makes his return very slow. Luo Xuan exclaimed. The cultivation methods of Taishu are too magical. This is the first time in my life I've seen the Red Lotus avatar. This deeply shook my heart. Every day, Luo Xuan studied the problems I gave her. She is indeed a genius. I explained some new concepts to her, and Luo Xuan understood them very quickly. But she still couldn't solve any of the problems. I told her that these problems were just the tip of the iceberg. One day, Luo Xuan said she wanted to become my disciple, but I refused. I said that people have ideals and pursuits in life, and she likes to explore new things, which I can't teach. But sometimes Luo Xuan still calls me Lao Shi.
Fourth memory fragment. One day after waking up, Ji Tiandao discovered that Luo Xuan had disappeared. She left a note, which read, "I'm sorry, I took a seed from Taishu to study. I will continue to look for the secrets of this world. You have taught me a lot on this journey. Just as you said, the sea of knowledge is boundless. When I figure these things out, I will come to you again. I promise you that I will not reveal any information about you. When we meet again, I hope you can accept me as a disciple."
Ji Tiandao checked his bag again. Apart from a pill being taken away, the other items were still there. Ji Tiandao was very puzzled. Before the name of the pill? The seed of Taishu? It's a waste that I taught her so much. But she stole my pill.
This is a pill that can change cultivation aptitude.
I must be more careful in the future, and not let others know about its existence.
Fifth memory fragment.
Ji Tiandao finally returned to Great Yan. Emperor Liu Qua pacified the alien races. The world was at peace for 100 years. Ji Tiandao's cultivation also reached the peak of the 8-leaf nascent soul realm. Accept disciples? Ji Tiandao decided to use the Evil Sky Pavilion as a base to accept disciples. The origins of some disciples must be concealed. The memory became blurred, distorting the memory fragment. Sixth, the 9-leaf plan failed by a narrow margin. Must continue to seal it. Crystal ball. Luo Xuan knows where I've been. These memories must be sealed. The image before the seal flashed through his mind. The familiar Evil Sky Pavilion, the pavilion, and the barrier.
Lu Zhou opened his eyes, returning to the real world, in a quiet room illuminated by moonlight. Lu Zhou felt like he had just fallen asleep, and when he woke up, it was a sea of vicissitudes. The world outside had gone through so many changes. The short moment of regaining consciousness passed, and Lu Zhou gradually calmed down, raising the crystal ball, the memories turning into fine powder. Ding! Found half a crystal ball of memories. Rewarded 5,000 merit points. Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back, sighed, and the aftertaste of the recovered memories filled him with doubts. Mysterious land. Elixirs that change aptitude. Li Xuan, Lu Zhou muttered. Although Ji Tiandao's memories have returned, they also bring many new doubts. Now that I see it, there's a reason why Ji Tiandao could become the #1 demonic master of Great Flame. At the same time, Ji Tiandao's memories brought shocking news. The Black Lotus. At that time, Ji Tiandao was also very surprised, but he didn't know much about the demonic Zen. In fact, both demonic Zen and Buddhist Zen cultivate black-colored golden bodies, not Dharma bodies. But is the golden lotus really black? This thing appeared in that mysterious land. The more I think about it, the less I understand. Whatever. Just focus on improving my cultivation. All truths will be revealed before my eyes. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged, just about to enter a state of comprehending the heavenly book, when footsteps suddenly came from outside the villa. "Who is it?" Lu Zhou asked. "This humble one is Xia Chengqi. What's the matter? I saw the lights in Senior Lu Zhua's villa, so I came to report."
Today, Xikong Baishan sent a flying letter. Xikong Baishan said he wanted to visit you at Tianliu Pass, but it so happened you weren't there, so I sent a flying letter back myself, telling him to come another day. Do you want to refuse to meet him? Tell him to come tomorrow. Yes, Senior Lu, please rest early. After Xia Chengqi left, Lu Zhou opened the system interface. Merit points, 25,940 points. Remaining lifespan, 29.45 days. Item cards. One hit kill x1. Critical block x138. Imprisonment cage x5. Bai Z is heading to the Red Lotus domain. Bai NCT is heading to the Red Lotus domain. Shongqi disguise card x1. Taishu mirror. Transformation card x3. Shimmering stone x3. Thundergang card x1. Damage immunity x1. Unnamed weapon. Jade whisk. Judge's pen. 9 Xuan brocade. 4 directions mechanism. If it weren't for the 5 nascent soul realm cultivators chasing after me, this trip to Flying Star Studio would have been a complete loss for Lu Zhou. Luckily, I got the crystal ball back.
Perhaps Ye Zhen deliberately concealed his cultivation, The more he tried to prove it, the more suspicious it became.
Lu Zhou flipped his hand, and the Taishu mirror appeared. This thing can illuminate all living beings. I can use it to test similar situations in the future. Lu Zhou then took out a shimmering stone and threw it towards the Taishu mirror. A raging fire immediately burst out, and the Taishu mirror made a sizzling sound.
Lu Zhou himself entered a state of comprehending the heavenly book. As dawn broke, the nine heavens hall's flying chariots slowly flew over.
Inside the flying chariot, Yao Qingquan pointed to a pillar of light rising from the Tianliu mountain, shining straight into the sky, and asked softly, "Hallmaster, what is that?"
Zhao Jianghe said,
"It should be some kind of weapon. But who's so free? What's the point of using a weapon for no reason, wasting essence?"
Sikong Baichen coughed softly and waved his hand. "Perhaps it's Senior Lu's treasure. We'll know when we get there."
Yes. Last night, the Nine Heavens Hall received a flying letter from Xia Chengqi.
With Sikong Baichen's impatient personality, he immediately ordered people to control the flying chariot to fly over, even telling the two great chief seats to control the flying chariot to run to Tianliu Pass at the fastest speed.
In Lu Zhao's villa at Tianliu Pass, the Taishu mirror made a loud noise and fell to the ground. Lu Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the Taishu mirror, gently raised his hand, and the Taishu mirror immediately flew into Lu Zhao's palm. Mobilizing the essence around the Taishu mirror, a layer of light appeared. This means that the Taishu mirror has successfully become a mystic-grade weapon.
Ding!
Obtained a mystic-grade Taishu mirror weapon. Rewarded 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction and put away the Taishu mirror. What effect will this toy have after upgrading? Will it be able to see through even bones? Senior Lu, Hallmaster Sikong requests an audience.
Xia Chengqi came to the outside of the villa again and said, "Understood." Lu Zhao left the villa.
As he went out, he suddenly saw Yaner flying in the air, so he called out, "Come down here!" "Yes." Yanker obediently landed in front of her master. She thought she was about to be scolded by her master. But unexpectedly, her master took out the Taishu mirror and shone it on her. The golden light shone like sunlight on Yanyer, and a seven-leaf Dharma body appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Nothing different? Lu Zhao suspiciously put away the Taishu mirror. If that's the case, then this old man has made a big loss. The Taishu mirror is no different before and after the upgrade. Such a scam. Master, this disciple has been working hard to cultivate, and hasn't been playing around. Yan Dyer pouted and said, "Work hard on your cultivation, don't fly around randomly. This is Tianliu Pass after all, not the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou scolded. This disciple understands. Yan He nodded. Lu Zhou waved his hand to Xia Chengqi, who was standing beside him with a dull face, and said softly, "Lead the way." "Ah, yes. Senior Lu, please follow me." In his heart, Xia Chengqi couldn't help but sigh. This little disciple has such a high cultivation level, and is still subject to such strict demands. Wouldn't those disciples, who haven't even shown their faces, be even more heaven-defying? Xia Chengqi suddenly felt that his decision to latch onto this big shot was really accurate. Not long after, the two arrived at the main hall.
Sikong Baichen, Yao Qingquan, and Zhao Jianghe saw Lu Zhou arrive and immediately cupped their hands in salute. "Brother Lu, greetings Senior Lu." Cough, cough, cough. Sikong Baichen's face turned ugly, and without waiting for Lu Zhao to say anything, he retreated back and coughed.
"I'm sorry, I absolutely didn't mean to offend Brother Lu," Sikong Baichen said. Lu Zhao looked at Sikong Baichen and asked calmly, "It's all right. Are you injured?"
Sikong Baichen sighed. "I was careless and fell into Yi Zhen's trap."
"Ye Zhen injured you?" Lu Zhou walked over and sat down opposite him. Sikong Baichen immediately recounted the whole story of Chen Tiandu and Ye Zhen's visit to the Nine Heavens Hall. When it came to swordplay, Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. "All things are swords. Control to the micro level."
"Your swordplay skills aren't bad." Xia Chengqi and Tian Buchiki both nodded in agreement, while the elders of Tianliu Temple outside were dumbfounded.
They had never seen Sikong Baichen in person. Hearing that he was visiting, they rushed over to see what a peerless expert was like. But their status didn't allow them to enter the main hall, so they could only wait outside.
In all the land, Lu Qianbei is probably the only one who can use that attitude to evaluate Sikong Baichen's swordplay.
Ye Zhen only has 9-leaf cultivation. Even if you and Chen Tiandu exchanged sword techniques, he couldn't have hurt you. Why did you fall for his trick? Lu Zhao stroked his beard and asked. A complex expression appeared on Sikong Baichen's face. At first, I thought so too. Ye Zhen is just a 9-leaf. I didn't even bother with him. My whole attention was on Chen Tiandu. Even if Ye Zhen wielded Karma Fire, my Nine Heavens Hall has 5 head disciples who could suppress him, but I didn't expect. Recalling that sparring session, disbelief flashed in Sikong Baichen's eyes. He's definitely not an ordinary 9-leaf. I retreated, and Chen Tiandu and Ye Zhen couldn't resist launching a sneak attack. What I didn't expect was that he could easily neutralize my sword moves and then attack with Karma Fire. Even if he wields Karma Fire, He shouldn't be able to hurt a 10-leaf like you, Lu Zhou said, confused. When he attacked, I had the illusion that multiple 9-leafs were attacking me. I was careless for a moment and got hit by his karma fire,
Sikong Baichen replied dejectedly.
Multiple 9-leafs? Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering.
Sikong Baichen clasped his hands and said, "Now everyone thinks that my 9 Heavens Hall killed Chen Beizhen. The Imperial Court will definitely settle this score, and the 9 Heavens Hall and Tianliu Temple are in the same boat. I hope Lu brother can lend a hand. Chen Beizhen was a capable general of the Imperial Court after all. His death will definitely be investigated. Currently, rumors on the streets say that Flying Star House's siege of Tianliu Temple failed because the 9 Heavens Hall and Tianliu Temple colluded with people from the Golden Lotus realm." Sikong Baichen wasn't wrong when he said this. They were in the same boat.
Lu Zhou and his 2 disciples are only 3 9-leafs. Not enough to be enemies with the entire Great Tang. The Heavenly Martial Institute, Flying Star House, and the 12 Yunshan sects are all forces to be reckoned with.
Xie Changqi, Tian Buqi, and the elders outside all looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for his reply. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou suddenly asked, "Sikong Baichen, how many 10 leaves do you think the Great Tang has?"
Asking Sikong Baichen this question made the most sense. He's a big shot who has lived for 2,000 years, witnessing the changing times, the rise and fall of experts. He might not care about 9 leaves, but he probably knows all the 10 leaves by heart.
Sikong Baichen lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then replied, "Din Yu Chenshu of the Heavenly Martial Institute, Housemaster Chen Tiandao of Flying Star House, Sectmaster Ni Qingyun of the 12 Yunshan sects, Abbot Jianzhen of the Shanyan Temple."
As for the Imperial Court, I heard there are 3. Chen Beizhen is dead, so there should be 2 left, 5 in total. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and thought, so I need 5 trump cards to be safe. These past few years I've been in seclusion. The cultivation world has had many big waves in the past 2,000 years. Maybe a new 10-leaf expert has been born, being used as a hidden ace that I don't know about,
Sikong Baichen said. Head disciple Yao Qingquan clasped her hands and added, "Of the 5 the Hall Master mentioned, only Din Yu Chenshu wields karma fire. In addition, the Heavenly Martial Institute has recruited many talents in recent years, cultivating many 9-leafs. It's possible they have an additional 10-leaf expert." More than 300 years ago, a crazy woman named Luo Xuan appeared at the Heavenly Martial Institute. In a very short time, she reached 10-leaf cultivation, but she could only use it intermittently. Later, the Heavenly Martial Institute hid her away, and her whereabouts are unknown to this day. Speaking of Luo Xuan, Lu Zhou recalled what he saw in the memory crystal ball. Turns out Luo Xuan probably got a hold of the seed of the Great Void, which is why his cultivation leveled up so damn fast. "How many 9-leaf dudes are there?" Lu Zhou asked. This time, Yao Qingquan answered instead of Sikong Baichen. "There are many sects under heaven, and more than a dozen big ones alone. Each sect has 1 or 2 9-leaf cultivators, more or less. It's hard to say exactly how many, but without a 9-leaf, you can't become a top-tier sect, period. So, 9 Serene Palace is a super outstanding sect then. How the hell did things turn out like this?" These words made Sikong Baichen and the 2 chief elders super awkward. Cough, cough, cough. Sikong Baichen coughed violently again, even spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Palace Master!" Everyone was shocked and panicked. Yi Zhen, with just 9-leaf cultivation, could actually injure a 10-leaf? That's some scary SHT. I ain't gonna die. Sikong Baichen shook his head. Lu Zhou looked at him searchingly, then said, "Don't move." Sikong Baichen was startled. No one knew what Lu Zhou was gonna do. Lu Zhou took out the Taishu mirror, mobilized his vital energy, and a ray of golden light shone on Sikong Baichen's body. Behind Sikong Baichen appeared a small red lotus dharma body, 10 lotus petals shining brightly. But in his meridians, Ye Zhen's karmic fire was eroding him, and an imprint appeared on the karmic fire. "Karmic fire hidden seal," everyone exclaimed. "That petty little bastard, I can't believe Yi Zhen is such a treacherous snake." Yao Qingquan angrily cursed. Sikong Baichen frowned. No wonder these past few days, no matter how I adjusted my breathing, I couldn't dispel the karmic fire. Lu Zhou put away the Taishu mirror. Looks like, after upgrading, the Taishu mirror can not only detect dharma bodies and cultivation, but also see through some other disguises. Using a treasure that emits light? No one felt any resistance to the golden light from the Taishu mirror. Yao Qingquan said, "So, that golden light shooting straight into the sky that we saw just now was from Senior Lu's treasure." Lu Zhou didn't deny it, and said, "It's fortunate that your cultivation is profound. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand being burned by karmic fire like that. If Senior Lu runs into Ye Zhen in the future, you must be careful," Sikong Baichen said. Lu Zhou nodded, stroking his beard, and suddenly thought of a question. "If the cultivation is the same, is the red lotus stronger,
or the gold lotus stronger? And the Book of Heaven even gave him a blue lotus. Lu Zhou's palm slowly rose, and a blue lotus appeared in his palm. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Blue lotus! The red lotus domain ain't as simple as the gold lotus domain." The peeps here know the outside world, so when they saw the blue lotus, they were all shocked. Sikong Baichen was no exception. He had personally seen Lu Zhou display the red lotus dharma body and the 20 Zhanghai red seal, so how could he now display the blue lotus? While everyone was still shocked, the blue lotus emitted vitality and energy that fell on Sikong Baichen, and it was absorbed cleanly in an instant. Sikong Baichen felt the karmic fire in his body being extinguished very quickly by the blue lotus, as if it had met its nemesis, like pouring a stream of cold water on a burning flame. After a few breaths, he felt that the karmic fire and the seal in his body were dispelled. Lu Zhou took out the Taishu mirror again, mobilizing his vital energy to shine on Sikong Baichen. The 10-leaf red lotus dharma body appeared, but this time the karmic fire and the seal had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Senior Lu's methods are truly eye-opening. Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe bowed in unison. Sikong Baichen slowly stood up, moving his muscles and bones, trying to mobilize his vital energy. The blocked meridians were unblocked, and as long as he recuperated for a while to heal the burned areas, there would be no more problems. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Brother Luca, I won't say much. In the future, if you need anything from Nine Serene Palace, just ask." Lu Zhou put away the Taishu mirror and stroked his beard, saying, "This old man has always appreciated those who know what's good for them. Ye Zhen is extremely cunning, and the formation on Tianliu Pass is too weak. Senior Lucera must be careful." Sikong Baichen said. Lu Zhou really wanted to say that Ye Zhen had already been killed by him, but it wasn't convenient to brag. Just then, an elder rushed in from outside, bowing and reporting, "Yi Zhen has issued a proclamation to the world. Meng Chengdong has betrayed Flying Star House. If anyone catches Meng Chengdong, Yi Zhen will give that person a heaven-tier weapon." The crowd raised their eyebrows. The elder presented black characters on white paper. "This is the notice from Flying Star House." Lu Zhou secretly exclaimed, "As expected, Yi Zhen is still alive." Lu Zhou asked, "Senior Lu, Yi Zhen is still alive and kicking. Why did you ask that?" This morning, Ye Zhen was still performing karmic fire for his disciples on 10,000 Zhang Tuoshan Mountain. I guess a lot of people are going crazy asking to join Flying Star House again. Lu Zhou frowned. "It's a good thing this old man didn't brag just now, or else I would be so embarrassed. This Ye Zhen is really cunning. If I get the chance, I must take out the Taishu mirror and see what kind of monster he is." Xia Changqiu said, "Bring Meng Chengdong here." "Yes." Not long after, Meng Chengdong was led to the main hall by two disciples. Sikong Baichen and the two chief elders recognized him at a glance. Meng Chengdong looked up, surprised to see Sikong Baichen sitting here. So Tianliu Pass really teamed up with Nine Serene Palace. Xia Chengqi threw the notice in front of him. Meng Chengdong finished reading it and immediately tore the paper to shreds, angrily cursing, "Yi Zhen, you insidious little BTCH." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Meng Chengdong, you have nowhere else to go. As soon as you step outside, you're dead meat. Your life is only worth a heaven-tier weapon." These words are harsh, but they are also the truth. This old man can arrange a place for you to stay. The crowd was dubious, not knowing what the old senior was planning to do. Lu Zhao's expression remained calm and natural. Tianliu Pass is in great need of people. If you still want to live, joining Tianliu Pass is your only choice. Meng Changdong's eyes widened, looking hesitant. Yao Qingquan echoed, "Senior Lu is right, you have nowhere else to go. Don't even think about finding a place to hide. With Ye Zhen's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to find you. Moreover, this notice has been proclaimed throughout the world. Do you still want to have a good reputation? Why not just make it the truth, and not let yourself be falsely accused? What do you think, Meng Chengdong?" Yao Qingquan's words really hit Meng Chengdong where it hurts. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand to undo his cultivation, and said casually, "This old man promised you a way out, now you can leave. The problem is, where can I go? Returning to Flying Star House, I'll definitely be skinned alive. Going anywhere else, I'll be a wanted man. My lifestone is still at Flying Star House. Unless I kill myself." Thinking back to his past life in Flying Star House, Meng Chengdong sighed and bowed, saying, "Senior Lu, I have a request." "Let me drop some truth bombs," Meng Chengdong said. "Tianliu Guan's got a small territory, no successors, and few disciples. It's a tough climb to greatness." Xie Changqi's eyes went wide, looking like a deer in headlights. That harsh truth hit him like a truck. Yao Qingquan jumped in quick. "Then join the Nine Heavens Hall. You're still a nine-leaf. Even the lamest nine-leaf is worth snatching up." "Nah, I'm simping for Senior Lu now," Meng Chengdong said, standing tall. Everyone froze. Yao Qingquan immediately lost hope with a sigh. Lu Zhou pondered for a sec and nodded. I need quality, not quantity. My elder slots are full. But since you're a 9-leaf, I'll bless you with the title of Protector. Take it or leave it. A 9-leaf can't even get an elder position in Senior Lu's sect? Just how freaking strong is this sect? I'll be your loyal dog. Ding. System. Subordinate acquired. Reward. 1,000 merit points. Note. Subordinating anything under 8 leaves will not be rewarded. Congrats, Protector Meng. Congrats, Senior Lu. Everyone cupped their hands in congratulations. Meng Changdong sighed softly. New position in sect may be small time, but at least I get to keep my head. Lu Zhou said to Meng Changdong, You know Flying Star House so well. What's your take on the current sitch? Meng Changdong replied, Ye Zhen is a total pain in the ass, scheming AF, and with a million tricks. Even Housemaster Qin Tiandu can't touch him. Plus, he's got Heavenly Martial Institute, and tons of other allies.
Tian Liu Guan and 9 Heavens Hall are def gonna get clapped. But I got a plan. Spill it. Si Kung Baichen and the 2 chief seats listened intently.
Heavenly Martial Institute's been digging into the Golden Lotus domain, and the biggest force there is the Demon Heaven Pavilion. The master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion was a demon everyone wanted to exterminate, but now he keeps saving everyone from doom. Huh? Head manager Xia was chillin'. Elders? Why y'all looking at me like that?
Xia Chengqi waved his hand.
Nah, it's nothing. Just... I feel like I've heard the name Demon Heaven Pavilion somewhere, just can't put my finger on it. Keep going, Meng Zhengdong continued. From what I know, the Heavenly Martial Institute has researched that we can send people to the Golden Lotus domain to cooperate with the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Lu Zhou didn't flinch. You're from the Red Lotus domain. Aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? Meng Zhengdong shook his head. From what I know, the Golden Lotus domain has the 9-leaf tribulation, and the overall strength is not strong. It is impossible to annex the Red Lotus domain, but the Demon Heaven Pavilion is absolutely not to be underestimated. The 9-leaf who mastered the karmic fire of the Blood Sun Temple was very likely killed by this great demon. At this moment, Xia Changqi suddenly said, I remember! Everyone jumped, looking at Xia Changqi with annoyance. Why the sudden shout? What did you remember? The master of Demon Heaven Pavilion seems to be Senior Lu. There was complete silence in the Zhongzheng Hall. Lu Zhao's expression was as indifferent as ever, neither admitting nor denying it, but slowly stood up. You guys keep discussing, I'll take my leave first. I still have to go back and accumulate strength. Fei Feng saw Lu Zhao's figure had gone far away, and Xia Changqi hurriedly called Ji Fenghang to ask, Fenghang, what was the name of the sect that Senior Lu said he wanted to accept you into that time?
Ji Fenghang scratched his head and replied, It seems to be something, Mo. Demon Heaven Pavilion?
Meng Changdong was too embarrassed, and Wu Wu, who was standing next to Ji Fenghang, also muttered, It's really Demon Heaven Pavilion. Sister Yanxier often mentions Demon Heaven Pavilion to me. Everyone was immediately curious. Even a 10-leaf like Sikong Baishan couldn't help but be curious. Is there anything else you can say? Wu Wu tried to recall Yanner's words and replied, She said there are 8 senior brothers and sisters and 1 junior sister. Randomly choosing one of them can smash your heads. Is it so powerful? Looking at everyone dumbfounded, Wu Wu cautiously said, I'm telling the truth. If there is anyone here who knows the most about Demon Heaven Pavilion, it must be Meng Changdong. When he was in the Flying Star House, the Heavenly Martial Institute always sent news to them. The 2 sects have had close ties with each other for 300 years. Meng Changdong asked Wu Wu, Could it be a mistake? The reputation of Demon Heaven Pavilion is very big in the Golden Lotus domain, and many people often impersonate them. Xia Changqi was speechless. So you mean Senior Lu is impersonating the Demon Heaven Pavilion? No. Meng Changdong realized he had misspoke, and waved his hands repeatedly. With Lu Zhu's cultivation and strength, and his disciples being 2 9-leaf experts, why would he need to impersonate others? Qi Fenghang spoke up to explain. What's so difficult to understand about this? This is called working humbly. This is the Red Lotus domain, and people from the Golden Lotus domain are lucky enough not to be besieged and beaten. As soon as these words came out, cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs, because they were all cultivators of the Red Lotus domain, and now they wanted to cooperate with the great demon of the Golden Lotus domain. Isn't this playing with fire? No one knows whether their choice is right or wrong. Faced with life and death, they can only grit their teeth and move forward.
Sikong Baichen said indifferently, I once saw Brother Lu display the Red Lotus Dharma body with my own eyes.
How do you explain this?
Qi Fenghang was stunned. Xia Changqi then replied, Senior Lu just called out the Blue Lotus, didn't he?
The crowd fell into contemplation. I feel that everyone should not think too much. If Senior Lu is really a heinous person, why would he bother to come to my Tian Lu Guan?
Xia Changqi laughed. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xia Changqi cleared his throat and said, "To be honest, I know you all look down on me. Look down on Tian Liuguan.
I, Xia Changqi, have no ability, and my cultivation is not high. But as long as Tian Liuguan can survive, I am willing to do anything. People living in this world should know clearly what they want. I only believe in my own judgment."
Recalling when Senior Lu first came to Tian Liuguan, Qi Fenghang desperately protected Yu Shangrong, who was also Senior Lu's second disciple. Senior Lu valued Ji Fenghang and wanted to accept him into the Demon Heaven Pavilion. "Everyone, I am ignorant. What qualifications does Ji Fenghang, with his mediocre talent and roots, have to be invited to the Demon Heaven Pavilion?
Based on what?" The main hall became silent again. Even the world-renowned 10-leaf expert Sikong Baishan nodded slightly, his eyes drooping to look at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking.
Man, Meng Chengdong remembered what Lu Zhou said, and couldn't help but feel ashamed.
Like, how could such a Chad, if he was truly an evil overlord, get so many loyal simps to die for him if he didn't have some charisma?
Xia Changqiu continued.
The situation is obvious today. You guys must have already made your decisions. Once you've decided, don't hesitate. No takebacks in this world, bruh. If I wasn't afraid that Senior Lu would hate it, I would have brought everyone in the Heavenly Willow Temple into the Evil Sky Pavilion already. Besides Senior Lu, we have no other choice. The crowd nodded slightly. Xia Changqi's words were also the thoughts of the Nine Heavens Hall.
Meng Chengdong suddenly remembered something, and asked Ji Fenghang, "Are those two nine-leaf guys disciples of Senior Lu?" Ji Fenghang nodded and replied, "The eldest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Zhenghai, wields the wild-grade weapon Emerald Jade Saber, has just entered the nine-leaf stage, is proficient in saber techniques. His saber is like a vast ocean, fiercely crushing. According to Miss Yaner, this guy has over 100,000 followers under his command, leveling the 9 provinces and 4 seas."
The second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Shangrong, wields the heaven-grade weapon Longevity Sword, is proficient in swordsmanship. His sword style is like continuous rain. It is said that there is no one he cannot kill.
Sikong Baichen and Yao Qingquan had both witnessed Yu Shangrong's swordplay.
"This guy's swordsmanship is indeed outstanding," Sikong Baishan praised.
Meng Chengdong swallowed and said,
"No wonder when besieging the Heavenly Willow Temple, these two were so terrifying." Xie of the 12 Yunshan sects was completely outmatched. Zhao Jianghe said, "In the Taoist cultivation world, the strong are given priority. To show respect, we should call them Master from now on, except for Senior Sikong. Everyone else should do the same."
The crowd nodded in agreement. Sikong Baichen felt much better. Although he was no longer tormented by karma fire, he still needed to go back and recuperate. So he stood up and said, "Please thank Brother Lu for me. Farewell."
"Farewell, Senior Sikong." The crowd cupped their hands in salute. Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe left the central hall and controlled the flying leviathan of the Nine Heavens Hall to leave. On the central peak of the 10,000 fathom ridge, after 2 days of repairs, the Taoist temple had been restored to its original state. 2 miles south of the 10,000 fathom ridge, 30 cultivators dressed in green were flying past the lush trees, flying straight towards the 10,000 fathom ridge. In the Taoist temple, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. Ye Zhen placed his hands on his knees, cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. The Confucian characters hanging on the wall flickered with red light from time to time, vibrating with the frequency of his breathing, floating in the air, constantly spinning around Ye Zhen. At this time, Jiang Xiaosheng knelt outside the door of the Taoist temple and reported, "Master, Ni Qi of the 12 Yunshan sects requests an audience."
Ye Zhen slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently,
"Invite them in." "Yes." 3 cultivators dressed in green entered the Taoist temple.
Jiang Xiaosheng opened the door and said, "My master invites you in."
They saw Yi Zhen still sitting upright, closing his eyes to cultivate, and couldn't help but feel angry.
Ni Qi, leading the group, shouted, "Yi Zhen, how can you still cultivate peacefully at this point?"
Yi Zhen did not open his eyes, but replied extremely indifferently, "I am cultivating the aura of righteousness. The aura comes from the heart, and the heart comes from nature. If I am not calm, how can I cultivate the aura?" A cultivator dressed in green said, "If you can't talk, then please ask the abbot to come out and meet us once." Ye Zhen slowly opened his eyes, stopped cultivating his aura, sighed softly, and then smiled and said, "The abbot is not in good health, and is not convenient to meet guests. All matters, large and small, in the Flying Star Temple, are handled by me. You can't handle the death of Elder Xishuan. It's related to you. How can we let you handle it? The weather is unpredictable, and people have unpredictable misfortunes. I am very sorry for the death of Elder Xishuan, and I will personally discuss it with the 12 Yunshan sects," Ye Zhen said. Ni Qi was much more sober than the other disciples, and immediately said, "Ye Zhen, Elder Shi is a rare talent of the 12 Yunshan sects. Meng Chengdong of the Flying Star Temple defected during the battle, plotting to harm Ji Xuan, which allowed the foreign race to successfully kill him.
How do you plan to explain? Yi Zhen smiled lightly and said, "The wronged have their heads, and the debtors have their masters. You have come here to solve problems, not to create more problems. If anger can help you calm down, then please do so." After speaking, he closed his eyes again, placed his hands on his knees again, and the talismans flew out, spinning around Ye Zhen. The cultivators were already angry, and now seeing Ye Zhen's indifferent attitude, they immediately flew into a rage.
The Taoist temple was empty, with nothing in it. A young cultivator could not restrain his anger, and stomped his foot on the floor, smashing a big hole in the wooden floor.
Yi Zhen,
don't think that killing a flying chicken means you can see the whole sky. You are far from it.
Ye Zhen remained motionless as a mountain, the talismans floating around him, exuding a faint primordial energy he was cultivating in front of everyone. Niechi frowned and said, "Yi Zhen, what do you want to do in the end?" Yi Zhen opened his eyes, looked at the young cultivator who had smashed the floor, then raised his head, his clear eyes making it impossible to know what he was thinking. "My explanation is very simple."
Yi Zhen's voice sank. "Send you to meet Ji Xuan." Boom! All the wooden doors around the Taoist temple slammed shut, and the landscape paintings on the 4 walls exuded red lines, connecting with the talismans around Ye Zhen.
"Yi Zhen, how dare you!"
Boom! 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 The 3 cultivators immediately summoned their dharma bodies. 3 were at the 8-leaf stage, 7 were at the 7-leaf stage, 10 were at the 6-leaf stage, and the rest were all below the 5-leaf stage. All were masters of the primordial spirit realm.
The cultivators immediately launched palm strikes at Ye Zhen. Some struck at the 4 landscape paintings.
Ye Zhen remained calm as before, raised his hands, and the absolute heaven formation was activated with extreme precision. Clang! 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 Dozens of palm prints struck Yi Zhen's body without any effect, like striking the surface of the sea.
The cultivators wanted to break the Taoist temple, but found that their own power seemed to be imprisoned and could not be exerted. The outside of the Taoist temple was still completely quiet, as if nothing had happened inside. Niechi frowned, combined both palms, and unleashed all his strength, shouting loudly, "Kill Yi Zhen!"
Yes, all the cultivators rushed forward. At this moment, Ye Zhen summoned his dharma body. When the dharma body appeared, Niechi and the others immediately froze, their bodies trembling, their eyes wide open. What the hell? Before everyone's eyes was a giant serpent dharma body with 8 heads, 5 of which were bearing their fangs and claws. Looking at the crowd, the 9 infants. Niechi flew backwards in the air, his eyes filled with horror. The 5 huge heads opened their blood-red mouths and devoured the cultivators nearby. The human-shaped dharma bodies were like a delicious meal being swallowed by the 9 infants. Ah! Screams echoed inside the absolute heaven formation. The 3 primordial spirit realm masters of the 12 Yunshan sects became as weak as children, allowing the great serpent to swallow them. Niechi was completely stunned. To the giant monster 9 infants, they were just steamed buns standing still waiting to be swallowed. The absolute heaven formation, in addition to weakening the enemy and making the master stronger, also had the effect of isolating sound and sight.
Ye Zhen had never liked others approaching his Taoist temple, and in recent years he had only taken in one closed-door disciple to take care of his food and daily life.
Jiang Shaosheng understood his master's temperament very well. Under Ye Zhen's strict demands, he always tried to do everything well, but he was still often reprimanded by his master. In the dojo, the screaming finally stopped. Nietzsche's eyes were about to pop out as he knelt on the ground, trembling. You're an alien race!" Ye Zhen remained cross-legged, calm, and composed. He glanced at the dojo. Everyone else was dead. He sighed softly. "Too bad. You guys chose wrong." Zhu Ying's largest head lunged at Nietzsche. Glug glug. Yi Zhen waved his sleeve, and Zhu Ying gradually shrank, only about a foot tall. He stared at the 5 heads and clicked his tongue.
"Not as juicy as Zhu Ye, but 3 Yuanshen realm guys are enough to fill my belly."
He waved his sleeve again, imprinting himself around his body and merging into Zhu Ying's avatar. One of the 3 dim heads slowly raised, and the crimson light radiating from the 6th head became increasingly brilliant.
Zhu Ying now had 6 heads. Zhu Ying's avatar slowly rotated, then transformed back into human form, with the red lotus beneath him, and the 9th lotus leaf sprouted, with 3 missing. He closed his 5 fingers, and the avatar disappeared. A look of regret appeared on Ye Zhen's face. "Meng Changdong, oh Meng Changdong, maybe I was too merciful to you." At the same time, in the Golden Lotus realm, ferocious beasts continued to wreak havoc. The people of Yizhu were not spared. In a post station, Since our great Yan cultivators began charging towards Zhuye, the invasion of ferocious beasts has become more and more ferocious. After the heavenly sect Master Nangong and Wei Jin advanced to Zhuye, they went to provide support everywhere. The 4 immortals of the Demon Heaven Pavilion also disregarded life and death to lead the giant beasts away, which is truly admirable. A cultivator standing in the post station discussed, "We must try to get through this most difficult period. When Zhuye blooms, we will definitely drive away all the ferocious beasts." Someone echoed, "That's right. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has sent 6th Immortal to guard Yizhu. Our great Yan will definitely be able to overcome this calamity." Outside the post station, a cry of surprise suddenly came. "The ferocious beasts are here again!" Whoosh! All the cultivators in the post station immediately flew up, flying towards the city wall. At the same time, on the city wall of Yizhu, there was a snow-white figure, untouched by the mundane world. She stood on the city head, looking at the ferocious beasts flying in the sky. She had been guarding this place for several days. According to Si Wuyai's method, Zhuye would move around the cities to kill the giant beasts. Each city had an 8-leaf expert stationed to protect the barrier and not fight the giant beasts. This method was very effective. The large group of cultivators flew over and bowed to her. "Greetings, 6th Immortal." Ye Tiangxin nodded slightly in response. "You may dispense with the formalities." "6th Immortal, it seems that the giant beasts are attacking," someone said worriedly. "Don't panic, just follow the plan. We just need to stop it until Zhuye comes to rescue us and prevent it from destroying the barrier." As Ye Tiangxin spoke, she looked towards the horizon, where a giant flying bird was approaching. The herd of ferocious beasts in the sky also began to swoop down and attack the barrier. "Kill!" The defending cultivators immediately flew up to kill the ferocious beasts. These small ferocious beasts are not scary. Since the news that ferocious beasts could produce hearts of life spread, cultivators all over the world have been enthusiastically killing them, with unprecedented enthusiasm. Even a tiny heart of life is extremely precious. At this time, the giant beast, with wings tens of meters long, finally flew over. Ye Tiangxin was very surprised. Could it be that Zhuye has appeared in Yizhu? Boom! The giant beast's attack forced the cultivators to quickly retreat and hide behind the barrier. The giant beast was called Sheng Yu. Its entire body was fiery red and looked like a pheasant, but its cry was like that of a deer, making everyone tremble. "Everyone, guard inside the barrier, leave this to me." Yi Tiangxin jumped up, and the Datianhuang in her hand shot out like a tide. Boom! Azure Sea Tide Surge Art. Hitting Sheng Yu caused it to scream miserably, and feathers fell from the sky. As expected of the 6th Immortal of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, an 8-leaf expert with such great power is unbelievable. In the eyes of the world, the 8-leaf experts of the Demon Heaven Pavilion are always much stronger than other 8-leaf experts. Hurt, Sheng Yu angrily soared high into the sky, then swooped down. "6th Immortal, get out of the way!" Ye Tiangxin hurriedly flew backwards, dodging. Sheng Yu suddenly stopped in mid-air and let out an extremely ear-piercing screech. The sound echoed throughout the city. Many cultivators could not bear it, and fell straight to the ground. Cultivators with low cultivation even bled from their ears. "Die!" Ye Tiangxin looked up at the giant beast and shouted, "I'll stop it, everyone! Kill these ferocious beasts!" Yes! Ye Tiangxin flew out of the barrier. Sheng Yu immediately recognized the one who had hurt it, and immediately flapped its wings and flew towards her. Sharp fangs and claws flashed with red lights, and its mouth hissed. Its cry made everyone's scalp tingle, and their blood churned. Ye Tiangxin flew towards the outer city at full speed. Someone shouted loudly, "Quick! Call for help! 6th Immortal won't be able to hold on for long. It will take at least half an hour for Zhuye to arrive on the Flying Lion. Let's think of a way to stop it." In Yizhou City, all the Yuanshan realm cultivators flew over, joining the crowd. Humans are always united when dealing with ferocious beasts. Soon, more than 100 Yuanshan realm cultivators formed a phalanx and flew towards Sheng Yu. Those cultivators from the Shenting realm and below were responsible for killing the small ferocious beasts. 6th Immortal, we're here to help you." The crowd simultaneously used various attack methods. Sheng Yu, saber auras, palm prints, and sword auras surged like a tide. Ye Tiangxin took the opportunity to catch her breath and flew upwards. "Hi!" Sheng Yu screamed in pain. The Yuanshan realm cultivators immediately summoned body-protecting Genki to block the sound waves. Ye Tiangxin summoned her avatar, a female golden lotus 8-leaf avatar, standing proudly in the air. She transmitted her voice. "We are too close to the city. Let me lure it away." Sheng Yu turned to look at Ye Tiangxin, as if seeing some delicious food, and immediately rushed over madly. Damn it! It set its sights on 6th Immortal. Sheng Yu was originally a flying bird, and its speed was extremely terrifying. Each flap of its wings created a gale. Ye Tiangxin tried to fly as fast as possible, and in the blink of an eye she was 10 miles away from the city. However, Sheng Yu's speed was too fast, and finally caught up with her. Its claws scratched at the female avatar. The avatar was 10 zang tall, equivalent to more than 30 meters, but to Sheng Yu, it was only half its body size. Boom! Yi Tianxin cried out in pain and fell straight to the ground. The crowd exclaimed, "Protect Sixth Immortal!" More than 100 cultivators immediately greeted her, summoning their avatars. All kinds of avatars from 1 leaf to 8 leaf appeared, covering the sky, forming a giant shield wall, dazzling people's eyes. Ye Tianxin landed on the ground, looked up, and was deeply moved. There are not many things in this world that make people willing to sacrifice themselves, but when that happens, no one has time to think and act carefully. Boom! Sheng Wu screeches, its massive wings slamming into the Dharma body wall. Clang, clang, clang! Dharma bodies get yeeted left and right, cultivators in the nascent soul realm coughing up blood. Guess over 100 guys can't handle Sheng Wu. What a bunch of trash. Ye Tianxin frowns. Seeing her comrades dropping like flies, spitting blood everywhere, she makes a quick decision. She summons her Dharma body and grits her teeth, activating the golden lotus. The lotus spins, releasing rings of energy around the Dharma body, slamming straight down onto the lotus. Sheng Wu catches a whiff of its favorite snack, and immediately turns its head towards her. Everyone, scram! I'll lure it away, don't follow me! Ye Tianxin shouts and bolts off into the distance. The others watch her, a mix of shock and feels in their chests. She's popping the Yi card now? Is she crazy? Sixth Elder wants to use the 9 Leaves aura to lure the beast away, but she's gonna die for sure. The injured cultivators huddled together, faces grim. Are you scared of dying? What's with the fear? If we were scared, we'd be hiding in the city. Then let's keep going, keep going! Even wounded, they refuse to back down, reforming the formation and chasing after the giant beast. Ye Tianxin flies fast, wanting to draw Sheng Wu away. Seeing they're far enough, she tries to retract her Dharma body, but she realizes it's not that simple. The lotus's spinning and energy absorption speed is accelerating like crazy. She can't stop it. Ye Tianxin feels a heavy weight in her heart. Her snow-white hair flows in the wind, her white robes flutter like willow branches, her face is ethereal and otherworldly, and her aura is sacred and majestic, but all that means jack to Sheng Wu. Sheng Wu flaps its wings, its claws glowing red. Yi Tianxin refuses to give in, and the emotion-severing ring unleashes a sea-like surge of power. Boom! They collide, and the emotion-severing ring's desolate power causes Sheng Wu immense pain, making it roar like hell. Within a 10-mile radius, the earth crumbles, trees shake, and birds and beasts tremble in fear. Yi Tianxin gets smacked and coughs up blood, soaking her white robes. Just then, Ye Tianxin realizes the golden lotus's spinning speed is maxed out. Why is it spinning so fast? She's seen her master preach to the world, and she knows that golden lotus leaf opening usually takes a while to reach this stage of rapid spinning. This is when the lotus absorbs lifespan, and she doesn't have much left. The lotus needs 1200 years. Even if she doesn't die at Sheng Wu's hands, she'll be drained of her lifespan by the lotus. Ye Tianxin is too weak to resist anymore. She sees over 100 cultivators flying toward her. Sixth Elder, run! The group attacks Sheng Wu together, taking advantage of its momentary stumble. Clang, clang, clang. Sheng Wu struggles, using its massive wings to unleash a gale force wind, sweeping away the nascent soul cultivators. The group cries out. Flying backward, everyone spitting blood. Sheng Wu is seriously OP, not inferior to the demonic birds in Mao City. Seeing the cultivators scattered and the formation broken, Sheng Wu looks at Ye Tianxin, its eyes filled with hype, and it charges toward her. Ye Tianxin isn't Yu Shangrong, who could remain calm and composed in that situation. Nor is she as lucky as fourth senior brother, who had their master protecting them during their 9 Leaves ascension. Ye Tianxin can't do anything. She stares wide-eyed at Sheng Wu charging toward her, all strength gone. The golden lotus is sucking her lifespan like crazy, her skin rapidly wrinkling, her stunning face turning into an old hag. Seeing Sheng Wu getting closer and closer, Ye Tianxin realizes this must be her end. She feels like she deserves to die. She could live until now. Because of master's favor, she doesn't expect anything else. Her white hair flutters, her mind growing faint. Ye Tianxin finally sees through life, sighs, and lets her hands fall limp, giving up resistance. Sheng Wu descends, opening its mouth to devour the delicacy before it. But just then, a strange cry suddenly echoes in everyone's ears, and they all look up. Before them is a colossal figure, blocking out the sky, its massive presence rivaling the planetary barrier. Everyone is stunned into silence, because they've never seen such a huge beast. Its fur is snow-white, with light yellow stripes on its back. In the sunlight, it looks as majestic as a lord. Sheng Wu immediately stops, its fur standing on end. Even a behemoth like Sheng Wu has to look up at this giant beast, its eyes turning from hype to fear, utter fear. It flaps its wings, wanting to fly backward,
Right now Shengwu is nothing more than a tiny chicken. Not worth mentioning. The giant monster suddenly swipes its claws. Boom! Trees snap, and dust flies everywhere.
Shengwu is crushed into the ground by the giant monster, its tail sweeping across, turning the small birds and beasts into mush, utterly crushed.
The cultivators stare blankly and despairingly at the giant monster.
We're screwed!
Nine Leaves Ascension has attracted another giant beast, even more terrifying. We're so screwed! Even Fourth Elder can't beat this beast. Yi Tianxin's 8-leaf golden lotus dharma body is 30 feet tall, but it's the size of a nostril in front of it. Seeing its figure appear in the sky, Yi Tianxin is incredibly excited, and a glimmer of hope sparks again. Yi Tianxin says weakly, Cheng Huang, you. Cheng Huang glances at Sheng Wu lying motionless at its feet, then looks at Yi Tianxin and the golden lotus dharma body. At this moment, dozens of cultivators who can still move rush towards Yi Tianxin, wanting to fight to the death. Yi Tianxin turns her head, using all her strength to shout, "Don't come here!" The cultivators stop, surprised to see her and Cheng Huang. They understand that Cheng Huang seems to have no malice. As soon as Cheng Huang appeared, the birds and beasts within a 10-mile radius scattered, not daring to get close. Only Sheng Wu is groaning on the ground. Cheng Huang lowers its head, its nose close to Yi Tianxin, sniffing. Then it cries out sadly, You. Cheng Huang lifts one leg and slams it down on Sheng Wu's body, tearing its legs apart, instantly ripping Sheng Wu in half. Everyone is creeped out by the sight. Sheng Wu, a being that even Nine Leaves would fear, is just paper in front of this giant beast, easily torn apart.
Sheng Wu instantly kicks the bucket, leaving behind a clear, ruby-glowing starstone floating in the air.
In the sunlight, the starstones bling in, like a gemstone, straight up dazzling.
Sheng Wu's heart.
The cultivators are straight up drooling, eyes wide. They know how precious this is. Every wannabe nine-leaf cultivator's dream. But ATM, Yi Tianxin needs this more than anyone. Turns out the 100 Clan's luck is real. No wonder Cheng Huang was chill. Sixth eldest is saved, and so is Great Yan. The crowd's hyped AF, but Cheng Huang pulls a WTF move, straight up yeeting the Sheng Wu's heart into its belly. Crunch crunch. The munching sounds echo, and the cultivators are just standing there, mouths agape. Yi Tianxin's fingers twitch. She's a bit surprised, but she gets Cheng Huang's logic. A beast is a beast, yo. It's helped her a ton already, why get greedy?
Guess this is my fate, Yi Tianxin sighs. The golden lotus spins faster.
Then, Cheng Huang lets out a low rumble, its belly doing the cha-cha, like something's about to pop. It opens its mouth and out flies an even more radiant heart of life. The crowd gasps. Cheng Huang's heart! This is the blingest heart of life they've ever seen, glowing not red, but emerald green, the color of trust, eternity, and good luck.
Yeah, and Tianxin's like, WTF are you doing?
Cheng Huang bows its head, nudging the shiny gem towards her. Nah, I'm good. Yi Tianxin stubbornly turns away. If leveling up means sacrificing Cheng Huang, she's out.
Cheng Huang keeps pushing the heart of life, then suddenly glares, making Yi Tianxin jump.
The heart of life dissolves into starlight, straight up diving into her mouth. Powerful life force floods her meridians. Her depleted dantian and sea of qi are instantly refilled. Her skin bounces back, wrinkles vanish, and her beauty returns. The crowd holds its breath, straight up gobsmacked. The golden lotus slows its spin, and the energy circles start flowing up the dharma body. Just then, Cheng Huang does something that makes everyone's eyes pop. It rockets into the sky and pukes out a shit ton of primordial qi. The whole frickin' area is drenched in primordial qi. Whoosh! The 10 Zhang dharma body sucks up the qi and grows, boom, 15 Zhang tall. The golden lotus gets bigger, and the 9th lotus leaf unfolds. The cultivators lose their minds. Congrats, 6th eldest! Yi Tianxin smiles. Thanks for the help, fam! Just when everyone thinks the 9-leaf upgrade is done, the dharma body and golden lotus start radiating life force. Yi Tianxin remembers her master's words and instantly gets it. Reverse offering. The cultivators are stunned. 6th eldest, you chill and focus. We'll protect you. They scatter, forming a circle around her.
Yi Tianxin sits down, crossing her legs, and starts sucking back the lifespan, with Cheng Huang guarding her. Half an hour later, Yi Tianxin feels her lifespan not only fully restored, but boosted too.
Cheng Huang suddenly opens its mouth and shoots a dark green light into the golden lotus. Subtle dark green streaks appear in the golden flames, blazing from the 9 lotus leaves. Yi Tianxin turns to Cheng Huang, who's eyeing her golden lotus with a satisfied look. Karma fire. The cultivators are all jealous of the raging golden flames. When the golden flames stabilize, Yi Tianxin waves her sleeve, retracting the dharma body, and bows. Thank you all.
6th eldest, don't sweat it.
You've guarded Yi province for so long. We didn't do squat and almost screwed things up.
The cultivators scratch their heads. Yi Tianxin smiles. If not for your help, I'd be dead meat before Cheng Huang even showed up. The crowd is touched.
Seeing the injured, Yi Tianxin adds, I'll write a letter to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Those injured can go there for treatment.
Thank you, sixth eldest.
They all bow gratefully. Ooh, Cheng Huang lets out a happy cry, then starts shaking and shrinking.
The crowd stares, confused.
Someone finally shouts, I get it!
The golden lotus needs 1200 years of lifespan.
But Sheng Wu's heart only gives 15.
Cheng Huang swallowed Sheng Wu's heart, and then offered its own heart of life.
Cheng Huang's a true guardian beast of the 100 clans. It's shrinking, cause Sheng Wu's heart wasn't enough to maintain its huge form.
Puking out all that primordial ki was smart.
Adding lifespan later can help it grow back.
Even shrunk. Cheng Huang's still a monster in human eyes.
It's still 1.5 times bigger than Sheng Wu. Yi Tianxin flies over, stroking its white fur, smiling. Saved me again, huh?
Cheng Huang sniffs. Yi Tianxin turns and says, let's head back to the city. It's safer there.
As you command, sixth eldest. Cheng Huang's here, and I'll help it clear out the beast horde attacking Yi province's 8 cities. You guys go back first. With sixth eldest around, Yi province is guaranteed safe.
Take care. The crowd bows and flies off. Yi Tianxin hops onto Cheng Huang's back, patting its fluffy fur.
Even shrunk, its back is still dozens of meters long.
Ooh. Cheng Huang's paws summon a gust of wind. Yi Tianxin's caught off guard, but she's not mad, just smiling. Playing with me again, huh?
She uses Gang Kui to block the wind. That evening, cultivators in Yi province's 8 cities witness a breathtaking sight and spread the word through relay stations across Great Yan.
The 10,000-year Cheng Huang crushes the beast horde, pacifying all of Yi province.
Yi Tianxin uses a desolate grade weapon and 9-leaf golden lotus karma fire to banish the beasts. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, vibing with the heavenly book in the crimson lotus domain, hears the system announce.
Received 1,500 pious prayers, gaining 1,500 merit points.
Received 2,500 pious prayers, gaining 2,500 merit points. Lu Zhou strokes his beard, pleased. Don't know which disciple got the love, but they must have worked hard. Gotta praise them when I get back. Lu Zhou's feeling good, so he opens the item card interface. He scrolls and spots a long absent item, and his heart skips a beat. Limited time lucky draw card. Last time it hooked him up with some serious loot, so this time's gotta be fire too.
Please, for the love of God, let this thing I'm opening not be another weapon for my disciples. Running back and forth between worlds? This old man's bones can't take it.
Lu Zhou glanced at the price tag. 10,000 points. WTF, the price of goods is skyrocketing, but my income's still the same. How am I supposed to survive? Good thing I just got a bunch of merit points. 51, 440 points. Buy! Lu Zhou didn't hesitate to buy the treasure chest. A beam of light fell on the table, and suddenly, a black chest appeared. The system started counting down the opening time.
7 days!
Lu Zhou stepped forward, carefully observing the shape of the chest, hoping the opening method wasn't too complicated. Si Wuya isn't here, and this old man doesn't want to rack his brain too much. Observed for half a day,
Lu Zhou didn't find any patterns on the chest,
which meant he didn't need his disciples' weapons to open it. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. There was only a small square hole in the middle of the chest's lid,
and nothing else. Lu Zhou frowned. Could this hole be a lock, requiring a key to open it? Lu Zhou took out the nameless sword, mobilized his energy, and slashed. Boom! Sparks flew, but the treasure chest remained motionless, as hard as the last one.
Which meant it could be used as a weapon, since its hardness was comparable to a mystic-grade weapon.
Opening the chest probably needed everyone brainstorming. It was too hard for him alone to figure it out. Thinking this, Lu Zhou didn't waste any time, and continued comprehending the heavenly book.
Early the next morning, Lu Zhou ordered his men to summon his 4 disciples and the gang, Meng Chengdong, Xia Chongqi, Tian Buqi, Ji Fengheng, and Yu Wu, to the villa. The group surrounded the black chest, observing it for a long time without understanding anything. Meng Chengdong clasped his hands and said, Senior Lu, this is a treasure chest. Use your brains to figure out how to open it. It's too simple.
Master, watch this. Yanner lifted her leg, kicking with her energy. Clang, clang, clang. The group looked at her, not knowing what to say. The chest was kicked and rolled on the ground, but it remained the same as before, undamaged. Yanshare said softly, how about first and second senior brothers split it open? This girl's temper is still so fiery, too violent. Lu Zhou shook his head. This thing is extremely tough. Mystic-grade weapons can't even cut it. No need to try again. Yu Zhenghai nodded. This chest is similar to the one Master gave us before. Master, where did you get it? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lu Zhou said calmly. Yu Zhenghai smiled awkwardly. It's not strange for Master to have good stuff. That's why the Evil Sky Pavilion was coveted by the 10 great sects in the world. On the surface, they wanted to besiege the Evil Sky Pavilion. But in reality, they were all eyeing Master's treasures.
This kind of brain-racking stuff is best left to 7th junior brother. Yu Zhenghai stepped aside.
Yu Shangrong crossed his arms, coldly looking at the treasure chest. If it's killing people, this disciple will do it right away. But this matter, I'm afraid only 7th junior brother can solve it. Lu Zhou didn't expect these two to come up with any good ideas anyway.
He looked towards Xie Changqi and Meng Changdong. What do you guys think? Xie Changqiu and Tian Buqi shook their heads repeatedly. Meng Changdong praised. This is the first time I've seen such an exquisite and sturdy treasure chest like a mystic-grade weapon.
The hole on the lid of the chest must be the only lock to open it. Duh, even I know that. Yancher glared at him. Elder Meng, don't mind her. My 9th junior sister is always like this. After a long time, you'll find that she actually respects the old and loves the young, Yu Shangrong said. Yan Sher, praised by her senior brother, smiled. I am grateful for 2nd senior brother's encouragement. 2nd senior brother understands me the most. Meng Changdong's eyes widened. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. It seems there's no way to open the chest for now. Just as he was about to put away the chest, Hai Luo suddenly frowned and said, This disciple has seen it before. Everyone's eyes focused on her. Lu Zhou was also very surprised. This is a product of the system. How could Hai Lu Zhou recognize it? Could it be destined by the netherworld? Seeing the strange expression on her face, Lu Zhou slowly said, Don't rush. Think slowly. Look clearly. He waved his hand, and the treasure chest floated towards her. Hai Luo shook her head. I don't remember. Lu Zhou sighed, and let the chest fall. Hai Luo said vaguely, Key. This disciple only remembers where the key is. Lu Zhou asked, Royal Palace? Lu Zhou was shocked. Could it be that I have to make a trip to the Royal Palace?
Meng Changdong looked at Hai Luo with a complicated expression. Senior Lu, is this your 10th disciple?
No, 10th Minister has been to the Royal Palace. She was originally from the Red Lotus realm.
It was heaven's arrangement for this Siad to take her as a disciple, teach her cultivation, so that she would have the ability to protect herself in the cultivation world and live a peaceful life. Lu Zhou slowly replied. Hai Lu Go understands animal language and is proficient in music. Elder Meng, you are from the Red Lotus realm, with extensive knowledge.
Have you ever heard of such a person? Perhaps this opportunity would allow Lu Zhou to inquire about the news of Hai Luo's family or relatives. People with talent in music and animal language are extremely rare in this world. But I do know one person. Her name is Luo Xuan, a well-deserved genius. Ji Fenghong immediately echoed. Yes. I remember she was a genius from the Sky Feather Institute. Everyone used to call her a madwoman. The 1,000-thread shuttle and all those plagiarized works were her creations. Yu Zhenghai felt like he and Hai Luo were in the same boat, especially after he resurrected with his cultivation and memories, so he's like,
maybe after Luo Xuan died, she resurrected as Hai Luo.
Everyone shook. Yanner jumped. She never even considered that possibility. Hai Luo looked at everyone with a confused, blank stare. She didn't want to accept it either, and she was starting to feel kinda wrong. Meng Changdong chuckled and shook his head. Nah, no way. Qi Fengxing was like, why not though? Meng Changdong dropped the bomb. Because Luo Xuan didn't even die.
Qi Fengxing was instantly horrified. She's not dead? How the hell is that possible?
Then why's she been MIA for so many years? Meng Changdong. The Tianwu Academy is obsessed with exploring mysteries in the cultivation world, especially theories about other worlds.
Back then, the major sects were constantly shitting on them. Everyone thought there was only Honglian, no other colors existed, so Luo Xuan was seen as a nutjob.
Later, Luo Xuan disappeared for a long time. About 10 years ago, I heard from a friend at Tianwu Academy that Luo Xuan returned, so they locked her up. Lu Zhou looked at Meng Changdong. This new protector is pretty useful. You sure about all this? Lu Zhou asked. Meng Changdong. I chose to follow Senior Lu, of course I'll say what I know, but these news bits still need confirmation.
Then go investigate it. Yes, Meng Changdong was once an elder of the Flying Star House, with good connections to Tianwu Academy. Naturally, the info he got was more accurate and clear than anyone else's.
Lu Zhou looked at Hai Luo. If what Meng Changdong says is true, then Hai Luo can't be Luo Xuan. Xie Changqiu sighed. Hai Luo's talent is just like Luo Xuan's. Could she be her descendant or something?
Everyone nodded. That seemed reasonable.
Yu Zhenghai chimed in. If Hai Luo was just a descendant, she wouldn't be awakening abilities and memories like this. But hey, weird shit happens. Maybe little sis is just a genius, and their abilities are coincidentally similar. No need to guess anymore. I'll figure out Hai Luo's background myself.
If Hai Luo remembers the royal palace, Then she must have been there before. We should be able to find someone who knows her there.
And find the key to open the chest. Hi Lu Tu, you remember what the key to open the chest is? Hai Luo nodded slightly. Scarlet gold, scarlet gold. Meng Changdong immediately explained. Scarlet gold is the purest form of gold, only found in the royal palace. Oh, the lock on this chest is tiny. Looks like it's shaped like a hairpin.
Protector Meng is right on the money, Jia Changqiu praised. Scarlet gold is a popular accessory among court officials.
Hai Lugo nodded in agreement. That's right. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded too. But the royal palace is huge, and their defenses are no joke. Are we gonna have to sneak into the harem full of women? That's not really my style. Lu Zhou thought for a moment, then said, if there's nothing else, everyone can leave. Yes. The group bowed and left. As dusk fell, a long howl echoed throughout the Tianliu temple. Uh-oh. The disciples and elders of Tianliu temple looked up at the ferocious beast in the sky, their faces filled with fear.
It's a ferocious beast. Be careful.
The formation at Tianliu temple is nowhere near as good as the great sects. If a ferocious beast shows up, it's going to be a disaster.
Luckily, this ferocious beast wasn't too big.
Xie Changqiu quickly ordered. Quickly, invite the Grand Senior and Second Senior to catch the beast. This ferocious beast is giving off good vibes. It'd be perfect to capture as a mount. Just then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out from Lu Zhou's villa. Come down!
Grrr, grrr.
Bai Zi quickly landed, standing in front of Lu Zhou. The people of Tianliu temple were wide-eyed. This is a ferocious beast? Not exactly a cute little lamb, is it? Lu Zhou raised his hand and stroked Bai Zi's fur, noticing some wounds. He frowned. Looks like crossing the endless sea wasn't easy for it either. Lu Zhou patted it gently. Good job. Bai Zi growled softly, as if to say it was fine. That's it? And it's already tamed? Qi Fengxing rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe someone could tame a ferocious beast with just 3 words.
Everyone whispered among themselves, seeing Bai Zi's submissive demeanor. Senior Lu's image in the eyes of the Tianliu temple disciples rose to a new level. Lu Zhou used the extraordinary power of the heavenly book to heal Bai Zi's wounds, then jumped on its back and said to everyone, I'm going out for a bit.
Respectfully seeing off Senior Lu. The Tianliu temple disciples bowed in worship. In an instant, Lu Zhou and Bai Zi's figures disappeared over the horizon.
At this moment, Yan He flew over from afar, circling around the main hall several times, before scratching her head and saying, I think I heard my Bai Zi calling. Did you guys see it?
In the sky, Lu Zhou rode Bai Zhen towards Guanne province. Bai Zi's arrived, but where's Jiliang?
These two animals are both legendary mounts. Their speed shouldn't be too different.
Lu Zhou opened the system interface and saw that the note after Bai Zi's name had disappeared, indicating it had arrived, while Jiliang's note still said it was on its way to the Honglian world. Hurry up and don't get eaten by sea beasts, you hear? But luckily Bai Zhen arrived just in time. Otherwise, I'd have to fly myself, which would be tiring.
As night fell, Lu Zhou entered Guanne province. He'd been studying maps of the Great Tang for a while, so he knew the location of the royal palace. Upon arriving in the capital, Lu Zhou checked into a restaurant to rest. As night fell, Lu Zhou concealed his aura and jumped into the imperial city.
The Dao formation defense in the royal palace is way stronger than other sects, so he moved carefully. Luckily, Lu Zhou had his divine hearing ability, so no movement of the royal city's guards could escape his ears. Theoretically, Lu Zhou could one-shot and be immune to damage, so even if he was discovered, he could leave easily. But the royal palace is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, so less trouble is better. Lu Zhou easily avoided the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. Occasionally, divine archers standing on the imperial city would emit energy waves to patrol. Lu Zhou arrived in front of the Ganlu Hall. Ganlu Hall, the emperor's study? Why is such an important place unguarded?
Lu Zhou activated his divine hearing ability. Blue light swirling around his ears in all directions. Dead silence. Not a soul in sight. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the top of the palace. It was a heartbeat, slow and steady. Someone's up there! Liu Zhou usually wouldn't stoop to sneaking around, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Well, tough luck for you. Liu Zhou leaped into the air, floated gracefully, and landed on the palace roof under the moonlight. A young dude in fancy robes, with delicate features, was sitting there gazing at the moon. He had absolutely no clue that a big bad demon from Daiyan was right behind him. Just as he was about to stand up, a gnarled hand landed on his shoulder, freezing him stiff, eyes wide as saucers. Relax. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be pushing up daisies. But to Liu Zhao's surprise, the kid wasn't even fazed. He turned around, gave Liu Zhao the once-over, and chuckled softly. Old man, you here to kidnap me? Liu Zhao didn't deny it, just nodded slightly. Aren't you scared? What's the point of being scared?
The kid said. Old-timer, you managed to sneak past the palace guards to get to the Ganlu Palace. You must have some mad skills.
My fear is meaningless, the kid continued. Old sage, I won't scream. I'm not that dumb. Please, have a seat.
This was one seriously smart kid. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and sat down, his robe billowing, white hair dancing in the wind.
The moonlight shining on Lu Zhou perfectly highlighted his wise old sage vibe. Old sage, what brings you to the palace? The kid asked. I always appreciate someone who knows what's what. You're way smarter than most. Lu Zhao's face was indifferent as he stroked his beard while gazing at the moon. Where's the imperial harem? The harem? The kid said in surprise. At your age? He looked Lu Zhou up and down. Lu Zhao's face darkened, and he said seriously, Listen to your elders. A tiger doesn't fear anyone. Let me remind you, you are facing the most dangerous man under the heavens. The kid sighed. But I think you're very kind. Lu Zhao's piercing gaze stared at the kid, finally making him tremble. What do you want in the harem? I'm looking for something. I can find it for you. I know this palace like the back of my hand. The kid thumped his chest proudly. Lu Zhou frowned. This young man ain't no ordinary Joe. Bro's chillin' on top of the Ganlu Hall, gazing at the moon. No cultivators guarding him? You gonna help this old man? The young man sighed, stood up, and pointed towards the city outside.
Old sir, look, doesn't this city wall look like a cage?
I can only wander around in this cage, without freedom, without friends, and even less with someone who understands me. Lu Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. So you see this old man as a new source of amusement? The young man scratched his head, looking embarrassed. What this old man needs to find is a hairpin named Qijin. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, saying. The young man was shocked, speechless. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be all that and a bag of chips? Lu Zhou looked at him. Well, this. The young man lowered his head for a moment, then raised his head and clasped his hands, saying,
Old sir, could you ask for something else?
This item. I'm afraid I can't give it to you. You have no other choice. Lu Zhou raised his right hand. The surrounding yuan qi vibrated violently. With just a thought, this yuan qi would form a blade and chop him into pieces. The young man remained unusually calm, shaking his head, saying,
If old sir can answer a few of my questions, I will personally offer the Qijin hairpin to you.
Speak. The young man looked up at the moonlight, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Old sir can avoid the grand inner court experts. Your cultivation must be unfathomable. If one day, someone beside you forces you to take a knife and kill other innocent people, would you be willing? No one can force this old man, Lu Zhou answered frankly. The young man was startled. But I don't have your powerful cultivation. Then become powerful. Lu Zhou looked straight into the young man's eyes. Your cultivation talent is not bad. As long as you practice diligently, you can definitely become a strong person. The young man was silent for a moment, then asked, What if someone prevents you from cultivating? Then find a way to get rid of those who block the way.
Lu Zhou realized the subtlety in this question, so he added, No matter who that person is.
The young man's whole body trembled. He had thought of this answer before, but the people around him were all sycophants, who had never told him the truth. Now, hearing an outsider confirm this, the doubts in his heart finally disappeared. I am enlightened. The young man bowed to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou didn't stand on ceremony, extending his hand. Qijin! Please wait a moment, old sir. The young man turned and left. Hold up! Lu Zhou reached out to stop him. Old sir doesn't need to worry, I always keep my word. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a mark flew towards the young man. If the mark is dispelled, or the mark leaves the imperial palace, then this old man will take your life, Lu Zhou said indifferently. The young man said nothing more, jumped to the ground, and disappeared into the night. Lu Zhou used his divine hearing ability to cover the surrounding area again. After a quarter of an hour, the young man indeed returned, holding a brocade box in his hand, and jumped onto the roof of the Ganlu Hall. Old sir! The young man presented the brocade box, asking strangely, Qijin is just a mortal object. Your cultivation is so profound, why do you need this thing? If you lack silver, then I can give old sir a tail. No need. Lu Zhou waved his hand, retracted the mark, and the brocade box also flew into Lu Zhao's palm. Opening the box, what met the eye was an extremely delicate and beautiful hairpin. Under the moonlight, it looked even more unique and elegant. The body of the hairpin was slender, fitting perfectly into the keyhole on the lid of the treasure box.
Lu Zhou put away the brocade box, and couldn't help but feel curious about the young man's identity. Being able to sit on the roof of the Ganlu Hall to enjoy the moon, with no guards or cultivators disturbing him, how could he be an ordinary person? He must be some prince. What's your name? Lu Zhou asked. The young man smiled, clasping his hands in reply. Li Yunzheng. This old man has remembered it. Aren't you surprised? Why should I be surprised? Lu Zhou asked in confusion. Li Yunzheng smiled and nodded.
Old sir is right. You are a cultivator with profound cultivation. How could you care about these things?
Lu Zhou didn't expect to get the key so easily. He originally thought he would have to capture someone and torture them, use all kinds of interrogation methods to get it, but who knew he wouldn't need to use any of them? Plans can't keep up with changes.
This old man likes smart people the most, and you are very smart. Today, this old man will spare your life.
Just as Lu Zhou was about to turn around and leave, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Yunzheng, as fast as lightning, attacking Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou turned around gently, reaching out to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The dagger in the dark shadow's hand stabbed continuously, as fast as a storm. Retreat! You must not be disrespectful to old sir. This subordinate would rather die to protect your safety, the dark shadow said, the dagger flashing with a cold light, stabbing towards Lu Zhao's throat. Lu Zhao was strange, not understanding why the other party didn't make a big commotion to attract the guards, so as not to prolong the time. Lu Zhao cast extraordinary power, 2 fingers extended, clamped the dagger, twisted the 2 fingers horizontally. The blade was broken in half. Lu Zhao reached out and struck out a palm. The black shadow was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Old sir, please show mercy. Is this your guard? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Yes, Li Yunzheng said awkwardly. Thank you, old sir, for your mercy. You are a sensible person. This old man will spare his life. Before we part, this old man has a word of advice. Please, old sir, speak. Everything must be done according to your ability. Lu Zhao glanced at the dark shadow. Not stupidly courting death. After speaking, Lu Zhou stepped into the air and flew away. Old sir, will we ever meet again? Li Yunzheng hurriedly said after him. Lu Zhao didn't answer. His figure flashed and disappeared into the night.
The guard coughed violently, then spat out another mouthful of blood, panting, "This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate couldn't catch the assassin."
Li Yunzheng then lowered his head to look at the guard kneeling in front of him, sighed, and shook his head. With his cultivation, if he wanted to harm us, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? The guard endured the pain that was coming, gritted his teeth and said, "This servant saw the situation was urgent." Li Yunzheng reached out to stop him, not wanting to hear the guard's sophistry. He raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky, his spine straight, his hands behind his back. Thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Ye Xiao, stand up." Bodyguard Ye Xiao jumps up like, "I saw your majesty snagging the crimson gold hairpin from the harem. That's some precious SHT. Li Yunzheng, chilling while moongazing, goes, "Nah, it's all part of the act. My gut feeling's always on point. I'll def meet that old bro again." Ye Xiao stares at Li Yunzheng's straight back, speechless for a sec. Li Yunzheng smirks. "Think I can pull off what that old bro said?" Ye Xiao scratches his head, totally clueless. Li Yunzheng waves him off. 8. Scram! Same rules apply, no one gets near the sweet dew hall. Ye Xiao bows. Understood. Lu Zhao retraces his steps, avoiding trouble. Soon, he's at the city walls. Curiosity got the better of Lu Zhao, so he peeks at the inscriptions carved on the walls. Damn, this formation's elaborate. Even the way they use and absorb essence to maintain the Daoyo patterns is next level compared to the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhao doesn't linger. He hops off the wall and summons Bai Zhen to dip from the palace. This trip was suspiciously smooth. Was it foreordained, or what? Inside the holy hall, Mo Buyan, dean of Tianwu Institute, walks in, spots Yu Chenshao, the only 10-leaf in existence who wields karmic fire, meditating in the middle. "Dean, new intel," Mo Buyan announces. Yu Chenshao opens his eyes. "Spill it." Li Yunzheng met an old dude. "Palace peeps say the emperor's been moody lately and kinda resisted, so they didn't stop it," Mo Buyan reports. Yu Chenshao strokes his chin. Even the late emperor used to praise Li Yunzheng as a master strategist, but why doesn't he dig cultivation? Who's he trying to rope in? That old dude's got immortal vibes and unfathomable cultivation. The palace guys just let his majesty do his thing, but that old dude's sus. He can sense cultivators approaching. "Dean, wanna investigate?" Mo Buyan asks. "Nah, Tianwu Institute's focus is still the Golden Lotus domain. Let the palace handle their own SHT. But how do we unify the realm without knowing what's on the emperor's mind?" Yu Chenshao retorts. "Need to tell the star-observing pavilion?" "Nah," Yu Chenshao shakes his head. "They probably know everything already." Lu Zhao returns to his villa in Willow Shade Guan. Pats Bai Zi's back. "Go rest up, but don't wander too far." Bai Zhen chirps and flies off towards the woods behind the mountain into a room. Lu Zhou pulls out the crimson gold hairpin and casually says, "Yang, homing beacon, activate." Lu Zhao slowly sticks the hairpin into the lock on the treasure chest. Click! The unique unlocking sound echoes. The treasure yang explodes into 4 pieces. Ding! Host opened treasure yang. Rewards. Ji Tiandao's peak state card. 1 reversal card. 50 Thunder Essence Puppets, 10 Title Dragon Chant Holy Ballads, a Refining Talisman Puppet, and 3 Heavenly Book Opening Scrolls. Title Dragon Chant has a chance to unlock a new Taoist Blade Intent. Title Holy Ballad is a flawless musical score.
Hearing the announcement, Lu Zhou nods, satisfied. Lucky pull, is it? 'Cause I'm in the Scarlet Lotus domain that I'm getting this red-hot luck? Technically, Ji Tiandao's peak state card doesn't have as much cultivation as Lu Zhou now. But the main effect isn't cultivation. It's endless, overflowing essence. That's the real MVP prize in the Treasure Yang. Title Dragon Chant, the more skills the better. Lu Zhou chants, using the Title Dragon Chant, which turns into starlight and merges into him. Whether he comprehended it or not, Lu Zhou can't tell. Kinda like the last time he grasped Sword Dao, calming the storm. Maybe it'll trigger when the time is right. As for the Title Holy Ballad, seems kinda useless. I'll save it for Hey Lu. Lu Zhou focuses on the Heavenly Book Opening Scroll. He hasn't gotten one of these in ages. Didn't expect one in the Treasure Yang. So far, Lu Zhou's got 5 types of Heavenly Book Divine Powers. Will this Heavenly Book Opening Scroll increase the limit of extraordinary power in his body? Or will he get a new divine power? Lu Zhou's hyped! He uses the Heavenly Book Opening Scroll. Light flares up like fireflies, circles him a few times, then fades away. Lu Zhou waves his hand. The Treasure Yang disappears, and reappears in the system panel. Lu Zhou starts comprehending the Heavenly Book. 'Cause he got back so late, Lu Zhao's still immersed in comprehension when the sun's already high in the sky. Xia Changqi finds the villa, calls out softly. Senior Lu? Lu Zhou was out last night. Xia Changqi doesn't know if he's back, so he's just checking. No reply, of course. Just then, Yangar swoops in from above, spots Xia Changqi, and asks, Guan Lord Xia, you looking for my master? Yeah. Xia Changqi nods. My master's often like that. Sometimes he just zones everyone out, Yankor says. Thanks for the heads up. Yanyer twiddles her thumbs, looking embarrassed. Guan Lord Xia, can I ask you for a favor? Shoot. Can I train with your disciples in front of the main hall? Yanner bats her big eyes at him. Of course. Feel free to teach those disciples a lesson. Xia Changqi's hoping some expert will give his Willow Shade Guan disciples pointers. Thanks. Don't worry, I'll go easy on them. Yanner steps on her universal ring and flies toward the main hall. Xia Changqi is taken aback. That sounded kinda sus. Go easy on them? Just then, Lu Zhou opens his door, steps out, looks up at the sky, and asks, What's up? Senior Lu, you're back. Yi Zhen from the Star Observing Pavilion sent you a flying letter. Xia Changqi takes the letter out of his sleeve and offers it up. Read it. Xia Changqi opens the letter and reads softly. Senior Lu, I've been regretting our meeting ever since. Xia Changqi pauses, puzzled. That meeting? But he doesn't dwell on it. He keeps reading, I wonder if you were satisfied with the gift from the palace. Gift? What gift? Xia Changqi's clueless. Lu Zhou frowns. Clearly, Ye Zhen knows he went to the palace. Which means someone's been keeping tabs on Willow Shade Guan. So that kid in the Sweet Dew Hall is Ye Zhen's guy? Xia Changqi continues reading. That day, Senior came in disguise, and I mistook you for the dude who fought Zhu Xuan. But now that I think about it, someone who can hurt me must be a high-level expert. Like Xikong Baichen said with utmost honesty, I, Lao Xiansheng, won't hold a grudge about getting hurt. I'm offering my utmost sincerity to befriend Lu Lao Xiansheng. That crimson gold hairpin was just a little something I tossed your way. Didn't know it was such a big deal to you. Xia Changqi was low-key stunned by Li Fan's tactics. This is some big-picture thinking right here. Your trip to the palace went smoothly, partly because I wanted to prove my skills, partly to show my sincerity, hoping Lu Lao Xiansheng will consider it. 3 days later, I invite you to Yunshan platform to discuss Daoyo. Whether we're enemies or friends depends on your decision. After reading, Xia Changqi offered the letter, asking in shock, Senior Lu, you hurt Lian Fan? Lu Zhou nodded, took the letter, glanced at it, then flicked his hand, turning the letter into dust scattering in the sky. What the hell is Li Farron even? Lu Zhou wondered. This guy's playing on freaking hard mode. Xia Changqi nodded. He's invited you to Yunshan. Definitely a trap. You can't fall for it. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, thinking, if Si Wu Yai were here, he could help me figure out how to deal with this guy. At worst, Jiang Aijin could come up with some slightly idiotic ideas. A millennium of experience made Lu Zhou recognize Li Fan's type. Some of his own disciples had the exact same vibe. Confidence. Too much confidence is just arrogance. Ling Fan probably never imagined that crimson gold gift he casually handed over out of negligence would become his nightmare. Lu Zhou casually said, Send a letter to Xikong Baichen. Tell him to meet me at Yunshan in 3 days. Huh? Xia Changqi was dumbfounded. That afternoon, on the Zhongji peak of Flying Star Gazebo, Li Fan sat cross-legged cultivating in the dojo.
self-made sealed talismans swirling around him. Jiang Xiaosheng pushed the door open, kneeling down. Master? Heavenly Willow sent a response, saying they'll meet you at Yunshan in 3 days. Li Fan opened his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in them. Master, why not let the experts in the palace kill him? This is a golden opportunity, Jiang Xiaosheng asked, confused. Those 10 disciples have eyes higher than their heads. Why would they listen to me?
The palace is complicated, every faction has spies, every move is a calculated play. I'm just putting on a show, hoping he'll be wary,
Li Fan replied. Then why did you invite him to Yunshan? Jiang Xiaosheng dared to ask. What if he doesn't come? I'll take down all 12 sects of Yunshan. If he comes, it means he's willing to cooperate with us. So if he comes but refuses to cooperate? Young people always ask blunt questions. Li Fan glared at Jiang Xiaosheng. Do I really have to answer such a stupid question? That look scared Jiang Xiaosheng so much he didn't dare ask anything else. Refusing to cooperate but still coming to Yunshan, isn't that just suicide?
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A huge flying chariot set off from Heavenly Willow, flying towards Yunshan.
Inside the chariot, Lu Zhou looked at Sikong Baichen, indifferently asking, Are you afraid I'd stand you up?
Sikong Baichen brought 2 chief disciples to Heavenly Willow early in the morning, waiting.
Telling him to come to Yunshan alone? No way. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. I haven't seen you in days, I just wanted to chat. I'll believe you for now. Why did Brother Lukai agree to go to Yunshan with Li Fan? Flying Star Gazebo and the 12 sects of Yunshan have been getting awfully cozy lately. Shi Zhuan died in Heavenly Willow. The 12 sects must hate Brother Lu's guts.
Sikong Baichen said. Lu Zhou nodded. Makes sense. Sikong Baichen got the hint, quickly calling, Yao Qingquan, tell the palace master to give the order to head back.
Yes. Lu Zhou had no choice but to wave his hand to stop Yao Qingquan from changing the chariot's direction.
When did I say I wanted to go back? Sikong Baichen looked embarrassed. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai said to Qingquan, Let me drive. Your chariot's slower than my 8th junior brother crawling on the ground.
As soon as Yu Zhenghai took the wheel, the chariot's speed increased dramatically. Yao Qingquan looked at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shanrong, softly asking, Aren't you afraid something will happen? The 12 sects of Yunshan, plus Li Fan? What if even the people from Tianwu Academy show up? Are we walking right into a trap? Yu Shanrong smiled. If you're scared, you can leave. The style of the Evil Sky Pavilion has always been forward, never retreat.
Seeing Yao Qingquan's uncomfortable expression, Yu Shangshong added, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your pride.
Yao Qingquan's eyes widened. You should have stopped after the first sentence. Even Sikong Baichen felt awkward. A dignified 9 heavens palace, acting like scaredy cats. No different from some nameless little sect.
Sikong Baichen then spoke up.
Since that's the case, I'll risk my life and keep you company.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly.
I'm no gentleman. This trip has 3 goals. 1. Kill Li Fan.
2. Threaten the 12 sects of Yunshan. 3. I hope Tianwu Academy shows up too. Killing a few of them to threaten them all at once would be even better.
Sikong Baichen said. Isn't that all the same thing if you think about it? Li Fan is extremely cunning. If this trip is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Heavenly Willow will be in danger.
When Sikong Baichen left 9 Heavens Palace, he left 3 chief disciples behind to guard the formation and prevent Li Fan from playing dirty. Before Lu Zhou could reply, Yu Zhenghai said, That's why all the core members of Heavenly Willow are coming along. Sikong Baichen and Lu Zhou were chatting in the front compartment of the chariot, not paying attention to the back, so he turned his head. The inner door opened. Yanher, Hai Luo, Xia Chengqi, Tian Buqi, Qi Fengheng, and Yu Wu all smiled, bowing to him. Greetings, Senior Sikong.
Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe revealed I'm impressed expression. It's not like the house is full of treasures. Why so afraid of thieves?
The chariot sped up again. Lu Zhou said to Sikong Baichen, You're knowledgeable. Do you know of any methods to bring the dead back to life?
Sikong Baichen replied. Under normal circumstances, the dead cannot be resurrected. But historically, many cultivators have used the method of linking their fate to a fierce beast. But this requires the beast to meet many conditions, making it extremely difficult.
This reminded Lu Zhou of Lan Ni from the Ba Na family and the fierce beast, the heavenly hound, that stirred up trouble at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Didn't expect the Red Lotus domain to have this method too?
No other methods? Sikong Baichen shook his head. I've never heard of any other methods. Why does Brother Lu ask? This old man suspects Ye Zhen possesses the method of resurrection. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou. Sikong Baichen was also very doubtful, not understanding why Lu Zhou would think so. Lu Zhou didn't hide anything, and said calmly, This old man once went to the Flying Star House and fought with Yi Zhen in his dojo.
Meng Changdong was startled and asked, Senior Lu fought him in his dojo?
The absolute heaven formation did nothing to this old man. Sikong Baichen couldn't help but be astonished. The absolute heaven formation is extremely difficult to carve and arrange, requiring very high surrounding environment. Enemies standing in the formation will be weakened, while the master's cultivation will be enhanced. Although Ye Zhen is a 9-leaf, the strength he displayed was no less than a 10-leaf. Moreover, he also had karmic fire. Brother Lu broke the absolute heaven formation to fight him. Respect!
Meng Changdong frowned and said, "No wonder there were rumors a few days ago that I fought at the central peak, and some people saw Ye Zhen being hit by my 9-syllable true word Great Hand Seal. So it's all true."
The 9-syllable true word Great Hand Seal of the Taoist sect? Sikong Baichen said. I wonder, among the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and the 100 schools, which aspect is Brother Lu proficient in?
He had personally witnessed Lu Zhou using the swordless Dao, so he always thought Lu Zhou was most proficient in swordsmanship.
Yaner chimed in. My master is proficient in everything except music, it's just that he's more comfortable using palm techniques.
This kind of logic doesn't seem wrong. Sikong Baichen asked suspiciously. Proficient in all 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism?
Speaking of this, Lu Zhou added a few words. Being proficient in the strengths of all 3 schools is not easy. Have you ever thought about why the cultivation ideologies of the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain are the same? Not the same? Sikong Baichen was startled, his old face stiffened. I've never been to the Golden Lotus domain. I've only heard about things related to the Golden Lotus domain recently. At this time, Meng Chengdong, who was standing next to him, also interjected.
Some time ago, the Heavenly Martial Institute also researched this.
Later, they speculated that the Golden Lotus and the Red Lotus, on both sides of the Endless Sea, may have been from the same family before. Lu Zhou and Sikong Baichen simultaneously turned their heads to look at Meng Chengdong. Sikong Baichen nodded. This is very possible.
As someone who transmigrated, the knowledge Lu Zhou possessed was much greater than theirs. Many things about the continent splitting apart were basic common sense, but this was still speculation without evidence.
Lu Zhou said, Have you ever been to the Endless Sea? Everyone remained silent, listening to the conversation between the 2 big shots. The topics of the big shots were always very interesting.
Sikong Baichen stroked his chin and said, When I first entered the 9-leaf stage, I went to the Endless Sea once. That experience was unforgettable for the rest of my life.
I rode my mount and flew deep into the Endless Sea. Initially, the sea beasts couldn't do anything to me, but on the 5th day, a large number of sea beasts attacked me. I lost my mount and was seriously injured, having to return immediately. On the way to the Red Lotus domain, this old man encountered a giant monster, 10,000 feet long in the Endless Sea. Its fin was as big as a pillar supporting the sky. Lu Zhou recounted. Yaner and Hai Luo immediately nodded in agreement. We saw it too,
Sikong Baichen exclaimed in shock.
Even Brother Lu couldn't do anything to it? Lu Zhou shook his head and replied, I'm afraid that even if all the cultivators in the Red Lotus domain attacked together, they wouldn't be its match. The giant chariot flew forward against the wind. Yu Zhenghai's golden gang qi enveloped the entire chariot, making it look like a dazzling golden meteor.
Sikong Baichen praised. Even Brother Lu said that. If I had the chance, I would also like to see this giant monster once.
Meng Chengdong and the others also nodded. It would be an eye-opener. The giant chariot flew in the air for a whole day. Along the way, Lu Zhou and Sikong Baichen talked about the Taoist cultivation of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, as well as various sword Daos and blade Daos, benefiting the surrounding people greatly. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun rose high and the sunlight shone through the faint mist, forming a brilliant rainbow, that Cloud Mountain came into view.
We're here!
The people standing in the rear compartment all came out and looked up at the 12 peaks of Cloud Mountain, towering into the clouds. Meng Chengdong said, Cloud Mountain is one of the strongest sects in the Great Tao. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, asking softly, How does it compare to the Flying Star House? Meng Chengdong replied, This is difficult to compare. In terms of overall strength, the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain are much stronger. But the Flying Star House has Ye Zhen.
Yaner snorted.
I don't care if he's Ye Zhen or Li Zhen. Later, my master will beat him to death on Cloud Mountain. The disciples of the 12 sects are all gathered on the main peak. Sect Master, the giant chariot of the 9-fold hall has arrived. Those who come are probably not friendly. Should we inform the dean of the Heavenly Martial Institute and take this opportunity to capture them? In the main hall, a disciple bowed respectfully and asked. Sitting in the main seat was Ni Qingyun, the sect master of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. Ni Qingyun slowly stood up and stepped down the stairs. What is the 9-fold hall relying on to be so confident? Elder Ye Zhen of the Flying Star House originally planned to meet you, but suddenly changed his mind. He said that the 9-fold hall has a powerful expert assisting them, and told you to be careful, the disciple said. An elder standing next to Ni Qingyun also spoke up. Although Ye Zhen pretends to be righteous, he is not trustworthy.
30 experts in the nascent divinity realm from our side went to the Flying Star House to demand justice, but their whereabouts are still unknown. Ye Zhen was originally coming this time to hand over matters, but the Ninefold Hall appeared instead. This may be a trick set up by Ye Zhen himself. Hearing this, Ni Qingyun nodded and said, "Today's Cloud Mountain Dao discussion is to resolve the conflict with the Flying Star House. We will not meet anyone else who comes."
Yes! Clang! Long bells rang out from the main peak, and several nascent divinity realm disciples flew towards the giant chariot of the Ninefold Hall.
The giant chariot slowed down, hovering in the air.
"The Sect Master has ordered that we will not meet guests today. Please leave," a disciple said with clasped hands. Everyone on the giant chariot felt very strange. Yao Qingquan stepped out and flew out, saying,
"Senior Lu and the Hallmaster were invited here by Ye Zhen to meet. You say you won't meet? And you won't meet?"
Lu Zhou dared to come, so naturally he had full confidence. He couldn't show weakness. The disciple replied, "Hallmaster Sikong, Sect Master Ni, said he doesn't want to meet you today. Ye Zhen is not a member of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. It has nothing to do with us."
Sikong Baichen turned his head and transmitted his voice to Lu Zhou. "Brother Lu, Ye Zhen is indeed a scheming bastard. No matter how this move goes, it will benefit him."
Fighting between Ninefold Hall and the 12 sects? He'll be the fisherman who profits if they don't fight. The pressure Ninefold Hall puts on the 12 sects will force them to cozy up to the Flying Star Manor anyway.
Lu Zhou boomed. "Tell Ni Qingyun, this old man has business with him."
The disciple was suspicious. "You want something with our sect leader? Xie Xuan led a whole bunch of Yunshan disciples to siege Willow Heights? Already forgotten?"
Tian Buqi flew out too, yelling, "You killed Elder Ji! Shouldn't we be the ones coming to settle accounts?"
The disciple blankly asked, "Isn't that exactly what we're doing?" Tian Buqi replied. That weird logic left the Yunshan disciples stunned for a sec.
"So you're saying you're here to cause trouble?"
The disciple asked, alarmed.
Tian Buqi and Yao Qingquan turned to look at Sikong Baichen and Lu Zhou sitting in the giant chariot, as if asking for their opinion. The two didn't answer, but Yu Shangrong chuckled. "To be honest? Sorry, yeah, that's the plan."
That's freaking blunt. Even the dreaded Ninefold Hall wouldn't say it this directly. But damn, it's refreshing. No need to beat around the bush. The Yunshan disciple's face changed. He immediately waved at the people behind him. "Please wait a moment. I must report this."
"Hold up!" The Yunshan disciples froze. Yu Shangrong turned and cupped his fist at Lu Zhou. "Master, can this disciple handle these trivial matters?"
"Go." Yu Shangrong nodded slightly, then leaped out of the giant chariot.
Sikong Baichen finally spoke. "Lu Bro trusts his disciples so much? Aren't you afraid they'll go too far?"
This is how the Nether sect rolls. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "They are this old man's disciples."
Lu Zhou paused for a sec, looked at his disciples, and shouted, "Go! If you screw up, I'll clean up the mess."
That's confidence right there. Ngu Shangrong flew up to Tian Buqi and Yao Qingquan, then glared at the approaching Yunshan disciples. "No need to announce shit, just lead the way."
Whoosh! Changsheng's sword shot out of its sheath. A cold glint flashed as it circled the Yunshan disciples before returning.
The disciples' hair rained down. "Lead the way!" The terrified Yunshan sect turned tail and ran. The giant Ligan followed them towards the main peak. Disciples gathered at Yunshan platform craned their necks, puzzled.
Seeing the giant Lianian enter the barrier, all the disciples immediately flew up to surround it. Ngu Shangrong, Tian Buqi, and Yao Qingquan returned inside the giant Lian, thinking, "When will our sects get to enjoy this kind of bully people with power feeling?" In the main peak hall, an elder rushed in. "Sect Master, the Nine Heavens giant Likan has breached the barrier." Ni Qingyun frowned and stood up. How could this be? With a flash he appeared outside the hall. 12 elders in gray robes gathered behind him, looking up at the slowly descending giant Lian. Ni Qingyun telepathically said, "Sikong Baichen, you've got some nerve." "Ni Qingyun, I come to your turf and you want to turtle up?" A voice boomed from inside the giant Lian, instantly infuriating the Yunshan disciples. Ni Qingyun flicked his sleeve, and the 12 elders behind him flew towards the giant Li Xian, unleashing their palms in unison. Meanwhile, in a desolate area on Yunshan, a small flying lian was parked. Ye Zhen sat upright inside. Jiang Shaosheng bowed. "Master, they're about to fight." "Excellent. This move of Master's has broadened my horizons. No matter what they do, Master will be the biggest winner." Jiang Shaosheng grinned. "Just a mediocre strategy. Subduing others without a fight is the best policy." "What I didn't expect was that the Lu guy actually dared to come," Ye Zhen said. "Then should we take this opportunity to bloodbath Tian Liuguan?" "No need," Ye Zhen slowly said. "Right now, Tian Liuguan is probably only filled with trash disciples. No need to waste time on them. Secondly,
I want to try cooperating with this loop expert. Thirdly, if he dares to come, we'll be the fishermen who profit. Isn't that the best opportunity to destroy Tianliu Guan? Master is wise. Disciple understands. The Yunshan elders unleashed 12 palm strikes. As they approached the giant lion, a shout rang out. Scram! A sonic attack, like thunder, spread from the giant lion into the sky. The 12 elders were struck by lightning, falling straight down to the main peak, their blood churning, faces pale. Ni Qingyun frowned, looking at the giant Licaon. Since when did Si Kong Baichen master such a powerful sonic attack? It's not strange that Xin Ye beat back the elders. But it wouldn't be this easy and effortless. Si Kong Baichen loudly said, Ni Qingyun, you provoke me, I won't bother with you, but you offend Brother Lu, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Brother Lu? Ni Qingyun asked, puzzled. From the giant Lycian, an old man with a Taoist air flew out alongside Si Kong Baichen. Beside the old man were 4 others, a saber wielder, a sword wielder, and 2 maids. The others flew closely behind. The group landed opposite Ni Qingyun. Ni Qingyun and Si Kong Baichen had fought for many years. He knew all 9 chief seats of the 9 heavens, but among this group, besides Yao Qingquan and Xiao Jianghe, he didn't recognize anyone. Ni Qingyun immediately realized the old man beside Si Kong Baichen was no ordinary person, so he clasped his hands and said, Who might you be? Lu Zhou. Without answering, he asked, Where's Yi Zhen? Yi Zhen isn't here.
If the old senior wants to find him, he can go to Fei Xingjai. Ni Qingyun felt this group was not here with good intentions. How could someone Si Kong Baichen willingly defer to be weak?
Finding you is fine too. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back, stroking his beard, and said, This old man doesn't like beating around the bush, you got that?
This tone, this attitude, infuriated the Yunshan elders and disciples.
Their sect master was being lectured by this old man. Who wouldn't be angry? They immediately flew up to argue, but Ni Qingyun raised his hand to stop them, and said in a deep voice, Fall back!
Sect master,
I told you to fall back. Does my command no longer work? The 12 elders sullenly retreated. Ni Qingyun saw the smile in Si Kong Baichen's eyes, and clasped his hands. Old senior came here for Yi Zhen? Ye Zhen invited this old man to Yunshan to discuss the Tao, didn't you know? Ni Qingyun frowned. I really didn't know.
Xie Changqi then spoke up. Xie Xuan led many Yunshan disciples to besiege Tianliu Guan. How do you explain this?
Hearing this, Ni Qingyun asked back in a deep voice. Who are you? The master of Tianliu Guan, Xie Changqi.
Xie Changqi replied with some pride. This feeling of having someone to rely on was truly comfortable.
An elder standing beside him sneered. So you're the master of that tiny sect. The sect master is talking, it's not your turn to chime in. Tianliu Guan was indeed too small, everyone could ridicule it. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one can escape this immutable truth.
Lu Zhou didn't even look at the elder, and coldly ordered, Slap him! Immediately, a figure shot out, leaving a trail of after-images in the air. The elder contemptuously pushed the figure away with a palm, but the figure rushed in front of him, as if entering an empty space. Smack! The elder got slapped sideways, his face swelling up. The afterimage swiveled back to its original spot.
The one who did the face slapping was Yu Zhenghai. This place was the renowned Yunshan 12 sects, and the 12 elders were all high and mighty figures. You don't hit a dog without looking at its owner, let alone an elder?
Ni Jingyun
Didn't stop them, out of respect for Lu Zhou and Xiao and Si Kong Baichen, but he didn't expect them to dare to throw hands.
Sect leader! The elder covered his cheek, fury burning in his heart. Don't interfere!
Ni Qingyun suppressed his annoyance and waved his hand. The 12 elders looked displeased but reluctantly backed down. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Xie Chengqi is my guy. You disrespect him, you disrespect me. I slapped you. You gonna cry about it? The elder was still covering his cheek, speechless.
Ni Qingyun clasped his hands and said, I apologize to the old senior on his behalf. Please, let's head to Yunshan platform for some drinks.
The disciples didn't understand why the sect leader was acting this way, but they had no choice but to obey. Lu Zhou glanced at Yunshan platform, then clasped his hands behind his back and flew over. The others followed closely behind.
Xie Changqi was the last to leave. As he passed the elder, he straightened his back and humphed.
So satisfying.
Tian Buqi silently shook his head, thinking, even though Heavenly Willow Temple is small, you're still the abbot, a figure of admiration for over 1,000 disciples. Can you not look like such a petty, smug bastard? Yunshan platform overlooked a vast bamboo forest and towering mountains, perfect for hosting a banquet for friends. Everyone entered the platform. Only then did Ni Qingyun ask, May I ask for the old senior's name?
Si Kong Baichen introduced. Ni Qingyun. The one before you is old senior Lu, the only person in this world who is open to Fate Star.
Ni Qingyun was about to pour the wine, but upon hearing this, his hand holding the bottle froze in midair.
He was shocked. and looked up at Lu Zhou. Fate's star was the great calamity of the 10 Leaves stage. For over 2,000 years, no one had opened a fate star. To condense the 1,000 realms whirling Dharma body and become a profound heaven realm expert, one had to open a fate star.
How could Ni Qingyun not understand the implications of opening a fate star? He looked at Lu Zhou with awe. The 12 elders standing behind Ni Qingyun were also stunned. Yunshan wasn't afraid of 10 Leaves experts, but a fate star opener was a different story. Whoops! The wine spilled out of the cup, wetting the table and snapping Ni Qingyun back to reality. He withdrew his hand apologetically, then said in a deep voice, "Who just insulted Abbot Xia?" The elder standing at the edge trembled and said, It was me. Drag him out and beat him with 3 staffs, seal his cultivation, and lock him in the back mountain. Without my order, no one is allowed to release him, Ni Qingyun said sternly. The disciples were dumbfounded, unsure whether to act. The elder gritted his teeth and said, "I will take the punishment myself." Then he obediently flew out. Xia Chengqiu sat up straight. This was the most glorious moment of his life. Perhaps from now on, Heavenly Willow Temple wouldn't have to live in humiliation anymore. Ni Qingyun lightly waved his hand, and a cup of wine floated up. He respectfully said, "Brother Lu, I, as the sect leader of Yunshan 12 sects, offer you this apology."
Lu Zhou looked at the cup of wine, showing no interest. He didn't have the habit of drinking. Yu Zhenghai quickly grabbed the cup, raised it, and drank it all in one gulp.
"I'll drink with you, bottoms up."
Seeing that Lu Zhou didn't move, Ni Qingyun awkwardly took a sip. Rules of the wine table. If you offer someone wine and they don't drink, it means they don't like you. At this moment, an elder couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, saying to Sikong Baishan,
"Senior Sikong, what you said about opening a fate star isn't very realistic." The Yunshan disciples looked at this elder. Sikong Baishan said, "Do you think I need to lie to you guys? Truth or dare? Is it a psychological warfare tactic? I respect you as a senior, but you also know how difficult it is to open a fate star."
Elder Cao Zihi turned to Ni Qingyun and said, "Sect leader, forgive my rudeness, but for Yunshan, I must question this." Ni Qingyun didn't stop him, because deep down he was also very skeptical. Sikong Baishan didn't need to lie, but the matter of opening a fate star was even harder to believe. Lu Zhou glanced at Cao Zihi, then looked at Ni Qingyun and said calmly, "I'm here for 2 reasons. 1, to find Ye Zhen, and 2, to demand justice." "I'm not here to discuss fate stars with you," Cao Zihi replied. "As you know, Ye Zhen isn't here. What justice do you want?"
Lu Zhou looked at Cao Zihi.
"I already said I don't like beating around the bush, so this junior will speak frankly." "Please show us the skills of a fate star opener," Cao Zihi said firmly. The other elders also nodded in agreement. "Who's going to believe you just by talking?"
Sikong Baishan shook his head. "Nie Qingyun, your elders are so damn ignorant.
If it were fake, would we come here to make trouble for ourselves?" This made sense. Nie Qingyun couldn't help but hesitate. Cao Zihi suddenly rushed forward, saying in a deep voice, "Forgive me!" Yu Zhenghai raised his hand and threw out a palm strike, sending Cao Zihi flying. Palm against palm, true energy intertwined, and both sides retreated simultaneously. Both were surprised by the other's strength. Cao Zihi frowned and said, "Golden Gang Seal? So you're a foreigner."
The Yunshan 12 sects disciples quickly gathered from all directions. Thousands upon thousands of cultivators landed on Yunshan platform, and many floated in the air, staring at Yu Zhenghai.
Although Ni Qingyun was very surprised, he didn't dare to cause a disturbance, and simply waved his hand. No disrespect. The disciples landed and stood aside. Nie Qingyun then called Cao Ji back.
Cao Ji turned to Ni Qingyun and said, "Sect leader, you can't be deceived by them. I want to experience Senior Lu's skills.
If I'm wrong, I'm willing to accept the punishment. You're not worthy to fight my master," Yu Zhenghai said. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly spoke up. "Step back." Yu Zhenghai nodded, returned to his original position, and continued to drink. Lu Zhou glances at Cao Zi. "Cultivation? NVM. I'm Cao Zi, 9 leaves."
Cao Zihi clasps his hands. "Skills? I've cultivated the Iron Palm Dao since childhood, offense and defense, fought and won against 8-leaf cultivators." Cao Zihi boasts heroically. Lu Zhou strokes his beard and nods. "Brave!" He raises a hand, flicks his sleeve, and a Taoist seal flies out. An octagonal diagram appears beneath Cao Zihi's feet, and his body erupts with crimson Taoist power. But before the Taoist seals fully materialize, a bolt of lightning strikes from the heavens. Bam! The Taoist seals around Cao Zihi shatter like glass. He's blasted backward, spewing blood. The Thunder Palm card activates at 10%, dealing heavy damage. Cao Zhaohe collapses, unable to resist. Except for those used to Lu Shao's methods,
Everyone else is speechless.
Seeing Cao Zhaohe taken down in one hit, Lu Zhou remains calm, stroking his beard and casually surveying the scene.
An oppressive feeling weighs down on Yunshan platform, silencing everyone.
Ni Qingyun clenches his fist.
One finger injured a 9 leaves cultivator. Even he couldn't do that.
This guy's actually opened his fate grasp.
The entire venue is dead silent until applause finally breaks out.
Senior Lu's methods are truly admirable. The Yunshan disciples look startled towards the north of Yunshan platform.
Yi Zhen. Lu Zhou remains unfazed, while Ni Qingyun turns back and frowns. Yi Zhen?
You have the nerve to show your face here?
Yi Zhen, followed by Jiang Shaosheng, slowly descends, straightens his scholar robes, sits down, and salutes.
My apologies, Ye Zhen says with a smile.
Senior Lu was invited by me via flying letter. I forgot to inform Sect Master Ni beforehand. I hope everyone will forgive me.
Ni Qingyun curses Yi Zhen's ancestors 8 generations.
You played that divisive tactic well, you little snake.
Ni Qingyun glances at Cao Ji, issuing an unbelievable order. Cao Ji, you openly defied my orders. Drag him out and execute him. All the Yunshan disciples and elders are shocked.
Cao Ji did defy the sect master's orders, but not to the point of execution. A flash of surprise crosses Yi Zhen's eyes, but he quickly regains his composure, maintaining his smile.
Cao Ji clutches his chest, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, weakly saying, You, save me. He raises his hand, pointing at Ni Qingyun, then at Yi Zhen.
Ni Qingyun says in a deep voice, Drag him out, yes. 2 disciples obey.
Yi Zhen raises his voice.
Sect Master Ni, there's no need to be so angry. Killing him won't benefit you at all.
You know very well why I'm killing him.
Ni Qingyun sneers. Since Ni Qingyun emerged from seclusion, he's felt very clearly that Yunshan is increasingly out of his control.
For example, Shi Xuan suddenly went to besiege Tianliuguan's Liao family, or 30 Yuanshan realm cultivators went to Fei Xingzhai to demand justice, only to disappear without a trace.
All sorts of signs indicate that someone has extended their demonic claws into the inner workings of Yunshan, and that person can be none other than Ye Zhen. So he's determined to kill Cao Ji to intimidate the Yunshan elders and disciples.
Ye Zhen responds indifferently.
Whatever floats your boat.
Ni Qingyun snorts and ignores Ye Zhen,
turning to Lu Zhou and clasping his hands.
Old Mr. Lu's methods are amazing. I'm impressed.
Cao Ji dared to offend old Mr. Lu and has been dealt with on the spot. I hope old Mr. Lu will be appeased.
Ye Zhen also clasps his hands at Lu Zhou.
Senior Lu, we meet again. Lu Zhou strokes his beard and looks at Ye Zhen. He really wants to use a one-hit kill card to kill this guy. But before figuring out what kind of monster Ye Zhen is, using the one-hit kill card is too stupid.
Lu Zhou says calmly,
This old man thought you wouldn't come.
Yi Zhen says with a smile,
I sent a flying letter inviting Senior Lu. How could I not come? I encountered some things on the way and arrived late. I hope everyone will forgive me.
Sikong Baichen glances disdainfully.
Yi Zhen, what's the purpose of this charade?
Yi Zhen says calmly.
Of course, it's to uphold justice? Uphold justice?
Everyone is puzzled by Ye Zhen's words.
Ye Zhen says, Shi Xuan personally led disciples to besiege Tianliuguan's Liao family, so we should give Senior Lu and Guan Master Xia a reasonable explanation.
Ni Qingyun's heart stirs,
and he turns to look at Yi Zhen. Weren't you the mastermind behind it?
Sect Master Nie, no matter how you quibble, the fact remains that Xie Xuan besieged Tianliuguan. Ye Zhen looks at Meng Changdong, who's sitting opposite him. Elder Meng, what do you say?
Meng Changdong doesn't answer.
Ni Qingyun throws his wine cup on the ground, shattering it, and shouts angrily, Yi Zhen, even if Chen Tiandu stood before me, he wouldn't dare to speak so recklessly. You're truly bold.
If throwing things can solve the problem, then Sect Master Ni, please continue throwing.
Ni Qingyun's face turns green.
Just as he's about to make a move, he sees the silhouettes of many cultivators faintly appearing in the sky above Yunshan platform. Ah, that Yi Zhen.
Ye Zhen ignores Ni Qingyun's anger and calmly clasps his hands at Lu Zhou.
The unfortunate events that occurred between us in the past, I hope we can put them behind us.
Lu Zhou strokes his beard and looks at him.
Put them behind us?
Ye Zhen feels his tone is wrong, so he corrects himself.
Senior Lu has opened his fate grasp. I didn't know my own limits. I willingly submit.
Being able to swallow their pride and yield to the opponent in front of so many people despite trying to kill them before shows that a person like Ye Zhen is extremely insidious and evil.
You called this old man here for this? Lu Zhao's tone remains calm as before.
Ye Zhen repeats,
I'm here, first, to demand justice for Tianliuguan. Even though Shi Xuan is dead, Yunshan must give you a reasonable explanation.
Second,
Fei Xingzhai is willing to form an alliance with you, and all of Meng Changdong's crimes can be forgiven.
Hearing him say this, Ni Qingyun immediately makes a quick decision. Disciples, heed my order, activate the formation.
Behind Ni Qingyun, there were originally 10 elders, but only 4 fly up at the signal. More than 10,000 disciples, only half of them float into the air, holding formation eyes, preparing to activate the formation. Yi Zhen calmly glances at Ni Qingyun, as if everything is within his expectations. Ni Qingyun, I advise you to calm down.
Ni Qingyun glances over the disciples and elders. Half of the members of the 12 Yunshan sects have been bewitched by Yi Zhen.
Yo, Yi Zhen, you think I'm stupid or what? I know who you really are. Ni Qingyun suddenly yells, Yunshan mirror, activate. On the Yunshan platform, dozens of disciples power up the formation eyes, blasting beams of light towards a stone tower in the distance. Pew pew! Sikong Baichen shakes his head. Damn, Li Yongxiao is shady AF. Lu bro, if you weren't here, Ye Zhen would have devoured the entire Yunshan sect.
Check it, Lu Zhou says, glancing at the cultivators hiding behind the 12 mountain peaks.
Sikong Baichen continues, greed is a bottomless pit. We gotta be careful. Ye Zhen's gonna use this chance to off us. Lu Zhou asks, scared, are ya?
Sikong Baichen, I'm with you till the end, bro. The Yunshan mirror lights up, bathing the Yunshan platform in its glow. Ni Qingyun scans the Yunshan elders and disciples, shouting, open your eyes and take a good look at Yi Zhen. See what kind of monster he is.
The Yunshan formation combined with the Yunshan mirror can reveal any hidden secrets. Someone shouts. Lu Zhou and Sikong Baichen exchange glances at Ye Zhen. Nice! Looks like Lu Zhou doesn't need to use the Taishu mirror. As the light hits Yi Zhen, a mini Dharma body appears. A humanoid Red Lotus 9 leaves Dharma body. Ni Qingyun frowns. WTF is going on? Yi Zhen smirks, draped in scholar robes, making him look like an immortal. What are you doing, sect leader Ni? The light shines on everyone else, revealing their true cultivation levels with mini Dharma bodies. 10 Yunshan elders, 4 with 9 leaves, 6 with 8 leaves. And sect leader Ni Qingyun is at 10 leaves. The light moves on to Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong at the front. Former 9 leaves Golden Lotus. He really is a different race. I thought I was tripping. The light lands on Sikong Baichen. Red Lotus 10 leaves. When the Yunshan mirror shines on Lu Zhou, everyone holds their breath, staring intently. After all this time, what will his Dharma body look like? The answer? Golden Lotus 9 leaves. Yi Zhen, holding his wine cup, is stunned and frowns. The Yunshan mirror reflects Lu Zhao's Dharma body, and his own peeps aren't even surprised. Senior Lu has more than just Golden Lotus. He's got Red Lotus, Blue Lotus. Why doesn't the Yunshan mirror show everything? So Sikong Baichen and the peeps from Tianliu Guan remain chill. Sikong Baichen has seen Lu Zhou use the Red Lotus 9 leaves Dharma body with his own eyes, even casually one-shotting the Zhenbei general. How could it be just 9 leaves? Lu Bro definitely has some tricks up his sleeve to hide his true power. But the Yunshan crowd is shook, so all that boasting was just hot air. He's not even 10 leaves, just a fake. Ni Qingyun is a bit more level-headed. He's thinking, if this guy is 9 leaves, how could he defeat another 9 leaves so easily? Ye Zhen is even more logical. Under the Dharma array in the training field, Lu Zhou showed a Golden Lotus 9 leaves Dharma body. But the Yunshan mirror is a specialty of the 12 Yunshan sects. It's highly unlikely to be wrong. Could it be that this old man isn't the one who pretended to be Meng Chengdong? Or does this old man also have treasures to hide his Dharma body? Or could it be that this old man really is just a Golden Lotus 9 leaves? Anything is possible. Ye Zhen doesn't act rashly, but just then, a Yunshan elder suddenly stands up, enraged. Sect leader, what the hell are you doing? Elder Ye Zhen came here with good intentions, wanting to resolve our grievances. Why are you acting like this?
Moreover, the Juchong Hall people brought some foreign Golden Lotus cultivators to provoke us.
Yunshan can endure, but we will never submit to humiliation. We should be working with Fei Jing Tri to wipe out these outsiders. Elder Ye Zhen, you are generous and understanding. Surely you won't be bothered by the sect leader's attitude, right? The Yunshan elders actually bow to Ye Zhen. Ye Zhen ignores them, still preoccupied with the Yunshan mirror and Lu Zhao's Dharma body. Ni Qingyun refuses to believe it, stubbornly saying, no way! Do it again! The light shines across the field again, sweeping towards Ye Zhen. Still, the humanoid Red Lotus 9 leaves Dharma body. The light slowly fades, and the Yunshan disciples look at their sect leader with confusion, not understanding what he's doing. In that moment, Ni Qingyun feels the hearts of the disciples turning towards Ye Zhen.
Ni Qingyun's mind races. He takes a few steps back and says, Senior Lu, do you believe me?
Lu Zhou calmly replies, Yi Zhen is the hero of Ying Nation, who worships the evil 9 infants his whole life, and his dharma body is exactly the evil beast 9 infants. Ni Qingyun speaks. Yi Zhen slightly raises his head, looking at Ni Qingyun with a hint of killing intent. But he still smiles and says, "Sect leader Ni can make up such smooth lies? The Yunshan mirror is the treasure of the 12 Yunshan sects. How can you expect the Yunshan disciples to believe you?" The disciples look at each other. "I believe you." Lu Zhou coldly straightens up.
Who gives a damn if you believe him? You're just a 9 leaves. A 10 leaves doesn't need your input.
An 8 leaves elder angrily shouts. Lu Zhou glances at him, saying nothing, but Sikong Baichen raises his hand. A crimson glow appears on his fingertip, and with a whoosh, pierces the elder's chest.
You?
The elder's eyes widen, blood gushing from the hole in his chest. His breath vanishes, and he falls backward, head lolling to the side, lifeless. Everyone is stunned. "Sikong, you old thief!" Sikong Baichen coldly shakes his head. Just an 8 leaves, yet he dares to raise his voice here?
No need for Lu Bro to act. I'll handle him. The Yunshan elders and disciples have successfully angered Sikong Baichen.
Ye Zhen says nothing. This plan is unfolding exactly as he had prepared. But Ni Qingyun speaks up again. Even death isn't enough for his crimes. "Sect leader, you." The Yunshan crowd is dumbfounded. Again. Why the hell is the sect leader siding with outsiders?
Ni Qingyun glanced at the elders and disciples of Yunshan and said grimly, "Don't forget that I'm still your sect leader.
Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed." Seeing the sect leader's murderous intent, the Yunshan disciples didn't dare to say anything, especially after Sikong Baichen killed an 8-leaf elder. Ye Zhen has been worshipping evil objects all his life. He uses methods to capture and kill cultivators, and then uses his dharma body to plunder their cultivation and life to supplement his 9 infants. Ni Qingyun stated. The Yunshan crowd looked incredulous. Yi Zhen couldn't help but stand up, clapping and laughing. "Impressive! Very impressive! I thought you'd have some restraint, but who knew you'd use Ye Xuan to instigate the Yunshan elders and then kill 30 of our nascent Soul Realm disciples? Yi Zhen, you've gone too far." Ni Qingyun raised his hand, and boom, a 2 zhang tall dharma body appeared on Yunshan platform, suppressing all the disciples, as if to show that he was the sect leader of the 12 Yunshan sects.
"Sikong, you old dog, you and I do have conflicts, but if you trust me, let's join forces to eliminate Yi Zhen." Ni Qingyun knew that he couldn't do anything to Ye Zhen alone. He had no other choice.
If the 9 halls joined forces with the Flying Star House, his Yunshan would definitely be destroyed. He just hoped that the 9 halls wouldn't take the opportunity to kick him while he's down.
Sikong Baichen said, "I have to see what Brother Lu decides." Ni Qingyun glanced at Lu Zhou. Why was Sikong Baichen still so respectful to this old man at this point?
Lu Zhou slowly stood up, and all of his disciples and the people from Heavenly Willow Temple and the 9 halls also stood up. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly, and while looking at Ye Zhen, said, "This old man is also very curious to know if what Ni Qingyun said is true or not." Ye Zhen raised an eyebrow, looking up at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flipped his hand, and the Taishu mirror appeared. Primordial chi vibrated, resonating to create a buzzing sound, and golden light shot out from the Taishu mirror, shining on Yi Zhen's body.
This old man doesn't believe that a desolate grade weapon can't distinguish between truth and falsehood.
Boom! A dharma body appeared behind Yi Zhen. All the Yunshan disciples, or elders who were close to him, widened their eyes, their bodies covered in goosebumps, and trembled as they retreated. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a giant serpent dharma body with 8 terrifying heads, 6 of which were raised high, sticking out their tongues and looking at the crowd with greed. Everyone looked horrified, and everyone avoided Yi Zhen from afar. It really was a 9 infant. It is rumored that the 9 infants have 9 lives. Cultivators who want to cultivate this dharma body must drink the blood of the 9 infants, receive its essence, and regard it as their lifelong belief without change. Each head raised represents that he has 1 more life, and when he devours cultivators of the same level, he will gain another life. 1 head being cut off means he has died once, and the remaining 2 heads are drooping, meaning he currently has 6 lives.
There are always people in this world who are knowledgeable.
A look of horror appeared in Meng Changdong's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly realized why Yi Zhen still let him be an elder without killing him. It was because Yi Zhen was always waiting for the right opportunity to devour Meng Changdong. 6 lives. He can die 6 times.
The crowd shivered. Yi Zhen's face was like ice, his eyebrows furrowed. Planned for everything, but didn't expect this move. The exposure of the dharma body completely overturned his entire plan. Ye Zhen raised his head to look at the Taishu mirror in Lu Zhao's hand, and said grimly, "You really don't know what's good for you." Lu Zhao put away the Taishu mirror, and said indifferently, This old man said it before. You disgust people. Ye Zhen's attention was no longer on Ni Qingyun. Or perhaps he never took Ni Qingyun seriously from the start.
He shook his head and said, "So it's just an ordinary fool, controlled by emotions. It seems I overestimated you."
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and replied, "Young people are still young people after all." After speaking, Lu Zhao's figure disappeared. Without another word, Yi Zhen immediately retreated, shouting, "As soon as the order is given, the teams of cultivators hiding around will rapidly swarm over, coming like a storm."
A second later, Lu Zhao appeared in front of Yi Zhen, calmly raising his hand. "This old man wants to see, just how many lives do you actually have?" Lu Zhu's 5 fingers glowed with blue light, and 4 large seal characters appeared. Peerless demeanor.
"A blue seal?"
Yi Zhen exclaimed in shock, raising his hands to block. Boom! The palm imprint struck between Ye Zhen's hands, sending him flying backward like he'd been hit by a 1,000-ton hammer. The crowd gasped. Ni Qingyun glanced at Lu Zhao in surprise. The Yunshan formation clearly indicated that this old man only had a 9-leaf golden lotus cultivation base, so why could his strength so easily injure enemies of the same level? Just then, 4 Yunshan elders flew onto the Yunshan platform. Clash! 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 The civil war began, and the tea party became chaotic. Yunshan's 12 sect disciples couldn't tell friend from foe. They only saw their own people fighting each other. Xikong Baishen said, "Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, guard the rear."
The two summoned their 9-leaf avatars, blasting away the Yunshan disciples trying to cause trouble.
Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe, one on the left, one on the right. Yes! The two immediately flew out, summoning their avatars. 2 9-leaf red lotus avatars appeared, blocking the crowd. Xikong Baishen stood guard in front, saying to Ni Qingyun, "Ni Qingyun, I won't kick you when you're down, but you better not try any funny business. You should focus on resolving your internal conflicts." Even if Ni Qingyun wanted to win them over, the conflict between the two sides couldn't be easily resolved. What if Ni Qingyun used the Yunshan platform's grand formation to wipe out the 9-fold hall in one fell swoop? That would suck, so they had to be wary.
Ni Qingyun clasped his hands and said to Xikong Baishen, "Thank you for your kindness, I will remember it."
At the same time, Yi Zhen, who had been sent flying by Lu Zhu's palm, was shocked. "You're not a 9-leaf? He steadied himself, frowning as he asked. "That's not important. What's important is that next year, this day will be your death anniversary." "Young man, you're still too green." Lu Zhao's figure flashed with blue light again, and another peerless demeanor appeared. Yi Zhen said coldly, "Old man, it's not over, till the fat lady sings." His 9-headed avatar appeared, red light blooming, its heads raised high, attacking Lu Zhao.
Lu Zhao used the Buddhist techniques of mind's eye and the binding seal, his body emitting golden light, golden flames rising from the binding seal.
The 9-headed avatar slammed into the binding seal, creating ripples. Buddhist karma power! The binding seal. Even Xikong Baishen was emotionally shaken when he saw this scene. Brother Lu is indeed proficient in the strengths of all schools. As soon as he finished speaking, cultivators from all directions swarmed over. Ni Qingyun shouted angrily, "They're from the Flying Star Hall and the Heavenly Feather Academy." All Yunshan disciples, gather on the Stone Pagoda Yunshan platform. Anyone who disobeys will be considered an enemy.
Ni Qingyun's shout echoed across the Yunshan platform. About 6,000 disciples and 5 elders flew toward the stone pagoda.
Ni Qingyun knew he couldn't panic. Those remaining elders and disciples were all Yi Zhen's people. He comforted himself that the number was still acceptable. And fortunately, after seeing the 9-headed avatar, many people had sobered up.
"Sect Master!" The group landed, standing behind Ni Qingyun. Ni Qingyun immediately raised his hand towards the sky, a circle of light covering his factions. Countless imprints fell from the sky, forming a protective barrier. No one is allowed to leave the barrier without permission.
The invading cultivators who had just rushed in suddenly lost their target. The Yunshan platform had clearly distinguished between friend and foe, and quickly returned to silence. The only person still outside the barrier was Lu Zhou.
"The Heavenly Feather Academy is here! Kill anyone who resists!"
A cultivator in armor, holding a 3-pronged spear in his hand, observed the Yunshan platform from mid-air. "The Flying Star Hall is here. Submit and live, resist and die." The two factions brought nearly 5,000 cultivators, all observing the situation from mid-air. But Lu Zhao acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to stride forward, staring unblinkingly at Ye Zhen.
Ye Zhen retreated while fighting,
and he saw the killing intent in Lu Zhu's eyes. It was the kind of look one gives a fish on a chopping board. "Old man, you're surrounded, and you still want to resist?" As Ye Zhen spoke, he threw out dozens of talisman papers. The talismans expanded, releasing an astonishing righteous heavenly might.
Lu Zhao remained unhurried, stroking his beard with one hand and extending the other to cast the binding seal, then unleashing the peerless demeanor.
This time, The palm imprint was much larger than before. You want to use the same trick on me again? Dream on. Yi Zhen suddenly retracted his avatar, his palms facing forward. Binding force imprints appeared in his palms, wanting to bind the peerless demeanor. Wait, hold up. Just as the peerless demeanor reached Yi Zhen, it suddenly grew to the size of his entire body. Boom. PFFT. Yi Zhen coughed up blood and retreated, shocked. Why is it like this? Even a 10-leaf can't easily repel him? Enough! From the huge formation of the Heavenly Feather Academy, several people flew out. One of them, holding a 3-pronged spear, swooped down, shouting, I am Chen Fangluo, the chief instructor of the Heavenly Feather Academy. There were black runes on the tip of the 3-pronged spear. Brother Lu, be careful, that's a desolate-grade weapon. Lu Zhou continued to stare at Ye Zhen, not taking his eyes off him. As the 3-pronged spear approached, Lu Zhou flicked his hand, and a lightning talisman was crushed. A powerful lightning strike immediately descended from the sky, striking Chen Fangluo. Boom. PFFT. Chen Fangluo's powerful strike was repelled by Lu Zhao's casual flick, sending him flying backward, colliding with his companions, causing them to stumble left and right. Xikong Baishan and Ni Qingyun were speechless. Is your time on stage only 1 second? Lu Zhao ignored the thousands of cultivators surrounding him, slowly saying each word. Who else dares to interfere in this old man's business? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Yi Zhen's heart was heavy, his fingers trembling slightly. Is this the power of destiny? No, destiny isn't like this. It definitely isn't. Yi Zhen suddenly stomped on the ground, the talismans in his hand burning as he rushed forward, attacking Lu Zhou. The talismans were like a long dragon coiling around him. It's time I let you see what's what. This is my true strength, Ye Zhen said in a deep voice, flames erupting from his body. With the added blessing of the talismans, his palms, now red hot, became as sharp as blades. Talismans and karma fire. Yi Zhen can advance to the 10-leaf at any time. Xikong Baichan yeeted himself off the ground and straight into the sky, then summoned his Red Lotus 10 Leaves avatar. The Heavenly Martial Academy, Flying Star House, and the traitorous elders and disciples of Cloud Mountain were just standing there, dumbfounded. Bro Lu, let me help you deal with these clowns.
Xikong Baichan spread his arms like an eagle, summoning Sword Ki from the heavens and unleashing it.
The Heavenly Martial Academy and Flying Star House had to summon their Q shields, forced to focus on defense. The swarm of Sword Quina filled the sky, leaving no chance for anyone to sneak attack Lu Zhao. Ye Zhen's Crimson Fire Palm arrived before Lu Zhao. He raised his hand, no flashy moves, just a simple block. Boom! The fire palm collided with Lu Zhao's hand. Golden flames erupted, competing with the crimson flames. Yi Zhen suddenly grinned. Now I can confirm it, you're just a 9-leaf. Oh? Lu Zhao's other hand remained behind his back, his expression calm. Ye Zhen laid horizontal, hands clasped, palms erupting with karma fire against Lu Zhao's palm. He resentfully said,
200 years ago, I could have advanced to 10 leaves. But do you know why I suppressed my cultivation?
Doesn't concern this old man. Lu Zhao also used his karma fire to resist.
Since obtaining karma fire, Lu Zhou had never truly used golden flames in battle. This was a perfect opportunity to test its power.
Golden and crimson flames were burning each other. Occasionally the crimson flames would grow larger, boosted by talisman power. Yi Zhen continued. It's because once I reach 10 leaves, there won't be enough people to nourish my 9 infants. Devouring cultivators of the same level can give you a life. But you only have 6 lives. Seems your 9 infants avatar has its limits. Lu Zhou said. True, but... The flames on Ye Zhen intensified, he said grimly. That doesn't matter anymore. The 9 infants avatar reappeared. Primordial Kia and karma fire surged. Ye Zhen's cultivation began to rise.
The red lotus beneath the 9 infants avatar rapidly spun, blooming leaves. Xikong Baichan, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Ni Qingyun all witnessed this, secretly horrified.
They were all genius cultivators. But seeing a figure like Yi Zhen, they had to admit, there's always someone stronger. Yi Zhen dared to bloom leaves right in front of Lu Zhou.
Who would dare do that in the Golden Lotus domain? Lu Zhou looked at Ye Zhen, calmly said, Young man, you think you understand this old man?
No need to understand. This palm confirms you're a 9-leaf. Karma fire boosted by talismans can withstand Lu Zhou?
Xikong Baichan was utterly shocked. He knew Lu Zhao's strength. This guy could easily one-shot Chen Beizheng, a 10-leaf.
But why was it taking so long to deal with Ye Zhen, a 9-leaf?
Bro Lu, I'll help you.
Xikong Baichan recalled his densely packed sword qi, turned and instructed everyone. Leave this to the 4 of you. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Yao Qingquan, and Zhao Jianghe. Guard the 4 directions like 4 city walls. This was Cloud Mountain. With many cultivators lurking around, they had to guard against sneak attacks. No need, Lu Zhao said. Lil Yuancar also raised her head, clearly said, Just watch the show. My master is just playing with him. He has 6 lives, so master will hit him 6 times. As she spoke, she counted on her fingers. Yi Zhen's red lotus accelerated. This method of leaf blooming was quite similar to the golden lotus when advancing to 9 leaves. Lu Zhou carefully observed the process of leaf blooming. The lotus leaves gradually grew larger, spreading across the ground. Yi Zhen said grimly, "Fall back." He clasped his hands before his chest. The karma fire on his hands amplified several times.
Lu Zhou lightly tapped his toes and retreated. Ye Zhen, with his avatar, continued his attacks. Back and forth, the power on his hands once again pushed back Lu Zhou. The onlookers immediately exclaimed. Niai Qingyun shook his head repeatedly, said, "Si Kong, old thief, this is what you call opening fate?" Si Kong Baichen replied, "Just watch." Ni Qingyun wasn't like Si Kong Baichen, hadn't witnessed Lu Zhou killing Chen Beizheng with a palm. His understanding of Lu Zhou was non-existent. At this time, Lu Zhou had been forced back to the edge of Cloud Mountain platform by the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Lu Zhao's feet stomped heavily on the ground, causing cracks, one hand still resisting Yi Zhen's double palms. Ye Zhen increased his primordial ki. The Karma Fire soared to 10 feet. "Retreat for me!" This time, Lu Zhou didn't budge, his eyes still observing the method of Red Lotus leaf bloom. Ye Zhen felt uneasy, his palms pressed forward. The Karma Fire blazed, beginning to suppress the golden flames. Then the serpent heads of the 9 infants opened their mouths to devour Lu Zhou. Everyone was horrified. That the avatar could act was already abnormal, but this 9 infants avatar could devour living beings. Wasn't that like having 6 more fatal attacks? The Cloud Mountain disciples fearfully covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch the cruel scene. Ye Zhen said dismissively, "That's all you got." As the 6 serpent heads swooped down, Lu Zhao's 5 fingers spread. A golden Q shield appeared, blocking in front. The shield had a taiji pattern, blocking the attacks of the 9 infants. "You've used all your strength, but this old man hasn't even warmed up," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Huh?" Yi Zhen's heart sank. In fact, Lu Zhou felt that his golden flame 9-leaf cultivation was enough to fight Yi Zhen. But the problem was, Yi Zhen was getting stronger, and was in the middle of leaf blooming. If he successfully bloomed his leaves, it would be difficult to deal with him. Lu Zhou didn't have enough merit points to buy so many one-hit kill cards, so blue light appeared on his 5 fingers. Lu Zhou used the divine power. As one wishes, his arm extended, unleashing the blue palm, the Taoist mantra Great Hand Seal. Boom! The scene on Middle Finger Peak at Flying Star House repeated. Yi Zhen's mind panicked. He cried out internally, "What the hell is happening? He's blooming leaves! At this crucial moment I must stand firm." Immediately his palms came together. Countless talismans appeared. The Karma Fire blazed. The 9-word mantra Great Hand Seal flew over. Clang! 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 The first 3 palms shattered the talismans. The next 3 shattered the Karma Fire. The last 3 struck Ye Zhen directly. Ye Zhen's eyes were bloodshot, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood, sliding backwards. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Chief Instructor Chen Fangluo!" Chen Fangluo led 2 others and rushed towards Flying Star House. Only 4 elders remained, all charging towards Lu Zhou, each unleashing their strongest techniques and desolate tier weapons. Lu Zhou glanced at the 3-pronged spear and the black runes on its blade. Should he use a peak form card? Nah, Lu Zhou thought, flicking out 7 thunderclap cards like he's playing poker. The thunderclap cards shattered as they flew, reappearing as lightning. Chen Fangluo raised an eyebrow. Again? He raised the 3-pronged spear, stabbing straight into the thunderclap. Boom! The thunderclap struck Chen Fangluo. And this time, he wasn't so lucky, triggering a guaranteed kill. The other 6 weren't so lucky either. 3 were heavily injured, and 3 were wounded. Ding! Successfully killed a target, gaining 4,000 merit points. Additional 1,000 points rewarded from the realm. Ding! Obtained desolate tier weapon, 3-pronged spear. Didn't get his luck though, not bad. "Instructor Chen!" The crowd screamed in shock. "They're both 9-leaf, so why the hell is the difference so massive? Instructor Chen isn't that much weaker than Yi Zhen, so why was he killed? Just like that? One move?" Lu Zhou descended, saying blandly, "Couldn't even withstand a single blow." The crowd shivered, and no cultivators from the Heavenly Martial Academy dared to move. Holy SHT, so strong, who would dare mess with him? Yi Zhen's eyes widened, looking at the scene in disbelief. Lin Ji finally defeated him, turning to flee. Lu Zhou still had 2 thunderclap cards in his hand, casually pushing out a palm strike, a thunderclap striking Ye Zhen. Boom! Yi Zhen was knocked to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. Si Kong Baichen nodded secretly. "Ni, are you happy now? If he really is a 10-leaf? Then doing this is no surprise. Then why didn't you kill Ye Zhen?
Why can't a 10-leaf kill a 9-leaf?
Sikong Baichen mocked. Whom? Yi Zhen's avatar grew another zang.
Lu Zhou sensed the extraordinary power, having already used 1/3 of his power. If it continued like this, he would definitely have to use a peak form card.
Opening leaves should end here.
Lu Zhou used the great divine power. His figure flashed, appearing in front of Yi Zhen.
Yi Zhen suddenly shouted, "Self-destruct!"
A snake head suddenly lowered. The remaining 5 heads curled into a ball, and primordial chi rapidly converged.
The cultivators scattered. Only Lu Zhou stood before the Zhu avatar, welcoming this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering self-destruction.
A 9-leaf cultivator who has the karmic fire is self-destructing. Even a 10-leaf powerhouse wouldn't dare to take it head-on like that. Lu Zhou flipped his hand and crushed a damage immunity card. A 15-zhang-tall golden Buddha statue appeared, standing proudly in the sky. Boom! All the exploding gang Kree was blocked by the golden Buddha. This golden Buddha avatar is clearly only a 9-leaf, so why is it able to stand motionless and block another 9-leaf self-destruction?
Someone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Sikong Baichen was completely defeated.
Lu Zhou said softly. See? Lu Bro deliberately suppressed his realm, only using 9-leaf cultivation to still crush Yi Zhen.
Sigh.
You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Have you ever seen a cat playing with a mouse? When a cat faces a mouse, it usually won't immediately kill it, but will play with it for a while.
Sikong Baichen kindly explained. Ni Qingyun was speechless. This scene was indeed very similar to Sikong Baichen's description.
The self-destruction ended, and the gang Qi dissipated. After 10 seconds, Lu Zhao's golden Buddha statue also disappeared. The Jiu Ying only had 5 heads raised high. Yi Zhen has already lost 1 life,
someone whispered. When his vision returned, Yi Zhen saw that Lu Zhou was still safe and sound, stroking his beard and leisurely walking towards him.
You? Yi Zhen was finally frightened. After so many years of running rampant in the Red Lotus domain, this was the first time he felt this panic.
He sacrificed a life, and still couldn't hurt Lu Zhou even a little bit.
Yi Zhen cried out in pain, then spat out immortal blood. This was the price to pay after self-destructing. Lu Zhou calmly said, "You can still continue to self-destruct. You have 5 more times."
Who the hell are you?
Now you're thinking of asking that question? Bit late, innit?
Lu Zhou stepped closer. The surrounding cultivators, including the disciples of Yun Shan, Heavenly Martial Academy, and Flying Star House, were all silent.
Looking at the old man slowly approaching, although there were no primordial chi fluctuations around him, every gesture exuded a chill down their spines.
Too strong!
All the confidence in Yi Zhen's heart was shattered by Lu Zhou. He suddenly remembered Lu Zhao's previous words. You think you understand me? The answer was too obvious. He didn't understand at all. Yi Zhen barely stabilized his mood.
Collapse.
Can't panic, especially at times like this. He threw out hundreds of talisman papers, burning with karmic fire, then threw them forward and turned to flee.
Lu Zhou lightly tapped his toes, leaping to chase after him. Seeing the talisman papers and karmic fire attacking, Lu Zhou unleashed a flawless holy ki palm strike, shattering hundreds of talisman papers, then used the great divine power pursuit. Yi Zhen was still maintaining the opening leave state, carrying his avatar as he fled, so the target was too large, easy to find. He rushed towards a mountain peak, leaving Yunshan. Let's see where you can run.
Lu Zhou flew above his head. Yi Zhen, a binding cage card appeared in the palm of his hand.
A golden cage flew close behind Yi Zhen.
Sikong Baichen frowned and said, "What kind of technique is this?"
Sikong, old thief. There are times when you can't see it. Ni Qingyun immediately took the opportunity to retaliate.
From the beginning to the end, he had heard Sikong Baichen boast, until his ears were worn out.
I ain't got time for your BS. Sikong Baichen yeeted himself into the sky. Wu Qinghai and Ngu Tuongyang followed suit, trying to get a good view. Thousands of disciples from Tianvu Institute and Phi Tin Tri also started flocking towards the mountain peak.
Li Fan landed on the arena thingy on the 3rd peak, looked up, and BAM! That cage was coming right at him. He's like, WTF is this? The cage got bigger and bigger, turning into a giant net falling from the sky. Crash! The cage vanished. Lu Zhou shook his head. My luck's trash. Li Fan slams his hands on the ground. The arena lit up, spawning a gazillion purple circles. He taunts. Dare to step in here? I'll keep spamming my DA in this formation. What you gonna do about it? Dare? Please. Lu Zhou strolled into the arena like a Chad. Meanwhile, over 10,000 cultivators were watching from mid-air, waiting for the showdown. They kinda forgot they were watching enemies. We're late, someone said. Ni Qingyun sighed. Li Fan really knows Van Sun like the back of his hand. Sikong, your buddy's gonna have a bad time. What Gretchu mean? This is the Vuthan blood formation. Every second it sucks away a century of life from whoever's inside. Your buddy's already old, And Li Fan's got like, what, 5 lives? Explained Ni Qingyun. Then close the formation, duh. Can't close it until someone dies, Ni Qingyun replied.
The formation under the arena quickly sealed off the area, purple energy engulfing the two inside.
Li Fan smirked and charged, blood trickling from his mouth. He saw Lu Zhou casually strolling in, and the formation started draining their life force.
Lu Zhou raised his hand and attacked, a golden palm print blazing with golden flames heading straight for Li Fan.
Li Fan stomped his foot. Everything went silent. His robes fluttered slightly, and the formation absorbed the energy like water. Hong Lin Karma Fire collided with golden flames, and both got cancelled out, life slipping away.
I got tons of life left. What about you?
Li Fan sneered. Lu Zhou glanced at Li Fan. Remaining lifespan, 2,944 days. Minus 10 days. Minus 20 days. Still longer than yours.
Then let's see who lasts longer.
Today, either you die or I die. The lifespan counter kept dropping. Ever since Lu Zhou got isekai'd, Li Fan was the most annoying mofo. Lu Zhou crushed a reversal card, adding 600 days. Qi from all directions poured into Lu Zhou, merging with his body.
Hold up! You can replenish your lifespan?
Li Fan's pupils shrank. He took a step back. Lu Zhou saw the reversal card, added 600 days, and nodded. You're so clueless. It's hilarious. Li Fan's face turned ashen. One of the heads of his Dharma body, drained by the formation, started drooping lower and lower.
Who the hell are you? Li Fan's voice echoed through the formation, reaching the ears of 10,000 cultivators in the sky.
Just then, Lu Zhou flashed forward, the unnamed sword in his hand. The golden lotus 9-leaf Dharma body appeared, staring at the 5 snakeheads of the Ju Ying. Those are all merit points. Li Fan's heart sank. Being trapped in the formation just meant he was screwing himself over. The Ju Ying unleashed Hongjiang to resist. Honglian Karma Fire clashed with golden flames again.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Lu Zhou soared upwards, changing his target to the Ju Ying's Dharma body.
Li Fan panicked, kicked off the ground, and his hands blazed with Karma Fire. Lu Zhou aimed at a swaying head and slashed down with the unnamed sword. Ignoring the Honglian Karma Fire and the palm print, Lu Zhou didn't stop swinging. Slash!
The Karma Fire and palm print were cleaved in two. The unnamed sword slammed into the Ju Ying's pale neck.
No!
Li Fan screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Ding!
Killed a target. Gained 4,500 merit points. Over 10,000 cultivators were dumbfounded. Ni Qingyun's eyelids twitched like crazy. Just finished bragging about the Vu Than blood formation and got slapped in the face so fast.
Sikong Bei Chen laughed. Ni Qingyun, you're so shameless, I'm embarrassed for you.
A Phi Tin Tri cultivator in the distance suddenly shouted, Get ready to move!
Who dares to move? Sikong Bei Chen roared. This was his main job. Keep other cultivators from interfering.
Sikong Bei Chen, you're just a 9th level divine court. You dare interfere with Phi Tin Tri's business? A Phi Tin Tri cultivator sneered. You want to die? Sikong Bei Chen retorted.
You!
The guy fumed. The Imperial Court's cultivators are on their way. See what you can do then?
Hearing this, Sikong Bei Chen immediately gathered sword energy on his fingertips.
As the sword energy appeared, Ni Qingyun raised his hand, freezing the air.
Sikong, this is my turf. Please don't start a massacre here.
Ni Qingyun, you just got help from me, and now you're gonna act like we're strangers?
Sikong Bei Chen raged. I'll repay your favor later, but not today.
Ni Qingyun said stubbornly. Fine. Anyone who dares to move will face my wrath.
Sikong Bei Chen declared. With so many factions around, everyone had to think twice before acting.
Ni Qingyun's face turned grim, sighing inwardly. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Lu Zhou chopped off a snakehead. That head went flying, then dissipated into the world. Ye Zhen retreated like crazy. His figure flashed as he fled. The nameless sword turned into the nameless bow.
Lu Zhou drew the bow, pulling back the arrow. A desolate grayed arrow. The crowd gasped again. Boom! The white arrow shot toward the Ju Ying's Dharma body, crackling with blue light.
Lu Zhou used 1/3 of his extraordinary power, combined with a desolate grade weapon. Ye Zhen desperately tried to escape, but the arrow silently flew over. Puffed! The arrow pierced straight into the space between the eyebrows of another snakehead.
Ding! Killed a target, gaining 4,500 merit points.
Master, chase after him. He only has 3 heads left. I told you, Master's gonna smash his heads. Yangfer jumped up and cheered. Lu Zhou didn't continue to use extraordinary power to preserve his strength. He retrieved the nameless sword, and once again threw out the binding cage. The binding cage flew towards Ye Zhen, and Lu Zhou also rushed down to continue the pursuit. The crowd's breathing became increasingly heavy. Sikong Baishan was the calmest, immediately chasing after and shouting. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged glances. then protected their 2 junior sisters, flying towards Lu Zhou together. The people from the Tianwu Academy and the Flying Star House only hesitated for a second, then immediately followed.
Si Kong Baichen and Ni Qingyun, along with over 10,000 cultivators, densely packed the sky and flew in one direction.
You could say this is a spectacle. Where are they flying to? Don't know, just keep chasing. Except for the 2 10-leaf experts. The rest were hard-pressed to keep up with the flight speed of Ye Zhen and Li Luzhao. The 2 10-leaf guys couldn't abandon their people, so they had to slow down and wait for them. Li Luzhao leisurely pursued. The binding cage had already claimed 3 of Ye Zhen's lives. He was seriously injured, and was at the most crucial moment of sprouting leaves. He wished he could find a place to hide in forever. He landed on the star observation platform in the far north, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at the binding cage pursuing him, and then at the red lotus beneath his dharma body. Aish! Yi Zhen madly absorbed energy, pouring it all into the red lotus, hoping to advance to 10 leaves. This was his last resort to save his life. Binding cage! Bind! It grew larger and slammed down on the star observation platform with a BAM! The square binding cage covered his 1,000-foot-tall Ju-Ying Dharma body. Yi Zhen stared. What the hell is this thing? Even though he read so many books, and his knowledge was extremely profound, he still felt lost when he saw this golden cage. At this moment, he fully realized how laughable his understanding of this old man was. The number of leaves doesn't determine how high or low your cultivation is, the binding cage dissipated. Li Luzhao swooped down, stood on the star observation platform, stroked his beard, and coldly looked at Yi Zhen. You are really lucky. Lucky for what? Yi Zhen was puzzled. Li Luzhao looked at the spinning red lotus and said softly, You have nowhere left to run. Not necessarily. Yi Zhen stomped his foot on the ground. The Dao patterns on the star observation platform lit up. Steal! The Confucian robe on Ye Zhen's body was torn apart by the fierce wind, dissipating in the wind. Many Confucian school runes were engraved on his body, and the red runes looked exactly like Ju-Ying patterns. The more than 10,000 cultivators who had just rushed over were all horrified to see this scene. Yi Zhen's performance changed everyone's perception. The world only knew that his cultivation was profound, and that he was knowledgeable. But no one expected that he had this side to him. This was no longer worshipping Ju-Ying, but engraving Ju-Ying into his bones and imprinting it into his soul. Karma fire burned, and the Ju-Ying pattern on Ye Zhen's body faintly glowed. He looked at Li Luzhao and said gloomily, Over the past 100 years, I have created many new cultivation methods, such as modifying my human-shaped Dharma body into Ju-Ying, condensing different gangseals, and making my Dharma body mobile and able to kill people. This is a move I created. The life-changing wisdom technique. I sacrifice one of my lives in exchange for a supreme attack. After speaking, he slapped himself. One of the 3 remaining heads of Ju-Ying erupted with a red glow, and the power expanded extremely violently. Wanna off yourself? Dream on. Lu Zhou raised his hand. The last lightning card crushed. A bolt of lightning struck Yi Zhen, obliterating countless talismans around him. Ye Zhen screamed in agony, sent flying backward, covered in blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Zhao's figure appeared before him. Unnamed sword in hand. Black runes appeared on the sword, the unnamed sword showing no mercy as it slashed down. Swish! The sword aura enveloping the unnamed sword lopped off one of Ju-Ying's heads. Ding! Killed a target. Gained 4,500 merit points. Yet. Ye Zhen was heavily injured again, his face twisted in a gruesome expression. The patterns on his body dimmed by a third, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. He was sent flying, crashing into a pillar on the star observation platform, the red lotus beginning to slow its rotation. Ye Zhen fell, turning and kneeling on the ground with both hands and feet. His ultimate life-for-life move was wrecked by Lu Zhao. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Lu Zhao sheathed the unnamed sword, the previous strike, as fast as lightning. Almost no one noticed the black runes on the sword, let alone the golden sword aura surrounding it, and all sorts of red talismans. Yi Zhen lost again. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, casually looking at Yi Zhen kneeling on the ground. Overestimated yourself. More than 10,000 cultivators were silent, not daring to speak. Has Ye Zhen submitted? The gap is too huge. Yi Zhen is no match for Brother Lu.
Si Kong Baichen shook his head. Yi Zhen's heart was in utter turmoil, blood constantly flowing from all 7 orifices.
His hands suddenly mobilized his primal chi, transferring it into the pillar beside him. All the pillars on the star observation platform suddenly shone brightly. Dao patterns connecting to form a formation. It's the 5 absolutes formation. Fall back. Only now did Ni Qingyun remember the grand formation on the star observation platform, hurriedly flying backward.
The other cultivators were shocked, hastily flying out as well. Si Kong Baichen frowned and asked, 5 Absolutes formation?
The 5 Absolutes formation is a replica of the 10 Absolutes formation. Although the area of the formation is not as large as the 10 Absolutes formation, the power and effect are still the same,
Ni Qingyun explained. Hearing this, Si Kong Baichen turned to Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai and said, "Protect everyone. I'll go down there to help Brother Lu."
"No need," Yu Zhenghai said. "Just watch." The 10 Absolutes formation of Yan was engraved by Grand Tutor Jiang Wenshu, and Jiang Wenshu is an elder of the Flying Star Sect, so it's not surprising that the 10 Absolutes formation exists in the Red Lotus domain. Ye Zhen had already stood up, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, looking extremely terrifying, completely devoid of any scholarly image. Only 2 heads remained of the Dharma body behind him, constantly swaying. Yi Zhen had almost exhausted all the primal qi in his body. Seeing that the formation had formed, he smiled contentedly.
"Old fart, you underestimated me."
The 5 Absolutes formation has been activated. No one in this area can use primal qi. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Lu Zhou shook his head, looking at him as if he were looking at someone utterly pathetic, and said softly, "You poor thing, you still don't understand the difference between us. Die together." Yi Zhen, along with his Dharma body, lunged forward, the 2 heads opening their mouths to bite down. Lu Zhou calmly raised 2 fingers, condensing a blue sword aura, quickly and accurately slashing at Zhu Ying's head.
Splatter! Another head went flying into the air. Ding! Killed a target, gained 4,500 merit points.
Yi Zhen's eyes widened, screaming in a broken voice, "Impossible!" Lu Zhou reached out and grabbed the last of Zhu Ying's necks.
The extraordinary power in his body had been exhausted. Only a little primal qi remained in Lu Zhao's body, and similarly, so did Ye Zhen's.
Lu Zhou shook his head, indifferently saying, "With a slight twist of my hand, you'll die."
Really? No. Yi Zhen was too terrified to speak. The star observation platform was silent. The disciples and elders of the Flying Star Sect wanted to rush down, but were blocked by Ni Qingyun and Si Kong Baichen, so no one dared to move. The 5 Absolutes formation was broken into small pieces. The primal qi rapidly surged, and the Tao patterns gradually dissipated. Just then, a red shadow suddenly appeared below the star observation platform, attacking the crowd.
Injured the elders of the Flying Star Sect. Pay with your life. The red shadow, carrying a 2 zang tall Dharma body, holding a giant sword aura several zang long and 1 zang wide, stabbed up from below the platform.
10 Leaf Chen Tiandao.
The Sect Master has arrived. Yi Zhen's spirits were lifted, trembling as he said, "Sect Master, save me, he has no primal qi." Lu Zhou frowned. Si Kong Baichen clasped his palms together and shouted, "I'm here!" Ni Qingyun stood in front of him. "What do you want to do? Get out of the way!" Si Kong Baichen said in a deep voice. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai summoned their 15 Zhang Dharma bodies, and Ni Qingyun also summoned his Dharma body. The situation was extremely tense. The elders and disciples of the Flying Star Sect all flew closer. At this moment, Lu Zhao's right hand was still tightly gripping the last of Zhu Ying's necks. His left hand reached out and crushed a card. A fatal strike! 5 fingers snapped down like the Buddha's palm. Absol, gas, qi. The cultivators held their breath, astonished at this scene. A familiar feeling arose in Si Kong Baichen's heart. He recalled Lu Zhao's palm at the 9 Heavens Holy Shrine. His figure relaxed, and he said softly, "Brother Lu, finally not suppressing his cultivation anymore."
Ni Qingyun's eyes widened, dumbfounded. Grand, seal, absolute, holy, qi, strike. Snap the red frame sword, and continue pressing down. Boom! The palm slammed into Chen Tiandao's chest, his entire body falling straight to the foot of the mountain, hundreds of zang away from the star observation platform. Ding! Killed a target, gained 5,500 merit points. Territory rewarded an additional 1,500 points. The air, the drawn bow and sword, were instantly shattered by this earth-shattering palm. A palm to kill a 10-leaf expert. Who among the tens of thousands of cultivators here wasn't terrified? The shocking palm had shattered people's perceptions. The sky became quiet again. Those who had summoned their Dharma bodies quietly retracted them, dryly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, not knowing what to do. No matter how many tricks Ye Zhen had, he was only a 9-leaf. Even if he possessed karmic fire, even if he had a few extra lives, he could only live longer than others if we're talking about powerful cultivation. He was still far inferior to 10-leaf Chen Tiandao. Originally famous throughout the world as the pillar of the entire Flying Star Sect, even fighting Si Kong Baichen, it was hard to tell who would win. This peerless figure was killed by a palm from Lu Zhou without any resistance. His extraordinary power was drained, and his critical strike cards were all gone. Even though the prices probably spiked like crazy, Lu Zhou knew he had no choice but to use that last card. Ye Zhen was shook. He used to be as calm as a still lake, unmoved by any storm. Since forever, No one had ever made him feel like his life was on the line. Now, with his life in someone else's hands, he finally learned what pure helplessness and despair felt like. Sect Master Yi Zhen stared blankly down. In that giant five-fingered crater, there wasn't even a trace of Chen Tiandao left. The faces of the 10,000 cultivators went numb. The 5 absolute formation was trashed. The 9 infants' soul was recovered, and Lu Zhou's cultivation was back. But fighting this long had left his energy tank nearly empty. He still had a peak trial card up his sleeve. But this situation wasn't worth wasting such a flex. Golden flames erupted from the hand gripping the 9 infants' neck. The beast struggled like crazy, its red lotus karmic fire clashing with the golden flames until they both canceled out. Do I really have to buy another critical strike card to end this man's whole career? Yan Zhen's consciousness started to fade, his vision blurring. Right then, the red lotus let out a massive hum, and the 17-foot 9 infants' avatar suddenly buffed up, expanding by another 2 feet.
10-leaf 9 infants. Yu Zhenghai couldn't help but comment. Yi Zhen is the first one to survive this long against my master.
The Flying Star House crowd was torn between hope and straight-up dread. They wanted Yi Zhen to live, but then they remembered he was the 9 infants. If he survived, would the Flying Star House even be safe? The real despair was that their sect master was already dead. Sikong Baichen watched with extreme caution as Yi Zhen's power kept surging. Boom! Yi Zhen finally broke free from Lu Zhou's grip. Gasping for air, he let out a manic laugh, his face looking as demonic as the 9 infants. Even heaven is on my side. So this is the power of a 10-leaf. Yi Zhen soaked in the raw energy coursing through him. He suddenly glared at Lu Zhou.
You're out of juice. Now it's my turn.
Lu Zhou shook his head again. Everyone says you're a genius, Yi Zhen. So why are you being so brain-dead right now? If even Chen Tiandao couldn't tank 1 palm from me, what makes a fresh 10-leaf with a bootleg 9 infants avatar like you think you can win? Yi Zhen flinched. It was like a bucket of ice water dumped on his head as he remembered that world-shattering palm strike. Right now, his brain had only one setting. Run! Yi Zhen recalled his avatar, tapped his acupoints, and his sea of ki exploded into flames, engulfing his whole body.
Yi Zhen rocketed toward the horizon like a shooting star. The crowd watched, dumbfounded. He just dropped those bars about winning, only to turn around and be a total coward.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head, crushing a binding cage card. That's the 3rd cage today. Lu Zhou took flight to chase Yi Zhen down, and every cultivator on the scene scrambled to follow. Watching the cage fly in a straight line, Lu Zhou muttered, I don't believe you can get lucky every single time. Yi Zhen didn't have time to look back. He zipped past 5 or 6 mountain peaks. Just a bit further, and he'd be out of the Cloud Mountain territory. He glanced at the golden cage behind him and thought, another one of the old man's tricks. He figured the cage was just a tracking device. He dived down, waiting for the cage to drop and dissipate. But then, the cage finally caught up and slammed down. Boom! Yi Zhen nodded, satisfied, and tried to launch back into the air. But instead of vanishing, the golden light tightened instantly, shrinking the cage around him. Yi Zhen smashed several palm seals against the light pillars, but it did absolutely nothing. Panicking, he slammed against the corners of the cage, but the binding cage just kept closing the net. Lu Zhou nodded. Trigger successful. What kind of move is this? Why is it different from the last 2 times? Someone asked, confused. Wasn't it just a tracking mark? How is it actually pinning him down now? The cage of heaven and earth got smaller and smaller. Yi Zhen's screams of struggle echoed through the mountains. But no matter how hard he thrashed, he was stuck. Yi Zhen went full tilt. Dirty, underhanded, clang, clang. He went completely ballistic, ramming the pillars until the cage clamped onto him like iron shackles, pinning him to the dirt and sealing his cultivation. Lu Zhou descended slowly, standing before Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen looked up at the calm old man, and finally realized he was facing a mountain he could never climb. From the start, the old man used that cage to track him. He never saw it coming. What a move! What a play! Yi Zhen was in total despair. Lu Zhou slowly raised the unnamed sword, pointing the tip straight at him. Yi Zhen, any last words? Yi Zhen grit his teeth, looking up at the Flying Star House members. The Flying Star House elders stepped up and shouted, The Imperial Court's people are coming! Flying Star House can't afford to lose Yi Zhen too! Does the senior want to become an enemy of the court? You already killed our sect master. Do you really want to wipe us all out? They were desperate for a lifeline. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently. Even if Chen Tiandao were alive, he wouldn't dare talk to me with that tone. Lu Zhou leveled the unnamed sword at Yi Zhen. What if I do want to wipe you all out? Shink! The sword key wrapped around the unnamed sword and pierced straight through Yi Zhen's head. Ding! Target killed. 500 merit points gained. Domain bonus. +1, 500 points.
The crowd broke into a cold sweat. A fresh 10-leaf expert had zero resistance. No energy, no moves, just a sword through the brain, dead on the spot. This time, he was officially deleted. The Flying Star House cultivators were beyond hopeless, retreating in fear behind the Heavenwoo Academy crowd. With their carry gone, the Flying Star House had no choice but to hide behind Heavenwoo Academy for any hope of survival.
Standing by Xikong Baichen, Meng Changdong sighed. Success because of Ye Zhen, ruin because of Ye Zhen. The Heavenwoo Academy cultivators also backed away in terror. Lu Zhou gave the crowd a cold look and pulled out the Taishu mirror, just in case. He pumped some energy into the Taishu mirror, shining a golden light onto Ye Zhen's corpse. Xikong Baichen nodded. Now that's a top-tier, demon-revealing treasure. Ni Qingyun, your Cloud Mountain mirror is straight trash. Ni Qingyun's face went pale. His mirror really couldn't see through Ye Zhen's true self, let alone Lu Zhao's real avatar.
As the Taishu mirror shone down, Lu Zhao unleashed dozens of sword kui beams that swirled out, shredding Ye Zhen into dust in seconds. But as one of the beams struck the body, a sharp clang echoed out. Qing Thui? Huh? Lu Zhao was puzzled. Under the golden light of the Taishu mirror, a small crystal fell out. The crystal emitted a dark, purple light. Even the tens of thousands of cultivators watching were curious. Lu Zhao casually waved his hand, and the crystal floated into his palm. Ding! Obtained purple glazed glass, heaven grade. Owner: Yi Zhen. Purple glazed glass calms the mind, increases the recovery rate of vital energy, and can conceal the owner's aura when vital energy is poured into it. Not bad treasure. So this is why Ye Zhen could avoid the Yunshan mirror. As for Ye Zhen being able to turn his Qiu Ying avatar into human form, it's probably not because of the purple glazed glass, but because Ye Zhen has some kind of special method. In the Golden Lotus domain, cultivators after severing the lotus can control their avatars to perform various attack or defense movements. But the Red Lotus domain still doesn't have a method for severing the lotus. Ye Zhen being able to control his avatar is indeed a talent. Lu Zhao carefully put away the purple glazed glass, then looked at the cultivators from Tianwu Academy and Flying Star Encampment, and calmly flew towards them. The Tianwu Academy and Flying Star Encampment cultivators immediately retreated a few meters, their expressions as serious as if facing a great enemy. "Let's go!" An elder of Tianwu Academy ordered, and the thousands of cultivators from the two factions hurriedly turned and left. "Wait," Lu Zhao said indifferently. "Who allowed you to leave?" The cultivators felt extremely heavy-hearted. You really want to hunt us down to the last one? Stop them!" Lu Zhao waved his hand, and Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shengrong immediately appeared beside him. Seeing this, Xikong Baichen winked at Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe. What idiots, no sense of reading the atmosphere. The two chief seats hurriedly nodded in understanding, and slipped forward to cooperate with Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shengrong to surround the people of Tianwu Academy and Flying Star Encampment. "Anyone who dares to move will be killed immediately," Lu Zhao said. After speaking, Lu Zhao turned to look at Ni Qingyun. Ni Qingyun couldn't help but panic and hurriedly bowed. "Senior Lu, please advise." Flying Star Encampment deceived the disciples of the 12 Peaks of Yunshan. "Are you planning to let them go?" Lu Zhao asked casually. "This." Ni Qingyun looked troubled. "This old man has never liked those with scheming minds," Lu Zhao said while stroking his beard. These words sounded more and more ominous. Ye Zhen was best at scheming and plotting, and his ending was extremely tragic, having been killed 6 times. Ni Qingyun then replied, "For Yunshan, I am also very helpless. I hope Brother Lu will forgive me." Brother Lu? Lu Zhao looked at Ni Qingyun. Although he had been fighting all along, Ni Qingyun's every move did not escape Lu Zhao's eyes. "You stopped Xikong Baichen? How do you explain this? If Xikong Baichen could have intervened earlier, even if Ye Zhen had 10 lives, he would have died." It was because he was restrained by Ni Qingyun that Xikong Baichen couldn't act. Besides, there were people from Tianwu Academy and Flying Star Encampment always waiting behind, so Xikong Baichen couldn't act rashly. Hearing this, Ni Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and he staggered and bowed. "I admit I have selfish motives." He paused for a moment, then explained sadly, "It is extremely difficult for a sect to exist for a long time. Head Guan must be able to understand this. Weak sects must curry favor with others to survive, and strong sects must rely on even stronger ones. But this cultivation world is so high that you can't see the top. Who is the one standing at the highest position? People's hearts are unpredictable, and the strong often change. This world is originally survival of the fittest. Talking about morality is useless. Fierce beasts don't even discuss it before eating people, and humans are even more cruel than fierce beasts. To protect Yunshan, I have worked hard for half my life. How can I watch Yunshan be destroyed in Ye Zhen's hands?
300 years ago, Yunshan and Zhuchonghao fought for 7 days and 7 nights, killing and injuring thousands of people. After that battle, Yunshan and Zhuchonghao still hold this grudge to this day. Senior Lu, do you think I should guard against that old thief Sikong?
After speaking, he looked directly into Lu Zhao's deep eyes. Lu Zhao said indifferently, "What does that have to do with this old man?" Ni Qingyun's mood sank to the bottom.
Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Don't say Zhuchonghao has allied with this old man, even if it wasn't. Just the fact that Sikong Baichen has been protecting this old man's disciples all the way. What about it?"
"Can this old man spare you, Senior Lu?" Ni Qingyun bowed and pleaded. "This old man will not bully the weak. If you can take 1 palm from this old man will let you go."
Ni Qingyun slowly stood up straight, his mind constantly recalling the scene of a palm killing Chen Tiandao.
He hesitated for a moment, then decisively clasped his fist and gritted his teeth. "Okay." Lu Zhao stroked his chin slightly, secretly opened the system interface, and bought an additional Thunder Gang card.
Raising his right hand, the Thunder Gang card shattered, and a thunderbolt struck Ni Qingyun's head. Ni Qingyun panicked and raised his hands to meet it. Strands of red astral appeared, wrapping his whole body. Vital energy erupted, turning into a solid shield blocking his head. Everyone watched intently as the 10-leaf expert tried his best to deal with the Thunder Gang. Boom! The Thunder Gang pierced through each layer of Ni Qingyun's defense. The sound of thunder and lightning crackled, and all the Dao seals were shattered. Ni Qingyun only felt that it was a force that he couldn't resist. His chest felt like it had been punched hard. He groaned in pain, and his whole body slid backwards.
"Sect Master! Sect Master!"
2 elders quickly flew over to catch Ni Qingyun, and the Yunshan disciples retreated in fear as if facing a great enemy. Ni Qingyun vomited blood, his head covered in sweat. Only when he truly faced this old man did Ni Qingyun realize how powerful the other party was. Even a 10-leaf like him had no power to fight back. He suddenly realized that Ye Zhen was actually extremely stubborn and tough to be able to confront this person for so long.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard. The Thunder Gang card just now only activated to injure Ni Qingyun.
Ni Qingyun coughed violently, then bowed to Lu Zhao. "Thank you, Senior Lu, for showing mercy.
If there is a next time, I will take your life." Ni Qingyun's face was pale, and he hurriedly nodded. This card, Lu Zhou originally only intended to use to threaten the Yunshan people.
Anyway, Ni Qingyun helped Lu Zhao on Yunshan Mountain. Keeping him around is more useful than killing him.
Lu Zhao then turned his gaze to the people from the Flying Star House and Heavenly Martial Hall.
"What do you want?"
a confused Flying Star House disciple asked. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and ordered, "Kill all the disciples of the Flying Star House." As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators from the Heavenly Martial Hall immediately flew to the side, clearly wanting to sever ties with the Flying Star House. The disciples of the Flying Star House were utterly despairing.
Yao Qingquan laughed loudly. "I've long disliked these Flying Star House people. Senior Lu, just leave them to me and Zhao Jianghe." Lu Zhao shook his head and replied, "It's enough for my disciples to take action. You don't need to interfere." Yao Qingquan was very touched. The old senior's actions were admirable. Even the task of cleaning up the mess was assigned to his disciples, without bothering Mingyu. This attitude alone was enough to make their 9 Serenity Hall willingly submit. Lu Zhao looked at the people from the Heavenly Martial Hall. Just then, Sikong Baichen suddenly spoke up to remind him. "The court's cultivators are here." From the distant horizon, tens of thousands of cultivators, as numerous as ants, were swarming over. The people from the Heavenly Martial Hall and Flying Star House immediately revealed expressions of wild joy. Lu Zhao secretly calculated that he only had the peak state card left. All other combat methods had been exhausted, unless he bought more item cards now, but accumulating merit points was so damn hard. While Lu Zhou was contemplating countermeasures, Sikong Baichen spoke up. "Let me block them." Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe immediately followed him, going forward to meet them. Before long, the court's team had arrived less than 100 meters away. The leader was a cultivator wearing red armor, while the rest wore black armor. The team finally stopped, and the leader said loudly, "I am Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Zihan. Under the court's orders, I've come to arrest the heretics." "Where are they? Come out and surrender." Sikong Baichen didn't speak, simply summoning his avatar. The 2 Zhang tall avatar suddenly appeared towering in the sky, its red lotus 10 leaves spinning and radiating a brilliant red light. Lu Zhan, who had just been showing off, suddenly saw the towering avatar and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 10 leaves? Yao Qingquan said, "You see Hallmaster Sikong and don't even bow?" Lu Zhan's expression immediately changed upon hearing this, and he said, "Senior Sikong of the 9 Serenity Hall?" Sikong Baichen retracted his avatar and replied, "Skip the bowing. Go back and tell your Grand Commander Jia Haosheng that there are no heretics here." Lu Zhan's gaze swept over the crowd. A Flying Star House cultivator hurriedly spoke up. "Deputy Commander Lu, quick, save me."
Lu Zhou smiled and said, "Did I just hear someone calling for help?" Yao Qingquan replied concisely, "You misheard. All under heaven belongs to the emperor. Those over there seem to be from the Flying Star House. The Flying Star House has worked for the court for many years. How can I stand by and watch them die? Senior Xin Kong, please step aside. Otherwise, I won't be able to give an explanation to the court." The people from the Flying Star House were overjoyed upon hearing this and shouted, "Deputy Commander Lu! These people are the heretics. Elder Yi Zhen and the housemaster were killed by them." Lu Zhou frowned upon hearing this. "This matter is of great importance. Senior Si Kong, please forgive me for not being able to follow your wishes. Do it." Yao Qingquan shouted. "Even if Xia Haosheng himself came here, he wouldn't dare to speak to our hallmaster like that. What the hell are you?" Lu Zihan's expression was ugly. Strength is supreme. He indeed didn't have the qualifications to say anything. Today, he came here because Chen Tiandao and Ye Zhen were pulling the strings. He originally thought that the court only needed to provide support, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this.
Senior Si Kong, I don't mean to offend you. Today's matter has nothing to do with the 9 Serenity Hall. I only want to arrest the heretics. The Flying Star House and Heavenly Marshal Hall have met with misfortune. The court naturally has to uphold justice. Otherwise, how can we help the world? Before Sikong Baichen could reply, Lu Zhou, who was standing not far away, indifferently opened his mouth. "Then don't help the world." Lu Zhan's gaze turned to the white-haired old man. "Who are you?" "Deputy Commander Lu. He killed the housemaster and Elder Yi Zhen. He killed the Grand Instructor of the Heavenly Marshal Hall too." A Flying Star House elder immediately pointed him out. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well do this for a chance at survival. The Heavenly Marshal Hall cultivators remained silent. Lu Zhan waved his hand and said, "A life for a life. You should understand this principle." Lu Zhou calmly said, "Who gave you the guts to challenge this old man?" Sikong Baichen once again sensed the killing intent in Lu Zhao's words, and hurriedly said, "Get the hell out of here. If you offend Senior Lu, even if Xia Haosheng comes, he won't be able to save you. Go back and tell him that these words are from Sikong Baichen himself." Although he knew that Lu Zhao's cultivation was unpredictable, Sikong Baichen sincerely didn't want a major war with the court's army. Lu Zhan stubbornly said, "I will get the hell out of here, but I have to take the people from the Flying Star House and Heavenly Marshal Hall with me. Otherwise, how am I supposed to explain this to the court?" Seeing Sikong Baichen's firm attitude, Lu Zihan chose to take a step back and switch to requesting something else. When he looked at the people from Ni Qingyun, he suddenly noticed that the Yunshan disciples were all lowering their heads, revealing an expression of, "This has nothing to do with me." "Sect leader Nie," Lu Zhan called out. Nie Qingyun clasped his hands and said, "Today's matter has nothing to do with Yunshan. I hope Deputy Commander Luti won't make things difficult for me. Whatever you want to do, don't drag me into it." The Yunshan disciples retreated backward. All the Yunshan disciples hurriedly flew backward, keeping their distance from the court's army. Ni Qingyun suddenly continued, "Deputy Commander Lu, I'll give you a piece of advice. If I were you, I would immediately turn around and go back." After speaking, Ni Qingyun turned around and left. Lu Zhan helplessly shook his head. "What the hell are you guys doing?" "The Flying Star House did wrong, so naturally they should be punished." Yao Xingquan said, "They are people of the court. Let's see who dares to touch them." Lu Zhan placed the people of the court hat on the Flying Star House people. Si Kong Baichen patiently explained, "Ye Xian is from the Yingmu Kingdom. He has cultivated the 9 infant avatar for many years and has been encroaching on the Great Tang. He is the real heretic. Senior Luke is eliminating heretics, and you want to protect the heretics? And you dare to arrogantly say you want to help the world? I don't give a damn. I'm just following orders. As long as I'm here today, no one touches the Flying Star House." Lu Zihan knows he can't beat Xin Ye, so he's pulling out the imperial court to intimidate everyone. What a simp. Just when he thought no one dared to resist, Lu Zhou casually waved his sleeve and said, "Kill." Yu Shangrong smiled. The everlasting sword shot out of its sheath, and Yu Zhenghai drew the jasper saber from his waist. Golden sword chi and saber chi burst forth, filling the sky and flying towards the Flying Star House crowd. Miserable screams echoed continuously, blood splattering everywhere. They're straight up massacring the Flying Star House, right in front of the imperial court. Lu Zhan's eyes widened in anger, his whole body trembling. Precision kill, gain 500 domain merit points, bonus 500 points. Bonus points from 1 leaf to 5 leaves are decreasing. Despair and fear fill the air. Nearly 20,000 Flying Star House disciples have fallen. The Jasper Saber and Everlasting Sword seem to have eyes, constantly flying in the air, reaping heads. Precision kill, gain 1,000 domain merit points, bonus 1,000 points. There's still an 8 leaves. Merit points surged like a tidal wave. Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The Flying Star House is truly powerful. If this sect invades the Golden Lotus domain,
it will definitely become a super-duper grand sect.
For Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong, killing is normal. The cultivation world has always been like this. You don't die, I perish.
If the Flying Star House had won today, Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong would have suffered even more miserably than they are now.
Notifications kept ringing in Lu Zhao's ears. He stroked his beard and looked at Lu Zhan, saying something that made people's blood run cold. Sikong Baichen, why keep this kind of indecisive person around? Sikong Baichen was slightly stunned, understood Lu Zhao's meaning, and said to Lu Zhan, well, then leave your life here. Sikong Baichen leaped forward lightly. Lu Zihan sensed the danger and jumped up, his whole body erupting with saber chi. Sikong Baichen summoned the 10 Leaves avatar, his figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of Lu Zihan.
The giant avatar held a strand of sword chi and stabbed straight into his chest. Lu Zhan hurriedly summoned thousands of saber chi to block in front of his body, but that terrifying sword chi pierced through like tofu, piercing through his protective chi, piercing through his flesh. One sword through the heart. Thwack! Lu Zhan's eyes widened. He lowered his head to look at the hole in his chest. The yuan chi in his 8 extraordinary meridians seemed to disappear, and fresh blood gushed out. He knew he was beyond saving. His whole body trembling, he struggled to point at Sikong Baichen. 9 heavens domain, treachery. After saying that, he spat out a breath. His eyes widened, and he fell. Vice Commander Lu! The black armored soldiers behind him shrieked. A few tried to spam protection seals to catch Lu Zhan, but he was free-falling way too fast for anyone to react.
Sikong Baichen gave a slight shake of his head. He saw right through why Lu Zhao wanted him to make the move.
Lu Zhao had already deleted Flying Star House from the server. If 9 Heavens Hall didn't get their hands dirty now, their position as an ally would be totally revoked. By capping Lu Zhan, 9 Heavens Hall and the Evil Sky Pavilion were officially ride-or-die partners.
The Imperial troops looked up at Sikong Baichen in terror.
This guy was a top-tier supreme expert. Who the hell would dare to square up? With Lu Zihan dead, the squad was leaderless. Sikong Baichen growled, go back and tell Jia Haosheng that Flying Star House was harboring aliens, so they got wiped.
If he wants to try and take down 9 Heavens Hall, he'll have to go through me first. Beat it! A massive sonic wave rolled out, blasting toward the Imperial cultivators like a physical wall.
Lu Zihan really fumbled the bag this time. The court thought sending just him to back up Flying Star House and Heavenwu Academy would be enough to sweep the 12 Cloud Mountain sects. They expected 9 Heavens Hall to be a pushover that they could flatten eventually. Who knew they'd arrive only to find Flying Star House getting absolutely slaughtered like stray dogs? They were completely lost. As soon as that "beat it" hit their ears, the Imperial troops nearly pissed themselves and turned tail to run as fast as possible.
Meanwhile, Flying Star House was almost finished being cleaned up, leaving the Heavenwu Academy cultivators shaking like leaves.
Without Chief Instructor Chen Fangluo to carry them, these small fry couldn't do jack squat.
After dealing with the court's goons, Sikong Baichen hopped back to Lu Zhao's side. Brother Lu, what's the play for these Heavenwu Academy guys?
The Heavenwu Academy disciples overheard this and panicked. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Our dean is Guikta. Their only cope was Dean Yu Zhenshu, the legendary Red Lotus 10-leaf expert who controlled the karmic fire.
Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and countered, I don't even give a damn about the Imperial Court. Why would I be scared of a tiny little Heavenwu Academy?
Yu Zhenhai bowed and suggested, Master, these guys don't know when to quit. Should we just end them all so they don't pull a Flying Star House on us later? The Heavenwu Academy cultivators jumped out of their skins, huddling together in pure terror.
Lu Zhao spared them a glance and ordered,
Take them back to Cloud Mountain as prisoners. Yes, Master.
4 9-leaf experts swooped down on the Heavenwu crowd,
dropping threats. Anyone tries to lag behind and we'll show you zero mercy. The Heavenwu crowd was herded back to the Cloud Mountain platform. Those Cloud Mountain disciples who had previously simped for Yixian were also captured, forced to kneel in the center, not daring to twitch. Lu Zhao turned to Nie Qingyun. I'm leaving the Heavenwu Academy lot to you.
Nie Qingyun flinched and spoke respectfully. After this mess, Cloud Mountain had taken a huge L. Senior Lu, it was Heavenwu Academy and Flying Star House who plotted to destroy us.
I'm helping you handle them, and you're still this shook? Even Sky Willow Camp and 9 Heavens Hall are ready to beef with the court. I didn't think the 12 Cloud Mountain sects were this cowardly.
But Heavenwu Academy has the court's backing, and Yu Zhenshu sitting at the top.
Nie Qingyun went dead silent as he felt Lu Zhao's gaze turn ice cold. Lu Zhao shook his head. If a single person from Heavenwu Academy steps 1 foot out of Cloud Mountain, I will start a massacre. Nie Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. Lu Zhao was basically forcing Cloud Mountain to stop playing neutral and pick a side. If Lu Zhao just slaughtered the Heavenwu Academy lot, Yu Zhenshu would target 9 Heavens Hall while trying to recruit Cloud Mountain.
There was no way Lu Zhao would let Cloud Mountain fall into the hands of the Academy or the court.
Nie Qingyun went quiet for a moment before barking the order. Throw all Heaven Wu Academy disciples into the dungeon.
Understood.
The Cloud Mountain disciples swarmed out, sealed the prisoners, cultivation, and dragged them away.
Sikong Baishan clasped his hands. Nice play, Brother Lu. Now Cloud Mountain has no choice but to oppose Heaven Wu Academy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Lu Zhou ignored the brown nosing and asked, Isn't it weird? At a critical time like this, the academy and the court didn't send any real heavy hitters.
Sikong Baishan looked puzzled.
It is a bit sus. Suddenly, Meng Changdong spoke up. I suspect Yu Zhenshu and his crew are busy with something else. Lu Zhou looked at him. What could be more important? From what I know, Heaven Wu Academy recently finished building a void chariot that can carry 100 people across the endless ocean. I suspect they've sent their top experts to the Golden Lotus world. The whole place went silent. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenhai locked eyes, then both bowed instantly.
Master, please allow us to return to the Golden Lotus world.
Sikong Baichan knew Lu Zhou was from there, so he asked. Brother Lu has opened his birth chart. Surely the Golden Lotus world is way stronger than us, so why the worry? The 4 Evil Sky Pavilion disciples stayed silent. How could they tell him that currently, the Golden Lotus world only had one solitary 9-leaf expert? Master, I want to go back too. Little Yuana ran up to her seniors. Big brother, second brother, take me with you.
Whoever bullies our siblings, I'll beat him to death. Lu Zhou shook his head at his disciples. The trip back takes too long. I'm afraid you won't make it in time. Sikong Baishan suggested.
Brother Lu, we have a bunch of hostages now. We can negotiate with Heaven Wu Academy. That could work. But those academy guys are full of themselves. I'm afraid they're too stubborn to listen.
Yao Qingquan had dealt with those snobs for years and knew exactly how arrogant they were.
Wasn't Flying Star House the same? Meng Changdong added. Sect Master Yao has a point. It's probably not the time for talks unless we get 2 more great sects on our side. Forget that for a second. Do you have any way to get intel from the Golden Lotus world? Lu Zhou asked. Meng Changdong paced around, thinking hard, before saying, There is a way, but it's going to cost us a ton of resources. Spit it out. We need 1,000 talisman papers. And the other side needs a talisman array too. I know how to make the Tianwu Academy's talisman array, but I don't have the talisman papers. This stuff is precious,
Meng Changdong said. Lu Zhou and Sikong Baichen simultaneously looked at Ni Qingyun.
Ni Qingyun was stunned. He'd been tuning out, his mind occupied with the future of Yuanshan. Seeing them looking at him strangely, he snapped to attention and hurriedly said,
I'll provide the talisman papers.
A wise man submits to circumstances. Ni Qingyun is giving Lu Xiang some face. Our debt should be put aside,
Sikong Baichen said. For Lu Qianbei's sake, I won't bother calculating with you either, Ni Qingyun replied. Then he ordered his disciples to collect all the talisman papers from the 12 Yunshan sects. Talisman papers are divided into 4 types: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. To exchange information over such a long distance, you need 1,000 top grade talisman papers. It's a huge drain, and the conditions are harsh. The other side must have a similar formation. So even if we set up the talisman array, we might not be able to see the images in the Golden Lotus domain, Meng Chengdong said. Hearing this, Ni Qingyun couldn't help but feel the pain in his wallet. But now is not the time to be stingy. Lu Zhou asked, Can we transmit messages back and forth? Unless we have someone from our side in Tianwu Academy, and the Golden Lotus domain also cooperates to set up a similar formation, we can only use talisman papers to convey information. Otherwise, we can only see some images in the Golden Lotus domain, Meng Changdong replied. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. If he could contact Si Wuyai, that would be great, but it seems impossible. Half an hour later, the talisman papers were collected. Meng Changdong sketched the array patterns on the ground, then pasted the talisman papers down, one by one. Then he meticulously sketched for another half an hour before finishing, his head soaked in sweat. Done. Seeing his exhaustion, Sikong Baishan casually asked, Need any help? Sikong Qianbei also knows how to sketch talisman arrays? Of course. In his heart, Meng Chengdong grumbled, Why didn't you say so earlier?
This kind of array pattern would be much faster with 2 people, but how could Sikong Baishan's status allow him to do such things? Meng Changdong had to smile awkwardly. Thank you, I've prepared adequately.
Meng Changdong clasped his hands together, and the primal qi vibrated. The pattern under the ground lit up. Swish! The talisman paper suddenly burst into flames, floating in the air above the pattern. Each talisman paper formed a talisman seal that linked together, surrounding a circular empty area, like a mirror. Images slowly appeared. Success! Everyone excitedly looked at the glowing circular area. What hit their eyes was a Tianwu Academy airship. On the airship,
An 8-leaf cultivator was also controlling the talisman array, transmitting information. The image showed that the Tianwu Academy had arrived in the Golden Lotus domain. More than 100 cultivators crowded out, attacking the Golden Lotus domain cultivators living on the coast of the Endless Sea. Of course, the Golden Lotus domain people couldn't withstand a single blow, and were completely crushed by the airship crew.
Seeing this scene, Xikong Beichen, Yao Qinghuan, and Zhao Jianghe remained silent, their hearts filled with doubt, while Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong frowned as they observed.
Master, we can't wait any longer. This disciple requests to directly invade the Tianwu Academy headquarters and force them to stop the invasion, Yu Zhenghai said angrily. Xikong Baishan sighed softly. I didn't expect them to be so fast. Looking at the fallen figures of the Golden Lotus domain cultivators, Lu Zhou said indifferently, Kill one from Tianwu Academy, pay with a life. The crowd trembled. Just then, Yao Qinghuan suddenly exclaimed, 7th Junior, what is that? The talisman array transmitted an image of an extremely huge, ferocious beast running wildly, the earth under its feet shaking non-stop. The Golden Lotus domain has ferocious beasts this big? Zhao Jianghe said in surprise. A 9-leaf Golden Lotus domain powerhouse summoned a 15-zang-tall Dharma body and attacked the giant beast. The giant beast swung its leg and slapped, BAM! The 9-leaf Dharma body was sent flying. On the back of the giant beast was a woman dressed in white. She jumped up and attacked the Tianwu Academy airship.
6th senior sister! It's 6th senior sister! Yanashir clapped her hands and cheered. The woman in white, untouched by dust, was the 6th disciple, Ye Tiangxin. She fought side by side with Cheng Huang against the people of the Tianwu Academy. In an instant, the battle situation completely changed. Ding! Slaying a target, gaining 500 merit points, with an additional 500 points for the territory reward. Ding! Slaying a target, gaining 500 merit points, with an additional 500 points for the territory reward. The 9-leaf Golden Lotus Dharma body bloomed, golden flames rose, and flew towards a 9-leaf Tianwu Academy member karmic fire. Yao Qinghuan exclaimed. Xia Chengqi turned to Yan Hare and asked, This is your 6th senior sister? Of course. Could I mistake my own family? This is definitely my 6th senior sister. Yangar glared at him. Xia Chengqi suddenly remembered Yangar once saying, Randomly calling out someone from the Dark Sky Pavilion would be enough to smash your heads. Thinking about it now, this little girl wasn't lying. Lu Zhou also didn't expect Ye Tiangxin to have advanced to 9 leaves. Moreover, she controlled karmic fire. He felt much more at ease. Just then, Yao Qinghuan pointed to something emitting a strange light, flying towards Ye Tiangxin. What is that? Desolate grade weapon. Someone's ambushing, Mr. Lu, Xia Chengqi exclaimed in shock. Everyone immediately watched intently. The weapon looked like both a blade and a hook, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Before they could see the result, Meng Zhengdong cried out in pain. Time's up! The image became blurred. The shockwave spread out, and in just a second, it dissipated into the air. Whoosh! A sound, and the 1,000 talisman seals surrounding the area dissipated simultaneously. The speed at which the talisman papers burned was too fast. Meng Zhengdong looked at the ashes of the talisman array and sighed. I've stalled for as long as I could. Yanner warmed her hands and stomped her feet. Just a little bit more! I wonder which bastard dared to sneak attack senior sister Lu. Xikong Baichan consoled her. Don't worry, if I'm not mistaken, the weapon in your senior sister Lu's hand is also a desolate grade weapon. She has mastered karma, and has a giant beast to help her. Unless Old Ten himself comes, no one can hurt her. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Lu Zhou said nothing. Now wasn't the right time to barge into Tianwu Academy. He only had one peak state card left, and no other tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, even Flying Star House was wary of Tianwu Academy. Yu Chensu might be even harder to deal with than Ye Zhen. At the same time, in the Golden Lotus domain, Ye Tiangxin threw out the amorous ring. Behind her, a stream of light suddenly appeared, and a 9-leaf Golden Lotus avatar flickered before surging forward. Splash! That stream of light cleaved the 9-leaf Red Lotus avatar in two. 4th senior brother, you did it again! Ye Tiangxin said with dissatisfaction. She and Cheng Huang severely injured that Red Lotus avatar, and just as she was about to capture him, Ming Xiyin suddenly appeared and made the kill. Ming Xiyin withdrew his avatar and laughed in midair. 6th junior sister, when dealing with these kinds of people, we must act fast and accurately, and not give them a chance to escape. He's not my opponent, how could he escape? Ye Tiangxin pouted. Ming Xiyin suddenly pointed at the corpse of the Red Lotus avatar below. Look, he's still alive. Where? Ye Tiangxin hurriedly looked down. The 9-leaf expert had fallen into the sea and was swallowed by a sea beast. When she looked up again, Ming Xiyin was nowhere to be seen. Fraud! Ye Tiangxin glared, then turned and flew onto Cheng Huang's back,
patting it lightly. "Cheng Huang, take me to that void ren vine." Cheng Huang raised its head to the sky and howled. The cultivators of Great Yan were greatly invigorated.
Since Ye Tianxin brought Cheng Huang back, she often went with it to guard the various prefectures.
Thus, Cheng Huang had naturally become a protective divine beast in everyone's heart.
During this period, Cheng Huang had killed countless fierce beasts, and the giant beasts were afraid to approach. The barbarian tribes from all directions flocked to Great Yan, hoping to be sheltered.
At Ye Tianxin's command, Cheng Huang soared into the sky, heading straight for the void ren. The 8-leaf cultivator, maintaining the talisman array, sensed the danger approaching and muttered, "I'm screwed." He let go, the talisman fell, and the talisman array dissipated. In the sacred rite hall of Tianwu Academy, many elders saw the battle just now through the talisman array, and their expressions became serious. Mo Buyan said, "It seems that the Golden Lotus domain has become much stronger. Only a 10-leaf expert can go there to gain the upper hand."
Yu Chensu's expression was calm, and he said nothing.
Elder Jian Tingzhong, sitting to the left of Mo Buyan, suddenly said, "I don't agree with Elder Mo's opinion." "What high opinion does Elder Jiqian have? We sent so many people there, but they were all killed." The entire Void Rend encountered 2 great 9-leaf experts as soon as they arrived, and they also had that giant monster assisting them. Meanwhile, the people of the Golden Lotus domain have been in the Red Lotus domain for a long time, but we still haven't caught them.
From this, it can be seen that the strength of the Golden Lotus domain far exceeds ours, Jian Tingzhong said. Whether it was Jiang Wenshu who arrived there earliest or Zhu Ye who didn't master Karma Fire, and Ji Yu Ming's group, none of them survived after arriving in the Golden Lotus domain,
Elder Jian said. Elder Jian is right. Moreover, the dean's position is high and lofty. How can we let you go to the Golden Lotus domain yourself? Tianwu Academy can't be without the dean in charge, someone said. Mo Buyan thought for a while and said, "Why don't we summon a 10-leaf expert from the palace? The matter of Chen Beizhen's murder has not been resolved, and the imperial court will not easily send out another 10-leaf expert." As soon as he finished speaking, a Tianwu Academy disciple rushed in from outside, bowed, and said, "Dean, elders, news has just come from Yunshan. The entire Flying Star House army has been annihilated, the people of the imperial court have failed and retreated, and our people are all imprisoned in Yunshan." The group frowned. The disciple said quickly, "Flying Star House's housemaster Chen Tiandu was killed, Grand Elder Yi Chen was killed, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards Lu Zihan was killed, and the chief instructor and 2 other instructors from our Tianwu Academy were killed.
The remaining people are imprisoned on Yunshan." Yu Chensu looked at the disciple, frowned, and asked, "Ye Zhen is really dead?"
"Yes. Tell me everything in detail, don't leave out a single detail." Following the order, Lu Zhou and the people from the 9 halls did not leave, but stayed in Yunshan. That night, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged, comprehending the heavenly script, and replenishing his extraordinary power. With the help of the purple glazed glass, the speed of cultivation and recovery of vitality, and even the speed of absorbing extraordinary power, increased a lot. This is without refining and recognizing a master. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and decided to refine the purple glazed glass. He opened the system interface. Merit points, 22.54 points. Remaining lifespan, 29.74 days. Items. Fatal blow resistance X138. Passive white Z. Bian CT meter. Limited time disguise card X1. Taishu mirror. Disguise card X3. Sparkling stone X2. Reversal card X76. Refining talisman X3. Unnamed weapon Jade Whisk. Judge's pen. Profound brocade 4 directions machine. Purple glazed glass. Cultivation methods. 3 volumes of heavenly script. Lu Zhou used a refining talisman to refine the purple glazed glass.
Half an hour later, it was completed. He obtained a heaven-grade purple glazed glass that could be recognized as its master again. Lu Ziju didn't rush to recognize a master, but took out a sparkling stone to improve the grade of the purple glazed glass. Then opened the item card interface to check. Sure enough, the price of the one-hit kill card had increased to 2,300 points per card. At the current rate, each time he buys and uses a card, the price of this card will increase. If he uses all his merit points to buy this card now, the price will skyrocket. Moreover, without improving his cultivation, Lu Zhou will face the problem of running out of cards to buy in the future. Lu Zhou added a one-hit kill, and its price immediately increased to 2,400 points. Lu Zhou bought another damage immunity, and the price of the 2 types of cards increased to 2,500 points per card. This was also within Lu Zhao's expectations. This price was still acceptable. After all, there aren't that many real powerhouses. There's a new card? Lu Zhao scrolled down and found several new types of cards. Beneficial Teacher and Helpful Friend card. A permanent passive effect. When urging disciples to cultivate, it will help disciples work half as efficiently. Selling price, 30,000 points.
The Eternal Paragon Teacher passive card is OP. When disciples see the host as a role model, they work 1.5x more efficiently. Only costs 30,000 points.
These new cards ain't half bad either.
Buffing disciples is basically buffing yourself.
But damn, 60,000 points for 2?
That's a hefty price tag. How many peeps do I gotta off to afford this SHT?
Too expensive.
Lu Zhou decides to wait it out. His 4 disciples are already cracked. Their comprehension is high enough. The Golden Lotus Bunch need more supervision, so he'll buy later.
Only 10 luck points? Time for a freaking lottery draw.
Next morning, Lu Zhou sees his luck points shot up to 110. Sighs.
After a night of comprehending the heavenly writing, his extraordinary power recovered a bit, but still needs more.
Lu Zhou suddenly remembers the heavenly writing scroll he got recently. Still hasn't unlocked any new skills.
Is this some fake SHT? Crackle!
A burning sound. Lu Zhou turns to see the purple-glazed ceramic glowing purple. The flame of flickering stone flares one last time, then dies. Lu Zhou flicks it. Ziliuli returns to his palm. Cool sensation flowing through his meridians into his danshin. Chi's circulation speed just got a boost.
Ding!
Acquired wild grade Ziliuli. Reward 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou concentrates, draws a drop of blood on his finger and drips it onto Ziliuli. After soul binding, Ziliuli's effects are amplified. Chi circulation and extraordinary power recovery are almost 3x faster. Where the hell did Ye Zhen find this treasure? In Lu Zhao's eyes, the upgraded Ziliuli is second only to a legendary sword. With this, his cultivation speed is gonna skyrocket. Lu Zhou feels his cultivation is at the mid-late stage of 9 leaves. With Ziliuli's help, he might try for 10 leaves soon.
3 days later, Lu Zhou opens his eyes, feels his cultivation and extraordinary power are fully restored. Takes about 3 days to fully recharge.
Ziliuli is legit, Lu Zhou praises. Outside the window, the sun's setting, sunset casting shadows. Lu Zhuzhou pushes the door open and steps out. Greetings, Senior Lu. 2 Yunshan disciples guarding the courtyard greet him respectfully. Lu Zhou nods, walks down the steps. A disciple says, Senior Lu, this subordinate will inform the sect leader and Sikong Hall master. No need. I'm just taking a stroll. You may leave. Yes. The 2 disciples tremble and turn to leave. Lu Zhou looks up at the sky. Over 1,000 Heavenly Feather Institute disciples are trapped in Yunshan. They're bound to get involved. Instead of waiting to be surrounded, he'll strike first. With that thought, Lu Zhou slips away from the courtyard, activates Ziliuli to conceal his aura, and flies out of Yunshan. The wild-grade Ziliuli even hides fluctuations of his yuan qi. Inside the royal palace, the main hall atop the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Yunzhang stares at the fading court session, frowning. The court, the harem, the army, they're all in on it. What should I do? As he speaks, he turns uncomfortably to look at a dark corner, whispering, I told you, I don't need your protection. Get out! From the shadows, Yi Xiao kneels down. Your Majesty, I must ensure your safety. Since the last incident, General Xiahou said, if anything similar happens again, he'll behead me. Li Yunzhang frowns. Whose orders do you follow, mine or his? Of course, Your Majesty's. Yi Xiao replies. Then get the hell out! Yes! Yi Xiao hurries back into the shadows. After what feels like forever, the sun sets, night falls, moonlight shines. Li Yunzhang sighs. He has no cultivation, no skills, nothing but royal blood. Just as he sighs, a hand lands on Li Yunzhang's left shoulder. Young man, don't panic. Li Yunzhang is startled, turns around, face showing excitement. It really is you, old immortal. HMPH, Lu Zhou, with Ziliuli and his previous experience, sneaks into the palace like a boss. I'm an assassin, I know. Then at least show some concern to show respect for this old man. Lu Zhou strokes his beard. But old immortal just told me not to panic. Li Yunzhang replies innocently. Lu Zhou senses this young man ain't simple, asks, are you a prince? Li Yunzhang shakes his head. Then a crown prince? Li Yunzhang shakes his head again. Lu Zhou frowns. His hand on Li Yunzhang's shoulder clenches slightly. Says sternly, not a prince, not a crown prince, and you dare act up here. Ow, ow, ow. Old immortal, let go. Li Yunzhang curls up. Just then, Ye Zhao, hiding in the shadows, flickers and appears. Who dares harm His Majesty? Emperor? Lu Zhao loosens his grip. Such a young kid is already an emperor? How sloppy. Lu Zhao looks coldly at Ye Zhao charging towards him, raises his hand, 5 fingers glowing blue, blending with the moonlight. Ye Zhao raises his hand to block. Lu Zhao's hand easily pierces through Ye Zhao's protective chi, grabbing his throat. Is that all you got? Ye Xiao's movements are as swift as a ghost in the night, his speed is his pride, but against this old man, he's a total joke. Lu Zhou's hand grips Ye Xiao's throat, his face is unnaturally calm. Soon, Ye Xiao's face turns red, his breathing becomes ragged and broken. Even though he's a cultivator who doesn't need to breathe through his nose, he feels extremely uncomfortable. From the old man's yuan qi and qi suppression, his chest feels like it's being crushed by a 1,000-pound hammer. "Old immortal, he's my bodyguard, please have mercy," Li Yunzhang says quickly. Lu Zhou turns to look at Li Yunzhang. "You're the emperor of Great Tang?" I guess so? Either you are or you aren't. What do you mean I guess so? Lu Zhou is puzzled. Li Yunzhang is also ashamed of his own words. In fact, he can only be considered an emperor because he doesn't have full power to manage the fate of the nation. Even when attending court, he has to read other people's faces. From the past, civil and military officials never cared about his suggestions during discussions, thus he is no different from a puppet being controlled by others. How could life not suck like this?
Li Yunzhang sighed and said softly, "I am indeed the current emperor. No wonder Ye Xiao is so loyal and fearless. He is my capable general. I hope you will spare him, old mister."
Capable general?
Lu Zhou glanced at Ye Xiao, causing him to tremble.
Li Yunzhang, did you ask anyone for help when you took the crimson gold last time? Why would old Mr. ask that? Apart from Ye Xiao, no one else touched that thing, Li Yunzhang replied. Hearing this, a look of fear appeared in Ye Xiao's eyes. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Young people don't have much life experience, and don't understand how unpredictable people's hearts are." Lu Zhao's 5 fingers tightened. Ye Xiao tried to make a sound that would shock everyone, but he couldn't.
"Old mister, please don't kill him." Li Yunzhang was shocked. Lu Zhou ignored Li Yunzhang and clenched his fingers.
"Old mister, you," Li Yunzhang glared and retreated, looking wary. Lu Zhou loosened his hand, and Ye Xiao's body fell in front of the Ganlu palace. "This old man has eliminated a treacherous official for you. You should be grateful to this old man."
"Treacherous official?" Li Yunzhang was confused. "Are you the king of a country?"
"Your guard is just a nascent divinity 3-leaf. Your subjects really know how to care for you."
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and turned to leave.
Li Yunzhang staggered and slumped to the ground, the moonlight shining on his dazed face.
Lu Zhou continued,
"Yi Zhen is indeed cunning. A person from Yi Zhen?" Li Yunzhang couldn't believe it. "This is crimson gold. This old man is returning it to you."
Lu Zhou threw the crimson gold to Li Yunzhang. When he held the real crimson gold in his hand, Li Yunzhang suddenly realized, besides him, only Ye Xiao had the chance to touch this hairpin. He didn't know it was nothing, but once he understood the truth, Li Yunzhang was furious, and his fist slammed fiercely into the roof tile.
Boom! "Is there no one who treats me sincerely?" Lu Zhou used the power of the heavenly book to confirm that there were no other cultivators nearby, then took out the Taishu mirror, mobilized his energy, and shone it on the corpse on the ground. Li Yunzhang asked suspiciously, "Old mister, what are you doing?" Sure enough, when the light from the Taishu mirror shone on him, a beast-like Dharma body slowly appeared behind Ye Xiao, looking like a goat flapping its wings. Li Yunzhang was shocked. "Zhao Yang!" Lu Zhou put away the Taishu mirror, and the nameless sword appeared in his hand. He struck out, and the nameless sword pierced Ye Xiao's chest. Killed a target. Gained 500 merit points. Additional reward of 500 points for the realm.
Since the fight with Ye Zhen, Lu Zhou's work style has become much more cautious.
A 3-leaf guard? This is not as simple as it seems. You recognize this ferocious beast? Li Yunzhang sighed. I have nothing to do in the palace, and can only read books to pass the time. Lu Zhou nodded. Do you know why this old man came to the palace?
Li Yunzhang shook his head. Lu Zhou said, "If you were a prince, this old man would have kidnapped you."
Too bad, too bad. I'm the emperor. The Tianwu Academy blatantly invaded the Golden Lotus realm.
Lu Zhou planned to kidnap the crown prince. The possibility of negotiation would be more beneficial, but he didn't expect the king of the Dantang to be just a puppet.
Li Yunzhang stood up helplessly. Last time, when that old geezer dipped, he said, "Whoever gets in my way gets erased." If I said that everyone in this palace is blocking my path, what should I do? Li Yunzhang looked at Lu Zhou. A real man sweeps across the land. Lu Zhou coldly replied, "Can't even hold a chicken, how you gonna sweep anything?" Lu Zhou turned to look at Li Yunzhang, paused for a sec, then said, "Do your best. Give it your all."
Easier said than done, but Li Yunzhang knows his all ain't gonna do SHT.
Even if he dies, this palace won't even flinch. I'm just an ant. Li Yunzhang sighed. Even a 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an anthill. Gotta start small to get big, you know? Hearing that, Li Yunzhang was stunned. Dude's read enough books, how could he not know that? He used to have so many chances, but he never cherished them. He could have been like his dad, a powerful emperor feared by all. Cultivation, military power, he missed it all. By the time he realized, it was already too late. Li Yunzhang looked at the corpse on the ground, cupped his hands and said, May I ask what old geezer's name is? This old man's surname is Lu. Please, Senior Lu, take me as your disciple and teach me cultivation.
Li Yunzhang knelt on one knee, cupping his hands in a salute to Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou slowly asked, You trust this old man? Besides you, I can't trust anyone else. You're not afraid this old man is also a spy for Ye Zhen? Li Yunzhang raised his head and replied, If that's really the case, then I'll accept my fate. But I believe old geezer isn't one of them.
Please, old geezer, take me as your disciple.
The night sky was quiet, revealing desolation and loneliness. No friends, no family, living alone in the palace. If he didn't have a strong will, he'd probably have collapsed and gone mad.
This old man only takes 10 disciples in his life.
I haven't accepted anyone for a long time. If you want to cultivate, this old man can help you find a teacher, Lu Zhou said. A look of regret appeared on Li Yunzhang's face, but he still replied, Please, old geezer, guide me in cultivation. There are hundreds of schools in the world. Which path do you like best? Lu Zhou asked. Li Yunzhang fell into contemplation, and after a while he said, I don't know which path I like either. Lu Zhou looked up at the moonlight, thought for a moment, and said, Cultivate yourself, govern the country, pacify the world. You are the king of a country. What you need to learn is not just cultivation. How about this? You learn whatever he teaches you. What do you think? Li Yunzhang was overjoyed when he heard this, and bowed to Lu Zhou again. Thank you, old geezer Lu. When will I meet my master? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. When the time is right, you will meet him. Li Yunzhang scratched his head and asked, Is my master's cultivation as profound as old geezer's? Lu Zhou shook his head. No one in this world has higher cultivation than this old man. Although Li Yunzhang had never cultivated, he still had a basic appreciation in the cultivation world.
Hearing what Lu Zhou said, he felt a little embarrassed. All right, just brag away. I'll listen, okay?
Footsteps suddenly came to his ears, and Lu Zhou whispered, Someone is approaching. Then this corpse? Lu Zhou glanced at Ye Xiao's corpse, lifted his hand, and the Vajra seal swept him up, and at the same time, golden flames appeared. In just a few breaths, the corpse was burned to ashes. Li Yunzhang was shocked. Golden Vajra seal! Golden flames! Old geezer's cultivation is no less than Yu Chenchao of Tianwu Academy.
Li Yunzhang said complicatedly. Yu Chenchao, sigh, let's not mention him.
Li Yunzhang sighed. Lu Zhou originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but the footsteps were getting closer and closer, so he said, This old man still has important matters to attend to. Take care of yourself, old geezer. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Zhou's figure flashed and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Yunshan. In the quiet and peaceful darkness, Yu Shangshong stood on the top of the mountain, folded his arms, and silently looked at the sky. In front of him, after an unknown amount of time, a sword radiance suddenly flashed across the sky and disappeared. Yu Shangrong sighed secretly and shook his head, saying, The Son of Heaven's sword is still a little short. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the forest below. Yu Shangrong smiled. A rat? With a light tap of his toes, Yu Shangrong's figure flashed down like lightning. Not long after, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, and the black shadow also stopped, as if deliberately waiting for Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong observed the black shadow from the air, and said indifferently, Sneaking around. If you know what's good for you, then surrender. The black shadow didn't turn his head back. I don't want to fight with you. I just want to send a message back to tell your master, we'll meet again. I've remembered this grudge from Flying Star House. Flying Star House? The Heavenly Dako has reincarnation. It's not that there is no retribution, but because the time hasn't come yet.
Teach your son. The black shadow flickered and appeared in the distance. Yu Shangrong replied with a faint smile. Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry?
Why not come up the mountain with me for a cup of tea, what do you think? Yu Shangrong chased after him, continuously casting the Great Divine Power technique 3 times. The black shadow was startled and immediately accelerated. The two of them passed several mountains, and Yu Shangrong still calmly followed closely behind. The black shadow finally stopped, looking at Yu Shangrong in shock. You can keep up with me? You've been targeted by the sword devil. You are all souls under the sword. Yu Shangrong replied calmly and composedly. Sword devil is just an empty name praised by the world, not worth mentioning.
Yu Shangrong raised his hand, and the everlasting sword left its sheath. The shadowy figure gulped, backing away.
Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Lil bro, back off. My lord, you've arrived. The shadowy figure knelt down excitedly. Is the task complete? It is done. But unexpectedly, we were followed by this guy. Please, my lord, eliminate him for me, the shadowy figure hastily said. The newly arrived man was covered in a long cloak. Yu Shangrong sensed a bizarre aura from him and smiled with satisfaction. "You're much stronger than that other guy. Interesting."
The cloaked man chuckled twice, seemingly pleased as well. Went to great lengths to find nothing, then stumbled upon it effortlessly.
"I finally met you again." "We've never met, so why do you say that?"
Yu Shangrong asked, puzzled.
"I have seen you through the eyes of Zhang Niao."
"You're quite resourceful," the cloaked man replied. Yu Shangshong finally nodded. "So, you're Zhang Niao's master."
The man removed his cloak, revealing his features under the moonlight. His right eye was blind, but his left eye shone brightly. "Today, I'll make you join my Zhang Niao in the grave." The shadowy figure quickly rushed forward to pick up the man's cloak, and retreated, bowing respectfully. "This humble servant awaits your triumphant return, my lord." Yu Shangrong smiled. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." The everlasting sword emitted a stream of sword energy, flying towards the one-eyed man. The man's figure dissolved into a cloud of black mist, dodging the sword energy. In a flash, he appeared above Yu Shangrong and struck out with a palm. The purple palm print looked incredibly eerie under the moonlight. Witchcraft? Yu Shangrong retreated, the everlasting sword returning to his palm before slashing horizontally. Boom! The palm print was split in two. The entire sequence was swift and seamless. The one-eyed man said in astonishment. "Impressive swordsmanship, but too bad you killed my Zhang Niao. This debt will be repaid." He unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, attacks like landslides and tsunamis. Yu Shangrong calmly wielded his sword, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell who was winning. The shadowy figure watched from a distance, frowning and muttering to himself. Just how powerful is that old Lu Kei's disciple? The one-eyed man found an opening, continuously striking consecutive palm prints, slamming them into Yu Shangrong's chest. Yu Shangrong immediately summoned the 9-leaf golden lotus dharma body. His figure flickered, appearing behind the man and striking downwards. The one-eyed man raised an eyebrow, clamping the everlasting sword between his hands. Swish! Purple mist rose. "You're the most skilled swordsman below 10th leaf cultivation that I know." Yu Shangrong stared at the purple energy emanating from the man's hands, then asked, "Are you a witch doctor?"
"How dare you compare me to those low-level witch doctors?" The everlasting sword resonated, trembling unceasingly. The shadowy figure, watching from afar, retreated to hide behind an ancient tree, his eyes wide. Just what the hell is their background? Half an hour later, the one-eyed man's fist energy grew stronger, while Yu Shangrong's speed became faster and faster. Boom! A plane of energy appeared in the sky. The balance between the two sides shattered, and both were sent flying backward. The one-eyed man seriously looked at Yu Shangrong, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He took off his outer robe and removed the bandage around his head. A monk! Yu Shangrong clearly saw the other's appearance. The man sighed. "Alas, our time is limited. This final strike will send you to the Yellow Springs." As soon as the man finished speaking, Yu Shangrong felt the aura on his body change. A bizarre scene unfolded within a 100-meter radius. The surrounding elemental energy madly converging into his body as the man held something in his hand. Yu Shangrong guessed it was a desolate-grade treasure with the ability to absorb elemental energy. "This one punch of mine gathers the power of 10th leaf elemental energy, enough to take your life." He looked pleased with his masterpiece. Whoosh! The 9-leaf red lotus dharma body appeared on the golden lotus, faintly tinged with purple, under the blessing of the 15 zang tall dharma body. He leapt forward in front of Yu Shangrong, his right hand stretched out into a drilling fist imprint. Die! Yu Shangrong raised his sword. All the elemental energy in his danshin gathered into the everlasting sword, a hint of determination in his eyes. The sword demon's style is to only advance, never retreat. Yu Shangrong stepped into the air, his after-image flickering, 3 figures appearing under the moonlight, creating an extremely mysterious feeling. This is the ultimate move. Return to the 3 souls. The golden lotus dharma body appeared, reaching out to support Yu Shangrong. Boom! The tip of the sword and the fist collided, sending out ripples of energy, cleaving the ground below into a deep ravine. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth, his fist suddenly erupting with a dark purple energy imprint. Yu Shangrong frowned. Desolate grade. Boom! The opponent had a desolate grade treasure, and the equivalent of 10th leaf power. Finally, the everlasting sword let out the sound that Yu Shangrong least wanted to hear. Crack! The everlasting sword, which had fought alongside Yu Shangrong for so many years, was broken in two. Having broken the everlasting sword, the man's fist continued forward, slamming into Yu Shangrong's protective energy. At this moment, the effect of the 9-leaf dharma body was displayed, all the attacking power being transferred through the protective energy shield into the dharma body and released outwards. I admire your swordsmanship, but unfortunately,
No one can survive this one punch of mine. Farewell. The man continued to swing his fist, the energy shattering Yu Shangrong's protective energy. Yu Shangrong loosened his 5 fingers, the broken half of the everlasting sword falling to the ground. His index and middle fingers came together, and elemental energy erupted. The one-eyed man revealed a look of disdain. When you held the sword, I was still somewhat wary, but now that you've thrown it away, you're bound to lose, no doubt about it. It's only a matter of time. On Yu Shangrong's face, in addition to his usual confidence, there was an extremely clear look of rage. Sorry, without the everlasting sword, you'll still die all the same. Yu Shangrong's golden avatar floated behind the one-eyed dude. He finally frowned. Totally sus. Before, when Yu Shangrong summoned his avatar, he just thought Yu Shangrong was a golden lotus cultivator. But now, looking down, he saw some sus, SHT. No golden lotus. He hurriedly looked up at Yu Shangrong, who stared back. Chill, AF. 9 lotus petals floated out from the avatar, turning into a golden dragon under his control, and stabbed straight at the one-eyed man.
3 petals broke through his protective QA, and the remaining 6 pierced through his chest.
Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out 6 times, the 6 lotus petals pinning him to the ground.
Fight's over! The world's Q dissipated, blood gushed out, and black mist vanished into thin air. The dude's arms returned to normal, his eyes bulging with disbelief. This is the advantage of a lotus-severing cultivator, a surprise attack!
Red Lotus has no concept of severing, so no one knows their opponents have this move. The Red Lotus avatar disappeared. The one-eyed guy muttered, "So that's how it is." Then face-planted.
Yu Shangshang dismissed his avatar and looked for Jiang Xiaosheng, but the spectator's spot only had a robe on the ground. He dipped.
Yu Shangrong looked down at his chest. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he cried out in pain and coughed up blood.
Yu Shangrong sat down to meditate. The unpredictable weather in the Red Lotus realm annoyed him. But rain couldn't wet a top cultivator anyway. Before the raindrops could touch him, they were dried by his Q. After who knows how long, when the rain stopped, Yu Shangrong breathed a sigh of relief. His injuries were much better. He was unsatisfied with today's battle. It was the first time he'd been injured fighting someone at his level.
Yu Shangrong, when will you be as strong as Master?
Yu Shangrong shook off his thoughts,
looking at the 2 halves of the longevity sword on the ground.
Since joining the Evil Sky Pavilion, he'd used a wooden sword to practice swordsmanship. Later, Master gifted him the longevity sword, and it became a part of his life. Yu Shangrong visibly trembled. He didn't use ki, but slowly walked to pick up his buddy. The longevity sword, once all that in the Golden Lotus realm, was now destroyed. Yu Shangrong was numb. He put half of the broken sword into the scabbard, then the other half, so the longevity sword would be complete. He took a deep breath and reached out to retrieve the treasure from the one-eyed dude. Just that small movement caused Yu Shangrong intense pain. He coughed twice and shook his head at the sky. "You're trash!" Yu Shangrong, usually confident AF, used the word trash to describe himself for the first time. Holding the longevity sword, Yu Shangrong straightened his back and walked toward Cloud Mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was on his way back. Baizina's speed was steady, which pleased him.
When he saw the 12 peaks of Cloud Mountain in the distance, a familiar sound came from the horizon. Hee hee hee.
"Stop!" Lu Zhou commanded, looking up. From afar, Jiliang was flying over, its eyes glowing faintly. In a flash, Jiliang was in front of Lu Zhou. "Your speed is not inferior to Bai Ze."
"Why are you only arriving now?" Lu Zhou asked. "Sus." Jiliang neighed briefly and went silent, seeming tired. AF.
Lu Zhou was even more confused. Bai Ze didn't look tired at all after running here. "Spin around," Lu Zhou ordered. Jiliang obediently spun in the air.
Lu Zhou saw dried blood on its hind legs and whip marks all over its body.
Lu Zhou jumped off Bai Ze's back and checked Jiliang carefully, finding chain marks on its neck.
No wonder Jiliang was late. It seems someone tried to catch it. With Jiliang's skills, normal cultivators couldn't do SHT to it. Maybe they took advantage of Jiliang being tired after crossing the endless ocean.
"They dare to covet my mount." Lu Zhao's voice dropped. Jiliang snorted as if agreeing, nodding slightly.
"Do you recognize the one who hurt you?" Jiliang snorted again. "Good! After your injuries heal, I'll help you get revenge."
Lu Zhou patted its back, and a blue lotus appeared and merged into its body. Jiliang, previously exhausted, gradually recovered its mental state thanks to the blue lotus healing.
Just as Lu Zhou was about to lead it back to Cloud Mountain, hee hee hee, Jiliang suddenly neighed and ran off like crazy. "Jiliang," Lu Zhou commanded. But Jiliang ran off for some reason, disappearing into the night.
Lu Zhao's eyes widened.
Lu Zhou was stunned. Even facing a 10-leaf expert, he hadn't been this flustered. He waited for a while, but Jiliang didn't return. "Traitor! If I catch you, I'll slap you into next Tuesday." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, then looked at Bai Ze. You want to betray me too? Bai Zhen was dumbfounded. Lu Zhou just cursed to vent his anger. Maybe transmigrating as an old man for so long made Lu Zhou more and more like a grumpy old man. In this cultivation world, a moment of carelessness could lead to death, and sometimes he forgot he was just a young man.
If it weren't for opening the 9 leaves, Lu Zhou would be a handsome and dashing young man now. But this couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly accumulate reversal cards.
Bai Zhen obediently stood still in the air, expressing its loyalty. Lu Zhou looked in the direction Zhiliang disappeared and jumped on Bai Zi's back, returning to Cloud Mountain. Back in his room, Lu Zhou opened the system interface to check his merit points. 17,840 points. On the prop card interface, the Liang Xiuyi and Wan Shi Shibiao cards are displayed in the most eye-catching positions. These two cost 60,000 merit points. Highway robbery? Should I even buy them? Lu Zhou is currently in the mid-stage of 9 leaves. He needs to cultivate for a while before he can unlock another leaf. A heaven-grade Dharma body costs a whopping 500k merit points. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou decides to buy the cards. Consuming 60,000 merit points, he obtains Liang Xiuyi and Wan Shi Shibiao. Use them? This old man's heart aches for his disciples. The 2 cards dissipate instantly upon use. Lu Zhou doesn't feel any different. Everything seems normal. He even gets up to stretch his limbs but still feels nothing strange. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou decides to draw a lottery. Ding! Consuming 50 merit points. Consuming 110 luck points. Obtaining a reverse card X1. Just spent 60,000 points on those cards, and 110 luck points only gets me a single reverse card? What the hell? Rage. Merit points. 11,799. Draw. Ding! Consuming 50 merit points. Obtaining the mount, Dang Kang. Dang Kang is a rare mount, and is currently in its juvenile stage. Dang Kang is heading towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou nods in satisfaction. Finally, some good luck. But on second thought, why does the system keep giving this old man so many mounts? 1 mount is enough for a regular cultivator. Lu Zhou now has 4, making it 5 with Dang Kang. Does it want this old man to open a petting zoo? Lu Zhou recalls that Qiangqi among his mounts has the strongest combat power, but it's still in its infancy. Ming Shiyin has a pretty good relationship with it. They actually look quite compatible. If he can't use them all, giving them to his disciples wouldn't be a bad idea. At the same time, in an unknown remote mountain range, a beast resembling a pig, 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, with light green fur, 2 large erect ears, and 4 long tusks resembling ivory, revealing its ferocious nature, seemed to hear a summoning. It leaves its pack and flies toward the horizon. Afterward, Lu Zhou draws another 500 merit points, accumulating 100 luck points, but gains nothing. He stops drawing and enters a state of cultivation. The emerald-glazed ceramic helps. Lu Zhou easily calms his mind, and the speed of his primal qi circulation increases significantly. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong is slowly walking through the deep forest. In his youth, before he started cultivating, he had traversed countless dangerous forests and mountains, overcoming numerous life and death situations. But now is different. This place is much more dangerous. Yu Shangrong sees an open space ahead, faintly glowing. Experience tells him that this is not a beast's lair, but some kind of treasure land. Such things often happen in the cultivation world. Cultivators trying to catch beasts get killed, and the treasures on their bodies are lost. The lucky ones can pick them up. Yu Shangrong steps forward and sees many stone pillars erected haphazardly and randomly. Yu Shangrong carefully picks up a stone and throws it into the clearing. Seeing no problems, he steps forward, circles around the stone pillars, and approaches the glowing area with inscription patterns. A typical inscription pattern requires someone to activate it to emit light. Someone has obviously been here before. Yu Shangrong is highly sensitive to danger and senses something amiss. He immediately taps his toes and uses the remaining primal qi in his body to leap into the air, trying to leave the area. But at that moment, the stone pillars suddenly connect with each other through the inscription patterns, forming an inescapable net. Yu Shangrong frowns and lands on the ground. Can't get out? Yu Shangrong tries to walk. But every time he tries to leave the area, the stone pillars transform into an invisible net, preventing him. Only in, no out? Cultivating here is also fine. It won't be too late to leave after he recovers from his injuries. Thinking this, Yu Shangrong sits down and leans against a stone pillar, closing his eyes to meditate. At this moment, a low laugh comes from outside the stone field. Karma! Didn't expect karma to come so quickly. It's Ye Zhen's disciple, Jiang Xiaosheng. Yu Shangrong opens his eyes, looks at the figure in the darkness, and calmly says, "You want to kill me? Your master killed my master. It's only natural that I kill you." This inscription pattern, was it designed by you? Yu Shangrong asks. Jiang Xiaosheng says, "I don't have that ability yet,
but I can tell you that this formation was left behind by ancient sages. Each area has 361 stone pillars forming an inescapable net. Only in, no out. These pillars around here are the best proof.
Just blame your bad luck. Zhang Zhaosheng says, do you think this inscription pattern can trap me? Yu Shangrong smiles calmly. Ha ha! My master is even more confident than you. You originally had 9 lives. But you've lost 5 lives in this formation. Later, you'll have to absorb the cultivation of cultivators of the same level to restore your 6 lives. Jiang Xiaosheng says. Yu Shangshong slowly stands up, relying on his remaining primal chi, and instantly appears at the edge of the area, with dozens of sword energies appearing above his head. Jiang Xiaosheng retreats in panic, dodging far away, while the net appears, separating the two. Your master is worthy to be compared with me? Yu Shangrong shakes his head. You don't have to be afraid. My primal chi is exhausted. I'll give you a chance to avenge your master. Dare to come in?
Excessive confidence can easily turn into arrogance, but it can also become a weapon that scares the enemy shitless. Jiang Xiaosheng swallows a mouthful of saliva and retreats again, resentfully saying, don't try to scare me. You can't even save yourself right now. Before long, you'll become a skeleton in the inscription pattern. Sooner or later, I will become a powerhouse far beyond you. Sooner or later. Yu Shangrong smiles deeply, then returns to sit down and meditate beside the stone pillar. Jiang Xiaosheng sullenly says, just you wait and see. At this moment, 4 hooves emitting faint light suddenly appear in the dark sky, swooping down. He. Jiang Xiaosheng jumps in fright. A ferocious beast. He immediately dodges and runs in the stone field. Yu Shangrong's voice comes. Jiliang, he, don't come in. Yu Shangrong stands up, looks at Jiliang, and smiles. I told you, we are very fated. He. Did master tell you to come? Jiliang nods. Yu Shangrong sighs. You go back first. This place isn't bad. I'll stay here to comprehend the sword Dao. Nah, get back here. Asking for help was a no-go for Yu Shangrong. He'd rather let Jiliang return. Jiliang snorted and flew straight into the rock pile. A net appeared instantly like a spiderweb. Jiliang went to Yu Shangrong's side. Yu Shangrong wasn't angry or blaming him. He gently stroked the horse's mane, saying softly, it's all right. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll definitely take you away from this place. The sun gradually peeked over the mountains, early sunlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating Yunshan like a fairy scene. After a night of cultivation, Lu Zhou felt his primal chi had increased quite a bit. Ever since Shu Liuli became a desolate grade, her cultivation speed had tripled. No wonder Ye Zhen was so young yet had 10-leaf cultivation. If it weren't for wanting to replenish his lifespan, he would have advanced long ago. Senior Lu, Sect leader Nie invites you to the main hall for a meeting. A voice came from outside. Got it. Lu Zhou slowly rose, wondering where Ji Liang had run off to. Who among my disciples earned yesterday's reward for killing the 9-leaf? In the main hall, Ni Qingyun and Si Kongbaichen were both present. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, everyone stood up to greet him. Lu Zhou entered the hall, saw Yu Zhenghai, Yangxi, and Hala standing to the side, and frowned, asking, where's your second senior brother? Yangxi shook her head, replying, second senior brother's whereabouts are like a ghost this disciple doesn't know. Yu Zhenghai said, second junior brother always prefers to be a lone wolf. Master, don't worry. Even if Yunshan collapses, it won't hit him. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Hearing this, Ni Qingyun looked embarrassed. That's too savage of an example. Si Kongbaichen laughed loudly. Lu's disciples are truly dragons among men. His sword path has reached its peak. Within 3 years, he can definitely comprehend the Heavenly Emperor's sword. And within 10 years, advance to 10-leaf. Ni Qingyun said in surprise. To be praised by you like that, he must be extraordinary. Si Kongbaichen ignored Ni Qingyun's expression, pointing at Yu Zhenghai. This one is Lu Qian's eldest disciple. When it comes to saber techniques, he's not inferior to you, Ni Qingyun. Oh? Ni Qingyun's gaze turned to Yu Zhenghai. Seeing the desolate grade emerald jade saber, envy flashed in his eyes. His saber was only celestial grade. Yu Zhenghai said, Sect leader Nie, let's spar sometime. A rare match in a century. But no takebacks, Ni Qingyun said. Si Kongbaichen's eyes widened. A dignified 10-leaf reduced to sparring with a 9-leaf. Ni Qingyun's eyes widened. Just as he was about to retort, Lu Zhou sat down, saying, let's get to the point. Ni Qingyun nodded quickly, saying, the Heavenly Feather Council knows that Yunshan is temporarily detaining their people. Today, they're sending an envoy to redeem the hostages. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. The flying message wasn't clear. The Heavenly Feather Council's people should be arriving soon? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A Yunshan disciple rushed in, bowing and reporting. Sect leader, the people from the Heavenly Feather Council have arrived. Let them in, yes. In the sky above Yunshan,
A flying carriage slowly flew in. This was the flying carriage of the Heavenly Feather Council. The group from the Heavenly Feather Council had about a dozen cultivators, each carrying a coffer, flying towards the main peak.
As soon as the group entered the main hall, Ni Qingyun and Si Kongbaichen recognized them. Mo Buyan, the leader, was Elder Mo Buyan of the Heavenly Feather Council, also Yu Chenshu's most capable general. Mo Buyan waved his hand, and 10 coffers were placed on the ground. He bowed. Sect leader Nie, we meet again.
Hallmaster Si Kong, you're here as well. Ni Qingyun and Si Kongbaichen looked embarrassed. Elder Mo, this is Senior Lu, hurry and greet him, Nie Qingyun said quickly. Mo Buyan glanced over, noticed an old man with an extraordinary aura, and immediately bowed, saying, "This must be Senior Lu who defeated Yi Zhen." Lu Zhou glanced at him coldly, saying directly, "Get to the point." Mo Buyan looked embarrassed, saying, "I've come this time with only one request. Please release all the disciples of the Heavenly Feather Council. These coffers are the Heavenly Feather Council's sincerity." He waved his hand again, and the cultivators behind him opened the 10 coffers.
3 coffers contained top-grade talisman scripts, 1 coffer of gold, 1 coffer of pills, 1 coffer of cultivation manuals, and the remaining 4 coffers were treasures of heaven and earth. These items would be extravagant, even in a major sect. Ni Qingyun shook his head, replying, "Mo Buyan, your people colluded with the Flying Star House, wanting to destroy my Yunshan.
You think you can settle this debt with mere wealth?" Mo Buyan said. "Besides these, the dean himself will personally report to His Majesty, asking for Yunshan to be spared. Ever since Ye Zhen and Chen Tiandu died, the thousands of disciples on Five Finger Peak scattered overnight.
The matter of the Flying Star Lodge can be overlooked, but the deaths of Chen, the instructor of Tianwu Academy, and Lu Xian, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, are hard to explain.
The dean will personally handle this matter for you all. What happened in Yunshan can also be erased. However," Mo Buyan paused slightly, "we must confirm whether the disciples of Tianwu Academy are safe. Are you here to negotiate or to interrogate?" Si Kongbaichen frowned, his voice deep. "Don't even mention that Senior Lu wouldn't accept it. Even I wouldn't agree." Mo Buyan, do you think Si Kongbaichen is a pushover that you can bull? Hallmaster Si Kong, please don't misunderstand. The dean doesn't want to escalate the conflict. Everything is negotiable, Mo Buyan said. No need to negotiate. Yu Zhenghai said seriously, "Go back and tell your dean you're not qualified to talk to my master. One day, if I'm in a bad mood, who knows, I might just drag them out and kill them." Mo Buyan was startled, turning to look at Yu Zhenghai. "Is there a need to be so aggressive?"
Yu Zhenghai shook his head. "You are the ones being aggressive. I hope you consider carefully. Tianwu Academy is not the Flying Star Lodge, let alone Yunshan," Mo Buyan said.
At this moment, Lu Zhou finally spoke, his voice slow and deep. "What's your name?" Mo Buyan replied, "Da Zheng. I don't change my name when I walk, and I don't change my surname when I sit." Mo Buyan.
Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly. He was mocking his master for using a fake name.
Lu Zhou still said calmly, "Mo Buyan, listen carefully. Cleanse your ears and listen. Today, I'll execute 20 people as a warning. Go back and tell your dean that if he's sincere, he should come and talk to this old man himself," Lu Zhou said. Mo Buyan's heart trembled. He stared at the old man and said, "Killing as you please, you don't take Tianwu Academy seriously at all. The number of 20 people is the number of Golden Lotus Realm cultivators killed by the Red Lotus Realm during the invasion a few days ago." Mo Buyan hurriedly bowed. "Senior Lu, please calm down. This matter is still negotiable." Lu Zhou didn't look at Mo Buyan again, but placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the main hall. Nie Qingyun? Ni Qingyun was startled, his heart filled with trepidation. Does he need to take action himself?
Lu Zhou asked. Ni Qingyun was speechless. "Senior Lu, are you determined to tie Yunshan to the same boat? If Yunshan really attacks the people of Tianwu Academy, then it will truly offend both Tianwu Academy and the Imperial Court." Mo Buyan chased after him to the entrance of the hall, standing in front of Lu Zhou. "Senior Lu, if you have any requests, just say them. Why must you kill people?" Lu Zhou was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's your cultivation level?" Mo Buyan replied, "This junior is untalented, only at the late 9-leaf stage." Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. Even Si Kongbaichen and Ni Qingyun wouldn't dare to talk to this old man with this attitude. Just a 9-leaf cultivator dares to act so presumptuously. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Blue light appeared between his fingers, and a palm print carrying 1/5 of his extraordinary power struck towards Mo Buyan. Mo Buyan raised his eyebrows, raising both hands to defend, but his protective ki was crushed to pieces in an instant. Boom! Mo Buyan was sent flying, landing in the square outside the main hall, 10 meters away from Lu Zhou. Si Kongbaichen and Nie Qingyun stared blankly, both of them admitting that they couldn't defeat a late 9-leaf cultivator so easily, let alone Elder Mo Buyan.
who had rich combat experience and extremely deep foundations.
Mo Buyan was a cultivation genius who came from Tianwu Academy and had a high chance of advancing to the 10-leaf stage in the future, yet he couldn't withstand a single blow in front of Lu Zhou.
What the hell? Elder Mo. The 10 disciples of Tianwu Academy rushed out to help Mo Buyan. Mo Buyan's expression was terrified, and he stood up with difficulty. He cried out in pain, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He felt his hands trembling non-stop. After the impact just now, if it weren't for the disciples helping him, Mo Buyan would have definitely collapsed to the ground. When experts spar, a single move is enough to understand the other's strength. It took a long time for Mo Buyan to stabilize his breath. His arms moved slightly, and the disciples retreated to both sides. Mo Buyan adjusted his clothes, calmed his mood, and clasped his hands, saying to Lu Zhou, "I will definitely convey the message to the dean." Lu Zhou remained silent. Mo Buyan glanced at the disciples and ordered, "Take the things back. Let's go." At this moment, Yu Zhenghai suddenly spoke. "Leave the things behind." Mo Buyan's eyelids twitched repeatedly. He was about to say something but held back. "These items were originally gifts. Senior Lu is willing to accept them. This junior couldn't be happier."
Watching the group of Tianwu Academy people leave in a gloomy manner, Yan Ji held Lu Zhou's hand and walked to the entrance of the lecture hall. "See? They won't listen unless you beat them. In the future, when you encounter this kind of person, you have to beat them hard. People often say that violence can't solve problems, but you have to listen to your senior sister. Violence is the most effective way to solve problems." "Yes, I remember. Ninth senior sister?" Hailuo nodded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Zhou frowned. "What kind of teaching is this?" "Should we separate these two little girls?" Meng Zhengdong looked at the pile of talisman papers and said happily, "Senior Lu, these are all top-grade talisman papers, with pre-engraved formations. We can use them directly."
Lu Zhou nodded. "The items are very good, but we should still think of a way to transmit information to the Golden Lotus Realm,"
Meng Zhengdong said. "From the last time we observed the situation in the Golden Lotus Realm, we can see that the people of Tianwu Academy placed formations in the sky above Lian.
Lian is far away from the battlefield, so the formations there should not have been damaged and can be used. However, the other side doesn't have talisman papers. I don't know if they can see us."
Yu Zhenghai said happily.
"Then what are we waiting for? Let's give it a try."
Meng Zhengdong nodded,
took out a talisman paper from the box, and drew the formation while saying, "These talisman papers have already been engraved, which can save a lot of time. Just place the talisman papers in the correct positions engraved on the ground to use them, without needing to engrave anything else."
Yu Zhenghai nodded in admiration.
"That makes sense. Master was really wise to accept Protector Manga."
After engraving the formation, Meng Zhengdong took out 3 top-grade talisman papers and burned them, with hundreds of imprints flying out to activate the formation.
Spells form a transparent screen in mid-air, showing a group of people with curious looks.
"Seventh brother,
is this raggedy thing really gonna get us across the endless sea?"
"Fourth brother,
it's not raggedy. I spent 3 days studying this. The Honglian realm must have put in serious effort to make this thing."
"Didn't you also make that water shuttle? Its speed and capacity are total trash compared to the Kong Nian."
Zhu Honggong walks over, looking bored AF. "The Honglian realm is indeed impressive. We know too little about them, but I feel like they're way stronger than the Jinlian realm."
Si Wu Yai replies,
"We're screwed. Master and the 2 junior sisters are gonna get their asses kicked." Zhu Honggong shrugs. Yan Shi points at Zhu Honggong, pouting, "Master, 8th brother is talking smack behind your back again. This unfilial disciple. If I don't beat him for 3 days, he'll be sitting on my head." Meng Zhengdong casually burns another talisman, maintaining the image. In the distance, a 15 zang tall golden lotus dharma body suddenly appears. The panlong staff spins around the dharma body, shining brightly. Si Wu Yai and the others just glance at it before going back to observing the Kong Nian.
Seeing this, Yao Qingquan silently clicks her tongue. A 9-leaf dharma body appears, and no one gives a damn.
"Ninth mister, what's this image?" Yao Qingquan asks humbly. "That's the Mofian Pavilion. The chubby-faced one is my 8th brother, the one with the sketchy chin is 4th brother, this one is 7th brother, and that dharma body belongs to Left Guardian." Seeing how little they care, Left Guardian must have advanced to 9 leaves a while ago. They're probably tired of seeing it. Yanshir analyzes. "Facts. This girl's logic is airtight." Si Wu Yai suddenly turns to his master. "The formation is being activated. Get the talisman." Meng Zhengdong is startled, burning another talisman. How did he know the formation was being activated? "That's my 7th brother. No cap, the entire Tianwu Academy and Feijing Hall combined aren't as smart as my 7th brother." Yan Fer says proudly. "Ahem. A bit much, don't you think?" Lu Zhou chimes in. "My disciple just likes researching difficult problems, just like Lu Xuan of the Tianwu Academy is strong." Zhang Dong praises. I didn't expect the motion pavilion to have such talent. I'm impressed. Just then, Si Wuyai in the image starts burning talismans, spells flying around the formation in the air. The image on Lu Zhou's side appears, displaying the world. Si Wuyai, Zhu Honggong, Zhu Qifeng, Pan Zhong, and the female cultivators rush forward. Master! Ming Shiyin exclaims in shock. Si Wuyai is overjoyed. As expected, it's a formation for transmitting messages. Disciple greets. Master! Ming Shiyin immediately kneels down. The others also hurriedly pay their respects. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The 4 elders and Duan Musheng and Ye Tiangxin aren't present, leaving only Zhu Honggong standing there like a tool. Immediately after, Zhu Honggong prostrates himself, his forehead touching the ground, his hands raised above his head trembling as he begs, Master, please spare me. Stand up and speak. Lu Zhou waves his hand. Everyone in the Monation Pavilion gradually stands up, and Zhu Honggong also crawls to his feet. Lu Zhou frowns. Did I tell you to stand up? Zhu Honggong trembles, quickly saying, Disciple is just adjusting his kneeling position, so you can see my sincerity in repenting more clearly. After speaking, he immediately prostrates himself on the ground. Yu Zhenghai raises his hand to cover his eyes. During this time, the 5 masters and disciples in the Honglian realm created great prestige. To the people of the Honglian realm, the Monation Pavilion is a sacred place, inviolable. But this action of old eights ruined the Monation Pavilion's reputation. However, Yao Qingquan only saw amazement. The people of the Monation Pavilion are all experts, but in front of Senior Luca, they are all so respectful. One doesn't need to think to know what the situation of the Monation Pavilion is like, with his position and prestige. What's the situation in the Moshan Pavilion? Lu Zhou asks. Si Wuyai knows the talismans are precious and time is short, so he speaks quickly. The 9 provinces are settled. Now, the Great Yan is protected by Cheng Huang. 6th senior sister is unparalleled, and the fierce beasts and alien races can't do anything to us. Has Zuo Yushu entered 9 leaves? Lu Zhou only asks about one person, avoiding exposing too much of the Monation Pavilion's internal affairs. Left Guardian entered 9 leaves a while ago, and is getting used to the new power every day. Si Wuyai sees many unfamiliar faces behind his master, so he deliberately doesn't say much. He only answers what his master asks. Recently, the Honglian realm will invade the Jinlian realm. You must be more careful. Master, rest assured. With disciple guarding, the Monation Pavilion will be safe. Si Wuyai smiles confidently. Lu Zhou nods, his heart calming down. It seems that the Honglian realm was badly defeated in the last battle, so Mon Buyan came to ask for 10 people. Si Wuyai continues. Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will transmit a message to Meng Zhangdong through this formation. Hearing this, Meng Zhangdong asks doubtfully. You know how to transmit messages? What's so difficult about that? Write the message on a talisman, then put it in the formation and burn it, Si Wuyai replies. This is a secret known only to the Tianwu Academy and Fei Jing Hall. I can't believe you discovered it too. Unbelievable. Meng Zhangdong says in surprise. May I ask who you are? Si Wuyai asks. Lu Zhou says seriously. Don't be rude. This is Meng Zhangdong, the first protector of the Motion Pavilion who just advanced to 9 leaves. The people of the Motion Pavilion all bow in unison. Greetings, Protector Meng. Seeing everyone being respectful, Meng Zhangdong can't help but feel moved. Although he was once an elder in the Fei Jing Hall, he lived miserably. Even Ye Zhen's disciples could order him around. Now that he's in the Motion Pavilion, he has status and is respected. How can he not feel emotional? Meng Zhangdong takes a deep breath, cupping his hands and saying, Please guide me. Lu Zhou thinks for a moment. There are many things that are not convenient to say here, so he instructs. Protector Meng, I will write down the information to be exchanged later. You can exchange information with Si Wuyai for me. Yes, Meng Zhangdong replies. Si Wuyai and the others immediately bow, saying, We respectfully obey Master's command. The screen on the formation slowly disappeared. Li Lu Zhou said nothing and turned to leave. Si Kong Baichen sighed, his words full of meaning. Nie Qingyun, you're really suffering as the sect master, aren't you? Look at Brother Lu. This is the style and prestige a pavilion master should have. Ni Qingyun glanced at him with disdain. Same goes for you. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai suddenly turned to Ni Qingyun and said, Sect Master Ni, want to spar? Before he could finish, the two went to Yunshan platform. Lu Zhou didn't have as much free time as they did. As soon as he returned to his room, he recorded the information he needed to tell Si Wuyai on a few paper talismans. He had Meng Changdong send it to Si Wuyai, then bring the news back to Lu Zhou. He wasn't worried that Meng Changdong would leak the information. If you trust someone, don't doubt them. If you doubt them, don't use them. After reading the news, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Nan Gongwei has advanced to 9 leaves. Ye Tiangxin is a 9-leaf who controls karma fire and is assisted by the giant beast Cheng Huang. Ming Shiyin is 9 leaves. Zuo Yushu is 9 leaves. Duan Musheng is very diligent and hard-working, but he is only at 8 leaves. Leng Luo and Pan Lishan are currently opening 9 leaves.
Shendu has 2 9 leaves.
Zhu Yue is busy managing state affairs, so her cultivation hasn't progressed much. Zhu Honggong is already at 6 leaves. Zhu Qifeng and Panzhong have reached 4 leaves, and Hua Yuexing has advanced to 8 leaves. The overall strength of the Nether Sect has reached an unimaginable state.
Only one thing made Lu Zhou wonder. Why didn't Si Wuyai report his own cultivation level?
Afraid I'd scold you? Lu Zhou muttered, stroking his beard. After reading the news, Lu Zhou burned the message. Now he can finally deal with the Red Lotus Domain, the Heavenly Martial Institute, the Imperial Court, Luoshuan, and what exactly is a fate?
Too many mysteries to be solved. Lu Zhou secluded himself in his room for 2 days to cultivate.
On the 3rd day, Yaner stood outside the courtyard and bowed. Master, eldest senior brother is fighting with Ni Qingyun again. Lu Zhou opened his eyes, feeling that his cultivation had entered the late stage. He only needed to cultivate for a while longer to enter the 9-leaf Great Perfection realm, and then he could try opening 10 leaves.
Understood.
Lu Zhou got up and left the room, and went to Yunshan platform with Yan He. The space on Yunshan platform was extremely large, with a clear view. Yu Zhenghai and Ni Qingyun were fighting fiercely, with saber energies intersecting across the sky, one red and one yellow.
Seeing Lu Zhou arrive, Si Kong Baichen appeared in front of him, smiled, and clasped his hands. Brother Lu, your disciple is indeed not simple.
Why do you say that? They have been fighting for 3 days, a great battle of 10 rounds. Yu Zhenghai performed very well. Although Ni Qingyun suppressed his cultivation, he is still a 10-leaf.
Yu Zhenghai lost all 10 rounds, but he lost with honor.
Lu Zhou frowned. Lost all 10 rounds?
This is a complete loss of face for this old man.
Si Kong Baichen looked embarrassed. 9 leaves fighting 10 leaves. Isn't Brother Lu's request a bit harsh? This old man has always been like this. Not to mention that Ni Qingyun didn't use his 10-leaf cultivation to spar with Yu Zhenghai.
Strict teacher produces outstanding students. Si Kong Baichen turned to look at the sky. King descends upon the world, poured down like a waterfall, stunning the audience. Brother Yu, stop here. Ni Qingyun's saber technique was concise, using the simplest moves to resolve the saber energy.
Yu Zhenghai gripped the jade green saber tightly, and said seriously, Sect Master Ni, be careful.
After speaking, King descends upon the world,
suddenly split into 3, and the attack power instantly tripled.
3 huge saber energies slashed towards Ni Qingyun. Even if he was a 10-leaf master, he would have to expend his full strength to block this move. The Yunshan disciples gasped, their eyes filled with envy as they watched this scene.
9 leaves fighting 10 leaves is almost impossible. Yet Yu Zhenghai can still force a 10-leaf to struggle.
The great Xuan heavenly palm print was shot out, covering the earth. Ni Qingyun also threw away his saber and released a palm strike. The golden palm collided with the red palm, and the energy shot out in all directions, blowing away several Yunshan disciples standing nearby. Yu Zhenghai's right hand faced the palm, and his left hand suddenly grabbed the jade green saber, immediately slashing out a move of King descends upon the world, splitting into 3. Ni Qingyun frowned. After 10 rounds of fighting with Yu Zhenghai, he realized that Yu Zhenghai was constantly improving so fast that he felt pressure.
Si Kong Baichen praised. To be able to force a 10-leaf to this extent is truly an eye-opener. Lu Zhou calmly replied. Yu Zhenghai can fight Ni Qingyun until now. His saber technique has some achievements, but his variations are not enough.
Does Brother Lu have any insights?
Si Kong Baichen asked for guidance. Swords have 4 grades. The highest grade is when all things are swords, the way of no sword. And the same goes for sabers. Lu Zhou slowly stroked his beard and said.
Si Kong Baichen had heard Yu Shangrong say this, so he remembered it very clearly. I understand.
Sabers and swords are the same. A saber is also a sword, and a sword is also a saber. When masters discuss the Tao, they only need to say one point for the other to understand clearly. Lu Zhou continued. The palm strike just now was a draw with Ni Qingyun.
Yu Zhenghai's left hand used the jade green saber to collide with Ni Qingyun's heaven grade saber. It is true that he can gain the upper hand, but that's all.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard, staring at the 2 types of saber energy colliding in the sky. The palm is also a saber, and the saber is also a palm. Just now, when he faced the palm strike, Yu Zhenghai originally had hope of winning, but he missed it.
Si Kong Baichen nodded slightly.
Hearing one word from Brother Lu is better than reading books for 10 years. That's right, Yu Zhenghai has a wild grade weapon, and it's not enough for Ni Qingyun to only use a heaven grade to resolve it. This palm strike is the moment when Ni Qingyun is at his weakest. Brother Lu is truly insightful.
Sure enough, Ni Qingyun barely withstood this fierce attack. and the advantage in cultivation began to show.
My turn. Nie Qingyun stomps his feet, single palm pushing Wu Qinghai high up. Blade aura blooms around, forming a siege dominating the entire sky. Wu Qinghai seems to realize something, shoots out ki from between his fingers, using his palm as a blade to strike.
Boom!
Nie Qingyun feels a huge pressure attacking, shocked inside, withdraws his palm. The two immediately retreat, staring at each other. This round is over. Nie Qingyun's face is full of surprise, feeling salty for being forced to a draw by a 9-leaf, but still clasps his hands. I'm impressed.
Wu Qinghai looks seriously at Nie Qingyun, stubbornly says, "Another round." Nie Qingyun is speechless.
After this time, he realized Wu Qinghai is a battle maniac. Nie Qingyun is tired of fighting, really doesn't want to fight Wu Qinghai anymore. Just then, Lu Zhou says indifferently, "Don't be rude." Wu Qinghai hurriedly turns around and salutes. "Master!" Nie Qingyun clasps his hands. "Senior Lu." Lu Zhou nods, stroking his beard. Nie Qingyun is, after all, a 10-leaf. You want to win against him with 9-leaf cultivation? That's unlikely to happen. Why force him? Wu Qinghai replies, "Just now it was a draw, only a little bit more." These words make Nie Qingyun feel embarrassed. Lu Zhou shakes his head again. "You guys have fought 10 rounds, you failed all 10 times. If it's a life and death battle, you only have one chance. You won't get 10 more chances to redeem yourself. Moreover, Nie Qingyun only intends to spar with you. Sparring has its limits. If he really used killing techniques, how would you have a chance to show your stuff?" Wu Qinghai, hearing his master's teaching, shamefully lowers his head. "Master is right. All the techniques in the world are like rivers flowing into the sea. The blade is the same, and so is the sword. They are all just tools for us to use. Give me the blade." Wu Qinghai immediately respectfully presents the jade green blade. Lu Zhou takes the jade green blade, suddenly feeling everything around can be a blade. The palm is a blade, the leaf is a blade, and the wind is also a blade. You two have shown all the blade techniques. In the long process of fighting, you will understand each other's blade characteristics, therefore the longer you fight, the harder it is to determine the winner. Whoever finds the other's flaw first will win, Lu Zhou explains. Wu Qinghai nods in agreement. Compared to the sword, blade techniques are heavier, more powerful, but lack meticulous variability. Once a blade technique is launched, it is difficult to change halfway. To do that, the footwork must be flexible. The swordsman must cultivate the basics hundreds of thousands of times.
These words are direct and easy to understand. Not only Wu Qinghai and Nie Qingyun understand, but also the Yunshan disciples present. Everyone shows respect, listening attentively.
This is a real teacher. Lu Zhou continues. Using ki to control the blade, condensing ki into aura, can be ever-changing. You two already understand these things. I won't be redundant.
Lu Zhou releases his hand. The jade green blade floats in front of him. Aura wraps around it and flies to the top of his head. These are all basic knowledge that a cultivator must know. Nie Qingyun and Si Kongbeichen are stunned, not understanding why Lu Zhou is talking about these basics. If you don't have a blade in your hand, use your palm as a blade. Lu Zhou lifts his hand and releases a palm strike. The palm print emitting blade aura shoots towards Wu Qinghai and Nie Qingyun, stunned simultaneously, like being enlightened. Recalling the scene just now during the fight, Wu Qinghai suddenly slaps his head. Why didn't I remember that at the time? Nie Qingyun unwillingly says, "May I ask Senior Lu, if both sides don't have blades, then what?" Lu Zhou raises his head to look at the jade green blade circling in the air. "What do you see in the sky?" The jade green blade. The jade green blade whirs and falls, stuck in the ground. "Now look again," Lu Zhou says. "There's nothing in the sky." Nie Qingyun, puzzled, asks tentatively, "Is it the origin energy?" Lu Zhou shakes his head. Origin energy can indeed condense aura, but it is ultimately limited. Wu Qinghai also asks tentatively, "Blade wind, what else is there besides the wind?" Lu Zhou asks. The two are stumped, not knowing how to answer. Lu Zhou closes his 5 fingers, the blade palm disappears, a strand of blade aura the size of a finger immediately appears in the sky, not gold, nor red, but looking like a block of ice. Wu Qinghai exclaims. He suddenly remembers his youth at the Evil Sky Pavilion. When he stood practicing blade techniques under the waterfall, his master once said, "Wait until he has enough ability to ignore swords and control water into a blade." The world is full of water vapor. Although invisible to the naked eye, origin chi can capture them. Origin chi rapidly gathers, blade aura forms, countless neat blade auras appear in the sky, forming a blade formation. The blade formation has the shape of a water dragon flying in the sky. At this moment, Lu Zhou steps into the air and flies up,
approaching the blade formation, spreads his arms and rushes down. The water dragon emits a dragon roar that resounds through the sky, rushing straight down into the pond on Yunshan platform. Boom! The blade formation rushes out of the pond again. A blade formation 100 times larger than before appears. The huge water dragon flies around Lu Zhou. All the Yunshan disciples look up with their mouths agape at this magnificent scene. Xikong Baichen and Ni Qingyun also widen their eyes. They have never seen such a unique method of blade control. Ni Qingyun, can you withstand this move? Lu Zhou asks in the air. Ni Qingyun hesitates. Not to mention Ni Qingyun, even Xikong Baichen, who has comprehended all things are swords, is not sure he can stop this move. Lu Zhou asks Wu Qinghai. Do you understand now? Wu Qinghai, who was watching attentively, immediately snaps back to reality when he hears Lu Zhao's question.
Master personally demonstrated. How can this disciple not understand?
Lu Zhou gently descends onto Yunshan platform, hands behind his back. The huge water dragon in the sky instantly turns back into water, pouring down like rain.
Rain pours down on Wu Qinghai and Ni Qingyun, who are soaked before they can react, while the rainwater falling towards Lu Zhou is transformed into blade aura. Each drop of water is a sharp blade aura. The dense blade aura outside is covered by a golden aura seal.
Yu Zhenhai, Ni Qingyun, and Xikong Baichen stared in disbelief as the blade technique, water dragon chant blade array, roared to life. Taking the form of a massive water dragon wrapped in golden energy seals, its power surged as it lunged straight at Ni Qingyun. Ni Qingyun panicked, jumping into the air to block with his blade, but the dragon's roar echoed as it lunged with claws and fangs out.
Ni Qingyun was sent flying, and instantly summoned his 10-leaf red lotus avatar. Lu Zhou, currently chilling at 9-leaf, knew that if Ni Qingyun's avatar fully materialized, the water dragon would be trashed, and he wasn't about to let that happen.
Take notes, Lu Zhou said, slowly pushing out a palm.
You've got to learn how to finish the job.
A light blue palm seal landed on the water dragon's head, instantly multiplying the blade array's power. The palm pressed down, and the water dragon blade array pounced on Ni Qingyun like a hungry predator.
Senior Lu, please have mercy. Several Cloud Mountain elders fell to their knees, begging, as Ni Qingyun stumbled back while the array crashed down with mountain-crushing force. Ni Qingyun tried to raise his hands to block, but they were shaking too hard to move, leaving him to just watch the blade array charge his face.
The water dragon blade array stopped exactly half a foot from Ni Qingyun's face. Boom! The array shattered, turning back into ordinary water and drenching the ground. One move, game over. The Cloud Mountain platform went dead silent, except for Xikong Baichen, who stayed chill since he'd already seen Lu Zhou one-shot 10-leaf experts before. Everyone else was deeply shook by that water dragon chant.
Thank you for showing mercy, Senior Lu. The Cloud Mountain elders kowtowed in relief, knowing that if Ni Qingyun went down, the whole sect was finished.
Lu Zhou turned to his first disciple. Did you catch all that? The jasper blade flew back to Yu Zhenhai's hip as he snapped out of his daze and bowed.
I saw it, but I have one question, Master.
Speak. That last bit about finishing the job, I don't quite get the point of it.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and replied, It's to prevent any what-ifs. The rest, you'll have to figure out yourself.
Yu Zhenhai didn't dare press further and bowed quickly. Yes, Master. I'll remember your teachings and master the water dragon chant ASAP.
Lu Zhou walked down the steps with his hands behind his back and looked at Ni Qingyun. Ni Qingyun, do you get my drift now? Ni Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, realizing Lu Zhou was using this moment to warn him after that Heavenwu Academy incident. I understand.
Facing a legend like Senior Lu, Cloud Mountain couldn't keep playing the we're neutral card anymore. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and left in satisfaction, instantly lifting the heavy pressure off everyone.
Xikong Baichen flew over to Ni Qingyun with a smirk.
Now do you believe Brother Lu has opened his birth chart?
I believe you.
Ni Qingyun stopped arguing. Cloud Mountain and Nine Heavens Hall had been beefing for 1,000 years without a clear winner. If you're down, let's sit down and have a real talk today. What do you say?
Xikong Baichen suggested. Nie Qingyun didn't answer right away, looking at his tired disciples and elders instead.
After the Dijen mess, Cloud Mountain was drained to its core and had zero energy left to keep fighting Nine Heavens Hall.
Ni Qingyun agreed.
Just as they were leaving, Yu Zhenhai stepped up. Sect Master Ni, any advice, Brother Yu?
Ni Qingyun turned to ask.
Shall we continue our spar? Yu Zhenhai suggested.
Ni Qingyun's eyebrows shot up. He grabbed Xikong Baishen's wrist and cursed. Xikong, you old fox! If you don't settle this talk today, don't even think about sleeping.
Brother Yu, I've got some super important business to handle. Let's save the spar for another day. My bad. Truly sorry. Xikong Baishen was baffled, while the Cloud Mountain disciples just stood there with their jaws dropped. At Tianwu Academy's Sacred Hall, Bu Yan reports everything that happened on Yun Mountain to Headmaster Yu Chenshu. The elders are pissed.
Headmaster!
We can't let them get away with this.
These guys are helping the foreign race screw around in Hongolian territory, like they don't give a damn about our Tianwu Academy.
Something's gotta be dealt with thunderous methods. I'm in. Bloodbath Yun Mountain. If we tolerate them today, where does that leave the face of Tianwu Academy in the court? Headmaster Yu Chenshu is silent. Elder Jian Tingjong clears his throat, trying to smooth things over. Everyone, calm down.
The crowd slowly quiets down. Jian Tingjong continues. I understand why you're all furious.
Our people are killed when they go to Janilian territory, while Janilian folks can run wild in our hood. But their strength can't be underestimated. Someone saw Chen Tiandu get one-shotted by that Lu guy. To pull that off, he's likely unlocked his destiny. How do we bloodbath a destiny unlocker, guys? The elders get a cold splash of reality, and the sacred hall falls silent. After a long silence, someone suddenly speaks up. Like destiny is that easy to unlock. Chen Tiandu got one-shotted, cause he fought Sikong Bi Chen at Ninefold Hall, so he was already damaged. And that trash Ju Yeru Ye Zhen getting killed? That's just normal, right? Jian Tingjong frowns. What do you know? Yi Zhen has 6 lives and a 9 infants avatar in his Taoist field. He ain't scared of 10 leaves. He's a master of formations, knows all the Yun Mountain formations like the back of his hand. Even the headmaster himself wouldn't be so sure to kill Yi Zhen so easily. Alright, Yu Chenshu speaks up. You both have a point, but we can't rush this. They didn't kill the Tianwu Academy disciples, just imprison them, which means they're holding back too. As for the Destiny Unlocker, we need to discuss this further. So, what's next? I know what I'm doing. No one is allowed to provoke them without my orders. Yu Chenshu says. Everyone, dismissed. Yes. After the elders leave the sacred hall, Yu Chenshu slowly stands up and asks his trusted disciple. Is she awake? Yes. She woke up yesterday. Keep it a secret. I'm gonna see her. Yes. The disciple follows Yu Chenshu out of the sacred hall, into the Wangxing Gate, around a large lake, to the bottom level of Tianwu Academy.
The two continue down for a while.
Underground, it's pitch black. As soon as Yu Chenshu enters the dark corridor, many people in the prison cells on both sides crawl up and lunge forward. Too bad they're all locked up by cold iron chains engraved with ceiling formations. A low chuckle comes from the darkness. Heh, that familiar stink. Headmaster, heh. Clang, the sound of shackles hitting the hard ground echoes. The disciple holding the lamp is trembling. Headmaster, I want to kill you. Yu Chenshu's face remains calm, ignoring the noises from both sides of the corridor. He heads straight to the deepest part. Before him is an open stone door, slowly sliding away. The scene inside the stone chamber is completely different from the prison cells outside. It's quiet and bright, with a ray of light shining down from above. The room isn't big, but it's clean and tidy. Extremely complex formations are engraved on the 4 stone walls. In the middle of the room is a stone bed. On the bed is a woman, her face full of wrinkles, her hair white, her eyes open but lifeless, her lips dry and chapped. Yu Chenshu enters the stone chamber with his hands behind his back, looks at her by the stone bed for a moment, then waves his hand. The trusted disciple understands, immediately bows, and leaves the stone chamber, closing the stone door. After a long silence, Yu Chenshu sighs and speaks. Luo Xuan, you're finally awake. The stone chamber is so quiet it's deafening. Yu Chenshu doesn't like this kind of silence, but he knows the person in the bed likes this environment. Luo Xuan, he calls again. But Luo Xuan still doesn't respond, her expression as blank as ever, like her soul has been ripped away. Yu Chenshu sits down by the bed. Stop pretending. I know you hate me for telling everyone you're insane, but your research was too crazy, too hard for people to accept. I had to do this to appease everyone. Sigh, he sighs again, then continues. You know, I'm even more upset than you are. No one in this world understands you better than I do. You're so kind, so intelligent, but I had to do it. Do you understand me? Never mind, I don't expect you to. After 300 years, your theory has finally been proven. Now they are questioning whether Tianwu Academy wronged you or not. Haha, it's kind of funny, but it's true. Right, the sky shuttle, water shuttle, air chariot, all your inventions have become a reality.
Yu Chenshu has never talked so much. Usually he's so serious and cautious. But in front of Luo Xuan he can ramble on. Saying this, Yu Chenshu stops, tilting his head to look at Luo Xuan. He wants to see some joy or excitement in her eyes, but there's nothing. The smile on Yu Chenshu's face freezes and slowly disappears. He reverts to his usual serious and rigid demeanor, even a bit gloomy. Stop faking it. The outside world has confirmed that you and Jiang Wengshu went to Jinlian territory 300 years ago, but now Jinlian territory has become our greatest enemy. Tianwu Academy can't do without you. There's no point in pretending anymore. Yu Chenshu's eyebrows furrow tightly. He stands up, clasping his hands behind his back, and says,
The enemy has very likely unlocked their destiny. You've researched this for so many years. Tell me how to unlock destiny. He suddenly turns to look at her, his eyes widening. How can we kill someone who's unlocked their destiny? Luo Xuan lies on the bed, her eyes still motionless and lifeless. Other than the fact that she's still alive, she's no different from a soulless corpse.
Yu Chenshu is furious. Luo Xuan's extremely cold attitude has angered him.
Yu Chenshu suddenly raises his hand and sends out a palm print. The crimson palm print strikes the bottom of the stone bed like lightning.
Boom! Luo Xuan just stood there, stone cold, not even blinking. Girl looked straight up dead.
Yu Chenshu withdrew his hand, immediately hit with a wave of guilt and regret. Oops! A sec later, he kinda recovered. Luo Xuan, you opened the forbidden door to heaven and earth, so get your ass up and fix this mess. Tell me where the Tai Shu is. Where the hell did you hide the Tai Shu seed? By the last word, Yu Chenshu was so hyped, blood vessels popped in his eyes. Yikes!
Who would have thought? The almighty, untouchable dean of Tianwu Institute straight up losing his cool like this?
Too bad, Luo Xuan ain't saying squat. Yu Chenshu shook his head, waved his hand, and the stone door behind him slowly slid open. A disciple, holding a lamp, scurried into the stone chamber.
Yu Chenshu got his serious face back on, hands behind his back, asking,
How's Luo Xuan doing? The disciple reported. Dean sir, the medic checked her out. Says she might have lost her soul.
Soul loss?
People with soul loss can't communicate, have no memory or thoughts, and are dumber than animals. She's basically a soulless corpse. Yu Chenshu frowned. Take good care of her, no matter what. Cure this soul loss. Yes, sir. Yu Chenshu, hands still clasped behind his back, left the stone chamber, walking through the gloomy, stinky prison block. Deranged voices echoed. Hey, the dean's signature stink is back. I missed you so much. Come here, Dean. Still got that same stink after centuries. Usually, Yu Chenshu wouldn't even glance at these guys. Nobody knows the underground prison beneath Tianwu Institute holds so many world-class powerhouses, all labeled as demons, lunatics, and psychos. But today, Yu Chenshu was in a mood. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and said in a bone-chilling voice, Looks like I haven't taught you guys enough. No, don't hurt me, Dean. You want the Tai Shu seed, right? I can tell you. Come here. Spling. The sound of chains clattering on the floor echoed in the darkness.
Yu Chenshu suddenly unleashed his power, and crimson-red energy surged around him.
Clang, clang, clang. Screams filled the darkness, followed by taunting laughter. Is that all you got? You got the guts to release us and fight us fair and square? Coward! I knew you wouldn't dare. You think you can find the Tai Shu like this? Keep dreaming. Luo Xuan is a genius. She's a genius you'll never be. The laughter was unsettling. Yu Chenshu casually said, You'll be disappointed. I already did what Luo Xuan planned. No way. You're lying. Ain't gonna happen. Yu Chenshu, get back here. The chains rattled non-stop.
Yu Chenshu ignored them and calmly left the underground prison. 3 days later, in a secluded stone field in the deep forest, Yu Shangrong had been recuperating for 3 days. His injuries were half healed, and his cultivation had recovered a lot.
When he opened his eyes, the harsh sunlight pierced through the towering trees, illuminating the entire forest.
Yu Shangrong turned his head to look at Zhiliang, who neighed in greeting. Yu Shangrong smiled slightly. Half of the Eternal Life Sword flew out of its sheath and shot into the sky.
A net immediately appeared like a spider web, with densely packed energy lines blocking it, causing the Eternal Life Sword to fall to the ground. Yu Shangrong retrieved the Eternal Life Sword and muttered, How do I break this formation? If what Jiang Shaosheng said is true, and this formation was left behind by ancient sages, it will be very difficult to break.
Yu Shangrong jumped on Zhiliang's back, flying around the stone field.
Every time he flew to the edge of the field, the energy lines appeared in a spiderweb pattern, trapping him.
Yu Shangrong constantly struck the stone pillars, but to no avail.
Every formation must have a way to break it. Yu Shangrong pondered carefully.
If the stone pillars are arranged in a specific order to form a grand formation, then let's try to break this structure.
Yu Shangrong drew his sword, and sword energy filled the sky before simultaneously striking a stone pillar. Despite the sheer number of sword energies, they still couldn't break the towering stone pillar. Not enough power. Yu Shangrong realized the key. 361 stone pillars interweave to form a spiderweb. To break a pillar, 360 rays of sword energy must be released simultaneously. And to destroy this grand formation, all the pillars must be attacked, equivalent to mobilizing more than 60,000 rays of sword energy. How could I generate so much sword energy? Yu Shangrong thought for a moment, then smiled. Perhaps the ancient sages want me to comprehend the Emperor's sword here.
Thinking so, he sat cross-legged, the broken sword floating in front of him, trying to increase his vitality and control.
But human ability is limited. Reaching the nascent soul realm can condense tens of thousands of sword energies, but that's it. The number is still far from enough. Just then, a faint radiance suddenly emanated from the central area of the stone field. Under the sunlight, the 361 stone pillars suddenly shook violently. The lines engraved on the pillar bodies resonated, creating a strange, attractive force. Yu Shangrong looked around, and then stopped at a flying bird that had recently fallen into the formation. The flying bird struggled for a moment. Then its entire body stiffened. The life force within it completely disappeared, absorbing life force. He immediately sealed his acupoints, concealing all life force in his Danshin, Sea of Qi, and 8 extraordinary meridians. Yu Shangrong was originally a short-lived person. Even if he broke through to 9-petaled, his remaining lifespan would be tragically short. Without the golden lotus, he couldn't restore the lifespan of the previous 8 petals. Recalling Jiang Xiaosheng's words before leaving, Yi Zhen was once absorbed of so much lifespan by this grand formation that he lost 5 lives. This formation can straight up suck the life out of people. Yu Shangrong ain't even cultivating, just trying to hide his life force. But it's still leaking, out like smoke to the damn formation. Get your ass over here, Gailiang! Yu Shangrong yells. But Gailiang's a savage, doesn't listen, just gets up, circles him, eyes glowing, gold. Next thing you know, Gailiang's life force is flowing into Yu Shangrong like a frickin' life hack. Yu Shangrong's like, wait, hold up, Gailiang can replenish life? The rise and fall of a gentleman's country is all up to God, not me. He's Lu Zhou. Don't know how long it's been, but Yu Shangrong ain't feeling drained. Feels like he's got a damn fountain of youth going on inside him. Even 100 years would have him speechless with joy. Finally, the light in the formation fades, the stone pillars stop vibing, and everything's all quiet like again. Yu Shangrong gets up looking at Gailiang. He. Before he can even react, Gailiang flies into the sky. Bam! Blocked by the Skynet. You want to go home? He. Gailiang nods. Yu Shangrong smirks, pats its back. Give me a sec, if I can't break this formation, I don't deserve the title Sword Demon. Time's ticking. Yu Shangrong sits down, quick recovering his cultivation. Hands together, the broken Chengsheng sword flies up, circling in the air. Gailiang's bored out its mind, chases after the Chengsheng sword, fly around the stone field like a goofball. On Yun Mountain, Lu Zhou's cultivating too. Nonsense characters from the Book of Heaven keep popping up in his head, gold seals flashing like crazy. Lu Zhou can clearly feel a phenomenal power change in him. Could the Book of Heaven be starting to work its magic? The Heaven Book symbols keep flashing, slowly turning into meaningful letters for Termin, a mantra. Immeasurable beings pass through lifetimes, good and evil, blessings and sins, all are judged by karma. The phenomenal powers hit saturation. Lu Zhou starts chanting the mantra, blue light shine in his eyes. Eyes shut tight, but Lu Zhou can still see. He sees Yu Zhenghai standing on the Yun Mountain platform, hands behind his back, the jade green blade floating in front of him. Just that little peak used up half the phenomenal power. Lu Zhou quickly stops Yu Xin, his divine power. This Book of Heaven thing, is it something to be happy or sad about? With this divine power, Lu Zhou can peep at anything. But what if he accidentally sees someone taking a bath? How awkward would that be? Lu Zhou shakes his head. Stop thinking about nothing. Wasted half my phenomenal power in one breath. That's gotta sting. With that much, Lu Zhou could go toe-to-toe with a 10-leaf, but he used it to peak. What a waste. What a trash divine power. Might as well not have it. Lu Zhou opens the system interface. Merit points. 117, 440 points, remaining lifespan. 29.74 days, mount. Bai Zi and Bian, CT Liang Reston, with Jidang, Kang, Gailiang Reston. Lu Zhou's like, huh? Bai Zi can't special after using its unique ability. What ability did Gailiang even trigger? Divine power's trash, but might as well use it when he doesn't need the phenomenal power. Besides, Lu Zhou's got the violet glazed demonic stone, he can recover super fast. So Lu Zhou chants the mantra again. Faint blue light glows from his eyes. This time Lu Zhou sees Yu Shangrong sitting in the middle of the stone formation, the broken Chengsheng sword fly in, everywhere, Gailiang chasin, after it, constantly smacking into the Skynet's wires. Lu Zhao's shocked, yells, CT Liang, protect him! CT Liang stops its hooves, rears its head, neighs, then obediently runs and lies down next to Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong opens his eyes, confused, looking at CT Liang. You were just flying around. Why are you lying here now? Gailiang lies down for a bit, then falls asleep. Lu Zhou opens his eyes, calls out, someone! A Yun Mountain disciple appears at the door. Baowen, what are your orders, Senior Lu? Get Yu Zhenghai here. Yes. Not long after, Yu Zhenghai arrives. Master, you summoned me? Your second brother's in trouble, not far from Yun Mountain. I don't know the exact location, go find him and help him. Remember, If you meet strong enemies, don't get greedy for battle. Your mission is to find your second brother. Lu Zhou instructs. Yu Zhenghai is surprised, but doesn't ask questions, replies immediately, "Yes, disciple will go now."
From his master's tone, Yu Zhenghai knows the situation's urgent. He remembers he hasn't seen his second brother for days, and feels worried.
Just as he flies out of Yun Mountain, Yu Zhenghai suddenly thinks of something, stops in midair, frowns. How did Master know? Does Master have some special method? Reminding himself of Meng Changdong and Si Wuya's communication methods, Yu Zhenghai starts feeling himself. Hair, legs, waist. No formations or marks. Yu Zhenghai can't help but feel jealous. Master cares so much about second brother. So unfair.
Lu Zhou used his eye-power divine ability only twice, and already drained his phenomenal power.
This divine power's got its uses, but it wastes too much power. He sighs, takes out the violet glazed demonic stone. Since he's had the violet glazed, all Lu Zhou needs is 3 days to fully recover his phenomenal power. But this time, he feels it's a bit slow, so he takes out the gleaming star stone, murmurs, and uses it. The gleaming star stone can't upgrade demonic rank items. Figures.
So Lu Zhou puts away the violet glazed demonic stone and the gleaming star stone,
and enters a state of comprehending the Book of Heaven. In the next 3 days, Yu Zhenghai circled Yun Mountain, looking for Yu Shangrong, but found nothing. He wanted to ask for help, but then thought about it. They're all people from the Red Lotus domain, not too trustworthy. Yan's Koer and Hai Luo have low cultivation. Better for them to stay safe with Master. With just his strength, someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yu Shangshong opens his eyes again. Ge Liang's still sleeping, soundly next to him. After some time resting, his injuries and cultivation have recovered. Luckily, in the last 3 days, the formation didn't keep sucking Ge Liang's life force. It didn't replenish much lifespan, but seems like it can recover on its own. Yu Shangrong mutters, "Heavenly Emperor Sword." Then, swings the broken sword. The broken sword flies around the 361 stone pillars, emitting 10,000 sword rays. He floats, watching. Still not enough sword rays. With 9-leaf cultivation, condensing, 10,000 sword rays is already impressive. But still not enough to cover the entire stone field. Good. Too easy would be boring. Yu Shangrong puts his hands together.
Sword rays shoot out from his palms. The 10,000 sword rays immediately split in two.
The number of sword rays is now 20,000. His fingers tremble slightly. Yu Shangrong feels the pressure increase several times. What the hell? A dignified sword demon can only control 20,000 strands of sword Q. He and Yu Zhenghai are basically the same. Both have an extremely strong competitive spirit and will never give up. Primordial Chi bursts out, and the sword Qi splits in two. In an instant, 40,000 strands of sword Qi appear.
All the sword Qi suddenly shattered into small pieces like glass and dissipated. The Changsheng sword fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Yu Shangrong also staggered and fell.
No way! He wiped the sweat from his face and sat down to meditate. Primordial Qi gradually recovered. Yu Shangrong started thinking about how to control more sword Qi. Must reduce the volume, save primordial Qi. Yu Shangrong summarized after the previous failure. As long as the sword Qi is enough to cut the gangline, there is no need to condense too much sword Qi. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Yu Shangrong had experimented more than 10 times. All of them failed.
The most recent time, he condensed 60,000 strands of sword Qi, but the duration was too short, both physically and mentally exhausted.
Night falls, the bright moon hangs high. Yu Shangrong fell into deep thought. What exactly is the Son of Heaven sword? The higher and broader the ideology, the higher the sword Dao. His eyes turned to the half-section of the Changsheng sword.
Competing for strength and showing off is just a trivial matter. Yu Shangrong slowly stood up, held his breath, and a golden Bagua seal appeared under his feet. Primordial Qi rises, tiptoeing. Yu Shangrong flies into the air. Sword Qi erupts. Drawing experience from previous failures, Yu Shangrong's speed of condensing Qi is much faster than before. In an instant, tens of thousands of strands of sword Qi appear.
Then, 1 divides into 2, 2 divides into 4. 40,000 strands of sword Qi filled the sky. The Dharma body, the 9-leaf golden Dharma body, appears, illuminating thousands of meters around. Yu Zhenghai was searching around Yun Mountain when he suddenly turned his head to look at a bright spot in the distance. A golden Dharma body. He did not hesitate, and immediately flew towards it with all his strength. Yu Shangrong continued to release primordial Qi, and more than 20,000 strands of sword Qi split in two, forming 65,000 strands. However, dozens of strands gradually dissipated because they were too far away. Bummer!
Yu Shangrong was drenched in sweat, his eyes even more resolute. He had never been so embarrassed as he is today.
The formation patterns between the steels lit up again. If the formation patterns start absorbing lifespan, the next experiment will have to be delayed for several days. Under difficult circumstances, Yu Shangzhuang's combat power is further stimulated. He is the type of sword Dao master who gets stronger when facing a stronger opponent. In a hurry, Yu Shangzhuang's eyes swept across the 361 stone pillars. All things are swords. Isn't this 361 stone pillar formation a chessboard? The world is like a game of chess, with both strength and flexibility. Life is also like a chessboard. How can you miss a move? Yu Shangzhuang smiled faintly, burst out all the primordial qi in his Dantian qi si to stabilize nearly 65,000 strands of sword qi, and then jumped into the air. The heavenly net immediately appears. Sword qi collides with gang lines. Clang, clang, clang. Every gang line connecting two stone pillars is cut off by the sword qi. The entire huge, dense net that covers the entire area is chopped to pieces. The scene is extremely magnificent and grand.
Yu Shangzhuang really tried his best. More than 60,000 broken gang lines fall like snow and dissipate.
In mid-air, the central area of the formation patterns, which had not yet fully lit up, became dim and dull. The formation patterns engraved on the stone pillars slowly peeled off like dust and scattered in the wind.
Successfully broke the formation.
Yu Shangzhuang nodded in satisfaction. He felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment in his heart. Partly because he had conquered the formation left by the sages, and partly because he had not only comprehended the Son of Heaven's sword, but also understood that all things are swords. At this moment, the Dharma body dissipated. Yu Shangzhuang felt unbalanced, and his whole body fell. He was shocked and suddenly realized that his Dantian qi si had been drained, with not a single trace of primordial qi left. Holy crap! Bam! Yu Shangzhuang smashed his face into the ground. The elegant and leisurely sword demon has never been so embarrassed. Cultivators have gone through body tempering. Even if they fall from such a height, they cannot be injured. Only the image is ruined a lot. Nay, nay, nay. Liang raised his head to look at him. PHTTT. And then lay down again. Yu Shangzhuang looked left and right for a while. The feeling of embarrassment gradually faded. With a stable mood, he sat down cross-legged, shaking off the dust on his body. Under the moonlight, he smiled faintly. Liang, how did you see me break the formation? Clap, clap, clap. Broken very well. A figure stepped out from behind the big tree, the moonlight shining on his face.
Yu Shangzhuang turned his head and looked back. Jiang Xiaosheng? I have been monitoring you these past few days to confirm that you will die. I did not expect that you could break the formation,
Jiang Xiaosheng said. Yu Shangzhuang shook his head and replied, It's just a small formation, not worth mentioning. Don't pretend. Look at your embarrassed look. Today I will avenge my master and take your life. Before you die, if you have any last words, say them. I will pass them on to your master.
Jiang Xiaosheng smiled sinisterly. With just you? Yu Shangzhuang looked at the Chengsheng sword, but unfortunately it was broken in half. There was no energy left inside, and the runes had long since dissipated.
It can no longer kill the nascent soul realm barehanded as before. With just me, Jiang Xiaosheng replied. If you have no last words, then die. Jiang Xiaosheng launched a palm strike.
Yu Shangzhuang instinctively stepped on the ground, trying to fly up, but suddenly found that he could not fly, so he leaned to the side to dodge.
The palm strike hit a stone pillar, making a loud bang. Jiang Xiaosheng shook his head and said, I will not give you a chance to recover. Some people die because they talk too much. After saying that, he struck out a few more palms, and the palm strikes shot towards Yu Shangzhuang. Relying on his body-tempering realm strength and years of battle instincts, Yu Shangzhuang dodges left and right while increasing his qi recovery speed. Sadly, in a fight, the amount of qi he recovers is pathetically small.
Yu Shangzhuang is still hoarding qi in his body, waiting for the chance to unleash a palm strike. Seeing Yu Shangzhuang's extraordinary footwork and naturally calm demeanor, Jiang Xiaosheng doesn't hold back anymore and summons his Dharma body. A 5-leaf red lotus Dharma body appears and pounces. 5 leaves. Yu Shangzhuang didn't expect Yi Zhen's disciple to be such a high-level cultivator. If he were 4 leaves or below, Yu Shangzhuang could kill him with 1 palm, but Jiang Xiaosheng is 5 leaves. He won't die that easily. The Dharma body rushes over, and Yu Shangzhuang quickly retreats. At this moment, Liang suddenly appears above the red lotus Dharma body, stomping down with all 4 hooves. Nay! Jiang Xiaosheng retreats a few steps with his Dharma body, raises his head and curses. You beast! I'll subdue you after I kill him. He's been watching Yu Shangzhuang for a while, knows that Liang has consumed a lot of energy, so he ignores it, and continues to rush towards Yu Shangzhuang. Clash, clash, clash! The formation in the stone field is destroyed, and the stone pillars all become rubble. The red lotus Dharma body sweeps over, knocking down dozens of pillars, and Yu Shangzhuang has to use the little bit of qi he just recovered to leap backwards. Jiang Xiaosheng frowns. Yu Shangzhuang stands up straight. The clothes on his body flutter slightly,
He smiles and says, "Little friend, with your abilities, wanting to kill me is still a long way off. Then let's try it." Jiang Shaosheng uses a great divine power technique. His figure flashes, appearing in front of Yu Shangrong just as the Red Lotus Dharma body is about to strike. Wait, hold up. A soft call suddenly rings out above Jiang Shaosheng's head. Immediately after, a torrential rain of saber energy pours down. Golden light fills the sky. Xuan Tian Star Army descends. Fleeting glimpse. 3 feet of ice. Oh, she appears. Ultimate moves follow ultimate moves. Boom! The jade green saber is plunged straight into the ground, reflecting the moonlight. Yu Zhanghai flies down, looking smug and says, "How was that?" Yu Shangshong scoffs. "Just a 5-leaf? And you had to use 4 ultimate moves?" Yu Zhanghai shakes his head. "I learned a lot from Shifu these past few days. Shifu deeply moved me." "Oh, 5 leaves is weak." "Not weak. Who knows? He might be like you, able to kill a 6-leaf at 3 leaves. And kill an 8-leaf when he reaches 5 leaves? Yu Zhanghai slowly says, "Don't underestimate anyone, even if he looks like just a small 5-leaf. These are really the words of Shifu. Yu Shangrong is a bit skeptical. In short, there's only one sentence. Yu Zhanghai looks at Yu Shangrong. "You must learn how to last hit." Jie Liang comes trotting over. Yu Shangrong is in a good mood and doesn't bother arguing with Yu Zhanghai anymore. He pats Jie Liang's back. "Eldest brother, you're right. I won't fight with you today." Shifu once said that swords are divided into 4 classes, and those who are eager to win can only be 2nd class. Now that I have comprehended the Son of Heaven's sword and all things are swords, I don't want to compete with you anymore. Hearing this, Yu Zhanghai says suspiciously, "Really? When eldest brother comprehends all things are sabers, it won't be too late for us to continue competing, deal?" Yu Shangrong glances at Jiang Shaosheng's corpse, and then returns to the stone field to pick up Jiang Sheng's sword. "How the hell did eldest brother know I was here? Master was worried about you and sent me to find you." Yu Zhanghai chuckled. "Looks like you're not doing so hot, but don't worry, I won't make fun of you. We're even now." Yu Shangrong shook his head. "Actually, if eldest brother hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have been a match for me." "Didn't you just say you wouldn't compete with me anymore?" "I might not compete in martial prowess, but I won't budge on reason." Yu Shangrong jumped onto Ji Liang's back and replied with a laugh. Yu Zhanghai was not convinced and immediately followed. "You're out of chi, how are you going to kill him?" "I have many methods. You don't need to worry. I think you're all out of methods." The two bickered as they left, soon disappearing into the horizon. Moonlight shone down on the rocky beach, illuminating Jiang Shaosheng's corpse. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes. Jiang Shaosheng was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and seeing the blood all over his body, he immediately flew into a rage. "I will definitely avenge this." Jiang Shaosheng struggled to get up, unwilling to accept this. "I must retrieve Master's violet glazed glass." He spat out a mouthful of blood, then dragged his wounded body into the deep forest. While Yu Zhanghai went to find Yu Shangrong, Lu Zhou fully recovered his extraordinary power. A notification suddenly rang in his ears. Received 1,000 merit points. Rewarded 1,000 points. This number proves that the opponent's cultivation is not enough to threaten Yu Shangrong. Why was he trapped? Of course, this person could also be killed by Yu Zhanghai. Running into a blind man outside is also very normal. Lu Zhou recalled the scene he saw last time, and couldn't help but wonder, who exactly has the ability to trap Yu Shangrong? The broken sword! Although the image only flashed for a moment, Lu Zhou managed to see the broken sword floating in front of Yu Shangrong. It was half of the longevity sword. The one who can break the longevity sword and trap Yu Shangrong, a 9-leaf, must at least possess a wild-grade weapon. If he had known this earlier, Lu Zhou would have upgraded the longevity sword. Yu Shangrong relies too much on the sword, causing his sword path to stagnate. Sigh. With this bunch of disciples, Lu Zhou can forget about having a day without worries in this life. Let's try again. Lu Zhou decided to use his eye power to see the situation. He put his hands together and was about to chant the incantation when a voice suddenly came from outside. "Greetings, Master." It was Yu Zhanghai's voice. "Greetings, Master." This time it was Yu Shangrong's voice. Lu Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they returned in time. Otherwise, I would have wasted half of my extraordinary power. Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong pushed the door open and stepped in, bowing to Lu Zhou once again. Lu Zhou waved his hand to stop them. "Spare the formalities." Yu Zhanghai said, "Master, this disciple was fortunate not to disgrace the mission. Second brother is safe and sound." "Safe and sound?" Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong and scrutinized him, seeing Yu Shangrong's right hand tightly gripping the sheath of the longevity sword. Seeing Master's unusual gaze, Yu Shangrong bowed and said, "This disciple did encounter some trouble, but everything is still under control." "Thank you for your concern, Master, and thank you, eldest brother, for your assistance. Lu Zhou turned his gaze away from the longevity sword and looked at Yu Shengrong. Everyone has a competitive spirit, and I can understand that. But lying is not a good habit. Yu Shengrong bowed and replied, "Every word this disciple says is true. I dare not deceive master."
"Draw your sword," Lu Zhou ordered. Yu Shengrong was startled, but seeing master's resolute gaze, he had no choice but to draw the longevity sword.
Yu Shengrong knelt on one knee, offering the broken sword with both hands. This disciple knows his mistake. This disciple was careless and damaged the longevity sword.
Lu Zhou remained calm, but Yu Zhenghai couldn't help but be surprised. He knew second brother very well, and he also knew how much the longevity sword meant to his junior brother.
All the way, Yu Zhenghai didn't see any worries on Yu Shengrong's face.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Go on." Yu Shengrong then recounted the events he had encountered.
When he mentioned the one-eyed man, both Yu Zhenghai and Lu Zhou frowned. This kind of purple-to-black key made them have to be cautious. This one-eyed man has extremely bizarre attack methods. When fighting him, this disciple was careless, and he used a wild-grade weapon to clash with the longevity sword, causing it to break in half. Wild-grade weapon?
Yu Shengrong took out a small object from his chest pocket.
While fighting, the thick darkness made it impossible for him to see clearly. But now, looking at it again, he saw that this thing looked like a rock, except that it faintly shone with light. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the object flew into his palm. Ding! Obtain the Fire Spirit Stone material. Can be used to upgrade wild-grade items to Hong-grade. Note that 3 Fire Spirit Stones are required to perform the upgrade. Fire Spirit Stone! Lu Zhou mobilized his chi, and the Fire Spirit Stone immediately radiated with even more brilliant light. Not only can it be used as an offensive weapon, but it is also a material for improving the grade of weapons. The flashy stone can only improve the grade of heaven-tier weapons. Yu Shengrong's luck is really too great. Master recognizes this thing? Yu Zhenghai asked curiously. Lu Zhou nodded gently, stroked his beard, and said, "I know about this thing. It's used to upgrade wild-grade items. Wild-grade is already very rare, and Hong-grade is even more admirable. The Fire Spirit Stone is a treasure hard to find." Yu Zhenghai was shocked and immediately patted Yu Shengrong's shoulder, saying happily, "Second brother, you are so lucky. Although the sword is broken, the heavens have not treated you badly. What is a heaven-tier weapon? With this Fire Spirit Stone, you will be the first person on the Evil Sky Pavilion to possess a Hong-grade weapon." However, Yu Shengrong shook his head and replied, "The Fire Spirit Stone is so important. This disciple is willing to offer it to master. Please accept it." Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai immediately snapped out of it and hurriedly said, Right. Fire spiritual stones are important items, and master needs them even more." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your good intentions, but you risked your life to get this, so it belongs to you. As for the longevity sword, a broken sword isn't scary, but the heart must not be broken. We can find a way to recast it later." With that, Lu Zhou tossed the fire spiritual stone back to Yu Shengrong, who caught it and bowed deeply. "Thank you, master. You mentioned the formation at the stone beach earlier. I found it a bit odd. If you have time, redraw it and give it to your 7th junior brother for research. Besides, your comprehension of the sword Dao in this formation can also be considered a life experience. Do you know why I didn't grant you a desolate grade longevity sword?"
Yu Shengrong raised his head, understanding dawning on him, and said, "Master's intentions are kind. This disciple will keep it in mind."
You rely too much on the longevity sword, making it a shackle of your own. Although you have comprehended the Emperor's sword and all things as swords, you still have to comprehend the swordless Dao.
Comprehend the power of stillness. The path of cultivation must be step by step, and you must not be arrogant and complacent, with your eyes higher than your head.
Lu Zhou instructed. "Yes, this disciple thanks master for his teachings." Ding! Instructed Yu Shengrong. Obtained 200 merit points. Increased benevolent teacher and helpful friend by 300 points. Yu Zhenghai chuckled. "Second junior brother, master is really caring for you. You too, huh?" Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Zhenghai, his eyes seemingly saying, "I personally demonstrated the water dragon chant for you, and you still haven't comprehended it? What the hell are you doing, acting like a pot, calling the kettle black?" Yu Zhenghai immediately knelt on one knee. This disciple remembers master's teachings, and will definitely master the water dragon chant quickly. Ding! Instructed Yu Zhenghai. Obtained 200 merit points. Increased benevolent teacher and helpful friend by 300 points. Increased paragon of teachers for all ages by 300 points. Lu Zhou, hearing the system notification, couldn't help but ponder, why does Yu Zhenghai have paragon of teachers for all ages reward points, but Yu Shengrong doesn't? After a moment of thought, Lu Zhou understood. These 2 props cards were bought not long ago, and after buying them, I only demonstrated the water dragon chant for Yu Zhenghai. Could it be that I have to demonstrate the power of stillness again? Master, Geliang is waiting outside the hall. It seems he has the ability to replenish lifespan.
Yu Shangrong's words pulled Lu Zhou back from his thoughts. Replenish lifespan?
Lu Zhou questioned. But doesn't he need to rest? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Tell him to go to the forest behind the hall to recuperate later. Yes. It seems that each mount has its own unique ability.
Baizhe can create auspicious rain, an ability that was activated when Lu Zhou fought against Dao Wubi.
Yan has an extremely strong sense of smell, and is also very ferocious, an ability that was activated when searching for Yu Zhenghai. Geliang can replenish lifespan, an ability that was activated when Yu Shangrong was in trouble. Then what about Qiang Qi and Dang Kang? Qiang Qi is currently by Ming Xiyin's side. Could its ability be terrifying combat power? As for Dang Kang, Lu Zhou has never met it, so he can't judge. While Lu Zhou was pondering, a voice came from outside again. Senior Lu, people from the Tianwu Academy have arrived.
Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong looked outside in unison. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. They've finally arrived.
Follow me. The two brothers immediately bowed and nodded. Outside the Yunshan barrier, at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, a huge and imposing flying ship was slowly approaching. The flying ship was 100 zang long, more than 10 zang wide, and several tens of zang high, looking like a large boat with fluttering flags attached.
There were many soldiers in armor on the deck, holding long spears, standing in 2 rows on the left and right. The scene was extremely majestic.
The giant ship slowly entered the range of the 12 sects of Yunshan. At the Yunshan platform, a sharp voice came out. Yunshan's Ni Qingyun. Why don't you quickly come out to welcome the holy arrival? That voice resounded throughout the 12 sects of Yunshan. Only a grand eunuch expert could emit such a strong sonic attack.
The Yunshan disciples immediately rushed to gather in front of the main hall with extreme speed, and the group of elders had also gathered. Ni Qingyun stepped out of the main hall, looked around, and then said, "Quickly, go and invite Senior Lu." Reporting to the sect master, someone has already been sent to invite him. Good. Qingyun tidied up his clothes and said seriously, "Follow me to welcome the arrival." The core elders and disciples bowed in unison and said yes. The group flew towards the Yunshan platform.
The giant ship had stopped in the sky above the Yunshan platform, and the sharp voice rang out again. Ni Qingyun, welcome the arrival. Ni Qingyun took the lead in saluting. Respectfully welcome His Majesty's arrival. The disciples and elders behind him also saluted in unison.
In fact, Ni Qingyun didn't like dealing with the imperial court. In recent years, the imperial court had been constantly sending people through the Flying Star Pavilion to monitor and subdue Yunshan, even to the point of swallowing Yunshan whole.
But unexpectedly, the emperor suddenly arrived at this time. In the sky, the young man wearing a dragon robe, the emperor, slowly stepped out, clasping his hands behind his back, observing Yunshan. This is Yunshan? A middle-aged man standing behind him laughed loudly. Yes, Your Majesty. The young Li Yunzheng nodded slightly and said, If you didn't say so, I wouldn't dare to believe this is my realm. The person accompanying Li Yunzheng was a member of the Wang family, one of the largest families in the great Tang dynasty, Wang Shizhong. Wang Shizhong was a high-ranking official in the court, with many connections and unfathomable cultivation. For the past 1,000 years, the Wang family has remained one of the most towering families in the Great Tang.
Not to mention an emperor without a foundation like Li Yunzheng. Even the late emperor, while alive, didn't dare to take any reckless actions against the Wang family. Standing in such a high position,
how could he not hear the meaning of the emperor's words? The whole world belongs to the king's land. Why does Your Majesty need to belittle himself? Your Majesty, Ni Qingyun is waiting below. Wang Shizhong waved his hand, and many people came out of the giant ship. These people were all capable generals of the Wang family. In addition, there were thousands of cultivators standing on both sides of the giant ship, half of whom were disciples of the Tianwu Academy, and half were people from the imperial court. A huge battle formation.
Li Yunzheng looked towards Ni Qingyun.
Rise! Ni Qingyun and the others stood up straight, looking up. At this time, eunuch Gao, standing next to Li Yunzheng, also spoke. Your Majesty bestoweth that ye go down.
Supporting Ni Qingyun by the arm, he slowly descended through the air.
Suddenly, a head popped out from within the colossus. Father's having so much fun.
Sure, don't mess around, Wang Shizhong scolded lightly. This woman disguised as a man was none other than his daughter, Wang Shu.
I know. It's just a small Yunshan sect. What can't father handle? Wang Shu muttered. This ain't a small matter. Old fox Yu Chanshu didn't come himself but sent me. Something's fishy. Don't you dare cause me any more trouble later, Wang Shizhong said. Relax, Dad. Hee hee. A horse's neigh echoed in the distance. Wang Shu, standing on the colossus, looked over and saw a fine steed appearing on the main peak, stepping into the air. It was a beautiful and unique horse, with sleek fur and golden eyes. Wang Shu immediately shouted, "Dad! That's my horse! My horse!" Wang Shizhong also looked over, seeing the strange appearance of the steed, and asked doubtfully, "Your horse?" Wang Shu said, "Father, you don't know. Before, big bro Wang Tuo and the boys found this wild horse while playing at the beach. They put in a lot of effort to catch it and bring it back for me to play with. Why is this horse here?" Wang Shizhong frowned. Wang Shu lowered her head in embarrassment and said, "I just wanted to ride it out for a breeze, but this beast wouldn't submit and just ran off." Wang Shizhong pointed at her forehead and scolded, "Dad, this is a rare good horse. You have to catch it back for me, Dad." Wang Shu grabbed Wang Shizhong's arm and said coquettishly, "I've spoiled you rotten. His Majesty is here today. Behave yourself, or you're grounded for 3 months. I know.
Wang Shizhong led his daughter and confidants of the Wang family down to the Yunshan platform, standing behind Li Yunzheng. Afterward, about 300 experts also descended in succession, standing in the rear.
Li Yunzheng looked at Ni Qingyun, who was respectfully standing on the Yunshan platform, and asked indifferently, "You are the sect leader of the 12 Yunshan sects, Ni Qingyun?"
This humble commoner is Nie
Qingyun. Eunuch Gao, standing beside him, said with a smile, "Nie Qingyun? Are you the only one receiving His Majesty?"
Ni Qingyun looked around, discovering that the people from the Nine Heavens Hall were absent, while Xia Chengqiu and the people from the Heavenly Willow Temple were slowly flying over. Xia Chengqi and Tianbuqi flew over, standing on the Yunshan platform, not performing a salute, but raising their heads to look towards the mountain peak where Lu Zhou resided.
Eunuch Gao said, "Meeting His Majesty, why aren't you saluting?" His tone was stern, carrying a hint of reprimand.
Hearing this, Xia Chengqi, Tianbuqi, Yu Wu, and Ji Feng were all stunned.
Li Yunzheng frowned and said, "It's a small matter, no need to get angry." Li Yunzheng hated Eunuch Gao for always taking matters into his own hands. Especially in situations like this, over time, Eunuch Gao had become a thorn in his side. But he was helpless, he was just a puppet emperor.
Wang Shizhong stepped forward and said loudly,
"His Majesty's words are wrong. The way of the sovereign and subject must have etiquette. How can it be abandoned?"
Li Yunzheng glanced at him without saying anything.
Seeing this, Ni Qingyun changed the subject. "Senior Lu will arrive soon.
Temple Master Jia is waiting for Senior Lu to arrive and perform the ceremony together. Please forgive us, Your Majesty."
Li Yunzheng nodded slightly. "It's fine. I am not so petty." Wang Shizhong glanced at Xia Chengqi and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Why aren't you thanking His Majesty?"
Li Yunzheng widened his eyes. Ni Qingyun also understood the emperor's situation, so he changed the subject. "May I ask what brings His Majesty here?"
Wang Shizhong said, "Sect leader Ni understands clearly in his heart. Why bother asking?" Ni Qingyun did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Is it because of the disciples of the Heavenly Feather Institute?"
"That's right."
Eunuch Gao narrowed his eyes. "Sect leader Nie, I heard that Mo Buyan of the Heavenly Feather Institute came here, and was chased back by you. What does Yunshan want to do? Rebel?" Ni Qingyun knew this day would come, so he hurriedly replied, "Please, everyone, sit down. Let us discuss it clearly. Although I am the sect leader of Yunshan, I do not have the right to decide this matter."
"You don't have the right to decide?" Eunuch Gao frowned. Ni Qingyun mocked himself in his heart. How could he not want the power to make decisions? It's just that too many things have happened, and now he has no choice but to persevere on this path. Ni Qingyun replied, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly. I am not a person of the court. I do not care about status. I am not familiar with the etiquette of the sovereign and subject, let alone rebellion. If Senior Lu wants Yunshan to release the disciples of the Heavenly Feather Institute, then please ask Yu Chanshu to come here himself." Eunuch Gao was unhappy upon hearing this and was about to scold, when Li Yunzheng suddenly raised his hand. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Eunuch Gao's face, causing the whole place to be stunned. Eunuch Gao was struck dumb. The anger that had just risen was extinguished by a bucket of cold water from Li Yunzheng. Then another burst of anger appeared. Li Yunzheng said in a deep voice, "Who is the emperor here?" Eunuch Gao then lowered his head and replied, "Of course, it is Your Majesty." Li Yunzheng said solemnly, "Today I came here for peaceful talks, not to cause trouble. Does your attitude mean you want to force me into an unjust path?" Although Li Yunzheng was just a puppet emperor, he had read all kinds of poetry and books and understood the principles. He was not ignorant. When it came to eloquence, Eunuch Gao and Wang Shizhong combined were no match for him. But as for Wang Shizhong, the young emperor was acting according to his feelings. Wang Shizhong chimed in, "His Majesty is right." "His Majesty hasn't even opened his mouth yet. You are a subject, don't interrupt. Be careful, His Majesty will punish you for overstepping your bounds." Eunuch Gao nodded. "Lord Wang is right. I will pay attention in the future. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Li Yunzheng was secretly happy in his heart.
The anger that had accumulated in his heart for a long time was finally vented, and his mood became much better.
Even if he was a puppet emperor, eunuch Gao would not dare to disrespect him in front of everyone.
Li Yunzhang looked at Ni Qingyun. This is my first time visiting Yunshan. The scenery here is not bad.
Could sect leader Nie introduce it a bit? Ni Qingyun didn't know that Senior Lu was observing Geliang at this time, so he was late. He could only try to stall for time.
The emperor was already begging for this. He hurriedly agreed. Please, you two, start circling Yunshan platform.
Ni Qingyun kept introducing the 12 peaks. Wang Xizhong ignored him, staring at the main peak where Geliang had just appeared. He was puzzled. No matter how wild this wild horse is, the experts in the Wang residence should be able to tame it, right?
Why give up on it? Is there something special about it?
Seeing Li Yunzhang chatting with Ni Qingyun,
Wang Xizhong stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, state affairs are important.
Li Yunzhang looked at Wang Xizhong with a complicated expression.
I know. The group went to the central area of Yunshan platform and sat down. Wang Xizhong broke the silence. Sect leader Nie, His Majesty has come in person with great sincerity. If possible, please release the Tianwu Academy disciples.
Ni Qingyun ignored Wang Xizhong and said to Li Yunzhang,
Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to release the Tianwu Academy disciples, but they colluded with Flying Star Hall to destroy my Yunshan. This is a conflict between sects. In the cultivation world, it has nothing to do with the court. Besides, I already said, I have no say in this matter. So it's that Senior Lu? Wang Xizhong asked. That's right. Ni Qingyun calmly replied. I've heard of Senior Lu's prestige. He can kill Ye Zhen and Chen Tiandu, truly a big shot.
But grudges should be resolved, not deepened. Since His Majesty has come in person, this matter must be settled.
Yu Chenshu is the dean of Tianwu Academy. But his health hasn't been good lately, so he couldn't come in person in terms of status or identity. His Majesty is far superior to Yu Chenshu. Isn't this enough sincerity? Wang Xizhong said. Ni Qingyun nodded. Wang Xizhong's words make a lot of sense.
It's just a pity that Senior Lu hasn't arrived yet. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Zhou Peak.
Li Yunzhang suddenly sighed. Ni Qingyun asked in confusion, I wonder why His Majesty sighed. Li Yunzhang said sadly, I'm just lamenting that Yunshan sect alone has such magnificent scenery.
The great Tongjiangshan is vast and boundless.
But I, as the king of a country, don't have the privilege to see the whole picture. What's the point of saying that this world all belongs to the king? It's just deceiving myself.
Wang Xizhong, of course, heard Li Yunzhang's implicit complaint, so he said with a smile, Your Majesty, you're young and don't understand. People have many things in life that they can't do as they please. Wang Xizhong's words were meant to wake up the emperor. Wang Xizhong wasn't like eunuch Gao, letting Li Yunzhang do whatever he wanted.
Li Yunzhang sighed again. Of course, I understand. But what you call adults? Haven't they all experienced their youth? Did they live like I do? Was my father also like I am now when he was young? What His Majesty says makes sense. Wang Xizhong's face was expressionless. Please, Your Majesty, stand up for the nearly 2,000 Tianwu Academy disciples. Nay, nay. Geliang's neighing sounded again. Wang Shu jumped up excitedly. Father, my steed! I want my steed! Wang Xizhong glanced at Wang Shu, signaling her to be quiet.
Wang Shu obediently sat down. Sect leader Nie, why is this horse here in Yunshan?
Wang Xizhong asked. Ni Qingyun replied with a smile. I dare not hide it. That peak is where Senior Lu lives. As for this steed, I've never seen it before either. If you're interested, just ask him directly when you meet Senior Lu.
Thank you.
Wang Xizhong clasped his hands and said, At this moment, Lu Zhou, Yu Zhenghe, Yu Shangrong, Yan Ji, and Hailuo flew to Yunshan platform, and thousands of Yunshan disciples immediately bowed and saluted.
Senior Lu! The group turned their heads to look. Li Yunzhang also looked at the old man in the lead, frowning. This old man looks familiar. When the old man landed on Yunshan platform, the group of Xiecheng Qi stepped forward to salute. Senior Lu! Lu Zhou nodded, then looked at the royal chariot and slowly walked to the central area of Yunshan. The crowd automatically made way for him, and no one, whether from the court or Tianwu Academy, dared to stop this old man.
Li Yunzhang finally recognized the other party and was shocked. If it wasn't for his special status and his habit of disguising himself in front of others, Li Yunzhang would have jumped up to greet him. Could this be fate?
But when he came to the front of the group, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said directly, Li Yunzhang, this old man knew you would come. Wang Xizhong, Wang Shu, the court generals, and the Tianwu Academy disciples frowned. Someone dares to talk to the emperor of a country like that. It's really rebellious. Wang Shu was about to reprimand him, but Wang Xizhong quickly pressed her down and winked at her. This time, Wang Shu obediently sat down. The group of eunuch Gao and Wang Xizhong were experienced people. After all, the one who had to eat the bitter fruit was the emperor, not them. They should take this opportunity to let the little emperor taste what the treachery of the human heart is like. Who knew that Li Yunzhang would embarrassingly clasp his hands and say, "Old, senior." The crowd's eyes widened. Wasn't the little emperor very impatient just now? Why did he become so obedient and sensible when he met this old man? Eunuch Gao couldn't understand. The little emperor often loses his temper. Why is he starting to be patient now? Lu Zhou stepped forward and sat in an empty chair, and his 4 disciples sat down behind him. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Li Yunzhang." Li Yunzhang was even more embarrassed, thinking to himself, "I'm still the king of a country. Can't you show some respect? Although we've met twice and treated each other frankly, can you not call me by name in front of so many people?" "Old senior, call me. This side has too much wind. This position is better. This old man wants to chat with you for a while. Come here." Lu Zhou pointed to the chair next to him. At this moment, Eunuch Gao winked at the little eunuch standing next to him. The little eunuch was trembling with fear, but he was glared at by Eunuch Gao, so he had to slam the table and stand up. The little eunuch pointed at Lu Zhou and shouted, "You audacious madman! How dare you be disrespectful to His Majesty?" Lu Zhou still calmly stroked his beard, waiting for Li Yunzhang to come over. Li Yunzhang raised his eyebrows and turned his head and said, "Don't be disrespectful to the old senior." The little eunuch bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this is the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. No one is allowed to be presumptuous. If there are no rules, how will you rule the world in the future?" The little eunuch said clearly and proudly, deliberately saying it for Lu Zhou to hear. This was also the meaning of Eunuch Gao and Wang Xichong, and the two showed satisfied expressions. Li Yunzhang immediately shouted, "How dare you!" Eunuch Gao was once again dumbfounded. Doesn't this little emperor understand the situation? The generals behind him were also confused. The little eunuch didn't dare say another word, head lowered. Li Yunzhang turned his head and asked, "Eunuch Gao, is this your man? What's the punishment for Eunuch Gao overstepping his boundaries?" Eunuch Gao frowned and stood up. Although he didn't understand the little emperor's attitude, he still bowed and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to punish him on your behalf." After saying that, he raised his hand, and a red aura appeared. "You!" The little eunuch was shocked, and before he could speak, the red palm print slammed into his chest. The little eunuch died instantly. Everyone was shocked, and the palace servants behind Eunuch Gao retreated in panic. Someone died not long after arriving, and was killed by their own people. Eunuch Gao withdrew his hand and said to Li Yunzhang, "Your Majesty, please forgive me for failing to discipline my servant. This little Zhangzi was too audacious. I have executed him as a warning." Li Yunzhang glared. Eunuch Gao has overstepped his boundaries more than once or twice. This was also the reason why Li Yunzhang hated him. But Li Yunzhang never expected that Eunuch Gao would dare to kill someone right in front of him. This was a display of power against the emperor. Li Yunzhang's eyelids twitched slightly. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally opened his mouth. How imposing. Eunuch Gao cupped his fist and said to Lu Zhou, "You jest. This is Yunshan, not the palace. If you want to kill someone to establish your authority, you've used the wrong method." Lu Zhou spoke, waving his sleeves. "Li Yunzhang, can't this old man even invite you?" Compared to Eunuch Gao's group, who only knew how to threaten, he, Li Yunzhang, would rather choose someone as straightforward as Lu Zhou. He then stood up and walked over. Eunuch Gao sat down sullenly and shouted at the soldiers behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Clean it up." "Yes." 2 soldiers stepped forward and carried the little eunuch's body away. Zhu Lian, Li Yunzhang, sat down next to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. The king of a country must have the bearing of a king. Do you still remember what this old man told you? Wang Xinxiong and Eunuch Gao were secretly startled. The little emperor had met this person before. What did they talk about? When Li Yunzhang heard this, the shame of being ordered around immediately disappeared. Did he even have any face left to lose? In the palace, even the eunuchs and maids laughed at him behind his back. He had heard so many unpleasant words. The king of a country? He was just a joke that everyone talked about during their leisure time. Li Yunzhang's expression gradually returned to normal. He calmly went straight to the point. "Old mister, I'm sure you know why Zhen has come here." "I know," Lu Zhou said, "but I've already told Mo Buyan. Out of respect for you being the emperor, this old man will repeat it one more time. If you want this old man to release the Heavenly Feather Sect disciples, Yu Chenshu must come here himself. Zhen is the emperor. You must know what's important." Lu Zhou glanced at the crowd. The tone and attitude were no different from that of an old teacher. Eunuch Gao and Wang Xichong found these words grating, but in Li Yunzhang's eyes, Lu Zhu's words made perfect sense. That's right, he was the king of a country. How could he have fallen to the point of having to rely on a sect? How pathetic. Wang Xichong shook his head and said, "Lu Senior, who are you?" Lu Zhou interrupted him. "Wang Xichong, the Grand Secretary?" Wang Xichong directly announced his identity and position.
The Grand Secretary is also known as the Prime Minister, or the Supreme Secretary, all of whom are above the first rank, second only to the Emperor.
Tianwu Academy belongs to the imperial court, sharing its reputation. Dean Yu Chen is His Majesty's trusted general. His Majesty's personal visit is the greatest sincerity.
Senior Lu. Lu Zhou interrupted him again. Can't you understand my words?
Wang Shizhong raised his eyebrows, completely unexpected by the other party's overly tough attitude.
What I say goes, Lu Zhou said with Qing Yun-like firmness, echoing. Senior Lu's words are clear. General Wang, if you still don't understand, I can explain it a few more times.
Wang Shizhong grew increasingly dissatisfied, but didn't dare to underestimate them.
He could only say, I can guarantee to you all, whatever Dean Yu can do, I and His Majesty can do as well. We have the full capacity to meet all your requirements.
He waved his hand, and the soldiers quickly brought up a ton of gifts, triple the amount Mo Buyan offered.
Li Yunjiang also asked, doubtfully, Old mister, why do you insist on Dean Yu showing up? Without waiting for Lu Zhao to answer, Yu Zhenghai snorted. He can come, so why isn't he coming? What a big shot. Wang Shizhong said, Senior Lu, can I say a word? Lu Zhu glanced at the gifts, guessing there were quite a few talisman papers, and casually replied, Speak. Dean Yu holds an important position. In recent days, many hidden masters of unknown origin have been discovered in the capital, killing many court experts. Dean Yu needs to guard Tianwu Academy, and cannot leave without permission. That's why I reported to His Majesty, asking someone to come for peace talks. Wang Shizhong explained.
Tianwu Academy has experts like clouds, and yet it's afraid?
Yu Zhenghai asked. Wang Shizhong replied. Tianwu Academy has many experts distributed throughout the 10 Daos. It's difficult to gather everyone in a short time. Truth be told, the court's visit to Yun Mountain is not just for the Tianwu Academy disciples, but for another matter. What other matter? Lu Zhao could tell this person held immense power, backed by a huge force. Looking at Li Yunjiang's silent expression, it was obvious. Wang Shizhong said, Senior Lu, you come from the Golden Lotus domain, correct?
The crowd looked up, and eunuch Cao standing beside him was also shocked, staring at Wang Shizhong.
Lu Zhao didn't answer, just kept looking at him. Wang Shizhong continued. The path between the Golden Lotus and Red Lotus domains has been opened. I believe Senior Lu crossing the myriad miles of endless sea isn't entirely for the sake of swallowing the Daos. Tianwu Academy has researched various transportation devices such as water shuttle, heaven shuttle, and air carriage, which can freely enter and exit the Golden Lotus domain. From what I know, the Golden Lotus domain has a limit at 9 leaves. Previously, no one could break through. But later, a new cultivation theory called the Lotus Severing Method appeared. With this method, the Golden Lotus domain grew rapidly. 9 leaves experts appeared like mushrooms after rain. Even so, the overall strength of the Golden Lotus domain is still far behind the Red Lotus domain.
Senior Lu, am I right?
Lu Zhao ignored Wang Shizhong and turned to look at Li Yunjiang. You're the emperor, what do you think? Li Yunjiang pointed at himself. Are you asking me? Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Li Yunjiang suddenly felt a sense of superiority. He slowly said, I feel that although the 2 domains have been opened, they shouldn't fight, kill, or devour each other. Red Lotus and Golden Lotus are the same. They're all human. I've read many ancient books.
Humans have experienced countless calamities caused by ferocious beasts.
The ancient books clearly state that. Even the strongest cultivators are no match for the ferocious beasts. After these battles, the people suffer. The cultivation world almost returns to zero. The ancient books also say. Li Yunjiang hadn't finished speaking. Eunuch Kaio's sharp voice rang out. Your Majesty, these matters have nothing to do with today's negotiations. Please keep it brief, Your Majesty. Li Yunjiang didn't continue, nor did he get angry as before. He suddenly became composed, slowly stood up, and calmly said, Bring the blade, Your Majesty. You couldn't even truss a chicken. What do you need a blade for? Don't I even have the right to hold a blade? Li Yunjiang said in a deep voice. Wang Shizhong was curious to see what the little emperor was planning to do, so he waved his hand and said, Give the blade to His Majesty. Yes. A soldier offered his saber. When Li Yunjiang took the Qing blade, his whole body swayed slightly, and some little eunuchs secretly covered their mouths, snickering.
Li Yunjiang didn't get angry but looked at Lu Zhou. Old mister, you once said, no matter who stands in my way, they must be eliminated, is that correct?
That's right, Lu Zhao replied. But how should someone like me, who can't even hold a blade, be dealt with? The Yun mountain sky was clear and bright, but the atmosphere was so suppressed that it was suffocating. Eunuch Kalio looked down on him, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup. He took a sip and put it down on the table. Clack! The teacup sank half an inch into the table. No one cared about the young emperor's thoughts, because such a scene was no longer surprising to anyone. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and softly said, I still answer as before, Do your best. Li Yunzhang's eyes widened, and the palace maids and eunuchs behind him were all secretly laughing, watching the show. Eunuch Cao spoke up. Your Majesty, please calm down. Consider the bigger picture. Li Yunzhang suddenly gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, walked up to Eunuch Cao, and said through gritted teeth, Cao Shiyuan, you have repeatedly deceived the emperor. Today, I will take your head.
He gathered all his strength and swung the blade. Grand Eunuch Gao scoffed, raising 2 fingers to pinch the blade's edge, and Li Yunzhang's heart sank to rock bottom.
Gao Gonggong chuckled. My bad, Your Majesty, chill. I'll take the blame when we get back to the palace. No need to make a scene in public, ya know?
Li Yunzhang felt like he was beyond shame. He'd been a puppet for years in the palace, but never this humiliated.
Just then, Lu Zhou finally spoke up. Did you give it your all? Li Yunzhang gripped the hilt so hard his hand trembled. Before a cultivator, he was just a puny mortal. Your Majesty! Gao Gonggong yelled. If you keep this up, today's plan is going to be scrapped. What the hell is wrong with this little emperor today? Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. Do it! He lifted his hand, and blue light emanated from his 5 fingers. The azure palm print, with the force of a lightning strike, flashed past Li Yunzhang's shoulder and struck the back of the blade.
The blade suddenly burst with power. Bam! It slashed down, severing 3 of Gao Gonggong's fingers.
Ah? Gao Gonggong's face twisted in horror as he screamed. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the fingers falling to the ground.
Li Yunzhang was even more dumbfounded.
The blade clattered to the ground, and crimson blood flowed conspicuously. Li Yunzhang had never held a sword in his life. He lived comfortably in the palace, without even the chance to off himself, let alone harm anyone with a weapon. Li Yunzhang's body trembled, his eyes filled with panic. Gao Xinyuan, his 3 fingers chopped off, glared with murderous intent, wanting to kill Li Yunzhang on the spot. But he knew he couldn't. After all, he was just a eunuch.
Usually he could stir up trouble in the palace, but it wasn't worth much. If he died, they could just find a replacement. He couldn't make a move, so he had to endure. He had to suck it up. Gao Gonggong gritted his teeth, wiped the sweat from his face, and knelt down, saying, I'm guilty, Your Majesty, please calm your anger.
Li Yunzhang's eyes widened. The palace maids and eunuchs behind him hurriedly knelt down, shouting, Your Majesty, calm your anger. For the first time in his life, Li Yunzhang felt the authority of an emperor. Truth is forged in blood. The sages were right. Lu Zhou asked again, Did you give it your all? Li Yunzhang finally came to his senses. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't give it your all.
Lu Zhou slowly stood up, hands behind his back, looking at Li Yunzhang. Think carefully about my words. Don't rush.
Li Yunzhang, of course, understood Lu Zhou's meaning, but when he truly faced the issue, he felt tense, even scared.
Li Yunzhang looked at Gao Gonggong kneeling on the ground, feeling no sympathy. This eunuch had made him suffer so much in the palace, and those treacherous palace staff behind him had laughed at him to his face countless times. Wang Shichong watched coldly, then said indifferently, Your Majesty, Gao Gonggong's loyalty is as clear as the sun and moon. Your Majesty chopping off 3 of his fingers is punishment enough. Considering his years of service, please let him off. Li Yunzhang turned around, facing Wang Shichong. Then who will let me off?
Your Majesty means...
Gao Gonggong's mistakes are clear to you. I believe Gao Gonggong should be given a chance to explain,
Wang Shizhong said. Gao Shiyuan quickly spoke up. If Your Majesty wants to punish me, I have nothing to say, but Your Majesty is the ruler of a nation, and any punishment should be convincing.
He shouldn't have said that. As soon as he did, Li Yunzhang grew even angrier.
Li Yunzhang took a deep breath to calm himself, then said coldly,
Gao Shiyuan, you know the laws of the Great Tang by heart. Tell me, what is the punishment for deceiving the emperor? Gao Shiyuan was stunned. Disrespect to the emperor is one of the 10 major crimes and must be punished. So, what about bribery? Wrongfully killing palace maids and eunuchs, like that palm strike you just did. What should the punishment be?
3 consecutive questions made Gao Shiyuan raise his eyebrows, blurting out, You! Li Yunzhang walked up to Gao Shiyuan, calling the emperor you? Wang Shizhong, Wang Shu, the generals, and the palace eunuchs all looked incredulous.
The little emperor has gone mad. Li Yunzhang looked down at Gao Shiyuan, realizing for the first time that he was more powerful than he thought. His tone deepened. I sentence you to death. Do you accept? Enough. Gao Shiyuan suddenly widened his eyes, his voice sharp with anger. Your Majesty wants to kill me? You want to rebel? Li Yunzhang's aura was no less imposing. I have no such intention. I refuse to accept. Gao Shiyuan tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to bandage his right hand, then slowly stood up. Your Majesty, I'm not afraid of death, but if I die, the inner palace will be in chaos, and someone will have to be buried with me. Lu Zhou clapped his hands twice. A subject dares to threaten the emperor of the Great Tang? You truly broadened my horizons,
Gao Shiyuan retorted. This is a matter within the palace, it's none of your business. You defy the relationship between ruler and subject and dare to be presumptuous.
So no matter what, it's not up to outsiders to speak.
Lu Zhou stood up, walked to Li Yunzheng's side, and said calmly, and with dignity, "Since when has my grand disciple been considered an outsider?"
Grand disciple? Gao Shiyuan and everyone else were shocked. Even Li Yunzheng, standing next to him, was stunned.
Just then, Wang Shichong reacted extremely quickly. He frowned and slammed the table. Gao Shiyuan, you're audacious, daring to deceive and offend the emperor. Your majesty sentences you to death, and you still dare to quibble. Lord Wang, this is, Gao Shiyuan asked in confusion.
You failed to fulfill your duties as a subject, and dared to threaten the emperor. Wang Shizhong bowed and said, I request the execution of Gao Shiyuan as a warning.
You dare! Gao Shiyuan took a step back, and his protective qi enveloped his body. Li Yunzheng coldly ordered, execute him. Wang Shizhong's phantom image flashed, and a great divine power appeared before Gao Shiyuan, a palm strike like thunder. Bam! Gao Shiyuan was seriously injured and flew backward. Wang Shizhong rushed forward and stomped on his chest.
Oop mph! The stone floor of Yunshan Terrace cracked. Gao Shiyuan didn't even have a chance to summon his Dharma body and died on the spot.
The matter of the grand disciple was quickly forgotten.
Everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden turn of events. Wang Shizhong stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, these rebellious eunuchs and palace maids should also be executed. Deceiving the emperor is a capital offense, unforgivable. Execute them, Li Yunzheng said nonchalantly. Take them to the flying chains for beheading.
8. Wang Shizhong gave the order. The soldiers yeeted those palace folks onto the freaking air chariot.
Your Majesty, have mercy. Bruh, there are tons of weaklings in this world, and some just ain't worth a damn.
Li Yunzheng's mood got a whole lot better. Wang Shizhong went back to his seat too. Suddenly, a horse's whinny echoed from a distant mountain peak. Yu Shangrong glanced over and told his master, Jie Liang's probably stressed AF, I'll go check on it. Before Lu Zhou could even reply, Wang Shu, sitting next to Wang Shizhong, yelled, Dad, my horse! That's totally my horse!
Yu Shangrong stopped dead in his tracks, furrowing his brow at Wang Shu.
Your horse? Wang Xinzhong, scared his daughter was talking out her ass, tried to stop her.
He glared at her, then switched to a smile and said, Please, don't misunderstand. Wild horses are hard to tame. It probably wandered here from somewhere else.
If Yunshan tames it, then it's his.
Gifting it, huh?
Yu Shangrong's mood tanked. Ge Liang was like a brother to him, and this dude's trying to claim him?
Yu Shangrong wasn't about to let that slide. He slowly turned and stared Wang Shizhong dead in the eye. Say that again?
Wang Shizhong instantly felt the massive hostility rolling off Yu Shangrong, so he said, If I misspoke, please forgive me. Lu Zhou glanced at Wang Shu and casually asked, That horse's name is Ji Liang, and it's my ride. Since when did it become yours?
It's always been my horse. I worked so hard to tame it. But that beast ran off, Wang Shu said. Wang Shizhong chimed in. It's cool, it ran away. Just let them have it. He cupped his fist.
Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding.
It's just a horse. Can we just drop it?
So you're the one who beat up my horse. Lu Zhou was about to hunt this guy down, and now he's just handed himself over.
Yu Zhenghai darkly said, That horse belongs to our master. Who asked you to? Give it? Ge Liang's a super rare warhorse. Our master needs it, so he called it over. My guess is you tried to steal Ge Liang, hoping to tame it by force, am I right?
Wang Shu was shook, and Wang Shizhong's face fell. Before he could say anything, Yan Ni jumped in. You shameless bastard!
Ge Liang's been with my master for ages. You have the nerve to say you'll give it? Got no shame, huh? A grown-ass man wearing makeup? EWW! Wang Shu was dumbfounded. They say women are women's worst enemies, and it's so true. Wang Shu took off her hat, letting her long hair flow. She retorted, My name is Wang Shu.
Who's the dude here? Even grosser. Can't just be a woman? Gotta cosplay as a dude? EWW. Yan Ni pretended to puke again.
You!
Wang Shizhong snapped.
Shu'er!
Shut up. Wang Shu sulked and sat down, looking pissed. Basically, these young masters and ladies from noble families rarely get proper discipline. They rely on their dads, so their brains are useless. They think their dads can solve everything. Wang Shizhong, of course, wanted to protect his daughter, but he was smart. He bowed and said, It's all a misunderstanding. My daughter is young and doesn't understand. She didn't know the horse belonged to Senior Lu. Please forgive her offense.
Lu Zhou coldly called out, Jie Liang, The sound echoed across the mountain peak.
Liang, hearing Lu Zhou's call, immediately flew down to Yunshan platform.
Ni Qingyan and Jie Chengqi stared in awe as the horse ran through the air, praising, "Truly a 1,000-mile horse.
This kind of horse is super rare, a legendary steed.
Who knew Senior Lu had such a mount?" Yan Ni scoffed. "This is nothing. My master has way more legendary rides."
Jie Chengqi remembered Bai Ze and nodded.
But Wang Shu took it as bragging and rolled her eyes.
Ni Liang arrived.
Lu Zhou pointed to the middle of the field and ordered, "Take a lap!"
Liang obediently trotted in a circle. Yi Qingyun pointed at Liang. The horse's back, butts, and thighs have scars. Probably treated and recovered well. Warriors love good horses. The soldiers behind Wang Xizhong all looked at Liang with envy.
"Who hurt you?" Lu Zhou asked. "Is this old man talking to a horse?" Liang seemed to understand Lu Zhou, snorting a few times, but nobody understood horse speak. Wang Xizhong interjected, "Misunderstanding. Zhur is young and a girl. She couldn't possibly catch such a smart horse. All a misunderstanding." At this point, He Luo, sitting behind Lu Zhou, spoke up. "Master, Liang says she's the one who hurt him." All eyes turned to He Lu. Wang Xichong looked conflicted. He wanted to say that just because a horse neighed, you can't go around accusing people without reason. Lu Zhou, of course, understood him and said coldly, "He Luo is my disciple. She understands animal speech."
Understands animal speech?
Everyone was shocked. Jia Changqi exclaimed, "Understanding animal speech is a talent that only appears once in a millennium. In the Red Lotus domain, only one person could do it, but they disappeared long ago. Other races can understand animal speech, but it's mostly taming tricks, not actual understanding." Yan Ni proudly said, "He Luo, show them your skills." He Luo picked up her flute and placed the lambshin jade to her lips. A melodious tune rang out, spreading in all directions.
In the forests of the 12 mountain peaks, birds and beasts cried in unison, echoing the flute. From afar, fierce beasts and flocks of birds gathered, darkening the sky.
The Yunshan disciples were amazed. If we used this to siege cities, how OP would we be? Luckily, these were just small, weak birds. Even so, everyone could see the limitless potential of this young girl. The flute melody faded in the wind. The birds turned and flew away, and the sky slowly returned to silence.
Lu Zhou glanced at Wang Xichong. A bad son is the father's fault. Wang Xichong hurriedly replied, "Senior Lu, this is just a horse, mice. I can offer the strongest steeds of the Tang dynasty to atone for my sins." Yu Shangrong scoffed. "I think you've got it all wrong. Forgive me for speaking frankly. Your life isn't even as important as Ji Liang's," Yu Shangrong replied. Wang Xizhong had never felt so wronged. Is there any need to be so aggressive?
This old man always distinguishes right from wrong. Lu Zhou said indifferently. "You and her, choose one."
The pressure on Yunshan platform was suffocating. Gao Xiuan's death was now a minor matter. The focus had shifted to Wang Xizhong, the Grand Secretary.
The soldiers all raised their heads, hands on their sword hilts. Wang Shu looked at the white-haired old man in horror. Wang Xizhong's expression revealed discomfort, and his whole body felt unnatural. Lu Sr. is joking, right? Do you think this old man looks like someone who likes to joke?
Lu Zhao asked back. To Wang Xizhong, this was making a mountain out of a molehill, but he still endured and said, "My daughter was wrong, but she doesn't deserve to die. I hope Senior Lu will reconsider. I can pay a great price, just hoping Senior Lu will spare my daughter this once." After speaking, Wang Xizhong waved to Wang Shu. "Sure, kneel down. I won't kneel."
Wang Shu turned her face away. "You unfilial wretch!" Wang Xizhong waved his hand, and a red gang seal struck, grabbing Wang Shu and forcing her to kneel on the ground.
WTF. Everyone looked at Wang Xichong with complex expressions. This was the Grand Secretary Wang Xichong, high above, elegant and imposing. Even the Dean of Tianwu Academy had to give him some respect, but unexpectedly he could be so servile in front of this old man.
That's it? Lu Zhou looked down at Wang Shu, kneeling on the ground. You think just kneeling can escape a calamity?
Dream on, Wang Xizhong replied. I can promise Senior Lu that those who harmed Ji Liang that day will be severely punished. In addition, the Wang family is willing to offer a large number of top-grade cultivation materials and medicinal herbs, along with supreme-grade spirit stones to you. Just name the number, Senior Lu. Wang Shu looked at her father in shock. She had never seen her father so servile in front of others, willing to pay such a price to curry favor. In fact, Lu Zhou could completely kill Wang Xizhong with one palm strike. As for someone like Wang Shu, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger himself.
It's just that doing so would be equivalent to declaring war on the imperial court. The Golden Lotus domain was strong enough, let alone the Crimson Lotus imperial court in the capital, which probably had experts that even Yu Chen Chao had to be wary of.
Otherwise, Yu Chen Chao wouldn't have allowed Tianwu Academy to be subordinate to the imperial court. Lu Zhou slowly stood up and shook his head. Revise the conditions. Please speak.
First, those who harmed Jiliang that day must be executed.
Second, supreme-grade talismans, elixirs, and more than 10,000 spirit stones. Third, in this old man's opinion, with her talent, leaving her Danshan and Qi intact is useless.
Wang Shizhong frowned and said, Senior Lu, I can agree to the first two requests, but the third request, that is my bottom line. You should know, no one dares to bargain with me.
Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Fourth! There's a fourth? Wang Shizhong's heart was bleeding.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, This fourth condition is not for this old man, but for your great Tang. From now on, hand over the power in your hands to Li Yunzheng. Fifth, during this time, you and your daughter will stay on Yunshan.
After Lu Zhou finished speaking, the entire Yunshan platform fell into silence. Wang Shizhong glanced at Wang Shu, and only then did he suddenly understand. What Jiliang this and Jiliang that, it's just an excuse. These last conditions are his real purpose. Ni Qingyun couldn't help but secretly admire. This move is brilliant. The strength of the imperial court goes without saying. Being able to make Tianwu Academy submit, the imperial court must have killer moves. But if these treacherous officials are eliminated, and Li Yunzheng is supported to take the throne, wouldn't all problems be easily solved? The conflict between the Nine Serenities Palace, Yunshan, and the imperial court would also completely disappear.
Old ginger is spicier. Li Yunzheng was shocked. Lu Laoxiansheng wants to hand over power to him.
He had imagined countless times how he would make the people of the Great Tang live and work in peace when he held power in his hands. But after all, imagination is just imagination, and it has never come true.
Wang Shizhong frowned and said, Although I am the Grand Secretary, the power is not concentrated in my hands alone. Moreover, I have tried my best to compensate Jiliang's. Senior Lu really doesn't want to let this matter go. BS. Ji Liang suddenly walked around in place several times, chirping a few times, and a cloud of green smoke rose from its body. Hai Luo immediately explained, Ji Liang is poisoned. It said it wants to expel the poison and go back to sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang, without saying a word, suddenly turned around and ran away. Take me away!
The two soldiers behind him quickly took off and flew into the air. Yu Shangrong's expression remained calm and indifferent. Too late.
With his palms together, the Yuan Qi vibrated, and 60,000 sword Qi appeared, weaving into a net in front of the three people. Wang Shu exclaimed in horror. Break! Break it quickly! What are you standing there for?
The soldiers in the rear didn't understand why Wang Xinchong was being so servile. Seeing their young master in trouble, they finally couldn't bear it anymore and flew up to attack the 60,000 sword Qi. Yu Shangrong crossed his hands, channeling Qi into his danshan, and the 60,000 sword Qi plunged straight down like a rain of pear blossoms.
Swish! Swish! The soldiers had to wave their sabers to prevent the sword Qi from piercing their bodies, and their altitude was getting lower and lower. Yu Shangrong walked like the wind, reaching out to grab Wang Shu. At this moment, Wang Shizhong's whole body erupted with red gang Qi, and he quickly stopped Yu Shangrong like lightning, striking out with a sharp palm imprint.
Shangrong blocked the attack with his palm, using the force to retreat. Senior Lu, forgive me for not being able to agree to the third condition. My daughter's cultivation didn't come easy. Destroying her danshan and Qi is no different from killing her, Wang Shizhong said. Yu Shangrong didn't have a sword in his hand, and although he didn't feel too comfortable, the sword demon was still the sword demon. Then die! With a light tap of his toes, Yu Shangrong's afterimage flashed and split into three, appearing in front of Wang Shizhong. Return to the past. Enter the three souls. Wang Shizhong was extremely cautious and immediately summoned his Dharma body. A crimson lotus Dharma body nearly 18 zang tall appeared on Yunshan platform, 9.5 leaves. Unexpectedly, Wang Shizhong was a 9.5 leaf. The strength of the imperial court was truly terrifying. Just a grand secretary had this level of cultivation. Then how strong were the grand internal eunuch, the grand internal experts, and the array Dao patterns in the capital? Not to mention Yu Chenchu and countless experts spread throughout the 10 Daos of the Great Tang. Yu Shangrong used his hand as a sword, slashing at the Dharma body. Wang Shizhong said in a deep voice, Retreat! Hong Lian unleashed her power, forcing Ngu Shangrong back. As Ngu Shangrong was about to summon his avatar, Wang Shizhong turned and pushed Wang Shu away. You guys get out of here, I'll hold them off. What's with the peace talks now? Gotta protect my daughter first. Lu Zhou didn't lift a finger, just glanced at Nie Qingyun. Or do you want this old man to personally make a move? Nie Qingyun flinched, immediately slammed the table, and shot into the sky like a rocket, yelling, This is Yun Mountain, not a place for you to show off. Get down here. Nie Qingyun threw out the Heaven Soul Blade, a heaven-tier weapon wrapped in thick blade energy, flying towards the chariot.
Wang Shichong used his great divine power technique to try and stop him, but Ni Qingyun immediately summoned his avatar. The 10-leaf avatar, 20 zang tall, suddenly appeared, blowing Wang Shichong away. Wang Shichong cried out in pain, enduring the surging blood in his chest, and cursed, "You're a dignified 10-leaf. Why are you willing to sell your life for others?"
"You don't understand much,"
Ni Qingyun replied. "It's a pity Xikong, that old thief, isn't here, but it doesn't matter. I alone am enough. You're not worthy of Elder Lu making a move."
Li Yunzhang turned to look at Lu Zhou again.
Two 10-leaf experts acting like puppets. What kind of terrifying tricks does this old man have? The Yun Mountain disciples were in awe. Sect Master is so powerful. How could they not be excited? Sect Master, I'm only here to seek Huo.
Nie Qingyun ignored Wang Shichong's words and continued to control the Heaven Soul Blade.
The Qing blade suddenly grew 100,000 times larger, striking down at the chariot. Boom! The chariot couldn't withstand a single blow from the 10-leaf, and was instantly split in two. The damaged formation caused it to shatter, and each of the yang inside the chariot rained down. So many? Yang?
Xie Chenqi's eyes shone like pearls.
I like picking up yang too. Yanner's figure flashed into the sky. She used the Brahma sky silk to tightly wrap 10 of the yang, then flew back towards her master.
Suddenly, dozens of cultivators in armor nearby pounced on her.
Yu Zhenghai immediately leaped into the air, shouting, "You want to harm 9th junior sister? Not on my watch." The desolate grade jade green blade shot out in midair. The great Xuan heaven palm bloomed like a windmill, mercilessly obliterating the cultivators surrounding Yananir.
Ding! Killed a target. Gained 500 merit points.
Territory bonus of 500 points.
Ding! Killed a target. Gained 500 merit points.
Territory bonus of 500 points. D. Desolate grade weapon? Li Yunzhang stuttered. Not bad eyesight. Lu Zhou praised. Old sirs, is this also your disciple? Huh? I'm not worthy of being their master. No. Li Yunzhang waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just curious. Old sir, you once said you'd find me a master. I think you're the most suitable.
These two little junior sisters are about my age.
You just called me grand disciple, so should I call them grand aunts?
How embarrassing. I haven't accepted disciples in a long time. Letting you be a grand disciple is already a benefit for you. Aren't you satisfied?
Li Yunzhang stammered. Then shouldn't I call you grand? Grandmaster? That's right. Lu Zhou nodded. Cough, cough. Li Yunzhang straightened his back, cleared his throat, and said sincerely, "May I ask you something, Your Excellency?" "Speak." "You come from the Golden Lotus domain. If one day I were to rule the world, would you be like them?"
Li Yunzhang asked. Lu Zhou didn't say anything but waved his hand. Li Yunzhang understood and approached.
Lu Zhou quietly took out the nameless sword, a black lotus appearing in his palm. Li Yunzhang exclaimed in shock. "Black runes! The legendary Black Lotus! It's all real!"
So the old man has been wary of the Black Lotus all along.
Lu Zhou retracted the nameless sword and continued to observe the battle. After a while, Li Yunzhang continued to ask curiously, "Is my master as outstanding as his senior brothers?"
This old man can tell you, whether it's his talent, wisdom, conduct, scheming ability, or cultivation. From self-cultivation to governing the country, he far surpasses you.
Lu Zhou replied. Li Yunzhang was overjoyed and immediately cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, old senior. Greetings, Grandmaster." At this time, Yu Zhenghai was completely crushing it, cutting down the cultivators who were harassing Yan He.
Ni Qingyun was even more fierce. After smashing the giant chain, he continuously beheaded 3 lieutenants, then swung his blade towards Wang Shichong.
Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive slashes landed on Wang Shichong's protective chi, causing him to cry out in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and he fell straight to the ground.
Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily.
Sect leader Nie really knows how to steal moves. Nie Qingyun smiled and replied, "Brother Yu, your move is really useful, thank you."
With that, he rushed straight to Wang Shichong's location, blade chi blooming, palm prints filling the sky.
"Father!" Wang Shu cried out in fear. "Yu Shangrong!" With a wave of his hand, dozens of sword chi strands condensed and attacked the cultivators, blocking his path. Condensing chi with bare hands? Impressive, impressive. Go, big bro, go! Yu Vu also jumped up to cheer. Yu Shangrong wielded his sword chi, each strand cutting down a person. The last sword chi strand was also the largest, transforming from 1 into 100, shooting out like porcupine quills. Clang, clang, clang. Those with low cultivation couldn't resist, all being severely injured and falling, while those with high cultivation had no choice but to defend passively, retreating far back. Yu Shangrong immediately grabbed Wang Shu. Wang Shu waved her fists in panic. "Don't come near me!"
"Sorry, milady.
Yu Shangrong said indifferently, striking towards her abdomen.
Bam! Wang Shu fell straight from the sky. Sure! Wang Shizhong roared with red eyes.
At the same time, Ni Qingyuan also landed, blade chi slamming back Wang Shizhong, finally pushing him down in front of Lu Zhou before stopping.
Lu Zhou shook his head indifferently.
If it were before, you would already be a ghost under this old man's hands. Wang Shizhong turned pale, looking up at Lu Zhou. He knew that his daughters Dantian and Qi Si had been crippled. Now she was just a mortal. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently. Ni Qingyun did not continue his attack, but asked Wang Xizhong, Lord Wang, do you still want to resist?
Wang Shizhong struggled to stand up, brushed off his sleeves, and cupped his hands to Lu Zhou. I agree to all 5 conditions of Senior Lu Zhou.
Good. Wang Shizhong limped towards Wang Shu, helped her up, and channeled his yuan qi into her, at least helping his daughter alleviate the pain.
No one spoke a word looking at this scene. Only Li Yunzheng looked at Lu Zhou with a troubled face.
Isn't doing this a bit too heartless? Lu Zhou replied meaningfully. You are still young and haven't experienced life. Grand Secretary Wang Shizhong has an extremely high position. The number of people who died in his hands far exceeds this old man's. If this old man failed, if he were sitting in this position, do you think this old man would still have a chance to live? Li Yunzheng was speechless. As someone in a high position, he had to understand this principle. 5 years ago, all of his confidants were killed by Wang Shizhong in one night, under the charge of being assassins. Virtuous people cannot hold military power, righteous people cannot manage talented people, and sentimental people cannot accomplish great things.
Do you understand? Lu Zhou asked.
This is a requirement for an emperor. If you don't use scheming, when you encounter danger, you will just be a pawn to be manipulated. Understood. Li Yunzheng replied softly. Wang Shizhong stabilized Wang Shu's injuries before sighing deeply, saying with feeling, You reap what you sow. Ni Qingyun ordered, Take these 2 away. Yes. Several cultivators stepped forward. Your Majesty, the disciples of Tianwu Academy have been almost completely defeated. These people are the elites of the Wang family. Wang Tu, Wang Xiang, Wang Yun, listen to my order, Wang Shizhong said loudly. The 3 members of the Wang family bowed and replied, Lord Wang, I want to stay on Yuanshan for a while. You return, don't make a fuss, and don't go looking for trouble with Tianwu Academy.
Go, yes.
Wang Shizhong cupped his hands to Lu Zhou. Senior Lu, my daughter and I will stay here. I will agree to your 5 conditions. But the people of the Wang family were not involved in this matter. Keeping them here would be pointless. Can you let them go? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the crowd.
Keeping them here really wouldn't make sense, and these people were still needed to return and deliver the news. Otherwise, the others and Tianwu Academy would become wary. Just as Lu Zhou was about to nod, Hai Lu Zhou suddenly pointed at a member of the Wang family. Master, he's the one who captured Ge Liang.
Ge Liang had looked at him many times earlier. Wang Tuo was shocked, his mood sinking to the bottom. Ge Liang had returned to Shanfeng to rest. Hearing Hai Luo's words, everyone looked at him.
At this moment, Wang Shizhong remembered that when he had just arrived at Yuanshan, his daughter Wang Shu had mentioned that Wang Tuo helped her capture Ge Liang.
He said in a deep voice, Wang Tuo. Wang Tuo didn't say a word and immediately turned to run. Everyone was stunned. He ran! If he hadn't run, it would have been fine, but running fully proved his crime of mistreating Ge Liang. Ni Qingyun said, Let me chase after him. I want to see where he can escape to. It's better to let me go. Yu Shangrong coldly watched Wang Tuo's figure gradually disappear into the distance. At this moment, Lu Zhou slowly stood up, causing everyone to wonder. Could it be that Senior Luo wants to show mercy and let him go?
Hearing Lu Zhou's words, Ni Qingyun and Yu Shangrong stood still, but Ni Qingyun still said, If I'm not mistaken, one of Cat Lu Zhong's hind legs was once slashed by a blade. Luckily, its bones are strong. However, the poison applied to it is extremely potent, capable of crippling the target even if it doesn't kill them. This person is vicious and has unpredictable intentions. I don't understand why Senior Lu wants to let him go.
Yu Shangrong frowned upon hearing this and bowed. Master, this disciple requests to pursue. Wang Shichong's face was pale, and Wang Shu, nestled in his arms, was also gloomy. Well, he couldn't control this matter anyway. Wang Tuo, at this moment, was no longer listening to his orders in order to save his own life.
Lu Zhou looked towards Wang Tu, who was now just a black dot in the sky, and said indifferently, Just a minor cultivator, why bother pursuing? The unnamed bow appeared in Lu Zhao's hand. His right hand drew the bowstring taut, and a bolt of white arrow energy, as thick as an arm, radiating blue light, pierced through the air. Lu Zhou put away the unnamed bow, turned around, and said to Wang Shizhong, as if nothing had happened, This old man is always benevolent. Keeping you two alive is for the sake of the great Tang.
But that bastard who harmed Cat Lu Kong, with his wicked heart, How could this old man spare him?
Wang Shizhong looked up at the sky. All the cultivators on Yuanshan platform also followed suit. Only the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were used to it and not too surprised. Sure enough, in the distant sky, that bolt of blue arrow energy struck Wang Tuo, piercing his heart with a single shot.
Everyone didn't hear any sound, only saw Wang Tuo's small figure falling straight down.
Successfully killed a target, gaining 500 merit points. Additional 500 points for killing in this territory. Lu Zhou chose to fire the arrow because he didn't want to waste time chasing this guy, and secondly, he wanted to take the opportunity to intimidate those who intended to escape.
Godly archery skill. Yunshan platform has a wide field of vision and 10-leaf tribulation insight cultivation. You still dare to run? Ni Qingyun's gaze towards Lu Zhao's effortless arrow strike was complex. This one shot was beyond common sense. At least, Ni Qingyun couldn't do it. If cultivators could condense energy and shoot with such a long range, wouldn't they become invincible defenders of cities?
Wang Shizhong sighed and said, "Thank you, Senior Lu, for showing mercy. I agree to all your conditions, but the Imperial Court is not decided by me alone.
Even without me, there will be a second or third Grand Secretary. You don't need to waste your energy on these matters. Take them away." Wang Shizhong and Wang Shu were thrown into prisons.
The remaining members of the Wang family, along with the surviving cultivators, miserably left Yunshan. They dared not speak nonsense when they returned, only saying that Lord Wang and His Majesty were still touring Yunshan and had not yet returned. If they dared to disobey, the hostages from the Heaven Martial Institute and Wang Shizhong's group would be killed immediately. The matter had been resolved. The remaining task was to figure out how to deal with the experts from the Heaven Martial Institute and the Imperial Court. Those who are not involved,
step back! Lu Zhou ordered. The disciples of Yunshan then regained their senses and hurriedly left Yunshan platform.
Soon after, only a few people remained beside Lu Zhou, Tian Liu, Guan Ma, the Evil Sky Pavilion members, Ni Qingyun, and the elders of Yunshan.
Lu Zhou turned to look at Li Yunzheng. Li Yunzheng then came back to his senses and quickly said, "Grandpa Master, how about you teach me archery?" Lu Zhou sternly scolded, "Always looking at the other mountain while standing on this one. Your mentality is unstable. And you want to be in charge of the world? You wish." Li Yunzheng lowered his head in shame. With no one from the Imperial Court around, Li Yunzheng no longer had any airs of an emperor. Now, in front of Lu Zhou, he was just an inexperienced kid.
Lu Zhou returned to his seat and slowly said,
"Tell this old man about the situation in the palace." Yunzheng also sat down and began to narrate. "In recent years, it has been very difficult for me to participate in the affairs of the court. Most things are decided by the 3 departments. They are all in the same boat, doing things that only benefit themselves.
The Imperial Guards are led by Commander Xia Haosheng, who has a very good personal relationship with Yu Chenshu. The capital is guarded by 5 dukes. Wang Shizhong's father, Wang Yun, is the Duke of Zhen.
The other 4 dukes are Duke Yunzheng Ding, Duke Fu Kuihan, Duke Hu Lu Tianing, and Duke Wei Li Chang. The affairs of the court are handled jointly by these people. As for military affairs, 8 great generals and 1 regional commander guard the 10 circuits of the Great Tongue."
Listening to him rambling on, Lu Zhao's head seemed to swell, and he secretly regretted not bringing Si Wuya along.
Watching Li Yunzheng's mouth constantly opening and closing, Lu Zhou couldn't remember anything, so he raised his hand to stop him. "Enough. I haven't finished speaking yet. Give me another hour. No need to say more. When your master arrives, you can tell him yourself." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Just tell this old man who the cultivation experts are."
The structure of the Imperial Court is too complicated. Lu Zhou had no interest in understanding it. He only needed the names of the experts.
Li Yunzheng nodded and asked, "When Grandpa Master says, expert, do you mean nascent divinity realm, first leaf and above?" Yu Zhanghai laughed. 10 leaves and above. From first leaf to 9th leaf doesn't even need to be mentioned.
Li Yunzheng's eyes widened. To him, the nascent divinity realm was already an expert, but he didn't expect that in their eyes, only 10 leaves were worthy of the title. "For 10 leaves, I only know Great General Xia Haosheng and Dean Yu Chenshu.
As for others," Li Yunzheng pondered, "I heard that there is a hidden expert in the palace, but I have never met this person. The last time when Grandpa Master sneaked into the palace..." Ahem. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Oh no. The last time when Grandpa Master came to visit me, I didn't see that person make a move either."
"Perhaps this character is fabricated by the people in the palace, for the purpose of deceiving others,"
Li Yunzheng said. "Duyan Nh." I disdainfully said, "What you say is not right. If Master didn't want anyone to find out, how the hell would he know? And if he didn't know, how could he act?" Right, my bad. Master's cultivation is unfathomable, of course no one else could detect it."
Li Yunzheng corrected himself.
"If this person really exists, it's very difficult to find him. The palace is actually very big."
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded.
Are there any other 10-leaf experts? The 8 generals guarding the 10 major paths are all 9-leaf. Also, there might be hidden 10-leaf experts within the sects. In the past 2,000 years, many sects haven't flaunted their strength. When the Tianwu Academy announced the existence of the Golden Lotus domain, they became even more humble, afraid of becoming targets, Li Yunzheng said. Ni Qingyun nodded in agreement. That's right, that's why I went into seclusion, originally intending to break through to the Kai Ming stage, or cultivate karma fire, but unfortunately, I failed. With the development speed of the cultivation world, there should have been 2 or 3 10-leaf experts born in the past 2,000 years. On the surface, the Tianwu Academy only has Yu Chenshu, a 10-leaf expert who possesses karma fire. If that's really the case, how is the Tianwu Academy capable of becoming the strongest force in the Great Tang? Yu Zhenghai asked doubtfully. 1,000 years ago, the Tianwu Academy had a branch called the Zhu Tian Institute, specializing in gathering talents, each with their own outstanding abilities. Luo Xuan was one of the members of the Zhu Tian Institute.
300 years ago, over 100 great cultivators from the Zhu Tian Institute collectively disappeared, and their whereabouts are still unknown. The things left behind by the Zhu Tian Institute are extremely precious, such as talismans, elixirs, and weapons, far surpassing those of other sects. Thanks to the Zhu Tian Institute, the Tianwu Academy became the #1 sect of the Great Tang, Ni Qingyun explained. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai nodded in surprise. I didn't expect the Tianwu Academy to have so many treasures. No wonder they were willing to spend so many yang treasures on the Yunshan platform, totaling up to 20 yang treasures. Ni Qingyun added, that's nothing. Before I was a 9-leaf expert, I went to the capital to study, and at that time, the capital happened to be attacked by a beast tide. About 10 giant beasts besieged the capital. The Tianwu Academy used hundreds of thousands of top-grade talisman papers to cooperate with many experts to dispel 7 giant beasts. Speaking of giant beasts, Yu Zhenghai asked doubtfully, 10 giant beasts? What could attract so many giant beasts? Moreover, I found that giant beasts have strengths and weaknesses. How are they divided? Ni Qingyun replied. The Tianwu Academy believes that the earthquake before caused the ferocious beasts to be frightened and run away, starting from the scattered cultivators who were their favorite food, so the ferocious beasts began to besiege humans. When humans advance to 9-leaf, they will attract the attention of ferocious beasts, which have an innate ability to sense it. Although their intelligence is not high, they know when to advance and retreat. 9-leaf experts are like chunks of fat to the giant beasts, which can enhance their strength, especially newly advanced 9-leaf experts, who are like newborn babies, both delicious and without the ability to resist. Cough, 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 Yu Zhenghai said. No need to use such figurative language we can understand. Ni Qingyun smiled embarrassedly and continued. Historical records show that before the strength of the Red Lotus domain was insufficient, and 9-leaf experts had not yet appeared, humans lived very peacefully. But, as soon as 9-leaf experts emerged, ferocious beasts blood-bathed human cities, causing countless casualties. Only then did humans learn how to respond, carving Dao patterns and creating giant crossbows to resist ferocious beasts. Later, when 10-leaf experts were born, most giant beasts were no longer opponents of humans, but occasionally, some extremely powerful, ferocious beasts would still appear. The simplest way to distinguish the strength of ferocious beasts is based on their size, of course. There will be some exceptions. If divided by ability, the more aggressive a species is, the weaker its auxiliary abilities are. There is also another method of distinction, which is that the more powerful a ferocious beast is, the more lifespan its heart of life contains, which is also the most accurate method. Ordinary cultivators have very weak perception abilities and cannot sense the aura of life, so they can only use the first 2 methods. After Ni Qingyun finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Li Yunzheng nodded. That's right. Lu Zhou recalled the giant monster he had seen in the Endless Sea. If compared by size, wouldn't it be able to handle all the ferocious beasts in the Red Lotus domain by itself? Let's talk a little about Yu Chenshu. Yu Chenshu is the only 10-leaf expert in the Red Lotus domain who possesses karma fire. He was supported and cultivated by the Zhu Tian Institute before, so he was able to sit firmly in the seat of the dean, and his strength is unfathomable. How unfathomable is unfathomable? Lu Zhou asked again. I have never seen him make a move. These news were all what I heard from the eunuchs in the palace. Li Yunzheng replied. Ni Qingyun, as a 10-leaf expert, naturally had more well-informed news than Li Yunzheng, and said, Yu Chenshu's cultivation is very high, but he rarely takes action. It is said that he has a special weapon that has reached the Hong level. This weapon helps him stand in an invincible position, but no one knows what the weapon is. Even a cunning person like Ye Zhen has to be extremely cautious when interacting with Yu Chenshu. That's right. How did sect leader Ni know that Ye Zhen has a 9-infant dharma body? Yu Zhenghai asked again. The conflict between Yunshan and Fei Xingzhai is very deep.
Fei Xingjai wants to seize my Yunshan. How can I let them succeed?
Before going into seclusion, I fought with Ye Zhen for hundreds of rounds, and then he left and secretly used the 9-infant Dharma body to heal his injuries, but I saw it. After returning to Yunshan, I personally investigated this matter, and even sent people to Yingmu Kingdom to confirm it. Everyone nodded, especially Meng Changdong, who was once an elder of Fei Xingjai. He also felt that Ye Zhen was very strange, but he didn't expect this. Fortunately, Senior Lu's methods are amazing, and he killed Ye Zhen. If he had succeeded in accumulating 9 lives, and then opened his fate chart, the cultivation world would be in danger.
Ni Qingyun said again. Can the 9-infant Dharma body open the fate chart? Xia Chengqi asked in surprise. Very likely. Yanker nodded. Looks like he was unlucky to meet my master. Meng Zhengdong suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Oh crap." Everyone immediately turned to look at Meng. Guardian, what's wrong?
We forgot about Jiang Xiaosheng, Meng Changdong said. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. Don't worry, I have already killed him, leaving no future troubles.
In swordsmanship, making sure of the kill is the most important thing. You can't underestimate any opponent, even if he is only a 5-leaf. But when I made a move, I treated him as a 10-leaf expert. Yu Shengrong's eyes widened, and everyone was dumbfounded.
Meng Zhengdong said in surprise, You really killed him?
Yu Zhenghai asked in surprise, How can this be fake?
Second senior brother was also there. How many times did you kill him? Meng Changdong frowned.
How many times? Although Yu Zhenghai's brain wasn't as sharp as Si Wuyai's, he wasn't a complete idiot. Hearing that, he understood, and his heart felt heavy.
Protector Meng.
Don't tell me this little punk also cultivates the 9 nether body?
Meng Changdong neither nodded nor shook his head, just looked at Yu Zhenghai, his eyes seemingly saying, Guess.
Yu Zhenghai smacked his thigh in frustration, saying, So careless. I still haven't grasped the essence of last hitting that master taught me. After speaking, he turned to face Lu Zhou, just about to beg for forgiveness, when Lu Zhou waved his hand. Forget it. Rest assured, master, next time I meet him, this disciple will personally chop him to death, Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong chuckled. You're just bullying the weak. Second bro here is 9 nether, give him some time and he will become a big problem. Seeing the two were about to argue again, Yanner quickly jumped between them. Eldest brother, second brother, don't fight anymore. How about you guys come with me to see if there are any good treasures in the Yang pool? Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong immediately replied in unison. Not interested. Just then, a Yunshan disciple hurriedly flew to the Yunshan platform, gasping for breath as he reported. Reporting to the sect master. Reporting to Senior Lu. Something has happened.
Speak! Nie Qingyun frowned. Before dawn, the people of Tianwu Academy launched a sneak attack on the Ninefold Hall. This disciple immediately escorted Senior Sikong and the 2 chief disciples away from Yunshan.
Unexpectedly, Tianwu Academy had set up an ambush at the Ninefold Hall, with Academy head Yu Chenshu personally taking action.
Everyone was shocked. Lu Zhou asked, What's the situation? Senior Sikong was captured, and Chief Disciple Yao and Chief Disciple Zhao were injured and are on their way back here.
The disciple hurriedly replied. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and asked, Why didn't they say anything when they left?
Senior Sikong visited Senior Lu before leaving, but seeing that you were in closed-door cultivation, he didn't want to disturb you, so he left first. Sure enough, an elder flew over from afar and bowed, saying, Sect Master, Senior Lu, the 2 chief disciples of the Ninefold Hall are in the main hall on the main peak.
Lu Zhou turned to Jia Chengqi and instructed, You stay and collect the Yang pool. Yes,
Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shengrong.
You 2 stay at the Yunshan platform to protect Li Yunzheng, and don't let anyone approach him.
Disciples respectfully obey.
C2, let this old man go see what's going on. With that, Lu Zhou stepped into the air and flew towards the main peak, with Ni Qingyun and the others following closely behind.
Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai simultaneously looked at Li Yunzheng with scrutiny, making Li Yunzheng feel extremely awkward.
After scrutinizing for a long time, Yu Zhenghai smacked his lips. Second bro, do you think Master might have misjudged this time? Among our fellow disciples, who isn't a cultivation genius? What exactly does Master see in this kid? Yu Shangrong shook his head and replied, How could you and I possibly guess Master's thoughts? But I can't understand what's so great about a puppet emperor. Chitsk, chitsk, Yu Zhenghai said with disdain.
Li Yunzheng had seen the cultivation of the 2 men, and was very respectful. He boldly said, 2 senior uncles? In fact, I'm not as bad as you think.
Yu Zhenghai nodded and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Your words are reminiscent of me back in the day. Study hard in the future, don't disgrace the Nether sect. Yu Shangrong shook his head and walked towards the Yang pool treasures.
Listening to eldest brother brag is not as good as seeing what's in the Yang pool. Seeing that Yu Zhenghai was easy to talk to, Li Yunzheng timidly approached him and asked softly, Senior uncle, can you tell me what my master is like? Is he male or female? Is his appearance beautiful or what?
Yu Zhenghai burst out laughing. Beautiful?
Your master's name is Si Wu Yai, the seventh disciple of the Nether Sect, and also the most intelligent among the fellow disciples.
He has a very comprehensive overall view and a unique perspective.
Seventh brother once said that my
Azure Jade Blade is the best in the world. Saying this, Yu Zhenghai glanced at Yu Shangrong not far away, and sure enough, he saw Yu Shangrong frowning. So Yu Zhenghai corrected himself.
Of course, except for master.
My master is so awesome? Li Yunzheng listened with relish.
Yu Zhenghai continued.
Your master reads a lot of books, has extensive knowledge, and is proficient in astronomy and geography.
When you meet him, you better not brag that you've read a lot of books and know everything.
What's my master's cultivation like? Li Yunzheng asked. No need to mention this, your master doesn't make a living through cultivation.
Yu Zhenghai waved his hand.
Yu Shangrong ignored the two and followed Xie Changqiu to look around at what was in the yang pool. When he saw a pool containing purple stones, he asked doubtfully, Master Xie, what is this?
Xie Changqi said,
Purple crystal stone is one of the very important materials for reforging weapons. Ah, right. Is there hope for Second Sir's longevity sword to be reforged? Yu Shangrong's heart stirred slightly, and he asked, To reforge a weapon, what else is needed besides purple crystal stone? There are also some auxiliary materials needed. These things are not important and easy to find.
First, the longevity sword must be melted down. So a wasteland-grade furnace that can withstand high temperatures is also needed. At the same time, there must be a cultivator with extremely strong cultivation to prevent the temperature from corroding it. And it is best if this cultivator is also proficient in formations to inscribe runes on the sword.
It's a pity that there are too few people who can meet these conditions, Xie Changqiu said.
Yu Shangrong nodded.
Some things cannot be forced. Just let nature take its course.
Second Sir's broad-mindedness will definitely allow him to reach a higher level in swordsmanship. Xie Changqi praised.
Thank you.
At the same time, Lu Zhou and Nie Qingyun had returned to the main hall on the main peak.
Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe were lying on stretchers, covered in blood.
Seeing Lu Zhou enter, the two tried to raise their heads.
Senior Lu.
Lu Zhou waved his hand.
Spare the formalities.
Yao Qingquan looked embarrassed.
Senior Lu, please save the hallmaster. The hallmaster was captured by Yu Chenshu.
After speaking, he coughed violently.
Vu immediately ran over. Let me treat you guys.
She reached out her hand. A red ball of energy appeared in her palm and flew toward the two.
After being healed by Yu Vu, their complexions improved slightly, and their breathing became less labored.
Yu Vu said unhappily.
One more time. Then, she continuously cast the red ball more than 10 times.
Before Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe could fully recover, her pretty face turned red, and she was panting heavily, seemingly having exhausted almost all of her vital energy.
Miss Yu Vu, don't waste your energy. This is karma fire. You can't handle this stuff,
Yao Qingquan said.
Yu Vu stomped her foot in frustration. She really was out of options.
Qi Fengheng scratched his head embarrassedly and said, My junior sister's cultivation isn't high. She only knows this seated forgetting technique for healing. Sorry for the poor show.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. How many leaves has the seated forgetting technique unlocked? Qi Fengheng immediately replied.
Senior Lu, she is a 2-leaf cultivator and the most promising genius in Heavenly Willow Sect.
Not bad, Lu Zhou commented. It's rare to have such a kind heart. With that, Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a blue lotus appeared in his palm, causing everyone's eyes to reveal envy.
The blue lotus emanated a rich life force, which everyone present could clearly feel. For a while, everyone speculated about who the hell Senior Lu actually was. Could there be a blue lotus domain in this world? As each blue lotus landed on Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe, and when the blue lotus bloomed, Lu Zhou sensed a raging fire burning within their bodies. This karma fire was several times stronger than the Blood Sun Asura formation. This was the karma fire of a 10-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou thought doubtfully and continued to increase the power of the extraordinary in the blue lotus. Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe felt their bodies become cool and refreshed. The raging karma fire within them was enveloped by the blue lotus and extinguished in an instant. The complexions of both of them immediately became much more relaxed.
Thank you, Senior Lu. Although the karma fire has been extinguished, you still need to continue to recuperate,
Lu Zhou instructed.
Yes. Tell me, what exactly happened? With Xikong Baichen's abilities, even if he couldn't defeat Yu Chenshu, he shouldn't have been captured by him, right?
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked.
Yao Qingquan sighed. He has the imprisoning heaven seal. The imprisoning heaven seal? Everyone present revealed surprised expressions. Nie Qingyun spoke up to explain. Senior Lu, The imprisoning heaven seal has a very big background. In the past, over 100 geniuses from the Nine Heavens Pavilion constantly researched the outside world. They created many types of weapons, and the imprisoning heaven seal was one of the weapons they were most proud of. Rumor has it, it's the weapon closest to the Hong grade. No wonder. No wonder. What are the characteristics of the imprisoning heaven seal? Lu Zhou asked. Ni Qingyun shook his head. I've only heard people talk about it. I don't know the specifics. What does it look like? What is its effect? Everyone immediately turned to look at Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe. Yao Qingquan said, the imprisoning heaven seal is green and looks like a jade seal. When activated, it expands like a net covering the sky, and when it falls to the ground, it becomes an unbreakable cage. Pavilion Master Sikong suffered because of this thing, and was completely bound by the imprisoning heaven seal. Yao Qingquan recounted with lingering fear in her heart. The imprisoning heaven seal is extremely OP, somewhat similar to the four-direction seal, but the four-direction seal only has the effect of suppression and defense, mainly for support, while the imprisoning heaven seal has the aura of moving mountains and filling seas. Its power is extremely domineering. Ni Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, Sikong, you old thief! He is, after all, a famous 10-leaf cultivator, and his combat experience is abundant. It shouldn't be that easy for the imprisoning heaven seal to capture Sikong, the old thief. Yao Qingquan sighed. Relying solely on the imprisoning dragon seal is indeed not enough to capture the Hallmaster. But Yu Chenchao also wields karma fire, plus his 10-leaf cultivation. He battled the Hallmaster for quite some time. The two leveled over 10 mountain peaks. The entire forest in the east was engulfed in a sea of flames. In the end, the Hallmaster exhausted all his strength. Karma fire is truly OP. In such an exhausted state, the imprisoning dragon seal was finally able to imprison him. Zhao Jianghe added, Senior Lu, the imprisoning dragon seal is extremely dangerous. Anyone bound by it will be unable to mobilize their primal qi, and their cultivation will be suppressed. Ni Qingyun frowned. Sikong Baichen was captured by Yu Chenchao, so the Nine Serenities Hall is at its weakest right now? Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe didn't trust Ni Qingyun, and could only look to Lu Zhou for help. Lu Zhou asked them, how did you escape? HMPH. Zhao Jianghe coughed, clutching his chest. The imprisoning dragon seal imprisoned the Hallmaster. The two of us risked our lives to escape. If not for the Hallmaster stalling for time, besides this.
What other tricks does Yu Chenchao have up his sleeve?
Yao Qingquan shook her head. It's shameful. We were only able to force him to use karma fire and the imprisoning dragon seal. The elders who went with him didn't even make a move. Ni Qingyun said solemnly, I didn't expect Yu Chenchao to be so powerful. Saying this, Ni Qingyun turned and clasped his hands to Lu Zhou. This Yu Chenchu is using measures to cut off our alliance's hands and feet. If that's really the case, it will be Yunshan's turn sooner or later. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, thinking, Yu Chenchao must still have self-preservation methods. I can't directly go and challenge him. Could I use a disguise card to sneak into Tianwu Academy, then throw out a fatal strike card? Is anything ever that simple? During this period, cultivators of 9 leaves and above are not allowed to leave Yunshan without permission.
Lu Zhou ordered. Ni Qingyun nodded, and the Yunshan elders bowed in response.
Yes. Lu Zhou turned to instruct Yao Qingquan. Inform the remaining 3 chief seats of the Nine Serenities Hall. Do not act rashly. If Yu Chenchao doesn't kill Sikong Baichen, we can still save him. This guy probably wants to use Sikong Baichen as bait. Yes, Yao Qingquan hurriedly replied. He knows the Nine Serenities Hall can only rely on Senior Lu now. What if Yu Chenchou takes this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Nine Serenities Hall? Don't worry, the Nine Serenities Hall has a grand formation protecting it. If a fight really breaks out, no one can do anything to you for the time being. If Yu Chenchu dares to show his face, this old man will definitely capture him with my own hands.
Hearing this, Yao Qingquan and Zhao Jianghe immediately knelt before Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou frowned, waving his hand with Gang Qi to lift them up. Real men stand tall, kneeling at every turn. What kind of behavior is that? The two struggled to stand up, bowing deeply. Thank you for your great kindness and virtue, Senior Lu.
Lu Zhou turned his head and said to Nie Qingyun, order someone to re-examine the Yunshan Grand Formation.
Yes. Ni Qingyun quickly ordered the Grand Formation to be re-examined. Returning to his room, Lu Zhou opened the system interface. Merit points, 17,440 points. Remaining lifespan, 29,730 days. Items. Peak Trial Card X1. Heavenly Deo Personnel X1. Fatal Strike Card X1. Damage Immunity Card X1. Fatal Block Ends 1338. Passive. Disguise Card X1. Taishu Mirror Face Changing Card X3. Glimmering Stone X2. Refining House X1. Reversal Card X77 Mount. By Z. Red Lotus Realm Beyond. Gei Liang is resting. Qiang Qi. Dang Kang is arriving at the Devil Sky Pavilion. Weapons. Nameless. Jade Whisk, Judge's Pen, 9 Profound Brocade Sifangji, Violet Glazed Trident. It's a pity. There are too few main item cards. If I had known this, I would have tried not to spend item cards in the Golden Lotus realm, and instead focused on improving my cultivation. Recalling the scene of the Black Lotus appearing in the memory crystal ball, Lu Zhou believed that the Black Lotus was an even more terrifying race of cultivators. If he encounters these people, even if a Fatal Strike card is worth a fortune, he can only helplessly wait for death. Learn from your mistakes. Now in the Red Lotus realm, Lu Zhou should limit the use of Fatal Strike cards as much as possible. Yu Chen Chou, if I use the Heavenly Eye Divine Power, can I spy on this guy? Might as well give it a try. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, chanting the Heavenly Book incantation. Blue light appeared before his eyes. Target cannot be observed. The host's current authority can only see those who crippled him. I thought I could see anyone? Si Kong Baichen, Lu Zhou once again recited the incantation. Blue light appeared before his eyes, and extraordinary power was quickly drained away.
Lu Zhou saw a piece of darkness. A little bit of light shone down on Si Kong Baichen's head. His hands were bound by shackles. His hair was disheveled on his face, full of exhaustion.
Clang. The sound of chains dragging on the floor echoed nearby. Yo, newbie? Did that old geezer trick you into this place too? Newbie, why so quiet? Spit it out already. It was still pitch black. Lu Zhou stopped using his divine power. It drained his extraordinary power too fast, and the observation range was too limited anyway.
Where is this place? Lu Zhou fell into contemplation. He knew too little about the Heavenly Martial Institution. Even seeing Xiang Kong Baichen, he didn't know where he was.
But at least he could confirm Si Kong Baichen was still alive.
During this time, Lu Zhou's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of 9 leaves. In about 10 days, he would be able to try opening the 10th leaf. Seeing he had 77 reversal cards left, Lu Zhou used 20 of them right away. An extremely powerful life force rapidly gathered on the mountain peak. Ni Qingyun and the others who were sorting out the pile of yang treasures outside suddenly looked up. This is... Ni Qingyun's gaze was complicated. Sect leader Ni, don't be too sensitive. Senior Lu often does this.
Senior Lu just used the Blue Lotus? If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the cultivation methods for the Blue Lotus. Xia Changqi, who was standing next to him, explained. Blue Lotus? Ni Qingyun asked. Pavilion Master Xia, are you saying Senior Lu really comes from the Golden Lotus domain?
Sect leader Nie. Although my cultivation is not high, far inferior to yours, I have some advice.
I don't know if I should say it or not.
Please speak, don't hesitate. Experts have their own quirks. Senior Lu's cultivation is unfathomable. We should treat him calmly, and especially never question his cultivation. It's taboo.
Of course, if Senior Luca is willing to impart his cultivation insights, that would be another matter. Whether he's from the Golden Lotus, Red Lotus, or Blue Lotus, as long as he's doing things that benefit us, why should we care if we accidentally cross Senior Lu's line? Xia Changqi smiled and didn't continue. Ni Qingyun clasped his hands and said, Thank you for the reminder, Pavilion Master Xia. Xia Changqi nodded. The disciples of Heavenly Willow Pavilion have been bothering Sect leader Ni during this time. Ni Qingyun laughed heartily and said, If Pavilion Master Xia doesn't mind, just treat Cloud Mountain as your home. We should communicate and strengthen our relationship often. Thank you. Xia Changqi finished speaking and turned to leave. This is the benefit of having a strong backer. Watching Xia Changqi's back, Ni Qingyun felt that this person was talented, with a very direct and clear vision. On the other hand, if I could have seen through these things from the start, I wouldn't have been slapped twice by Senior Lu.
Thinking about it, I was indeed too old-fashioned. At this time, the mountain peak where Lu Zhou was located continued to gather a huge amount of life force. Ni Qingyun lowered his head and worked, not thinking about it anymore. Lu Zhou continuously used 20 reversal cards, each reversing 600 days of lifespan, totaling more than 30 years. His body's functions became more supple, and there were a few more silver strands in his hair.
With 57 cards left, Lu Zhou didn't continue to use them, but saved them for later. Perhaps the reversal cards would increase in value. Lifespan. Remaining lifespan. 23,130 days, approximately 635 years. Draw a lottery. Consume 50 merit points. Consume 110 luck points. Obtain Fatal Block X50. Shimmering Stone X1. Lu Zhou couldn't help but be suspicious. Fatal Block? Already 1338 cards? Could it be that this old man has to die 1338 times in the future? Lu Zhou frowned. What trash cards? If this old man is invincible, this thing is useless. How long has it been since I even used one? Lu Zhou closed the lottery interface and began to enter a state of comprehension of the Heavenly Book. At the same time, in the underground house of the Heavenly Martial Institution, Yu Chenshu walked in slowly with his hands behind his back, followed respectfully by a disciple holding a lantern. Looking at Sikong Baichen tied up in the cell with a dilapidated appearance that he couldn't bear to look at, Yu Chenshu couldn't help but shake his head. With this level of ability, you couldn't kill Chen Beijian? Haha, Sikong Baichen laughed hoarsely. We are all people from the Red Lotus domain, why do we need to kill each other?
Sikong Baichen, you should understand this principle. Tell me, what benefits did that Li Fan offer you that made you so determined? Yu Chenshu's face didn't change as he spoke. Yu Chenshu, if you have the guts, release the confinement imprint. Let's have a fair fight, and let you see if I have the ability to kill Chen Beijian. Sikong Baichen laughed loudly. You are, after all, the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace, famous throughout the world. How can you be so naive?
There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Yu Chenshu mercilessly hit back. Do you think I only have the confinement imprint?
Sikong Baichen didn't answer.
At this time, laughter suddenly came from the cell opposite. Newbie, you are really naive. Old thief Yu has so many tricks, especially those despicable and low-down ones.
Yu Chenshu, you really are discarding the old for the new, catching a newbie, and not bothering to chat with us anymore as
Release me! Yu Chenshu suddenly shouted. Shut up! Sound waves rolled out, suppressing the entire basement.
Ouch, you scared me to death. Your mouth is still as stinky as before, stinky to death.
Pui! 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 Don't let me out, otherwise I will definitely chop off your limbs. Oh no, chop off your limbs, haha, and then put them in a jar of wine to soak and drink.
Yu Chenshu turned around and released a palm strike. The palm print carried karma fire and pierced through the darkness, hitting a prisoner with a ferocious and extremely dirty face. Boom! After that, the space became quiet again. Sikong Baichen only had time to see that the other person was as thin as a stick, with a haggard face like a ghost.
The Salvation Institution. He was shocked. Yu Chenshu didn't bother with that person anymore. The guy named Li Fan from the Golden Lotus domain has sneaked into the Imperial Palace and contacted the little emperor. I know more than you think. You better confess honestly. You want to learn about Senior Li Fan?
Sikong Baichen laughed again. He can kill Chen Beijian, Chen Tiandao, Ye Zhen. His cultivation is truly unfathomable.
It is rumored that he has opened a fate star. Is this true? Yu Chenshu asked. Knowing the answer, why bother asking?
The sound of chains rattling echoed again in the cells on both sides of the corridor. Someone has opened a fate star.
Really opened a fate star. Too good. Come here quickly. Come and save this dark world. Cleanse it.
We must offer the best women to him
to improve the bloodline of the Red Lotus domain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Opening a fate star requires 1,500 years of lifespan.
This kind of high-level ferocious beast has long left the Honglian realm. There's no way to find them, and no way to get this kind of high-level life heart.
Yu Chenshu, you better tell me, what the hell happened?
Hearing these words, Sikong Baichen was sure that these people were the genius lunatics of the Jutian Institute back in the day. Sikong Baichen looked up at Yu Chenshu.
So that's it, the people from the Jutian Institute are imprisoned here by you, Yu Chenshu said indifferently. From now on, you are one of them. You will be imprisoned here until you die of old age. If you cooperate with me, I will consider letting you go.
Sikong Baichen smiled contemptuously.
Then let me tell you the truth. Senior Lu has really unlocked his destiny. Yu Chenshu, I can feel the anxiety in your heart. Yu Chenshu's eyelids twitched slightly, and his 5 fingers clenched tightly. After so many years, do you think I haven't prepared for this?
So what if he unlocked his destiny?
If he dares to come, I will take his life.
Pui, delusional trash. Sikong Baichen spat. Yu Chenshu shook his head and replied, if you want to be arrogant, you have to have the qualifications, and I am qualified.
He slowly turned around, put his hands behind his back, and said to the madmen, Destiny. I think you guys must have a way to deal with someone who has unlocked their destiny, right? The sound of chains echoed in the darkness, but no one answered him. A week later, Lu Zhou stood in the courtyard practicing Tai Chi, coincidentally seen by a passing Yunshan disciple.
3 more days and I can start unlocking the 10th leaf. Lu Zhou calculated the time. The sea of qi in his danshin was gradually saturated. He stopped exercising and turned to go into the room. In the next 3 days, Lu Zhao's Tai Chi movements became the object of study for everyone. One disciple even demonstrated for Ni Qingyun, and he himself practiced for 2 days without seeing any effect. It seems that Headmaster Jia was right. High-level cultivators all have strange hobbies. It's better not to be curious. I've never heard of this kind of cultivation method. I can only blame myself for being too ignorant to comprehend the essence of it. At this time, a disciple entered the main hall and bowed to report to Sect leader Nie. Senior Lu said not to approach his mountain peak for the next few days.
He said you should protect His Majesty yourself. The Grand Senior and Second Senior have already been called into the courtyard by Senior Lu.
I understand,
Ni Qingyun replied. Invite His Majesty to the main peak. Yes. Receiving the order, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were also very puzzled. Unclear why their master had called them back. Arriving in front of Lu Zhao's room, the two bowed and paid their respects outside the door. This disciple greets master. I had an epiphany during cultivation, and I need to cultivate in seclusion for the next few days. You two will protect me, Lu Zhao's voice floated out. We obey your orders, the two replied. I hope you two can learn a lot of knowledge. Call Yanker and He Luo over then, Lu Zhao instructed. Yes. Lu Zhao also hoped that the good teacher and beneficial friend and the teacher of all ages could play a role when he truly unlocked the 10th leaf, so his disciples would surely gain something. That afternoon, in a spacious and bright room, Lu Zhao's Dantian Qi Si finally reached a state of saturation. The effect of the purple glazed glass was very good. Lu Zhao opened his eyes, suddenly feeling the vicissitudes of life.
He had been in the Honglian realm for a long time. Just crossing the endless sea took a month. Then Tianliu Pass, the Nine Heavens Palace, and now Yunshan. Lu Zhao had successfully attracted the attention of the imperial court and the Tianwu Academy.
The Golden Lotus realm is safe with his disciples guarding it. It's time to unlock the 10th leaf.
During this time in Yunshan, Lu Zhao often chatted with Xikong Baichen and Ni Qingyun, gaining a lot of insights into unlocking the 10th leaf.
Of course, these insights only apply to the Honglian realm, and may not be useful for the Golden Lotus realm.
Therefore, Lu Zhou had to confirm one thing. Does unlocking the 10th leaf absorb lifespan? Lu Zhao could feel his disciples' cultivation getting closer and closer to his own. The effect of the seeds of the Great Void is truly extraordinary. Holy crap, if he still can't beat his disciples, then there's nothing to say. Lu Zhao stretched out his hand, and a miniature golden lotus 9-leaf Dharma body appeared, with golden flames burning fiercely below.
Immediately afterward, Lu Zhao began to mobilize the primal qi in his Dantian Qi Si, and circles of golden energy appeared around the Dharma body, then fell onto the Golden Lotus.
This is a very common method of unlocking leaves that cultivators in the Golden Lotus realm have used from the 1st leaf to the 8th leaf.
In the sky, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai looked at each other. What is Master up to again? Yu Zhenghai asked with confusion. This is a special energy resonance sound. Perhaps someone is unlocking a leaf. Master is already at 10th leaf. Could it be that he wants to unlock the 11th leaf? Yu Zhenghai exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yu Shangrong smiled. 11th leaf? I just made it up. Perhaps it will be a heavenly realm breakthrough. They have no experience in cultivation at this level, and can only guess.
Yu Shangrong didn't comment but said, Excuse me, senior brother, for guarding the area for a while. I'll go call the 2 junior sisters.
Go ahead. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand. A moment later, Yan He led He Luo over. Greetings, senior brother. The two bowed at the same time. Don't be so polite.
9th junior sister, your aura has become much stronger recently, Yu Zhenghai praised.
Yan'er smiled and said, I'm about to advance to the 8th leaf, but I'm still far behind senior brother and second senior brother. With your talent, you will definitely catch up with us. No need to rush. Senior brother will have to rely on you in the future. Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. Senior brother is teasing me again. Oh, primal qi is forming ripples, and resonance sounds are spreading from Master's direction. What's he doing? Yanser asked curiously. Let's just protect him, Yu Zhenghai said. Junior sister Yanser and He Luo protect him from below. All right? Second apprentice, you and I will guard the east and west sides. Let junior bro choose first. West, Yu Shangrong replied. After speaking, the 4 scattered, each taking their position. Any birds that dared approach would be brutally slain by the 2 bros in the sky.
Lu Zhao was completely focused on activating the 10th leaf, with rings of energy cascading down onto the Golden Lotus.
Sadly, the Golden Lotus showed absolutely 0 signs of blooming. Lu Zhao shook his head. What a drag! The Golden Lotus's transformation was slow AF. At this rate, activating the 10th leaf would take even longer than activating the 9th. Good thing this time, opening the leaf didn't drain too much vital energy. After half an hour, the Golden Lotus spun faster and faster, but still no difference, no sign of blooming. What the hell is the problem? Lu Zhao frowned, thinking. If this leaf activation fails, I'll lose all my damn face. Another half hour passed, and the sun was setting. Still nothing. If the Golden Lotus needed to absorb lifespan to bloom, Lu Zhao would have noticed. But, nada, zip, zilch. Lu Zhao casually waved his hand, and the Golden Lotus returned to its original speed. Lu Zhao chilled out, adjusting his mindset. At this moment, Lu Zhao suddenly remembered the last time, when Ye Zhen activated his leaf. Back then, Ye Zhen was under immense pressure from Lu Zhou. He didn't resist, and the Red Lotus didn't pour energy into it. Nor did he deliberately urge the Red Lotus to bloom, yet the leaf activation still succeeded. Could it be that no energy is needed? Like a ripe melon falling off the vine, Just go with the flow?
Lu Zhou had an epiphany, so he started experimenting. He withdrew all the energy from the golden lotus. Sure enough, the golden lotus continued to spin as usual, at a moderate pace.
Lu Zhou nodded slightly. The Tao of cultivation. All rivers flow into the sea. So too with the golden lotus. And the red lotus is the same. Besides the difference in color, everything else is identical.
At this moment, Lu Zhao's golden lotus produced a feeling. Vital force. The golden lotus gained vitality. The 9 lotus leaves shone with dazzling brilliance.
Like planting a tree, watering must be measured. Too much or too little will kill it. For the golden lotus, energy is like water. So that's it.
Lu Zhou finally saw hope and continued to maintain the leaf activation. Wisps of energy rose, and the golden flames incinerated them, making it look like rising kitchen smoke. The smoke drifted out of the window, merging into the sky. Birds began to appear. Yu Shengrong looked up at the dozens of birds flocking towards the mountain peak, but they were all blocked by the Yun Mountain Grand Formation. Movement. Yu Zhenghai flew towards the eastern horizon. Master might attract fierce beasts. Be careful. Yu Shengrong nodded and flew towards the western horizon. More and more fierce beasts were gathering. Yu Shengrong telepathically told Yu Zhenghai, eldest brother, watch out for giant beasts.
Don't worry too much. With Maester here, even 10th leaf giant beasts are no match for him, Yu Zhenghai replied. They always assumed that Master was already a 10th leaf fake cultivator. From Yezhen to Chen Tiandu, Chen Beichen, Xikong Baichen, who wasn't a loser under his hands? In the courtyard below, Yanji sensed an extremely dense life force and pulled Hai Luo, hurry, junior sister, quickly sit down and cultivate.
Yes.
The two sat cross-legged in the air outside the courtyard, enjoying the extra benefits bestowed by their master. Lu Zhao's guess was confirmed. Activating the 10th leaf indeed doesn't require urging. Going with the flow is the truth. The only requirement is that one's cultivation must reach the peak of great perfection. That time, Ye Zhen could enter the leaf activation state at any time during the battle. He must have mastered some kind of special method.
Killed him. What a pity. We should have imprisoned and interrogated him.
Another half-hour passed, and the fierce birds and beasts in the sky became more and more numerous. In the main hall, Ni Qingyun and Emperor Li Yunzheng were chatting happily when a disciple ran in to report, Sect leader, there's a big commotion at Senior Lu's place.
Commotion?
He once ordered that, unless something special happened, Senior Lu Kuo should not be disturbed.
Are there fierce beasts?
Ni Qingyun stood up abruptly and turned to Li Yunzheng. Your Majesty, I must go and see.
I'll go with you.
Li Yunzheng had rarely left the palace for a long time, so he was extremely curious about everything outside, and would naturally not miss this good opportunity.
Your Majesty, be careful. Ni Qingyun waved his hand and flew towards Yun Mountain Platform with Li Yunzheng.
Yun Mountain Platform had an excellent view, and could observe all 12 mountain peaks. At this time, the 5 elders of Yun Mountain also flew over. Sect leader, what happened?
Ni Qingyun said. You go there and assist Senior Lu. Yes. The 5 elders stepped into the air and flew away.
Li Yunzheng hurriedly asked, Master, is something wrong? Your Majesty, don't worry. I'm just preventing any accidents.
Usually, fierce beasts rarely appear in Yun Mountain.
Only when a 9th leaf appears do fierce beasts come. But this time, Ni Qingyun looked at the mountain peak with a complicated expression. It seems that Senior Lu is activating a leaf. Activating a leaf? Does Master want to activate the 11th leaf?
Li Yunzheng scratched his head.
Ni Qingyun laughed. Judging from the fluctuations of aura, this should be 10th leaf activation, but this is not in accordance with common sense. From 1st leaf to 8th leaf, one can activate leaves multiple times to solidify the realm, but from 9th leaf onwards, this method no longer works.
How can Senior Lu do it?
Li Yunzheng also laughed. Even a 10th leaf like you doesn't know, so how would I know? At this moment, from the distant horizon, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared, rolling towards them.
Li Yunzheng, who had read many poems and books and memorized various fierce beasts, immediately pointed and said, It's Wu Nyong.
Ni Qingyun frowned. Please return, Your Majesty. This place is not safe. Without waiting for Li Yunzheng to refuse, Ni Qingyun immediately grabbed him and flew towards the 4th mountain peak.
Xia Chengqi and Meng Chengdong stepped forward to greet him. Nie Qingyun instructed, Demonic beasts have appeared in Yinshan. I must deal with them. You guys protect His Majesty. With that, Nie Qingyun swiftly flew towards the 3rd mountain peak. Meng Chengdong, being the most powerful among them, quickly stood beside Li Yunzheng. With me protecting His Majesty, it's enough. You guys support Senior Lu at any time.
Everyone nodded immediately. At this moment, the massive black cloud containing countless beasts was closing in.
Yu Zhenghai looked at Yu Shengrong.
The situation is not good. Are you scared, bro? Yu Shengrong smiled indifferently. What's there to be afraid of in this situation?
Yu Shengrong lowered his head and instructed.
Ninth junior sister. Protect little junior sister well. Yes. With that, sword energy appeared in Yu Shangrong's palm, and he flew towards the swarm of beasts like a tide. Yu Zhenghai also quickly wielded the jade green blade, and two nine-leaf dharmakayas appeared, forming a wall to block the demonic beasts, sword and blade energy slashing wildly. Clang clang clang. Yu Shangrong suddenly laughed. Eldest senior brother, look at this. Yu Shangrong waved his hand, and a strand of sword energy flew towards the sky. Swish! The sword energy suddenly split continuously, and in an instant, the sky was filled with nearly 60,000 strands of sword energy. The corpses of the demonic beasts fell like rain. To be able to do this without a weapon, truly rare, Yu Zhenghai praised. The jade green blade also flew out, unleashing monarchical world upon descent, blade energy swirling and slashing, countless demonic beasts being cut down. Immediately after, 10,000 blade energies transformed into giant dragons, plunging into the middle of the beast swarm. Wherever the giant dragons went, corpses of demonic beasts rained down. How's that water dragon chant? Yu Zhenghai asked with a smile. To be able to use water dragon chant immediately after displaying monarchical world upon descent, truly the best, Yu Shangrong replied. Ni Qingyun, having just flown not far away, heard the two of them praising each other's asses, and felt extremely puzzled. Aren't these two top disciples of Senior Lu always at odds with each other? Sect leader Nikkei. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai turned to look at him simultaneously. Ni Qingyun looked at the demonic beasts falling like rain, and awkwardly said, Seems like I'm not needed anymore. Just then, the swarm of beasts suddenly split into two sides, revealing a giant beast as large as a huge carriage, sluggishly standing in the middle. Its face was rough like tree bark, it looked like an owl. The beast had 4 eyes and 2 extremely large ears. Its whole body exuded an extremely powerful aura of life. Yu Shangrong calmly said, I'm afraid this time things are really not good. No matter what it is, let's just kill it first. The two brothers soared into the sky, summoning their dharmakayas of blade and sword energy, launching a joint attack on the beast. The beast cried out in pain, Gru gru! The deep sound carried sound attacks that made eardrums ache, and the smaller beasts were shaken to the point of fleeing in all directions. The beast opened its scarlet-red mouth and lunged towards the two. If you want to eat me, see if you have the ability. Yu Zhenghai unleashed monarchical world upon descent. Yu Shangrong's figure flickered and appeared on the beast's head, stabbing down with sword energy. Clang! The sword energy was shattered in half. Yu Shangrong's arm trembled, and he flew backward through the air. Damn, it's really tough. Too bad the everlasting sword is gone. The beast, enraged, immediately attacked the two, its body so large it looked like a mountain. Ni Qingyun said in a deep voice, Let me. He continuously cast 2 great divine abilities. Arriving above the demonic beast, the heavenly soul blade appeared and slashed down. Beast, eat my blade. Boom! The recoil sent the heavenly soul blade flying out of Ni Qingyun's hand. This beast is really sturdy. Ni Qingyun caught the heavenly soul blade and flew in front of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. We must find its weakness. At the same time, a few miles away from Yunshan on a small hillside, several cultivators were standing and observing the giant beast, their faces showing shock. A fate beast! Quickly relay the message. Say that a fate beast has appeared on Yunshan. Yes, boss. What is a fate beast? It's been a long time since a demonic beast of this type has appeared in the Crimson Lotus realm. It is said that opening fate requires at least 1,000, or even hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. This type of demonic beast has a very powerful life aura, and can provide a life heart of up to 1,500 years. So it is called a fate beast. But there are experts on Yunshan. Just transmitting the information is enough. The Heavenly Martial Institute has given us the task of monitoring Yunshan. Any movements must be reported clearly. Quickly send a flying letter. The Heavenly Martial Institute has been searching for fate beasts all these years. They should be very happy to receive this information. After the leader finished speaking, he looked up at the giant beast in the sky, muttering, Yunshan, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch it. But where did this fate beast come from anyway? Standing on the hillside, it wasn't very clear, so he flew up a towering tree to observe. Could it be from the Heavenly Wheel mountain range? Did the beast fly from the west? There are no large forests there. Crossing the Heavenly Wheel mountain range would lead to the territory of the alien races. But that's too far. It would take quite a bit of time for the beast to fly here. So where did it come from? Boss, I've sent the flying letter. The subordinate flew over to report. Good, boss, there's something I can't figure out. Say it quickly, don't waste my time. The subordinate asked. If the Heavenly Martial Institute knows that opening fate requires 1500 years of lifespan, then why don't they just kill many other giant beasts to gather enough lifespan, and why do they insist on having a fate beast?
As soon as he finished speaking, the leader turned around and stared at him. You must think you're the only smart one in the world.
All the geniuses of the Heavenly Martial Institute are not as good as you.
Get lost.
Yes, getting lost right away, the subordinate said in a panic. After the subordinate left, the leader scratched his head and said to himself, "That's true, huh? Why is that?" At Tianwu Academy, a disciple entered the Holy Rite Hall, bowing and saying, "Headmaster Yun Shan is in trouble.
Heard they discovered a destiny beast."
The elders were immediately shocked, looking towards the disciple.
Destiny beast? Are you sure?
Mo Bunyan stepped in front of him, asking sternly.
Fei Shu indeed said so.
The follower claimed to have witnessed Yun Shan's experts besieging a giant beast without being able to do anything.
This beast has a colossal body and extremely strong defense. The elders exchanged glances, then looked at Yu Chenshu.
Headmaster, what should we do? Mo Bunyan asked. Each destiny beast has different abilities.
If Fei Shu is telling the truth, then it's a defense-type destiny beast,
Yu Chenshu calmly replied. I have a question. Why is it that no one asks about the insights and experiences of opening destiny marks anymore?
Times have changed.
Heaven and earth have also changed. 20,000 years ago, opening a destiny mark only required 1,000 years of lifespan, but now it requires 1,500 years. This is the result of research by the Zhu Academy. Therefore, most of the previous experiences and insights must be reconsidered. Their value is almost gone, an elderly elder said with emotion. Why must we use the life heart of a destiny beast?
Jian Tingzhong asked.
If we use a life heart with defensive abilities to open a destiny mark, we will obtain a defense-type destiny mark. If we use a normal life heart, the failure rate is extremely high, and we won't gain any special abilities. Moreover, the life heart of a destiny beast is very special. You can go to the 3rd floor of the library to learn more about this, Mo Bunyan replied. The 3rd floor of Tianwu Academy's library is a secret place. Elders must be approved by the headmaster to enter. Not just anyone can go. Ancient records state that each cultivator has different talents, so the number of destiny marks that can be opened is also different. Is that really the case? As soon as this question was raised, Yu Chenshu raised his hand to stop it. Enough. The Holy Rite Hall was as silent as a tomb. The elders all looked at Yu Chenshu, no longer discussing. I didn't bring you here to discuss how to open destiny marks. Why don't I ever see you studying diligently like this on a daily basis? Now everyone's become a diligent and studious person. Yu Chenshu's gaze swept over each person. The elders quickly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Yu Chenshu slowly stood up. Bring out the complete map of the Great Tang. Yes. Before long, a disciple brought in the map and spread it out. This is a map encompassing the entire Honglian realm, including the Great Tang and various alien races and destiny beasts. Why did it appear in Yunshan? Where did it come from? The elders stood up, surrounding the map to observe. Mo Bunyan looked for a moment, then suddenly said, Yunshan is desolate, far from the great forests, and surrounded by many mountains and rivers. This is a human activity area. A destiny beast shouldn't have appeared here. Could it have flown from the endless sea? Impossible. The Ngung beast doesn't live in the sea. It's a typical land-dwelling ferocious beast, unless... Everyone looked at Mo Bunyan. Mo Bunyan approached the map, reaching out and pointing to a continuous mountain range. Tianlun Mountain Range. On Yunshan, the 3 of Yu Shangrong took turns attacking, only managing to draw a little blood from the young beast.
Provoked, the Ngung beast went berserk, its wings nearly shattering the surrounding trees, forcing Ni Qingyun to activate a barrier to keep it outside. The Ngung beast's attack power isn't too strong. It can't break the barrier in a short time, but the energy in the barrier is limited. We must quickly think of a way to drive it away, Ni Qingyun said. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ngung beast suddenly attacked the barrier directly. Boom! The barrier shook for a long time. This beast is going too far. It still wants to break in even like this. Let me handle it. Ni Qingyun leaped into the air. Let's go together, Yu Shangrong said as he flew up. The 3 divided into 3 directions, attacking the ferocious beast simultaneously. 2 9-leaf and 1 10-leaf Dharmakayas appeared, sword and saber auras filling the sky. The azure jade saber flew into mid-air, all the saber auras immediately converging to form a saber formation in the shape of a giant dragon. Water dragons roar! Ni Qingyun praised. I didn't expect Brother Yun to have such high comprehension, actually comprehending the move of Senior Lu. The saber aura emitted golden light. The dragon's head stabbed straight into the Ngung beast's chest. Grew! At this moment, Yu Shangrong also made an astonishing move. He appeared behind the Ngung beast's neck. The golden Dharmakaya was 15 zang tall, only a third of the Ngung beast's size, but it was enough.
Yu Shangshuang's Dharmakaya stretched out its arms, fiercely grabbing the Ngung beast's wings. 9 pieces of lotus leaf flew over, slashing at its body. Swing, swing, swing! Ni Qingyun's eyes widened again, exclaiming, "This is the first time in my life I've seen a Dharmakaya used like this. Is this a special method of the Golden Lotus realm? Ah! Why isn't there a Golden Lotus one?"
Yu Shangrong used his Dharmakaya to hold the Ngung beast's wings tightly, preventing it from rampaging, creating an opportunity for Yu Zhanghai and Ni Qingyun to focus their attacks. Saber auras rained down on the Ngung beast's chest. The Yunshan disciples were stunned.
If they didn't know better, anyone who saw this scene would think that the 3 fighting the Ngung beast were all 10-leaf from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Just how strong are they? These 2 disciples are 9-leaf, but they're no different from 10-leaf. Meng Changdong's gaze was extremely complicated. Li Yunzheng's eyes shone brightly, saying, "To be honest, I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing Master, Grand Senior Brother, and Second Senior Brother. They compete. No one submits to the other, but they all greatly admire my master. My master must be stronger than both of them. How can someone ranked 7th be stronger than the 1st and 2nd?
Meng Changdong felt it was unreasonable. Not necessarily. Li Yunzheng said, "The Tao of cultivation doesn't rely on age, it only values strength."
I heard from Headmaster Jia that the disciple the master favors the most isn't the eldest or 2nd senior brother.
Meng Changdong recalled seeing Cheng Huang sweep through the Honglian invaders when he contacted the Golden Lotus domain through the talisman. He nodded in agreement. Looks like becoming a Demon Heaven Pavilion guardian isn't so bad after all.
Boom! The immemorial beast suddenly spread its wings, its 4 eyes bulging, blood streaming down. It had completely gone berserk. Yu Zhanghai said, "Second junior brother, let it go. Be careful your Dharma body gets hurt."
Yu Shangrong nodded, soared into the air, and retracted his Dharma body. Freed, the immemorial beast let out a piercing screech. Grew!
Ni Qingyun laughed heartily. Who would have thought we could kill a destiny beast? After it's done raging, it'll enter a state of exhaustion. It won't be too late to kill it then.
Makes sense. Let's just avoid it for now.
Yu Zhanghai agreed. Just then, the immemorial beast suddenly turned its head, flapped its wings, flew high, and dove straight towards the 3 of them. Dodge! The 3 immediately split up. But the beast's target was the barrier. Boom! Jack, maintaining the barrier for too long, ran out of juice. The barrier cracked and gradually dissipated.
Ni Qingyun frowned. Crap! The barrier's broken! The immemorial beast flapped its wings, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse, then soared into the sky.
What's it planning? Ni Qingyun stared blankly. Is it trying to escape? Yu Zhanghai said in a deep voice. It can't escape. Just then, in the distance, a courtyard's roof was blown off. Lu Zhou, with his 9-leaf Dharma body covered in astral seals, soared high, unleashing a blue palm seal. The palm seal struck the beast's abdomen like lightning. Its defenses seemed useless. The palm seal immediately pierced through its stomach. Master! Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong were shocked. Senior Lu! The immemorial beast looked up at the old man who had just appeared. This old man radiated an intense life aura. It desperately wanted to devour him, but was also terrified. Although not as intelligent as humans, it possessed the most basic instinct of a beast. Fear. The immemorial beast screamed miserably and turned to flee. But seriously wounded, it wasn't as fast as before. Lu Zhou hovered in the sky, watching it. Don't let it escape. Ni Qingyun immediately echoed, I'll chase it, it won't get away. The 10-leaf Dharma body reappeared. Red lotus bloom. Ni Qingyun continuously unleashed great divine powers, appearing before the immemorial beast, and engaging in a fierce battle. Lu Zhou glanced at the Dharma body behind him. The leaf opening process was still underway, but Lu Zhou could feel that the golden lotus 9 leaves were saturated, just waiting for the ripe moment. Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong looked towards their master's Dharma body, lost in thought. The rotating golden lotus generated immense vitality. Although they didn't understand, cultivation sometimes didn't need to be so clear. They were captivated by the golden lotus and flames, falling into a state of immersion, as if they were opening their own leaves. Lu Zhou glanced at the 2, understanding. The paragon of teachers was working its magic, allowing his disciples to gain insights, so he didn't disturb them. With a flick of his hand, the unnamed appeared. Lu Zhou flew high and drew back the bowstring. Extraordinary power, combined with the desolate grade bow and arrow, created 4 cryon arrows that shot straight towards the immemorial beast, targeting its 4 eyes. Boom! The immemorial beast let out a mournful cry. It had completely lost its sight, blood streaming down its face. Despite its incredible defenses, its eyes weren't as tough as other parts. Senior Lu is so brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Ni Qingyun praised inwardly. Lu Zhou was assessing the immemorial beast's strength. Before, In the Blackwater Mystic Cave, he had to use a fatal strike card to kill Qiao.
Qiao's strength surpassed 9 leaves, approaching 10 leaves, while the immemorial beast before him was even 3 times stronger than Qiao.
Don't get too close, it's lost its sight, and can't run far, Lu Zhou said. Nie Qingyun nodded, observing from afar. Meanwhile, in a forest in the distance, a scouting team was astonished by the scene. Who is that? People from the Golden Lotus domain? Boss, should we get closer to observe? Get lost! Can't you see there are a lot of experts? That 10-leaf is probably Nie Qingyun. Those 2 9-leafs are that Luke's dogs. That old man who just arrived is a 9-leaf Golden Lotus marksman, and he's carrying Karma Fire, so he's probably one of that Luke's dogs too. If we go over there, we'll be shot full of holes by that marksman. Ugh. The boss is right. A marksman's long-range attack ability is the nightmare of low-level cultivators.
Transmit this information to Tianwu Academy. Old man Yu Chenshu finally has an opponent.
Yes. Lu Zhou held his breath, watching the immemorial beast struggling, its eyes fixed on Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai suddenly looked at Lu Zhou. It seems like Master has something attracting it. Yu Shangrong nodded. It can sense Master's vitality. Leave the rest to your disciple. You should go rest. Yu Zhenghai echoed. Second senior brother is right, Master. You don't need to take action. Your disciples and Nie Qingyun are enough.
The 3 of them definitely had enough ability to deal with the immemorial beast. But just then, the immemorial beast suddenly charged towards Lu Zhou, sensing that its only chance of survival was to devour this delicacy.
No! Nie Qingyun flashed and appeared before it, blocking it. Boom! The beast ignored him and forcibly collided.
Nie Qingyun had no choice but to dodge. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai simultaneously unleashed countless sword and blade auras, but the beast endured the attacks, covered in wounds, using all its strength to rush towards Lu Zhou. In the nick of time, Lu Zhou raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, sparing no extraordinary power to strike the immemorial beast. Boom! The 2 entered a state of combat, and extraordinary power was rapidly consumed.
The immemorial beast went crazy, ignoring how severely injured it was, refusing to let go of Lu Zhou. Just then, a crisp sound rang in his ear. Crack! Lu Zhou turned his head and saw that the Golden Lotus had expanded, creating space for the 10th lotus leaf to appear.
The 10-leaf Golden Lotus bloomed, and the Dharma body quickly extended 1 zang, 2 zang, 3 zang, finally soaring to 200 zang, touching the clouds. The Danshin and Sea of Qi were supplemented with powerful vital energy and cultivation, and the golden flames burned even more fiercely. The beast's aggression took a nosedive. It was trembling like a leaf. Liu Zhao retracted the blue staff with his left hand, and the nameless sword appeared in his right, a massive burst of sword qi enveloping it. The sword qi, 30 meters long and several meters wide, carrying golden flames, black runes, and an extraordinary power, pierced through the Ying beast. Swish! The flickering golden flames made the 2 zang tall avatar incredibly dazzling. Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with awe. As for Nie Qingyun and his crew, they immediately realized one fact. Senior Lu was finally going all out.
That sword was mind-blowing, clean and swift. The sword qi pierced the Ying beast's heart, making it forget to struggle. It didn't even have time to feel the pain, before realizing its life was fading fast.
Nie Qingyun, Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Shangrong were all impressed by the sword move, which was unadorned to the extreme, piercing the Ying beast as easily as stabbing tofu.
After a brief silence, the Ying beast let out a resounding screech. This time, its cry contained powerful sound waves, forcing everyone to retreat. Liu Zhou frowned. This destiny beast is more tenacious than he imagined. That sword used nearly half of his extraordinary power and still couldn't kill it. The Ying beast turned tail and ran, deciding to ditch the delicious meal and flee for its life. How could Liu Zhou let it get away? He quickly pursued it, using several great divine powers to block its path.
Gripping the nameless sword tightly with both hands, he slashed down, carrying all the remaining extraordinary power in his body. Swish! An even larger burst of sword qi appeared, slicing the Ying beast from its forehead down, splitting its body in 2. Nie Qingyun, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Zhenghai, standing not far away, were stunned by the scene. The Yunshan disciples, needless to say, had their mouths open even wider. Liu Zhao knew that chasing the Ying beast would take a lot of time, and others would notice. The longer it took, the more variables would arise, so he used all his extraordinary power to unleash a fatal sword strike. Only a swift victory would leave no trace. In the forest, the scouts were also speechless, staring dumbfounded at that earth-shattering sword strike. That's terrifying. So that's the 10-leaf karmic fire. Wait, what color is it? Sometimes blue, sometimes yellow. It's making my eyes water. I can't see clearly from this far away. I have to send a letter to the Heavenly Feather Academy immediately. Send what? Just give me some talismans. Why should I put in so much effort for them?
This is the 10-leaf karmic fire. Why are we messing with him? Stop looking. Retreat now. Boss, what color was it just now? Ouch, boss, my bad. Boom! With a loud sound, the Destiny Beast's body crashed to the ground. Ding! Killed the Destiny Beast Ying, earning 6,000 merit points. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. Ni Qingyun was even more in awe. They were both 10-leaf cultivators, but the difference between Senior Lu and him was like heaven and earth.
Congratulations, Senior Lu, on killing the Destiny Beast. Master. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhengkai clasped their hands.
Lu Zhou retracted his avatar and the nameless sword, landed to observe the Ying Beast's corpse, and began searching for the Heart of Life. Ni Qingyun said, "The Heart of Life should be in the heart's location, not necessarily. After beasts cultivate, they undergo mutations, becoming ferocious beasts, with much stronger internal organs and bones. The heart is the heart, but the Heart of Life is a condensed essence. The two cannot be equated," Lu Zhou explained. Understood. My bad, Ni Qingyun said shamefully. This is the first time in my life I've seen golden flames. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. What's the difference between it and red karmic fire? Yu Zhengkai asked. Red karmic fire looks like the normal flames we usually see, while golden karmic fire carries a sense of destruction.
It's hard to say which is stronger.
You have very little karmic fire to begin with. From Senior Lu's battle with Ye Zhen, I saw that the two types of karmic fire were similar. However, at that time, Senior Lu was suppressing his cultivation to 9 leaves. If you used 10-leaf karmic fire, Ye Zhen definitely wouldn't be a match, Ni Qingyun said. At this moment, Lu Zhou saw the Heart of Life emitting a red glow and waved his hand to collect it. Ding! Obtain the Heart of Life of the Destiny Beast Ying, can provide 1,500 years of life, help unlock Destiny ability, Destiny defense. Ni Qingyun's eyes lit up, looking at the tin touch in Lu Zhao's hand with longing.
Senior Lu, is that the Heart of Destiny? Lu Zhou nodded. It is indeed the Heart of Destiny. Congratulations, Senior Lu. Congratulations, Master. The three bowed in unison. Lu Zhou put away the Heart of Destiny, waved his hand, turned around, and flew back to Yunshan.
At the same time, in the Holy Rite Hall.
Headmaster! We've sent people to the Heavenly Wheel mountain range. In the eastern mountain ranges ravine, we've discovered traces of the Destiny Beast.
That's likely where it's hiding. The elders all looked delighted. This is good news. It's been so many years. It's time for a cultivator in the Red Lotus domain to unlock their destiny. Headmaster, I suggest we set out to the Heavenly Wheel mountain range right now. Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. The elders all echoed in agreement, but Yu Chenchu didn't answer this question and calmly asked, "Is there any news about the Ying Beast in Yunshan yet?"
Reporting to the headmaster, the scouts haven't sent back any letters. Our people have flown there to investigate,
Jian Tingjong said. Capturing a defensive Destiny Beast isn't easy. It's very likely that it's already escaped. If so, the Destiny Beast will definitely flee back to the ravine. Then we can't wait any longer. I propose that all the main force of the Heavenly Feather Academy set out to capture the Destiny Beast,
Jian Tingjong said in a deep voice. That won't do. The Heavenly Feather Academy must have a great cultivator stationed here. We can't all leave.
The Golden Lotus domain is currently launching a brazen invasion. We must be on guard against their sneak attacks. Someone spoke up. Yu Chenchu remained silent, lost in thought.
The elders in the Holy Rite Hall argued for a while without reaching a consensus, so everyone turned to await Yu Chenchu's decision.
Yu Chenchu said, "We can't be reckless. First, send people to the Heavenly Wheel mountain range to investigate, to prevent a feint. If a Destiny Beast with actual drip shows up, then we can make our move. No rush." The elders all nodded in agreement. That way, the safety of Tianwu Academy is still guaranteed, and the chances of catching the Destiny Beast are even higher. Big brain time. Yu Yuanzhang, personally, taking action really simplifies things. Tianwu Academy caught Xikong Baichen with great difficulty, so of course they can't let Yunshan and Chuchong Hall get a chance to rescue him. Oh yeah, when are Wang Shizhong and His Majesty coming back? Yu Chenshao asked. Wang Shizhong's subordinates have already returned, saying that His Majesty went sightseeing and will be back in a few days. Yu Chenshao frowned slightly. Investigate. Wang Shizhong is a very careful person. How could he casually agree to let the little emperor go sightseeing? Sounds kinda sus. Yes. That's all for today. This matter must not be leaked.
After speaking, Yu Chenchao left the Li Sheng Hall with his hands behind his back. Jian Tingjong and Elder Chu followed behind. On Yunshan, seeing Lu Zhao and the senior brothers return, Yan Yer and Hai Luo rushed to greet them.
Master! Lu Zhao looked at the two of them and noticed that their auras had changed. Breakthrough? Yaner smiled and said, "Thanks to Master, this disciple has advanced to 8 leaves, and junior sister Hai Luo is at the peak of 3 leaves. Ni Qingyun praised. To be a Yuan Shen realm 8 leaves at such a young age, your future is limitless.
There are many talented cultivators on Yunshan, but there isn't a single person who can compare with the two of them.
Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. This is also the effect of the Grand Teacher's order.
At this time, Meng Changdong, Li Yunjiang, Xia Changqi, Yu Wuji, Feng Xing and the elders of Yunshan also arrived one after another. Senior Lu's display of divine power, killing Ying Zhao, really opened our eyes.
Congratulations to Senior Lu for obtaining the Destiny Heart. It's just a destiny beast, nothing worth mentioning.
Lu Zhou replied.
Meng Changdong said, Senior Lu, I don't know if I should say this.
Speak.
Ying Zhao's background is very special. I have observed the surrounding terrain and traced back along its flight path, and finally made a discovery.
What discovery?
I suspect Ying Zhao came from the Tianlun Mountains. Meng Changdong replied seriously.
Everyone was shocked.
Yu Zhenghai then asked, Do you mean that there may be more destiny beasts existing there?
That's right.
Meng Changdong said slowly. In the past 2,000 years, opening a destiny has become much more difficult than before, and no one knows why. Tianwu Academy attributes this to the shackles of heaven and earth.
Speaking of destiny beasts, the destiny heart is something that every sect desires.
10-leaf experts must have a destiny heart to open their destiny, but unfortunately, in the past 2,000 years, no ferocious beast has met this condition. I don't know why beasts are appearing now, but once they come, they must have a lair.
The commotion caused by the ferocious beast is too great, and many people should be able to deduce that it came from the Tianlun Mountains.
The major sects will definitely go there to search for destiny beasts. Meng Changdong said loudly. Senior Lu's cultivation is unpredictable. If you go to the Tianlun Mountains now, no one will dare to compete with you for the destiny heart.
Lu Zhao's expression remained calm as usual,
but in his heart he was thinking, I've used up all my trump cards. Even if I wanted to go, I couldn't. Yu Chenxiao will also go, Lu Zhou asked. Probably so. Tianwu Academy has been studying destiny for many years, searching for destiny beasts all over the world, and even sending people to the major forests and the endless sea. Such a good opportunity. Yu Chenchu will definitely not give it up. With Senior Lu's cultivation, you can take this opportunity to go to the Tianlun Mountains and defeat Yu Chenchu. This Lu Zhou suddenly felt that he had too few trump cards, especially after encountering a tricky opponent like Ye Zhen.
Yu Chenxiao will definitely be no weaker than Ye Zhen.
Without the power of the invincible card, Lu Zhou and Yu Chenxiao are evenly matched. Yu Chenchu also has Tianwu Academy at his disposal, and definitely has many life-saving methods and peak state cards. Of course, Lu Zhou is not afraid of him, but Lu Zhou feels that if he wants to catch Yu Chenxiao, he must strike in an environment where victory is certain.
The protector is right. Time waits for no one.
Senior Lu, I will go with you to the Tianlun Mountains, Ni Qingyun said. This disciple is willing to go with Master. Yu Shengrong and Yu Zhenghai said in unison. Simps, the destiny heart is a major matter, and it will definitely cause a great storm, and it is very likely that the two sides will have to fight to the death.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and said,
We should not rush now.
After speaking, he looked up at his courtyard on the mountain peak that was no longer intact.
Ni Qingyun hurriedly said, I will have people repair it immediately. Please come to the main hall to rest for a while.
Lu Zhou nodded.
Destiny is so important, we can't act rashly. Ying Zhao has been killed by me. If I leave Yunshan, and Yu Chenchu takes this opportunity to sneak in, kill, and capture people, how will you resist? This Ni Qingyun was stunned. He really hadn't thought of this. Lu Zhou said nothing more, turned around and flew towards the main hall. The others looked at each other. Senior Lu is right. Yu Chenxiao is still here. We can't act rashly.
Since Senior Si Kong Baishan was captured, Yunshan must be even more careful. With Tianwu Academy's style of doing things, they will definitely send people to monitor Yunshan, not to mention there are hidden experts in the palace.
Xia Changqiu sighed and said, Unless Senior Lu leaves alone, and the others stay to guard Yunshan, maybe there's a chance.
After the incident of Si Kong Baishan's capture, no one on Yunshan dared to leave without permission. Lu Zhou entered the main hall, took out the destiny heart, and silently observed, Can this thing really help cultivators open their destiny?
What exactly is destiny? Lu Zhou knew that it was time for him to learn about destiny, but at this time, there is a more important matter to decide. Should I go to the Tianlun Mountains or not?
Perhaps the Tianlun Mountains will become a place of contention between forces. A battle royale, if you will.
If it's just about the beastly fate, it seems kinda sus, since Lu Zhou can reverse it. Don't even mention 1500 years. He could flip 2000 years on its head too. The only good thing is that the Fate Heart can give cultivators some extra special abilities. The otherworldly powers are running out, and the trump cards are dwindling. This otherworldly power not only makes Lu Zhou stronger than other cultivators at the same level, but can also have unimaginable effects at key moments.
Plus, Yu Chensui won't be going there alone, and other major sects will also show up. Even if Lu Zhou brings along Ni Qingyin and his 2 disciples, it'll be tough to win. Should he conceal his identity?
Lu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. If Tianwu Academy goes to the Tianlun mountain range, this old man will try to ambush them and save Si Kong Baichen. As soon as he thought that, Lu Zhou shook his head. If I can think of it, so can you, Chen Sui.
He really regretted not bringing Si Wuyai along, but he absolutely had to bring Hai Luo to figure out her background, and only Yan Gare was suitable to take care of her. Someone, Lu Zhou ordered, call Meng Chengdong here and tell him to bring the talisman.
Yes. At least they can still contact Si Wuyai. Not long after, Meng Chengdong respectfully pushed open the door and entered. Senior Lu, you summoned me?
This old man wants to contact Si Wuyai, Lu Zhou said.
Yes. This time Meng Chengdong was smarter. He had already engraved the formation in advance when he had nothing to do. When the Yunshan disciple came to deliver the message, he brought the formation diagram with him. Meng Chengdong placed the formation diagram on the floor, took out the talisman, and began to burn it. At the same time, Si Wuyai was studying the sky-linking shuttle when he saw a light appear in the hall, so he took out the talisman and burned it. A screen of light immediately appeared in the air, showing Lu Zhou and Meng Chengdong.
Si Wuyai immediately bowed. Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou waved his hand. All right, no need for formalities. Your master has something important to discuss with you.
Important business? Lu Zhou briefly talked about the Beast of Fate, the Tianlun mountain range, Tianwu Academy, and the forces in the Red Lotus domain, only glossing over the fact that he had just unlocked the 10th leaf, saying that he had been at the 10th leaf for a long time.
Si Wuyai hurriedly praised. So master has advanced to the 10th leaf. Congratulations, master.
Enough with the pleasantries. What do you think this old man should do about this?
Si Wuyai asked. How many trump cards does master have left to use?
This was a difficult question to answer. Lu Zhou couldn't tell him that he had a one-hit kill card and a peak condition card. But how could he discuss strategy without saying so?
Seeing his master lost in thought, Si Wuyai was also very perceptive, and immediately said, It was impudent of this disciple. Please forgive me, master.
It's fine. This disciple dares to ask master a question. In a one-on-one situation, is master sure of defeating Yu Chen Sui? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and replied, Don't mention one Yu Chen Sui. Even if there were 2 Yu Chen Sui, if he dares to face me head-on, this old man is confident that I can capture him. Meng Chengdong's heart skipped a beat. This is the confidence of someone who unlocked their fate? At this moment, Meng Chengdong was even more certain that joining the Nether Sect was extremely rewarding.
Si Wuyai nodded and said, Disciple understands. This matter is not difficult at all.
If the Beast of Fate has already been killed by Maester, then the Tianlun mountain range is only possibly have the Beast of Fate. In this world, people usually don't want to do things that aren't certain, so master should turn the possibility into a certainty. Fate is so important, Yu Chen Sui can't help but seek it out. How do we make this certain? Lu Zhou asked. Take out the fate heart of the Ying Beast. Si Wuyai said calmly, dropping a freaking bomb.
Lu Zhou is shook.
Even if other forces come looking for the Tianlun mountains, they ain't necessarily gonna make a move. So if I yeet the heart of destiny, it'll become a freaking trigger. Once Yu Chuanshu shows his face, you just casually snag his head. And if the Tianlun mountains got other heavy hitters, they'll definitely fight each other for it. Master just sits back and chills like a true winner. Sometimes, even the most solid bros fall apart when mad loot's on the line,
Si Wuyai said, and Meng Chengdong's eyes went wide. Liu Zhao stroked his beard, nodding. Sounds logical, but why does it feel so damn shameless?
Maester can bring the corpse of the Gung Beast to the Tianlun Mountains and fake a scene of it escaping. That'll also take the heat off Yunshan. Meng Zhengdong nodded hard. Good call,
Si Wuyai continued.
To prevent any unexpected BS, this disciple got 2 backup plans. Meng Chengdong leaned in to listen. Backup plan number 1. Eldest and second bros cultivation is top tier. Before Master hits up the Tianlun Mountains, order those 2 to challenge the Tianwu Academy. Master leaves a mark on them. If Yu Chuanshu pops up at the Tianwu Academy, they don't need to remove it.
If Yu Chuanshu ain't there, then get rid of the mark. Si Wuyai was getting fired up.
Backup plan number 2. Alright. Liu Zhou cut him off. Too many ideas give me a headache. This disciple thinks too damn much every day. Doesn't he get tired? Si Wuyai quickly bowed. Forgive me for making Master laugh. These are just some rough ideas, mainly because I'm not too clear on what's happening in the Red Lotus domain.
Meng Zhengdong grumbled. WTF. This ain't clear enough? If you understood completely, how many more evil schemes would you have? Liu Zhou calmly said, Your methods are good, sure, but why would this old master do things so sneakily?
Master taught, all plots gotta bow down to absolute power. This disciple was just trying to be smart.
Meng Chengdong originally wanted to chime in.
Si Wuyai's idea isn't exactly genius, but it's pretty damn feasible, at least as a decent method. But remembering how Lian Sr.'s cultivation defied all common sense, he swallowed it down. No matter how brilliant the plan, it's meaningless before absolute power.
Si Wuyai is definitely the most experienced with this out of all the members of the Malaysian Pavilion.
Lu Zhou nodded. How's the Motion Pavilion been lately? All 4 elders have advanced to 9 leaves.
Third bro's a bit slow, but he's already at 8 leaves. He cultivates like a madman, and this disciple thinks it won't be long before he hits 9 leaves too. Senior sister Zhao Yu is swamped with national affairs, and she's only added 1 leaf. This disciple finds it kinda sus, so I'm planning to head to the divine capital in a few days to see what's up.
Also, Huang Shiji from Penglai Island wanted to rush to 9 leaves but was suffering from not having enough lifespan, so this disciple took the liberty of giving them 2 hearts of life.
Si Wuyai said.
Liu Zhu nodded. Good job. Penglai Island has helped the Motion Pavilion a lot. 2 hearts of life ain't nothing. You can handle these small matters yourself. Without reporting to this old master.
Si Wuyai nodded slightly and continued. Jiang Aijian came to the Motion Pavilion a few days ago.
What's he up to? Liu Zhou asked suspiciously. He said he wanted to visit his grandma but didn't want to stay in the palace. He wanted to ask senior sister Zhao Yu for a token to freely enter and exit the imperial palace. This disciple thought the situation wasn't stable yet, so I refused and decided to wait for the right time to give it to him.
If Liu Zhou was in the Golden Lotus domain, he would have agreed, but since Liu Zhou left the Golden Lotus domain for so long, he no longer has a clear grasp of the situation there. Si Wuyai's actions must have his considerations, and Liu Zhou doesn't want to interfere.
All right. This old master has something to tell you. Please instruct. Master? This old master is old and doesn't have enough energy to do many things.
The great Tang Emperor Li Yunzheng has read enough poetry and books, is diligent and filial, and is a rare talent. This old master has taken the liberty of having you accept him as a disciple. Si Wuyai was shocked and surprised, and he looked up. Master, you're accepting a disciple for this disciple? You don't want to? Liu Zhou questioned. Si Wuyai immediately waved his hand and said, this disciple wouldn't dare. This disciple is just afraid of teaching the disciple badly. This person is the king of a country after all. If there's a slight mistake, wouldn't this disciple become a sinner for all eternity? This old master believes in your abilities. You were once a tutor. Be confident when you need to be. Why are you belittling yourself like this? Liu Zhou frowned and said, this matter is settled. Don't disappoint this old master. Yes. Si Wuyai bowed in response. If there's nothing else, Protector Meng will relay the news of the Red Lotus domain to you. Step back. Meng Changdong and Si Wuyai said in unison, yes. Meng Changdong quickly collected the formation diagram, saluted Liu Zhou, and turned to leave. Liu Zhou then called Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai over. This old master has something important to entrust to you. Please instruct, master. Yu Zhenghai replied. You can entrust the matter of the Tianlun Mountains to this disciple and second bro. We guarantee we won't mess it up. Liu Zhou shook his head. Not this matter. This old master orders the 2 of you to go to the Tianwu Academy and investigate Yu Chuanshu's whereabouts in the shadows. Just confirm whether he's at the Tianwu Academy. Don't cause trouble or make a big deal out of it. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's eyes widened. Liu Zhou waved his hand and released 2 marks. The marks flew and merged into the bodies of the 2. If you don't see Yu Chuanshu, eliminate the mark and handle it yourselves. Yes. Liu Zhou revised Si Wuyai's plan a bit. The Red Lotus domain isn't the Golden Lotus domain. You can't be completely reckless. The Tianwu Academy has deep foundations. It's not certain that there aren't other 10 leaves besides Yu Chuanshu. You must prioritize protecting yourselves. Go, Liu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai replied with a smile. Please rest assured, master. If I can't even escape, how can this disciple be the leader of a sect? After saying that, he felt his words were too arrogant, so he corrected himself. This disciple means, I guarantee to complete the mission. In fact, Yu Zhenghai isn't wrong. With his and Yu Shangrong's abilities, even if an ordinary 10-leaf appears, it would be difficult to catch them, let alone the fact that they're not even there to fight. Seeing the 2 disciples leave Yunshan, Lu Zhou also got up and walked out of the back hall, softly calling out, Bai Zi. Bai Zhen immediately obediently ran out of the dense forest, flying to sit in front of Lu Zhou. Use your power. Bai Zi obeyed the order, flew above Lu Zhou's head, and cast a rain of good fortune. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, his extraordinary power recovering at an extremely fast speed, filling up in an instant. After casting, Bai Zhen lay down on the ground to rest. He still had more than 100,000 merit points, so he could buy cards at any time, so there was no need to replenish them beforehand. Preparations complete. Lu Zhu left the heavenly hall, silently and soundlessly left Yunshan, and flew towards the corpse of the Chongqi. Glancing at the huge corpse, Lu Zhou didn't hesitate to take out the core of life and push it into the corpse,
then waved his hand to control his astral energy to piece the two halves of the corpse together. Although the Cheongqi's corpse was huge, this was not difficult for a 10-leaf.
When he was an 8-leaf, Lu Zhou could already lift Shuankong Island with his bare hands, and the volume of the Cheongqi was not much different from Shuankong Island.
Under the control of his astral energy, the Cheongqi made the action of flapping its wings and flying, slowly flying away.
Lu Zhao's figure was extremely small compared to the Cheongqi, and he was hiding very carefully under its wings, so no one could see him.
The disciples of Yunshan were shocked to see this scene, and hurriedly ran to the main peak hall.
"Sect Master, we're screwed! The Cheongqi is resurrected! The Cheongqi is resurrected!" Ni Qingyun heard this and immediately stood up, his eyes wide. "No way!
Really resurrected? Please go outside and you'll see."
Myun hurriedly used his great divine power,
appearing on the Yunshan platform, and stared at the figure of the Cheongqi flapping its wings and flying away.
How could this be?
He had personally seen Lu Zhou take out the core of life. In that situation, no matter what kind of fierce beast it was, it should have died.
Ni Qingyun then flew towards the heavenly hall, standing in front of Lu Zhao's room, and bowing, Ni Qingyun requests an audience with Senior Lu.
The hall was silent, and no one answered. Ni Qingyun raised his voice again. Ni Qingyun requests an audience with Senior Lu. Still silent. Ni Qingyun frowned and thought, a thought flashing in his mind. Could it be that Senior Luan's trick is really good, understanding the key point in it? Ni Qingyun decided to act as if nothing had happened, and quickly flew back to the main hall.
Lu Zhou controlled the Cheongqi to fly at a speed that wasn't fast, even seeming to stagger as if it was seriously injured, flying for a full hour, passing over several mountain peaks and rivers. Lu Zhou finally arrived at the Tianlun mountain range. He looked around, fortunately not encountering any heavyweight cultivators along the way.
Otherwise, he would have to kill them. Standing on the mountain range and looking down, the Tianlun mountain range was not high, but it was extremely wide, with complex and rugged terrain.
Where would the Cheongqi be? Lu Zhou continued to fly east. Flying over a rugged mountain range, he saw a sunken gorge compared to the surrounding terrain. A huge gorge.
Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. This is the best hiding place for the Cheongqi. Who knows, maybe there's another one inside, as Si Wuyai said? Possible, just a possibility.
There are many things that can happen in this world. What he needs to do is to turn this possibility into an inevitability.
1/3 of the area of the gorge is a dense forest with towering trees blocking the view from the outside. This is the place!
Choosing a suitable location, Lu Zhou brought the Cheongqi down into the forest, then flew to a nearby hillside to wait for his prey. Disguise card. He took out the card and crushed it. There were so many disciples in Yunshan, almost everyone had seen Lu Zhou's face. After the Yedzian incident, no one could be sure that there weren't any spies among the Yunshan disciples. This was also the reason why Lu Zhou wanted to act alone. Lu Zhou felt a cool sensation on his face, as if he was applying a mud mask.
In just a moment, his appearance had changed dramatically. From the image of an old man with white hair, Lu Zhou had transformed into a mature and steady middle-aged man. When will I be able to disguise myself as a pretty boy? Oh well, being a middle-aged man isn't bad. At least no one would suspect that he had anything to do with Yunshan.
Lu Zhou looked up at the sky,
then sat down cross-legged, adjusting his breath to restore his cultivation.
Bringing the Cheongqi here didn't consume much energy, but Lu Zhou liked to maintain his peak condition at all times.
The gorge fell silent, and Lu Zhou entered a state of cultivation. A cool sensation spread throughout his body from the glazed ceramic. At the same time, at Tianwu Academy, a disciple reported, "Dean, there's a new discovery. That destiny beast has escaped from Yunshan and is flying towards Great Rift Valley." Ma Buyan showed a look of fear and joy. "That's great. Yunshan really didn't catch the destiny beast."
Jian Dingzhong said,
"Dean, we can't wait any longer. Let's set off immediately. We must take advantage of the destiny beast's weakness to catch it again. If we don't do it, other forces will." Yu Chanshu looked at the disciple. "Are you sure?" "When the reconnaissance team we hired left, I mobilized those nearby to monitor Yunshan.
Our people personally saw the Cheongqi flying towards Great Rift Valley."
Yu Chanshu frowned and said, "Did the people from Yunshan pursue it?" "No."
Jian Dingzhong replied, "They don't dare to go out, unless that Lu guy takes action himself. Otherwise, Nie Qingyun will become the second Sikong Baichen."
After thinking for a moment, Yu Chanshu ordered, "Ma Buyan, Jian Dingzhong, you two come with me on a trip. The others stay behind to guard Tianwu Academy." "Yes." Not long after, a flying chariot left Tianwu Mountain, flying rapidly towards the west. At this time, Yu Shengrong and Yu Zhenghai were also flying to Tianwu Mountain. The two looked up and saw the Tianwu Academy flying chariot streaking across the sky like a shooting star.
The two bros exchanged glances, then sped up their flight. In the Grand Canyon of the Tianlun mountain range, Lu Zhou had replenished his primal Q. Then, he curiously used his divine hearing.
Blue light appeared beside his ears. Lu Zhou overheard whispers. It should be this way. Keep it down, don't spook the beast. Once we scout its location, we'll figure out how to deal with it. As long as we get the mandate of Heaven Heart, we'll be rich. Quick and decisive. Even if the Yunshan guys catch up, no one will know we're involved. Having said that, the cultivators simultaneously flew into the canyon. Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed tenuity, concealing his aura. Immediately afterward, the cultivators swept past him. All of them were nascent divinity realm experts. Lu Zhou said nothing, only glanced at the giant corpse of the young beast. Right in front of your face and you still can't find it? Do these guys have eye problems or what? Finally, after flying back and forth 3 times, the cultivators excitedly shouted, "It's here!" One cultivator rushed down, standing beside the young beast. "It's dead."
The remaining cultivators also descended, all looking puzzled. Strange, why didn't the young beast fly back to its lair and instead died here?
"There's a fatal wound, look." A young cultivator kicked the young beast's wound, instantly splitting its corpse in 2, the cut extremely clean.
The group widened their eyes, stunned for a long while before someone sighed.
The young beast was killed. We're too late. Damn it, someone sniped it first. This wound must be from a sword. To kill a young beast with 1 strike, this must be a top-tier sword cultivator.
The cultivators were filled with regret. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a companion exclaim, "There's the mandate of Heaven Heart." The group stared over in shock. One cultivator didn't mind the filth, using his bare hands to extract the mandate of Heaven Heart from the young beast's body. The mandate of Heaven Heart was a dark red color like the morning sun. The entire group stared wide-eyed at the mandate of Heaven Heart with intense desire. They no longer had the sanity to consider why the person who killed the young beast didn't take the mandate of Heaven Heart. Just then, a cultivator on the right suddenly drew his saber and chopped off the head of the person holding the mandate of Heaven Heart. Swish! Before the head even hit the ground, he darted forward, snatched the mandate of Heaven Heart, hugged it to his chest, and flew to the side of the mountain. "This is mine!"
"Zhang Hao, what are you doing?" The group frantically yelled, not expecting Zhang Hao to suddenly attack. Zhang Hao glanced around, then said quickly, "I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Your cultivation is all weaker than mine. Whoever dares to chase me, I'll kill." "Zhang Hao, you killed someone and now you want to run? Your cultivation is higher than ours, but can you take on 5 of us?" A man shouted, "We can't let him leave. Let's join forces and capture him." Zhang Hao was shocked. Things had come to this point. There was no turning back. He leaped into the air, wanting to leave the Grand Canyon.
The other 5 also used their great divine abilities to chase after him, quickly surrounding Zhang Hao.
"Hand over the mandate of Heaven Heart, and we'll spare your life. Then you'll have to see if you have the skill."
The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Zhou shook his head. These cultivators must be nearby to arrive so quickly. Too bad, their strength isn't enough to keep the mandate of Heaven Heart.
When it comes to luck, this world is always cruel. From above the canyon came the sound of rampant Q colliding.
Lu Zhou looked up. The cultivator named Zhang Hao was a 7-leaf. The others had 3 6-leaves and 2 5-leaves, all great cultivators. Should I just deal with them and put the mandate of Heaven Heart back on the young beast's corpse, then continue waiting for another rabbit?
Let's do that. Lu Zhou slowly stood up. Just as he was about to act, he heard a very faint sound.
Someone's approaching. Lu Zhou retracted his hand, turning to look behind him.
2 cultivators were sneaking over here. Oh shit! One of the 2 saw Lu Zhou first, stunned for a moment, then he calmed down, gesturing for Lu Zhou to stay silent. "Hee, fellow Taoist, didn't expect you to be hiding here too, so you're one of us." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "You are? Don't play dumb, I saw the young beast too." "What's your name?" the man asked. "This old man's surname is Lu," Lu Zhou replied, almost calling himself this old fogey again. "Let's be frank. I'm Wei Junzi, this is my little bro." Shh! Clang! 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 Mandate of Heaven Heart. 2 avatar collided continuously. One person fell straight down, crashed into the mountain rock, and died on the spot.
Seeing this, Wei Junzi shook his head and said, "So pitiful. How could the mandate of Heaven Heart be so easy to take?"
Lu Zhou asked suspiciously, "Aren't you here to snatch it too?" I'm not that stupid," Wei Junzi said. Lu Zhou felt that this person resembled Raging Wave's blades a little bit, but Wei Junzi seemed a bit bolder. The sounds of fighting in the canyon finally ended. Lu Zhou turned his head to look. Zhang Hao had lost an arm, his body covered in blood, coldly looking at the corpses on the ground. Wei Junzi said, "The big fish is coming. Let's hide before we're discovered." Saying that, he immediately grabbed his little bro's arm and retreated into the forest. Seeing that Lu Zhou was still standing still, Wei Junzi waved. "Hey, brother Lu, come here quickly." Lu Zhou had the purple glazed tenuity, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. But he also stepped towards Wei Junzi.
After killing his companions, Zhang Hao tightly grasped the mandate of Heaven Heart in his hand, flying towards the gorge entrance.
He wanted to leave this place. As long as he hid in a remote mountain valley, no one would be able to find him. But just as Zhang Hao flew to the canyon entrance, a 9-leaf avatar suddenly descended from the sky with a boom! A massive avatar appeared before Zhang Hao, crushing the surrounding trees. A cultivator stood atop the avatar, glancing indifferently at him.
Thanks for helping me get the Heart of Destiny.
Zhang Hao's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and his legs knocked together.
He knew he was screwed. The Heart of Destiny slipped from his grasp, rolling on the ground. Tianhuo Sect, Feng Zihe. Zhang Hao trembled, taking a few steps back. Feng Zihe shook his head dismissively. The Heart of Destiny flew into his hand, his fingers trembling slightly, but he quickly regained composure. The Heart of Destiny, of a destiny beast, should be cherished. You lack respect. You deserve to die.
With that, Feng Zihe unleashed a palm strike. No! No! Zhang Hao turned to flee, but the palm strike cleaved him into pieces. Feng Zihe clutched the Heart of Destiny tightly in his hand, his heart pounding in his chest. He quickly retracted his avatar and glanced around. Sure enough, he saw 3 9-leaf avatars approaching from 3 different directions.
Damn it! Feng Zihe decisively ran into the ravine. Behind him, to stop Zhang Hao just now, he had to use his avatar for a quick victory, but unfortunately he was still seen.
In the forest, Wei Junzi laughed heartily. It's just as I expected. Follow me, I'll take you to see a good show. Brother Lu, don't look at me like that. I'm very familiar with the terrain in this area. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Lu Zhou asked. We have no conflicting interests. Why would we kill each other? Why don't we cooperate? If we're lucky, the Heart of Destiny will be yours. I don't ask for much. I'll just scavenge the goodies from the corpses after they leave, Wei Junzi said. Lu Zhou glanced at him. You could do that without leading me. Wei Junzi laughed. You're really careful, very much like me. It's up to you whether you go or not. With that, he and his little bro quickly ran down the trail leading down the mountain slope.
Lu Zhou followed leisurely behind.
Before long, the 3 arrived at the depths of the ravine.
Shh! Wei Junzi made a gesture to be quiet again, and the 3 hid behind a boulder. Sure enough, the 3 9-leaf cultivators who had just appeared also chased Feng Zihe to the depths of the ravine.
He must be hiding in here. Let's block the exits and not let him escape. Hand over the Heart of Destiny, and the Scarlet Sun Sect will spare you a path to live. Come out! The last 2 words carried sound waves that vibrated throughout the ravine, which cultivators with low cultivation were unable to resist. Wei Junzi's little bro turned pale, trying to hold back from making any sound. Still not coming out? Don't blame our Scarlet Sun Sect for being ruthless. I'll start counting down. 3.
The power of the sound waves increased, and the 3 avatars flew deeper into the ravine.
Wei Junzi frowned. Why haven't the people from Tianwu Institute arrived yet? They will come, Lu Zhou asked. With the appearance of the Heart of Destiny, they will definitely come. That old fox Lu from Yunshan is indeed a bit cunning. Even came up with this method to attract forces from all sides. But I can't figure out why he would do this. Old fox. Lu Zhou frowned. It seemed that Wei Junzi knew quite a few things. Haha, you have the same surname as him. As soon as Wei Junzi finished speaking, a pillar of fiery red light suddenly appeared in the depths of the ravine, shooting straight into the sky. He exclaimed in surprise. The power of destiny. What is the power of destiny? Lu Zhou asked again. Wei Junzi looked at Lu Zhou questioningly.
Your way of speaking and temperament don't seem like those of a newbie cultivator. How could you not even know about this?
Do you know how a Tongshuan realm cultivator can control 3 sword energies? Lu Zhou glared at him. Everyone has their own area of expertise. You win. Wei Junzi raised his hands in surrender. He really doesn't know the answer. The power of destiny is a special power contained within the Heart of Destiny, used to unlock the destiny. This Feng Zihe is really a madman. Isn't he exposing his location by doing this?
Feng Zihe clearly deliberately released the power of destiny. The 3 experts from the Scarlet Sun Sect immediately stopped, retracted their avatars, and frowned deeply.
It's too late. He wants to attract all the experts here. No way. We worked so hard to find the Destiny Beast. How can we give up? The 3 floated in the air, arguing with each other. It's too late. From the southeast and northeast, 2 flying warships appeared in the Tianlun Mountains. And from the west, a cultivator controlling a giant beast is rapidly flying over. Feng Zihe's voice suddenly rang out. If I can't get it, you won't get it either. Ha ha! The 3 Scarlet Sun Sect experts looked at each other and said, It's okay if our Scarlet Sun Sect doesn't get it, but you are definitely going to die. The Heart of Destiny has become a hot potato. Whoever holds it will be unlucky. The 3 Scarlet Sun Sect members flew backwards, observing from the air, silently waiting for experts from all sides to arrive. Wei Junzi looked at the experts pouring in from all directions, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That Lu is really an old fox. I completely admire this move. Lu Zhou frowned, pretending to ask, is it a trap? I personally witnessed the 3 great Yunshan experts fighting the young beast. The situation at that time was clearly able to kill the young beast. So I guess there's only one possibility. Yunshan wants to be the fisherman who profits. Wei Junzi replied. Why did you approach Yunshan? Lu Zhou asked. Brother Lu, don't ask that. Why did you bring me here? Lu Zhou continued to press. Everyone who came to this ravine wanted to get the Heart of Destiny. Wei Junzi had no reason to bring Lu Zhou, creating an extra competitor for himself for no reason. You'll find out later. Wei Junzi revealed a smile. Don't worry, I won't harm you. 3 flying warships and a flying mount flew over the ravine. The Scarlet Sun Sect members flew into the air. Scarlet Sun Sect's Sun Ji pays his respects to all the seniors. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from the several flying warships. But all 3 flying warships ignored him, simply stopping in the air. A moment later, a deep voice came from the red flying chariot in the east. Hu La Sher, this is none of your business. Hu La Hair, a member of a foreign race, arrived on his flying mount. He was strong, but didn't dare to object. He could only bid farewell to the people in the red chariot, in silence. The 3 flying chariots contained experts from the Great Tang. Even if he desperately wanted the Heart of Destiny, he wouldn't dare compete with them, so he obediently left. The 3 people from the Crimson Sun Sect didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The remaining 3 flying chariots exuded an aura, like crashing mountains and overturning seas, making the gorge even more mysterious. The person sitting in the red chariot suddenly said in surprise, Kunlun Orthodox Sect and Chongshu Temple actually have 10-leaf experts. The remaining 2 flying chariots looked much larger than the red chariot. Long time no see, Vice President Yu, the voice from the Kunlun Orthodox Sect's giant chariot responded. Vice President Yu, your esteemed presence is a rare sight indeed. The Chongshu Temple's chariot also chimed in with a teasing tone. The Heavenly Feather Academy, Kunlun Orthodox Sect, and Chongshu Temple formed a tripartite balance of power. No other sects dared to approach, only observing from afar. The Heavenly Wheel mountain range fell silent. After a moment, Yu Chenchao, sitting in the red chariot, finally spoke. I must obtain the Heart of Destiny. I will compensate the Kunlun Orthodox Sect and Chongshu Temple with other treasures. This is my bottom line. The negotiation style of these big shots is indeed direct and decisive. Wei Junzi's blood was boiling as he listened. He put a finger to his lips, signaling to his little brothers. Absolutely no sound, not even breathing. The Kunlun Orthodox Sect's giant chariot let out a deep chuckle. How does Vice President Yu plan to compensate us? It's the Heart of Destiny we're talking about. I'd like to know too. Although it was a 3-way negotiation, everyone could tell that the Kunlun Orthodox Sect and Chongshu Temple were on the same side. Lu Zhou glanced at the 3 flying chariots in the sky. To confidently negotiate with the Heavenly Feather Academy like that, these 2 major sects must have had 10-leaf experts emerge in the past 2,000 years. Now that the Destiny Beast had appeared, they no longer concealed their strength. A Desolate-grade weapon, 10,000 Supreme-grade talismans, 5 Heaven-grade weapons, and a copy each of the top-tier cultivation methods from the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Yu Chenchu said nonchalantly. The Heavenly Feather Academy is indeed wealthy and generous. The legacy left by the 9 Heavens Academy is truly enviable, the Kunlun Orthodox Sect said. The foundation of the 9 Heavens Academy is too profound. Chongshu Temple, knowing it couldn't compete, echoed the sentiment. Yu Chenchao didn't bother with their taunts, only asking if they agreed. Vice President Yu, coming here alone today, aren't you being a little too careless and underestimating us? The Kunlun Orthodox Sect continued to provoke. That makes sense. This is a Destiny Beast we're talking about. A Desolate-grade weapon? It seems the great sects naturally don't value weapons below the Desolate grade, especially since the Heavenly Feather Academy is known for its wealth. Just then, the expert Sun Ji of the Crimson Sun Sect hurriedly spoke up. Esteemed seniors, please allow me to say a word. There is also a 9-leaf expert in the gorge who is holding the Heart of Destiny. The power of destiny was triggered by him. Now is not the time to argue. If the power in the Heart of Destiny is used up, it will lose the ability to open destinies. Why not let me go down there now and retrieve the Heart of Destiny first? As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 flying chariots fell silent. Lu Zhou subconsciously stroked his beard. I must make them fight. If the 3 sides successfully negotiate, wouldn't my plan be for nothing? Wei Junzi waved his hand, setting up a soundproof barrier that created almost no primordial chi fluctuations. He chuckled softly. You look so funny like this. Lu Zhou looked at Wei Junzi with a probing gaze, then calmly said, You want to plot against this old man? Old man, the middle-aged man actually referred to himself as such, how awkward. Wei Junzi laughed embarrassedly. Brother Lu is too cautious, don't be nervous, just keep watching.
Lu Zhou raised his head to look at the 3 flying chariots. Wei Junzi said again, if they don't fight, then how are they worthy of such a good situation?
I'm telling you, deep inside the cleft gorge, there's a destiny beast. And also, a destiny beast.
Lu Zhou was slightly.
The Tianwu Academy is too OP. The Chongshu Temple and Kunlun Orthodox Sect are biting off more than they can chew. At best, they'll only get a few measly items after the negotiation. If they knew there were destiny beasts inside the canyon, can you imagine the SHT storm?
Li Yongxiao frowned.
The end result would definitely be a massive brawl. Those 2 major sects ain't gonna let the Tianwu Academy hog both destiny cores.
You want to disrupt the balance?
Li Yongxiao stared at Wei Junzi without blinking. That's exactly why I asked you to come, Wei Junzi said, pulling out a small, green bottle.
This is a pill that can fake the aura of life for a short period, capable of releasing an extremely dense aura. The ferocious beasts are terrible at distinguishing between real and fake. They'll be drawn to you, so Brother Li, I'm counting on you.
With that, he handed the small bottle to Li Yongxiao. Li Yongxiao asked suspiciously, give it to this old man? Who else is there? Wei Junzi shrugged. Out of the 3 of us, you're the most suitable. Stop calling yourself this old man every other sentence. You're not that old, why are you acting like a geezer? Li Yongxiao took the small green bottle. Wei Junzi continued. I've been investigating this canyon for a long time now. Later, when you open the bottle, what you get will depend on your luck. What do you think? If you can do it yourself, why make this old man do it? Destiny beasts are too OP, I don't have the guts. With that, Wei Junzi dispelled the barrier and signaled the other 2 to be quiet. Li Yongxiao said nothing, quietly observing the big shots on the Red Lotus. Yu Chenshu said calmly, you're all bottomless pits of greed. Do you really want 2 desolate-grade weapons? The Kunlun Orthodox Sect replied, Din Yun doesn't need to worry. We have enough manpower to use them. I'm just afraid the Tianwu Academy doesn't have enough desolate-grade weapons to give us.
Their words were dripping with sarcasm, but being at the level of big shots, no one would lose their cool over a few taunting words.
Then 2 desolate-grade weapons. This is the final offer, Yu Chenshu said in a low voice. Deal. Just as Chongshu Temple spoke, the red beam of light suddenly went out.
3 experts from the Scarlet Sun sect shouted, Seniors, be careful, that rogue fire is escaping, it won't get away. 2 figures flew out from the Red Lotus, charging into the canyon. Jian Tingzhong,
Mo Buyan. The Tianwu Academy really has more than just Yu Chenshu.
The figures of the 2 elders flashed like lightning into the depths of the canyon.
Feng Ziha hugged the Destiny Core and ran like a headless chicken. He didn't want the big shots to reach an agreement, because that would mean certain death for him. Only by taking advantage of the chaos could he have a chance to survive.
Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan wielded desolate-grade weapons, wreaking havoc throughout the canyon. Gotta admit, the Tianwu Academy's foundation is THICK. Even their elders get to use desolate-grade weapons. No wonder Yu Chenshu could cough up 4 desolate-grade weapons to trade for a destiny core.
Anyone who dares come closer, I'll jump into the abyss. Feng Ziha's voice echoed from the depths of the canyon.
Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan stopped, looking down at him. Hand over the destiny core, and I might spare your life,
Mo Buyan said. No way! I risked my life to get this destiny core, why should I give it to you? You wanna die. Just as the 2 elders were about to attack, Yu Chenshu, sitting on the Red Lotus, suddenly spoke. Hold on!
Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan immediately stood still.
Yu Chenshu's tone was very light, transmitting his voice. What do you want?
Feng Ziha sneered.
A Hong-grade weapon. Everyone was shocked. Yu Chenshu's magnanimity truly exceeded everyone's expectations.
Compared to a 9-leaf cultivator, a Hong-grade weapon is far more valuable than a destiny core.
Who wouldn't be tempted? But would he really give it? Feng Ziha scoffed. Trying to trick me? We'll all suffer together. Anyone who dares come near, I'll throw this into the abyss. No one will get it.
Yu Chenshu frowned. Things were getting complicated, too many variables. Li Yongxiao, hiding behind the rock wall, also frowned. This old man's destiny core can't be lost.
Just then, Wei Junzi suddenly spoke. My bad. He tossed out another green bottle which shattered against the rock wall with a crisp sound.
Crash!
Li Yongxiao turned to look at him, not expecting Wei Junzi to have more than 1 bottle. The sound attracted the attention of the big shots in the sky.
Who's hiding there? Chongshu Temple shouted in a deep voice. Knowing that this action would expose their hiding place, Wei Junzi waved at Li Yongxiao and said, See you next time.
Li Yongxiao reached out and grabbed Wei Junzi. You dare flaunt such petty tricks in front of this old man? Wei Junzi's expression changed. He felt Li Yongxiao's hand clamping down on him like an iron claw, making him unable to move. At the same time, saber energy struck down from a flying ship, instantly shattering the rock wall shielding the three of them, exposing them to everyone's sight. Wei Junzi widened his eyes. You, what's the big idea? Let me go! Everyone's eyes turned to the three of them. Jian Tingjong narrowed his eyes, suddenly saying in surprise, Wei Junzi? What are you doing here? Unexpected, just unexpected. I came to watch the fun, please carry on. But his shoulder was clamped tightly by Li Yongxiao's gang seal, unable to move. The crowd then looked at Li Yongxiao. Li Yongxiao suddenly raised his head and said, The Tianwu Academy is rich and generous. If you want the Destiny Core, how about you give me a weapon too? Jian Tingjong and Mo Buyan frowned. Wei Junzi's jaw dropped. You, Li Yongxiao, dare to ask the Tianwu Academy for a share? But unexpectedly, Yu Chenshu, sitting on the Red Lotus, said generously, Anyone who comes today gets a share. If you want one, I'll give you a heaven-grade weapon. Tianwu Academy really lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest sect in the Tang dynasty. Wei Junzi thought Lu Zhou getting a heaven-grade weapon was already a steal. Better be Hong-grade, Lu Zhou declared. Wei Junzi's eyes widened. Who would have thought this middle-aged dude hiding in the corner would have the audacity to make such an outrageous demand? Who are you? Jian Tingjong flew over, asking. Who I am isn't important. Lu Zhou kept a tight grip on Wei Junzi, showing no intention of letting go. Jian Tingjong chuckled. TCH, you want a Hong-grade weapon? You think you can even handle it? Is there any weapon in this world I wouldn't dare use? Lu Zhou shook his head. Giving you a heaven grade is already generous. Are you just endlessly greedy? You dare ask for Tianwu Academy's weapons? Swoosh! Just then, sunlight hit the shattered green bottle, and a stream of green gas slowly rose, drifting towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, using astral energy to dispel it. Wei Junzi said, Useless. This stuff is super sticky. The bottle I gave you earlier was a colorless, odorless reagent that absorbs this gas. Release me, and I'll help you get rid of it. Lu Zhou indifferently shook his head. This old man thought you were a talent worth recruiting and nurturing. What a pity you had a door to heaven but didn't take it, and now you're barging into hell with no way out, huh? The green gas continued to drift closer to Lu Zhou. Jian Tingjong said in a deep voice, Release him, and I might spare your life. At this moment, a palm imprint flew out from the Chongshu Temple's airship, striking down. Lame! Just kill him already! The palm imprint slammed straight into Lu Zhou. Just as everyone thought he was surely dead, Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, and the palm imprint instantly vanished. A master! The life force is getting stronger and stronger. From deep within the canyon, a giant beast finally roared. Ugh! A miserable scream echoed throughout the canyon. Whoosh! Feng Ziha was injured by the beast, and hastily summoned his avatar, flying towards the sky, the mandate heart still in his hand. Move out! Jian Tingjong and Mo Buyan immediately summoned their avatars, launching attacks. From the Kunlun sect's giant ship, 6 nine-leaf experts flew out. Chongshu Temple wasn't to be outdone. Several nine-leaf cultivators jumped down, attacking. The entire canyon was instantly dominated by nine-leaf avatars. Faced with such immense benefits, all peace talks collapsed. Yu Chenshu said in a deep voice, Have you forgotten your agreement with me? Dean Yu, at least you need to bring out the goods first. Who's gonna believe just your words? Wouldn't it be safer to grab the mandate heart and trade with you? Exactly. Dean Yu, Chongshu Temple isn't robbing you. This thing will belong to you sooner or later anyway. Yu Chenshu was no fool. He slammed the table in anger, shattering it into dust. Meow! The giant beast roared like the king of the jungle, causing rocks on the Tianlun mountains to rain down. Wei Junzi cackled. Release me now, or you won't be able to escape. Lu Zhou closed his 5 fingers, crushing Wei Junzi's astral energy shield. Wei Junzi fell to the ground right next to Lu Zhao's feet. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Zhou raised his hand. Palm! Boom! Buddha's palm. You're from the Buddhist sect? Wei Junzi exclaimed, his eyes wide. Boss, I'm here to save you. A minion suddenly darted forward, a dagger appearing in his hand, stabbing towards Lu Zhao's chest. Lu Zhou didn't even bother to look at him. Astral energy shot out from his body. Psst! The minion spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the bottle containing the green gas on the ground flew towards the minion, shattering in mid-air, the entire stream of green gas clinging to his body. Wei Junzi's face turned pale as he shouted, Don't! Lu Zhou calmly replied, Everyone must be responsible for their actions, and you're no exception. The beast hiding in the canyon sensed the powerful life force and instantly roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the sky, Feng Ziha was besieged by many nine-leaf cultivators. He was alone, and couldn't possibly withstand such a large number of nine-leaf experts. In an instant, Feng Ziha's avatar was torn apart. Feng Ziha's eyes widened as he shouted, Let's die together! Nice try! Before Feng Ziha could do anything, a shadowy figure slashed across his chest. He didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. His dantian was destroyed. The situation was too chaotic. He didn't even see who had attacked him.
Using the last of his strength, Feng Ziha threw the mandate heart in his hand far away.
"The mandate heart!" the crowd exclaimed. Feng Ziha laughed a few times, then closed his eyes in satisfaction, falling straight down.
Ignoring Feng Ziha's death, the crowd madly rushed towards the mandate heart. 3 nine-leaf experts used their great divine abilities, rushing forward. The collision of 3 avatars caused the mandate heart to be blasted away by astral energy. At this moment, Yu Chenshu, sitting in the Honglian, ordered, "Anyone who opposes Tianwu Academy will be killed without mercy." "Yes, sir." Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan couldn't hold back any longer, wishing they could just go on a killing spree. Hearing the dean's order, the two summoned their avatars and desolate-grade weapons, plunging into the crowd of nine-leaf experts, the canyon completely descending into chaos.
"Yu Chenshu, how dare you!" A dissatisfied voice came from the Chongshu Temple's giant ship. Yu Chenshu stared at the depths of the canyon, cautiously guarding against the approaching giant beast, and casually replied, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. After today, Tianwu Academy will bloodbath the Kunlun Sect and Chongshu Temple." "You, good, very good." Clearly the people of Chongshu Temple were extremely angry.
The experts from the Kunlun Sect and Chongshu Temple immediately gathered together, resisting the onslaught. Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan didn't give a damn about Lu Zhou, nor did they care about the Scarlet Sun Sect. They were busy surrounding cultivators from other sects. Lu Zhou watched the battle in the canyon and suddenly realized that Si Wu Yai being hated to the core back then wasn't without reason. Wei Junzi looked up at Lu Zhou, then laughed. "What's the point? You won't get anything either." Lu Zhou ignored him and continued to observe the sky. In just a moment, 2 nine-petaled cultivators had fallen. Yu Chenshu, being meticulous, wouldn't spare anyone who could threaten the mandate of heaven. He turned to the 3 Scarlet Sun Sect experts. "If you help Tianwu Academy clear out the people in the canyon, you'll each be rewarded with a desolate-grade weapon." The 3 were immediately overjoyed. "Many thanks, Senior Yu." Yu Chenshu looked down below, muttering, "Where the hell is the Yun Mountain expert hiding?" Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the canyon came crashing sounds, like a savage beast ramming against the mountains in the Heavenly Wheel Mountain. Lu Zhou glanced over, muttering to himself, "Another expert?" Unlike Yu Chenshu, Lu Zhou didn't give a damn about the 9-petaled battle. Just as Lu Zhou was spectating, the 3 Scarlet Sun Sect members landed behind him. "Those with no business here must leave the Heavenly Wheel Canyon immediately, or face death without exception," Sun Ji coldly told Lu Zhou and Wei Junzi. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at the 3. "Are you talking to this old man?" Sun Ji nodded, glancing at Wei Junzi sprawled on the ground. "You heard the dean of Tianwu Academy. Do we need to make a move?" At this time, Yu Chenshu's Hong Lian began to fly deep into the canyon, traveling thousands of meters in a few seconds, to the deepest part of the canyon with open terrain and visibility. The 3 Scarlet Sun Sect experts exchanged glances, seeing that Lu Zhou was still standing still. Sun Ji said, "Apologies." The 2 on the left and right flashed in front of Lu Zhou, intending to grab his shoulders. But Lu Zhou turned around, and his astral energy burst out, shaking them away. Immediately after, Lu Zhou flashed between the 2, throwing out 2 palm strikes. Bang! Bang! The 2 nine-petaled cultivators spat blood. Their astral energy shields instantly shattered. They were sent flying backward, crashing into the mountain wall, then sliding to the ground, motionless. Sun Ji's mouth was dry, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, fearfully swallowing a mouthful of saliva, his heart beating too fast. He staggered back and sat down on the ground. The other one was also shocked, which was Wei Junzi, trembling all over. Sun Ji stammered, Senior, misunderstanding." Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back, glanced at the 4, then looked up at the sky. "Even Yu Chenshu must show respect to this seat." Sun Ji and Wei Junzi's eyes widened. "This seat this time, old man the other time. Who the hell is this guy?" Even if the opponent was bragging, they understood that their lives were in the hands of this middle-aged man. The 2 looked at Lu Zhou warily, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. The sound of the giant beast's wings flapping continued to resonate, as if trying to escape from a cage. Just then, a person rushed out of the Chongshu Temple's colossus. "Tianwu Academy is bullying us too much." At the same time, a figure also appeared in the Kunlun Righteous Sect's colossus. Clearly a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful and charming, dressed in colorful clothes, flying in the air like a rainbow. 10-petaled cultivators are making a move. The cultivators surrounding the Heavenly Wheel mountain range began to retreat. The destructive power of a 10-petaled cultivator's attack will increase several times. Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan didn't hesitate and turned to fly back to Honglian. "Xuan Chengzi, Mo Jinglu, I gave you a chance. Boom! Yu Chenshu flew out of the Honglian.
Yu Chenshu is finally making a move. Wei Junzi's eyes lit up.
Sun Ji was also lost in thought. The two were completely unaware of how dangerous the old man standing next to them was. Yu Chenshu, fast as lightning, blocked Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan, throwing a palm strike towards Xuan Chengzi and Mo Xinglu, and the two immediately raised their hands to meet the strike. Swish! The mighty astral energy shot out, cutting a mountain in half as it split into two. The surrounding 9-petaled cultivators were shaken and staggered backward. Yu Chenshu, taking on two opponents, ordered, Jian Tingzhong, Mo Buyan, what are you standing there for?
Yes. The two elders, holding desolate-grade weapons, immediately flashed towards the group of 9-petaled cultivators.
Xuan Chengzi glared angrily and said, Yu Chenshu, do you think you're invincible?
Mo Xinglu snorted and said, Dean Yu, doesn't it feel uneasy taking on two opponents? Yu Chenshu replied calmly, I am indeed invincible. With that, Yu Chenshu's hands ignited karma fire, which burned at an exaggerated speed, with primordial energy and astral energy also igniting along with it.
Xuan Chengzi and Mo Xinglu had no choice but to withdraw their palms, retreating into the air. Yu Chenshu's figure flickered toward Xuan Chengzi, a black object appearing in the palm of his hand. Xuan Chengzi clasped his hands together, his whole body erupting with red astral energy. In front of him appeared an astral seal in the shape of a Tai Chi 8 trigrams, emitting a dazzling red light. The astral seal rapidly struck towards Yu Chenshu. Yu Chenshu remained calm and composed, throwing the black object out, adding another palm strike when the object touched the 8 trigrams astral seal. The astral seal suddenly became as soft as tofu, pierced by the black object, which continued to strike towards Xuan Chengzi. Mo Xinglu suddenly cried out in horror, La Fan Cage Seal, run! Yu Chenshu sneered, too late! The cage seal suddenly grew larger. Xuan Chengzi frantically threw out astral seals, Dao seals, seal talismans and palm seals, but they were all dissolved by the cage seal, which then slammed directly into his chest. Pooh! Mo Xinglu's expression turned serious as she flew towards Xuan Chengzi. She knew very well that she was no match for Yu Chenshu, so Xuan Chengzi couldn't be allowed to have an accident. The cage seal circled back into Yu Chenshu's hand. He stepped into the air and flew up, karma fire burning tens of meters high. He didn't pursue Mo Xinglu but glanced at the surrounding 9-petaled cultivators, shouting, Get out of the way! The cage seal flew out again, karma fire burning the cage seal, looking like a fire dragon striking towards the 9-petaled cultivators. More than a dozen 9-petaled cultivators from the Kunlun Righteous Sect and Chongshu Temple were immediately sent flying. How can a Hong-grade cultivator be this strong? The cultivators standing outside the Heavenly Wheel mountain range were stunned by this scene. A crimson-grade weapon, plus karmic fire? 10 leaves? That has to be Dean Yu Chenshu of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Stay back, we got no hope. These guys came to test their luck, and even if they didn't get anything good, watching the big shots fight from afar is a treat in itself. One hit and done. Yu Chenshu retrieves the fiend lung seal, stone-faced, and says, Xuan Chengzi, Mo Xinglu, is that all you got? Mo Xinglu catches Xuan Chengzi, looking like they just saw a ghost as they stare at Yu Chenshu. This dude is way stronger than they thought, like, Yu Chenshu is on a whole different level they can't even touch. The 9 leaves from the 2 big sects clutch their chests, barely standing, and stare at Yu Chenshu in shock. Yu Chenshu, I underestimated you. Xuan Chengzi shakes his head. Yu Chenshu holds out his hand. The Heart of Destiny. The Heart of Destiny is in the hands of a 9 leaves guy from Kunlun Orthodox Sect. This 9 leaves dude hesitates. I mean, this is what everyone wants. Suddenly, this 9 leaves guy starts coughing like crazy. He rips off his clothes, checks his body and screams, Karmic fire! The other 9 leaves rush to strip down too. They all got a square red mark on their chest. The karmic fire has invaded their meridians. I'm only going to say this once. Hand over the Heart of Destiny. Yu Chenshu says, all chill. The karmic fire will slowly eat away at these 9 leaves dudes' meridians. Soon they'll be too weak to fight, and in so much pain they'll wish they were dead. Light case, they're bedridden for half a year. Worst case, they lose all their cultivation and become trash. That's the power of karmic fire. This 9 leaves guy's eyes are popping. Extinguish the karmic fire for me, and I'll give it to you. Yu Chenshu glances at him, flicks his hand, and a palm imprint floats out. The 9 leaves guy is hyped, but everyone else is screaming, No! Give it to him, and we're all dead. But the crimson palm is already in front of the 9 leaves guy, and suddenly it blows up to dozens of times its size, engulfing him in an instant. Boom! His insides are crushed, his face is twisted, his chest caves in, and he drops like a rock. Everyone stares, horrified, as their buddy dies right in front of them. How the hell did Yu Chenshu do that? That palm print was so small, so slow, but then it pulled off some crazy move and one-shotted a 9 leaves dude? The difference in power is huge. Yu Chenshu waves his hand, and the heart of destiny, wrapped in the crimson energy, floats over to him, all casual and smooth.
You want the heart of destiny? Not if I have anything to say about it. Mo Xinglu and Xuan Chengzi pop their law bodies, 10 leaves energy going wild, and they charge at Yu Chenshu.
You want to die? I got you.
The 3 towering law bodies duke it out, and everyone else GTFOs as the energy creates a freaking hurricane all over the Heavenly Wheel mountain range.
Lu Zhou frowns.
He didn't think Yu Chenshu was this strong. He's fighting 2-on-1 and hasn't even used his trump card yet. I gotta give Si Wuyai props when I get back. If it weren't for his plan, even if I beat Yu Chenshu, I'd have to use everything I got.
Lu Zhao's watching the 3 10 leaves big shots battle in the sky.
Suddenly, Sun Ji whips out a blade and stabs.
Boom. The blade stops half an inch from Lu Zhao's gut. Can't even go in a millimeter further.
Sun Ji's shaking. He went all out with a sneak attack, but he can't even break Lu Zhao's defense.
Lu Zhao slowly turns around, glances at Sun Ji.
You got some balls. Clang!
The blade hits the ground, and Sun Ji stumbles back, shaking like a leaf.
Are you a 10 leaves?
You figured it out. Why bother asking?
Lu Zhao slowly walks forward.
You're no match for Dean Yu. Just give up.
Yu Chenshu is his only hope. Lu Zhou can't help but smirk, all innocent-like, and flicks his hand. Golden palm imprint flies out.
Sun Ji jumps.
An alien! He tries to run, but the palm print is faster and hits him in the back.
Sun Ji spits out blood and falls forward.
The remaining 2 9 leaves are freaking out. Screw it, we're dead anyway. Might as well go all in.
These 2 lunatics attack Lu Zhou, using the 6 Harmonies Dao Seal.
10 giant seal characters appear around them and slam into the 2.
Clang, 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 ding!
Target eliminated. Gained 1,500 merit points.
World bonus 1,000 points.
Ding! Target eliminated. Gained 1,500 merit points.
World bonus 1,000 points.
Wei Junzi's eyes are wide. Lu Zhao looks into the distance. Sun Ji is spamming some great escape art and running away.
Cheap move!
Lu Zhao raises his hand, the nameless bow appears, and he draws back the string. The arrow tears through the air. After firing, Lu Zhao puts his hands behind his back, looking at Wei Junzi, who's staring at him from the sky in disbelief. The 3 10 leaves are still duking it out, crimson light everywhere. Everyone watching the fight is blinded, and nobody notices the gold flash that just disappeared underground.
Ding! Target eliminated, gained 1,500 merit points. World bonus 1,000 points.
After a pause, Lu Zhou comments, You overestimate yourself. Wei Junzi kowtows, shaking like crazy. Senior, please spare me, Senior.
Senior knew this would happen, so why do it in the first place?
Lu Zhao ignores him and keeps watching the fight. Just then, the 3 10 leaves law bodies suddenly break apart. Looks like they've decided who's the boss.
The crimson energy in the sky fades away. Yu Chenshu is still standing tall, looking all casual, while the 2 guys facing him are clutching their chests, covered in blood, full of rage and panting, unable to speak.
Yu Chenshu puts his hands behind his back, glances at Xuan Chengzi and Mo Xinglu, and says, If you knew this would happen, why do it in the first place?
Lu Zhou.
If I knew he was going to say that, I would have copyrighted that line. What's got Xuan Chengzi all riled up? Don't even think you can touch me. Even some opener of fate expert coming in person can't do jack. Yu Chenshu deadass replies. If this was the Heavenly Martial Academy, even 2 opener of fate badasses would die, and nobody would give a damn.
Xuan Chengzi and Mo Xinglu's eyes pop out. Just then, Jian Tingzhong zooms up, holding the fate heart in his hand, screaming, Dean, I got the fate heart!
Yu Chenshu nods. Aight, cool. Wei Junzi, realizing this is his only chance to not die, shouts like a desperate simp, Dean, I know how to beat the fate beast hiding in the gorge. Save me. Swoosh. All eyes on him. Yu Chenshu gives him a look, surprised AF. Where the hell are those Red Sun Sect 9-leaf guys? How's that mid-dude not only not dead, but standing there like nothing? Happy. You're not dead? Yu Chenshu flies over to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao just shakes his head. 9 leaves? Please. As if they could even scratch this old master. Yu Chenshu raises an eyebrow, finally piecing it together. No way. The Yun Mountain Master is right here. Wei Junzi is losing it. You knew? Of course, I knew it was a trap. So, I played along. Just didn't expect Brother Lu to be so young. Yu Chenshu says all chill. Xuan Chengzi, Mo Xinglu, and the other injured 9 leaves are looking at this scene like WTF is going on. Why is Yu Chenshu talking to some young dude and calling him Brother Lu? Who is this guy? Playing along?
Lu Zhao glances around.
Most of the cultivators in the Heavenly Wheel mountain range are wounded. Xuan Chengzi and Mo Xinglu ain't looking too hot. Only the Heavenly Martial Academy peeps are unscathed.
From Lu Zhao's POV,
Si Wu Yai's plan went off without a hitch.
Exposing myself now ain't a big deal, Yu Chenshu laughs.
I've heard all about your legendary representative. In my eyes, Yu Offing Yi Zhen means you can definitely take down the unguarded beast. You just let the unguarded beast go to stir up trouble so the Golden Lotus world can invade, right? Lu Zhou didn't think that far ahead. But what Yu Chenshu's saying kinda makes sense.
Yu Chenshu, you're not an idiot. We ain't got no deep beef, but the situation's the situation. We gotta be enemies.
Lu Zhou shakes his head. Nobody's born to be mortal enemies. You reap what you sow, so don't blame others. If you surrender, I might spare your life.
Everyone's stunned. Who the hell talks to Yu Chenshu like that?
Yu Chenshu waves his hand. Take a look around the Heavenly Wheel mountain range. Lots of cultivators from different sects are slowly closing in. This is your playing along? Lu Zhao's just bummed the Jiahaosheng Palace experts ain't showing up. Yu Chenshu smirks. You'll see soon enough. He then yeets down, a blood-red palm seal appearing in his hand. Lu Zhao calmly watches Yu Chenshu, slowly raising his hand. Blinding golden light. You Xenos are Xenos. Boom! The red palm and golden palm clash hard. The force creates shockwaves that make the nine-leaf cultivators throw up energy shields just to watch. Red flames erupt from the red palm. Golden flames erupt from the golden palm. The two flames duke it out. Karmic fire Golden Lotus. Karmic fire from the Great Tang Inner Region? How's there a hidden badass like this? The unluckiest dude is Wei Junzi, lying next to Lu Zhou. He's getting roasted by both karmic fires, his face turning bright red. His screams echo as his skin and meridians wither away faster than you can say isekai'd.
Too bad, nobody gives a crap about his life or death. Can't blame him for being cold-blooded. These badasses are fighting. Who's gonna get close?
Red flames suddenly explode from the ground, reaching several meters high. The golden flames increase too.
Karmic power doesn't hurt its owner. It just burns and corrodes the opponent. They're just trying to see whose karmic fire is stronger. Surprise on Yu Chenshu's face. It really is karmic fire. You look surprised.
For years I've imagined what a worthy opponent would look like. Someone I could have a fun fight with. Now my wish has been granted. Yu Chenshu says, all dramatic. Standing at the top is lonely. It's not the loneliness of being at the top, but the pain of falling. FWOOSH. Both sides amp up their energy. The karmic fire soars to 3 meters.
Ah! Wei Junzi couldn't take it anymore,
let out a scream, and then went limp. His whole body was burned by karmic fire, staring wide-eyed as he was killed. One target harvested 500 merit points, and the territory rewarded an additional 500 points. The two people's expressions remained calm and composed. If that's all there is, it's gonna take a while. Yu Chenshu's palm emanated a majestic crimson gang kui, slamming forward towards the thigh.
Swish! The two types of flames canceled each other out.
Lu Zhao still stood motionless. Yu Chenshu looked doubtful. That palm just now should have forced the opponent back. You're right. A faint blue light appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. If that's all there is, then it's too boring. Extraordinary power shot out. Boom! Yu Chenshu suddenly felt an extremely dangerous force coming at him, immediately withdrew his palm, and flew backwards into the air. He spun around times before he could stabilize his body, looking at Lu Zhao in surprise. The first move ended, and Yu Chenshu fell into a disadvantageous position. Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan, who had followed Yu Chenshu for many years, had never seen anyone force the dean back.
Even if the two 10-leaf elites, Xuan Chengzi and Mo Xinglu, joined forces, they couldn't make Yu Chenshu fall into a disadvantage.
Yu Chenshu observed from mid-air. Strong moves! Lu Zhao stepped into the air and flew up, level with everyone, calmly replying.
I'm afraid you still don't understand your situation, and neither do you,
Yu Chenshu said proudly. Lu Zhao struck out a palm towards his opponent. The palm print was like thunder, attacking with raging golden flames.
Yu Chenshu waved his hand to meet the palm. Boom!
Yu Chenshu felt that strange force from before again. He was knocked away, his arm going numb. What the hell is going on? Lu Zhao's expression was calm as he continuously struck out palms. Yu Chenshu was knocked back again. The cultivators were dumbfounded. This is too unreasonable. Yu Chenshu is the only 10-leaf expert in the Red Lotus domain. Wielding karmic fire, how could he be so easily knocked back by his opponent? Looks like they're putting on a show. Jian Tingzhong and Mo Buyan rubbed their eyes and looked again.
Boom! The fourth palm print, Yu Chenshu, retreated continuously. If he continued to retreat, he would leave the Tianlun mountain range.
Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow. Is that all you've got? Yu Chenshu's expression became stiff, his eyelids twitching, which meant he was getting slightly angry. I hope you can please me. Yu Chenshu's right hand stretched out. A black, pagoda-shaped object with 3 layers appeared. Lu Zhao said softly. The imprisoning pagoda? You've got good eyes. Yu Chenshu threw out the imprisoning pagoda, which immediately grew thousands of times larger, looking like a tower collapsing towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stretched one hand into the sky to support it, his 5 fingers curled as if wanting to grab the imprisoning pagoda. Yu Chenshu's figure flickered, suddenly appearing above the imprisoning pagoda. Down with you! Boom! He stomped his foot hard, and the imprisoning pagoda immediately weighed tens of thousands of tons. Lu Zhou was pushed down more than 10 meters, and a faint blue light appeared in his palm again.
Divine power. With a thought, the palm print pushed upwards. The imprisoning pagoda no longer continued to descend but instead flew upwards.
Huh? Yu Chenshu raised an eyebrow.